Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Irving, left wing three, it won't even matter. The Clippers take down Dallas and draw the series even. 116-111 behind 33 from James Harden and 33 from Paul George.
And unfortunately, that is the way we open up the Monday edition live on Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Raph James. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the Dallas Mavericks just missing out on completing NBA history in terms of comebacks. And we are now 0 for 2 against a Kawhi-less Clippers team.
And I think that's the big story is... Man, the Clippers without Kawhi are a better team right now. I have five words come to mind. Thank God for Kevin Durant. And otherwise, it would be just the feeling today. Like you could gain a little bit of happiness off of KD and the Suns.
Oh, that they got
getting swept out. Right, you get a little happiness out of that because that was pretty demoralizing to come back and get that comeback, or as Michael Irvin would call it, a come close because you didn't all the way come back because you didn't win. But to go all the way back, take a lead, and then lose is crushing. Crushing. Because teams that come from 31 down or 21 down, they almost always, when they take a lead, finish it off. Because the other team is completely shattered. And credit to Clippers, man, they weren't. I mean, they hung in there, and Harden played really well down the stretch and made some big shots, and Paul George, who did nothing in the second half, if that's in the NBA Finals, that is a shot that's in history.
The corner three.
Oh, it's a fantastic shot.
Yeah.
Just great. It's skilled basketball. But that's a tough loss.
877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line, and you said you would have rather just get blown out.
I'd rather just lost by 30 than that. That's a roller coaster of emotions, and the team. I don't know how you do because they're professional athletes, but I don't know how you walk into that locker room today or shoot around today where and then find any way to get yourself up. You do it because you're a pro athlete. That's demoralizing.
But if you lose by 30, then we're sitting here questioning your entire heart. That's my only counter.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like, how? 2-1, game 4 at home, no Kawhi. Like, that shows a gutless team that probably cannot get close to a championship. But at least they did fight back. The Clippers were just on fire in that first half, that first quarter. I think they made 8 threes. It was insane.
Yeah, the Mavs couldn't shoot. It was just like the second quarter of game 1. They couldn't shoot at all. I see what you're saying about, you show a little heart. And they did. They showed a lot of heart.
Because if they just came out and lost by 30 and it stayed at 30, it's like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, the only thing you could say is, well, our shots didn't fall, right? What are you going to do? But they started falling. Thank God. And, Kyrie is that dude, man.
I'd like to start off some of these games. We'll talk about game 4 adjustments later on. I'd like to start off some of these games with him as the focal point. I really would, because you sit around, you wait a little bit, and it's like, where's Kyrie? And it's like, I feel like he's ceding a little bit to Luka. You know what I mean? And I'm tired of that. I'm getting so fed up with Luka Doncic in this series. I really am. I know a couple of Mavs homers, the MFFFFLLs. They got their panties in a wad, got all worked up yesterday with me saying Luka looked exhausted on defense. He's got 5 fouls. He can't do anything. And some other people are starting to ask, like, what is up with him in the series? Is he hurt? Is he just gassed? Is he exhausted? I know he's bitching nonstop. It just goes on and on and on. But I'm like, you know what? Let's let Kyrie establish himself early on in this next game or some of these games, because he belongs on this stage. That's how special he is. That layup against 3 guys, that was crazy when he went up into the air and was still able to go ahead and put it in. But it was not enough. Like you said, Paul George in the first half and then James Harden in the fourth quarter. And was this Jason Kidd's biggest indictment, this moment right here? Well, these moments, because there was a lot of minutes in the fourth quarter with no bigs. Here's James Harden, Choppy, going at Luka, at anyone else, over and over and over and over again. And it was Maxi Kleber out there on the floor. And Mavs fans are furious and besides themselves over it. It's hard to defend. No pun intended.
I mean, look, it's... I don't understand. I didn't understand why you would go no bigs.
Well, there was one.
I assume it was offensive.
It was just the wrong one.
It was the wrong one. But I assume you're looking
the
at
white
an
one.
offensive. I don't. Do we even consider him a big?
He can block some shots.
Yeah, I assume you're going with just maybe more of an offensive set. But it's like, all right. I mean, but you need to have stops too. And they there was times I thought maybe they got 2 stops down the stretch. That's like down the last few minutes. It was a situation where the Clippers, Harden especially, got anything he wanted in the lane.
How many minutes, Pepe, do you think Gafford and Lively played in the fourth combined?
Oh, combined. I'll go. It wasn't much. 3 minutes.
Half of that. 151. 151. Choppy, how many points did the Clippers score in the paint in the fourth quarter?
14.
20.
Oh.
That's almost impossible to defend, y'all. That could be the biggest Jason Kidd indictment right there, right behind No One's Dying. 20 points in the fourth in the paint. Gafford played 151. Lively played nothing. And I thought Lively was good in this game. I think he's been very good in the series. And he didn't get a second on the floor with James Harden killing you, going by anyone with these little teardrops and these runners and dropping in all these points. Tell me what's wrong about that, y'all. 877-881-1053. Here's Jason Kidd afterwards on not playing Gafford or Lively for most of the fourth.
Yeah, just, understanding offensively, we needed to, space the floor. Maxey did a really good job there. Understand with the options that we have of being able to play Maxey, being able to stretch the floor was the option we went with. Living with twos in this league doesn't hurt you. Threes kill you, and threes killed us this afternoon. We got to be better. When Harden is taking twos, it's better than a step back or him shooting the three, and just understand what they were shooting from the three in that first half. So you got to give up something. They're talented. And so we gave up the twos, contested twos. They made them. But they gave us a chance to get back in the game and actually take the lead.
The problem is there's a couple problems. Number one, they were not contested. Like James Harden into the lane,
right,
and throwing up these little shots. The only thing you can say to defend Jason Kidd in this decision is Maxey obviously was shooting it really, really well, and he was pretty hot. So you stick with the hot hand. That's it. That's the only way to do it.
I mean, Max only took one shot.
Exactly.
So he wasn't it was a corner three.
I was waiting to see. If you had the box score up.
It was only a corner three.
3 points. 1 of 1. You could see if Maxey had hit 4 threes. You could maybe see that. Once Harden beat you 2 times, maybe 3. I would have suggested abandoning the strategy.
This is interesting. That comment. This is a very Bill Belichick Super Bowl idea. Let them run, don't let them throw. Like, let them take the twos, don't let them shoot threes. You wanted perimeter defense, not interior defense.
Now the Clippers were 18 of 29 from 3.
Yeah, that's something
62%.
You're not going to win many games when the other team is 62% on almost 33 pointers.
But 8 of them came in the first quarter.
Right, yeah. So a lot of them were early on, and then they didn't, the Mavs did a good job, like, denying them the basketball beyond the arc with opportunities to shoot. And then other times, the Clippers missed. But the philosophy, it's like, okay, I kind of see where they're going there.
Well,
but that doesn't
NBA.
mean that you can, it also doesn't mean that you can let them get twos on every single possession. If you're going to let them shoot 50% from 2, that's fine. But not 75%.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. And that's kind of, it's not exactly what happened in the fourth quarter, but it feels like it was 75% from the fourth quarter from 2. That's what it feels like.
Harden at one point scored 3 straight in that fourth quarter. Clippers were on an 8-0 run. Luka got his 5th with about 6 minutes left. He ties it with a 3. Then Harden scores 3 straight. Kyrie gives them the lead with 2 minutes left. The PG corner 3. The Harden and 1. They're up 5. And we're tied.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you just look at that fourth quarter, Clips did shoot 65%. And a lot of that is on the interior. I mean, he's a 13 of 20 from the field. But that fourth quarter, it was a great quarter. As in entertaining. That was entertaining basketball. I don't know anybody that, didn't at least step back and say, okay, that's a really fun, entertaining fourth quarter. I thought it was. I thought it was tremendous. But that's not something that you want to look back on right now because we are tied at 2 and it could easily be 3-1.
You'd think it would have been that they were going in for the kill yesterday at the AAC, but that is not the case. We have other NBA. The Dallas Stars are in this series, and your Texas Rangers win one. Plus, that little thing called the NFL Draft with Bobby Belt around the corner. Monday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started on The Fan. Coming up. here live on Sean and RJ on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Breaking news on the Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Ian Rappaport, NFL Network. He is back. The Cowboys have agreed to terms with their former star running back, Ezekiel Elliott, as the ex-rushing champ now gives Dallas a proven weapon in the backfield. The two sides met in person on Wednesday, and pending physical, it's happening.
What an offseason.
So that's improvement.
This is just tremendous. This is fantastic. What an off season for this team. One of the they did nothing in free agency other than lose guys. The draft was whatever. And then now this, man, this is tremendous.
We'll be all in.
We have to rank the offseason like tomorrow or Wednesday. Rank all the different things.
Oh, okay. How high in the alphabet can you go?
It just feels like there's a couple of things about this offseason you're not used to with this organization. Number one, like taking a step back, maybe a couple major step backs and being like, all right, this is it. Like, it feels like there's no way. Like, the ceiling this year is the first round of the playoffs. That's just what it feels like.
The ceiling is the roof.
Yeah, the ceiling is the roof. So that feels weird and depressing. And then you do like this homecoming return, this older player, elder statesman, just to go ahead and come back to your team and your organization, like for a send off. That kind of is done in like the middling organizations, those that don't have something to play for, have a ceremony like this instead of like a contender. You know what I mean?
A wise man once said,
well, thank you.
Memory lane is a dead end street. And that's what you've just gone down. There's a sign that says no outlet. No outlet coming up. Dead end, baby.
Now, despite all the negativity of the offseason and all of our questioning of their thinking, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I hope and I think this did not play a part in them not selecting a running back in the draft. There's no way they sat in that room and said, we got Zeke, so we don't need to take someone, right? Would you agree with me?
I hope it didn't take. I hope this wasn't the case.
There's no way. I don't believe that they would be that dumb. I don't believe it.
I don't believe they would, but I do think they are. There's nothing makes sense. There were running backs to be had. There were running backs to be had. They could have taken. They had 2 third-round picks now. Could have had one.
Now, look, in all seriousness, if this is the absolute minimum you can pay him, which it better be, and you have him for a couple of 3rd and 1s, 4th and 1s, the Tony Pollard Miami Dolphin play, which I'll never forget around the left side, was somehow Pollard did not get in against the Dolphins. You have him at the goal line, and you want to give him those 3 carries a game. I'm totally fine with that.
Hey, they did. Hang on a second. They did get Nate Pete in the draft.
Does that skip Pete's kid?
I don't know, but I don't think it's the same spelling. It's P-E-A-T.
Oh, yeah.
He's the undrafted free agent out of Stanford. I think he played Missouri, too. But, yeah, they got Nate Pete. He's a 4.3 guy. Got some speed to him.
Okay.
Some burst.
All right.
Undrafted free agent. You know what? That's my kind of running back. That is my kind of running back right there. This team went from signing running backs in the first round and giving them big contracts to, you know what? Undrafted free agents. That's where we're going to go.
How many carries for the season would Zeke have to get in order for you to lose your mind that they were relying on him to that degree?
1. 1 carry.
877-881-1053. Already a very busy morning here. The Monday edition of Sean and RJ. That's the breaking news presented by BetQL. We had some breaking news yesterday. Wyatt Langford finally went deep. Kinda, sorta.
3-2 again. Langford swings it to high drive, deep right center field. Fairchild back. He's at the wall. That ball is off the wall at the 374 sign. And Karam's toward the right field corner. Heim has scored. Langford around third. He is digging for the plate. No throw to the plate. He slides in with an inside the park home run. How about that? His first major league home run is an inside the Parker. And the Rangers lead 4-0.
Crazy. Nadell with the call right here on your home for Rangers baseball as they take the series over the weekend in Arlington.
Yeah, and look, Cincinnati is they're a team that's fun with Elliott de la Cruz, right? That's the whole fun point of it. Other than that, it's not like they're a juggernaut out there. But yeah, you want to win the series, you win the series, and then the most important thing was getting Wyatt Langford off the schneid. I don't care if it was an inside the Parker or not. It's you gotta get that number out of 0 if you're him. That's all you care about, getting it out of 0. Maybe that sends him to a bit of a hot streak because, my gosh, after his first 3 weeks, he needed it.
He's now hitting 248 on the season. Nate Lowe had a couple of hits. He's hitting 310, but the story is Dane Dunning, whose criticism was not being able to have swing and miss stuff. Dane Dunning with 10 strikeouts in 5 1/3, only giving up 1 earned.
Yeah, he is not a swing and miss guy. That's just not what he is. And that's okay. You don't have to be. Like Jordan Montgomery isn't this swing and miss guy, and he's had a pretty long career, and we all know what he did last year. You've got to be able to have excellent command and tons of movement on your stuff, and Dane had that. He had that, and that's key. There's going to be days where he doesn't have that, and he's not going to get, strikeouts. He's not going to get 10 strikeouts. He's not going to get X amount of swing and misses. He's going to have to do it with guile, but his stuff was electric. At least yesterday.
Or are we going to get 3-0 in the Stanley Cup playoffs? The Dallas Stars going to Vegas on the brink of maybe getting swept, but then you had the kid.
Johnston to the outside. He's in a shot. He scores! Wyatt Johnston is the hero. He wins it in overtime.
That was the call on TNT, and I still don't know how he worked that angle.
Oh, man. I am he.
Man.
I'm him. That's what that was. Sometimes you need your dude to step up, and your dude became your dude, and he stepped up in this one. Because it was a really good performance all around, because in the first couple of games, Eichel and Marchessault and Barbashev and Kolasar and they were in on everything. Those guys were in on Hurdle. They were in on everything. And the only kind of thing that those guys were in on was Eichel on the on a shorthanded goal. That's it. The Stars did a really good job on them, and they were able to steal one in Vegas, where most people would go in and think you're down 2-0, you're going back to their barn, and you're packing it in. You're bringing 2 suits, and you're going to come home. Wyatt Johnson was like, nope, not happening. Not happening on my watch today.
Second goal, Pete DeBoer said, what a player. He still can't get in the casino and play cards. He's not old enough. It's unbelievable. By one of the great young players, the next generation of stars in this league.
Man, that's funny that he can't even go and play in the casino games. That might be the best thing for him. Everybody else is going to be going out to the downstairs of the casino, play some cards at night.
Game 4 is tonight. So tonight in Vegas with the late puck drop. What else happened in the
only 8:30?
No,
well, 8:50.
8:50.
Right, 8:50. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, you're probably right.
As we learned the hard way last week with the lack of sleep. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What else happened on Saturday in the NHL? Colorado went up 3-1 on the Jets. The Canucks beat the Preds 4-3. Vancouver leads that series 3-1. The Rangers swept the Capitals, and Edmonton leads the Kings 3-1 after the 1-0 shutout victory.
Man, I thought after the Kings took, I think it was game 2, I was like, okay, maybe they could pull the upset. That wasn't happening. You want to get Edmonton out of there. They're so good. If the Stars are going to be able to advance in this series, there's still a long way to go. They would play they wouldn't play Edmonton until the West Finals. But still, you would like to get them out of there if you can.
Sorry, all that was yesterday. On Saturday, Islanders went up 3-1 on the Hurricanes. Double overtime win for New York. Florida leads the Lightning 3-1. Tampa got on the board. The Bruins lead the Maple Leafs 3-1. And then you have the Stars, of course, and Vegas. All right, we got breaking news. Zeke Elliott is back with the Dallas Cowboys. Should Jason Kidd be back after not playing the bigs? We'll get to that at 6:20. But next, we're joined by our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, to tell you about the brand new draft class. That's next for the 6 a.m. club. We also have a Stone Temple Pilots ticket giveaway during the Expressway all week long. Our way of thanking you for turning it on, leaving it on. Bobby's draft recap after this.
With Sean and RJ, right here on The Fan.
With the 56th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Marshawn Kneeland, defensive end from Western Michigan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Foggy out there.
Awful. It's how horror films start. That's how they start. That was terrible. I thought it got better as I got closer to Dallas, but this morning out in Roanoke, Fort Worth, South Lake, great. It was awful. Bad.
I could absolutely see how someone with your driving capabilities would feel that way, Chop. I had no issues with it. I was able to maneuver everyone perfectly. No problem. Didn't get lost either. Just saying.
Yeah, I was sitting there.
I was coming into downtown. Usually, because I'm not most of the time in the morning. I'm on my phone. I'm not really paying attention to the road.
Yeah.
And I just wait for to see downtown. Then I know to get over. And then see downtown. So I was coming up on that Woodall Rogers ramp, and I'm on the far left lane. I was doing about 94, and I just right on over. Had to hit behind the truck.
How's your NFL draft recovery been going?
It was good. I didn't sleep until noon this weekend like I have the last 2 Sundays. I got up at 10, so that wasn't so bad, but no, all good. All right, good. Bouncing back.
Let's go through the draft class. John Machota will join us at 7:20 when we hook you up with a Stone Temple Pilot ticket giveaway. Correct me with the names as needed. Tyler Guyton, we know, went round 1. Watching him in the Cowboys locker room was awesome. Really opposite of the Chiefs rookie, the Longhorn, who went into their locker room. More on that later on. Marshawn Kneeland, edge from Western Michigan, is the 2nd-round pick. Cooper Beebe, guard from Kansas State, Zach Wolchuk's favorite, is the 3rd-rounder. Maris Leafau.
Got it.
That's because I asked you in the commercial break, but thank you.
But I mean, you still got it.
Maris Leafau, Notre Dame linebacker, the 2nd pick in the 3rd round. They did not have a 4th-round selection. So in the 5th, they take Kalen Carson, cornerback from Wake Forest, Ryan Flournoy, wide receiver. Flournoy, like Portnoy, Flournoy, Flournoy, okay. Wide receiver from Southeast Missouri State in the 6th, and then 2 7th-round selections, Nathan Thomas, Louisiana tackle, and then Justin Rogers, Auburn, DT. Final selection for the boys in Frisco.
I guess they all went out on the draft show. I was wrong. They took a defensive tackle, clearly a high priority. I was wrong about that one.
Let's start with Marshawn Kneeland.
Marshawn Kneeland is a guy with a lot of length, athleticism. He checks a lot of boxes in terms of when you want to talk about high-end pass rushers who are very traitsy and toolsy. He's pro-ready as a guy in the run game. So, when we talk about, hey, the run defense needs to be better, Marshawn Kneeland does help that. You lost 4 or 5 defensive linemen in free agency this offseason. So he is somebody who is going to, contribute immediately in the run game, and somebody who has the tools to be a higher end pass rusher. You're just going to wait for him to kind of put those things together. Still a little bit raw in that sense. But I had asked a couple different teams before round 1. I'd said, who are some guys that could sneak into the back end of the 1st round? And the first name I got was Ricky Pearsall from Florida, which he did. He got picked by San Francisco at the back. And then the other name was Marshawn Kneeland. And so Marshawn Kneeland getting down to you all the way at 56, I think a lot of people felt like was really good value. And I know for the Cowboys, that was a clear, they call it a blinking light, where it's you see the name and it's so above anybody else right now. Take him. And so they really like him. We got a chance. A couple of the scouts came into the draft show on day 3, and everybody who talked about him was really, really excited about Marshawn Kneeland.
Wolchuk scouting report, Kneeland was one of the best edge rushers left, massive upside type player. Will McClay said high effort guy, as well as somebody who can play multiple spots on the D-line. Stephen Jones said that Greg Ellis said Kneeland made a comparison to his game when discussing him.
Yeah, when we had so the Cowboys national scout Ross Winchie, he came in first, is who we talked to the other day, and he made a lot of comparisons, favorable ones to guy on the roster already, like D-Law, and that's what he looks at. And just the biggest thing for everybody when you watch him, Brian talked about it a lot too, it's his hands, he pops. He's one of those guys that he hits offensive linemen and they seem shocked by it. And so he plays with really strong hands, really strong pop in his hands, and is somebody who knows how to kind of shed blockers and make plays in the run game. So as a run defender, he's already there, and as a pass rusher, he's got the traits to develop into a really good one.
So nothing crushing there in terms of someone going off the board right in front. Of course, Jonathan Brooks, who Jerry talked up, ends up going to Carolina. Todd Archer echoing Brian Broaddus on our show Friday, saying, I'm not so sure if Jerry hyping up Brooks was a little intentional, had a little bit of purpose behind it, but there's Brooks off the board to the Panthers.
Maybe some, but what I know from the 3 months leading up to this is there's more than enough people in that building who loved him. And so even if it is a like, oh, let's divert here, let's do this or whatever else, that's a player that people really liked. Brian Schottenheimer doesn't go to dinner with Jonathan Brooks and come away from it thinking that's one of the best interviews I've sat down and had with a kid, unless like that's not smoke. That's the way that you hear things went behind the scenes. And so to me, I think he had a lot of fans. I think it was probably a little upsetting to lose him, but ultimately I don't think they're upset with having Marshawn Kneeland at all.
The next selection in the third made Zach Wolchuk's weekend.
All right, here's the Cowboys selection.
The 73rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Cooper Beebe, guard, Kansas State.
Look at you.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Actually, I'm very happy with
Woo!
If you're going to put his tail at center,
Heck
I'm very
yes.
happy.
I'm so happy for you,
Heck
Zach. Like,
yes.
genuinely, I'm so happy for you.
Dude, I love this
You
guy.
have a child and Cooper Beebe in the same month.
Gosh.
You have a child and Cooper Beebe.
Pretty excited.
Zach's quote, Choppy, was, he's thick as a bowl of oatmeal.
It's good. It's a good line. It's from a
Girl,
court.
you thicker than a bowl of oatmeal, and he points at her.
Points right at her. It's a good meme
Who
on
is
the
this,
internet.
Who is this guy and why was Zach so in love?
Cooper Beebe if you talk about value. So I know there were some people who push back against it. You can push back against what I have to say about it, thought process nationally, whatever else. But the reality is that Dane Brugler, who I think just about everybody in our audience trusts his eye and the way he looks at things, he had every single one of the first 3 picks graded higher than the number they were picked at. So you got good value across the board. Beebe is really good value in the 3rd round. I didn't think he was getting out of the 2nd round. So what Cooper Beebe brings is he's played tackle, he's played guard, he's played both sides. He's played every position at Kansas State except for center. And he's only not done that in an NFL or in a college game. He's practiced there. But he's a guy who's played both sides of the line, played guard and tackle. Arms are too short to play tackle in the NFL. I mean, these are even shorter. These are like arms barely long enough to play corner. And so he's got 31-inch arms, so not tackle arms, but he has tackle footwork. He's somebody who you kind of wondered, okay, does he have the footwork? Like, does he have the foot speed to get up to the 2nd level and catch linebackers? But the testing in the combine was really positive. What you do see, and there is no question about, power and mental processing. He is incredibly sharp. He is incredibly smart. Twists and stunts, a lot of that stuff, whenever defensive lines start playing games, you are not going to have to worry about him busting or not knowing who to block. The Chuma Edoga moment of not knowing to block Bradley Chubb, not knowing where to be, that will never happen with Cooper Beebe. So I know there were a lot of people who felt like Beebe has definite, like, multiple time Pro Bowl upside. And so he's really impressive on the interior. That's somebody who the biggest question for us was, can he play center? And when we got a lot of the scouts in there and asked him, can he play center? We heard feedback. They're like, absolutely. That's part of why we like him and why we picked him, is because the projection is he can play at center if we need.
But he never did, right?
He practiced there. He never played there in a game.
Was this a spot? Forget like the actual value of the player, but you expect them to go to a different direction in terms of like position?
I thought they would take, when they picked up the extra day 3 or day 2 pick, I expected they would go into that day and take a linebacker, running back, and another offensive lineman. That's what I thought they would do. As it turned out, they took offensive lineman, linebacker, and then they took edge rusher Marshawn Kneeland, because I think Brooks was taken and Kneeland was great value. But I think they entered that day always anticipating we're going to use that extra pick to take another offensive lineman.
The other 3rd rounder, linebacker from Notre Dame, Marist Liufau.
Yep.
Liufau.
Yeah, Maris Liufau was a guy who, and I tweeted right before the Cowboys got on the clock. We were looking at linebacker because the running back value, we weren't sure if it was totally there yet. I know Broadus was upset they didn't take Marshawn Lloyd from USC. That was a guy that he thought that's the opportunity to take the running back you need, address it. But Maris Leofau is a guy who what pops on tape with him is it's the high energy motor. Like the guy is flying to the ball at all times.
Where did Broadus' Luke Kuechly go?
He went to Pittsburgh. So Broadus was a little salty at the Steelers this weekend because they got Luke Kuechly and then they got Troy Fautanu, who we all kind of wondered if that would have been the pick if they would have got to Dallas's pick in the first round. But if you are not going to take Peyton Wilson from NC State because of medicals, I had tweeted right before the Cowboys got on the clock that to me the top linebacker left, if not Wilson because of medicals, was Leofau. So if you're going to take one, that's the place to do it. Mitch LaPointe, one of the national scouts, they're actually director of college scouting, came with us on Saturday, compared him to another Overshown. So what we saw from Overshown that was really encouraging about him and his play style and the way that he approaches the game, that's kind of what they look at with Leofau. Leofau also came to Notre Dame as a guy who played the secondary. He's filled out. He's not Marquise Bell small in terms of his size. Now that he's, playing linebacker, he's filled out and he's legit linebacker size, but that's a guy who can cover like in the slot sometimes if you need to, while also still coming up and making plays in the run game. It is a violent, fast brand of football with him, and he plays with a lot of toughness and just edge.
On the draft show, talking about his coverage skills, he said in high school, coverage was everything to me. I thought I was going to play DB at the college level. That's why PFF has him with 0 touchdowns allowed in coverage since 2022. 0 allowed. So we continue with the Cowboys draft class with the recap. Choppy, you want to redo his name? You want to go ahead and give it to us one time?
The Maris Leofau.
There you got it.
Maris Leofau.
From now on.
All right.
It's called Marist.
Yes, Marist.
It's called Marist.
That's how all the scouts came and kept saying Marist when they walked in.
Then we skip the 4th and go to the 5th with Kalen Carson, corner from Wake.
So, again, for those of you wondering about value or whatever else, I promise we have receipts on this. That if you want to go back and listen to day 3, then when we're talking in the 4th round.
So this must have been a draft. My favorite thing about the draft show and the coverage is the lead up and the build up. You go around the room, it shows all the homework everyone has done, and you're like, who's at the top of your board? Broadsmith, who you got? Who's at the top of your board? So with a lot of these selections, y'all must have been like, I got this guy at the top, and when they make the pick, you're like, yep, makes sense.
I'm not going to pretend like Leofau was at the top of everyone's board. Leofau specifically, just to jump back to that one, Leofau was not. But the 3 picks before that, they're all generally at the top of the board. And in the 5th round, when you take Kalen Carson, the corner from Wake Forest, again, that was blinking light for the Cowboys. This guy is so above anybody else that we have, it's almost negligence not to take him. And again, if you listen to our coverage, I think around the 4th round, late 4th, I had texted like a couple different people around the league, not Cowboys people, and just said, hey, who are you surprised is still on the board? And I got back from different people, Kalen Carson, cornerback, Wake Forest.
Wow.
And so Carson was, for a couple different scouts I talked to, and obviously the Cowboys, the top remaining guy on the board. Carson was somebody that I know one team thought he was going to go in the 3rd round. So to get him in the back of the 5th was just like, now the problem is you sacrificed running back in the process. I think they believed there's enough running backs here. And
Nate Pete, baby. They got Nate Pete.
I think they believed that
Zeke
you were pushing enough running backs down the board on the first 2 days that they thought, we should be okay. Somebody we like will slide down to us, and then nobody did.
Nobody did.
The one that hurt the most was when Isaac Guerendo went in the 4th round to from Louisville, and I don't remember who took him. But when you lost Guerendo, you lost, I think, the guy they anticipated was going to be there for them.
Ryan Flournoy, Nathan Thomas, Justin Rogers, 6 and 2/7.
Yeah, Nathan Thomas, him first, because he was somebody who, again, a lot of people thought early day 3.
San Fran, by the way.
There's San Francisco, of course. Early day 3 for Nathan Thomas. There's some question, and I don't know how much of it is out publicly yet, and I don't want to get hippo lawed, but there's some questions medically there for Thomas, I think, that pushed him to the 7th. So that's your Blue Star special. Flournoy checks every single box for them in terms of athletic profile, and somebody who I think has impressed them during the scouting process. But that is like 6 feet tall, 205 pounds, runs a 4.4, jumps 40 inches. Like, it checks every athletic profile they look for. And then I think at the end they're looking for who's somebody we don't want to fight for an undrafted free agency. We just want to be able to lay claim on them.
None of this should be a surprise. I mean, they generally take just who's at the top of their board, right? Like, this is a best player available philosophy this team has had for years.
Often, I don't know if they've done it for an entire draft like they did this time.
Are you destroying Jason Kidd after no bigs last night? The Mavs lose to the Clippers without Kawhi again. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Oh, it's good. Paul George from downtown.
And Bobby, I think you agree. Choppy, you said that is in a bigger moment, an all-time playoff shot. That felt like the backbreaker, Paul George in the corner yesterday on ESPN.
Yeah, it was, and I hated it. I didn't see it on the first shot. Did you see the replay?
I'm watching it right now.
Okay, but it's not this angle. It's the other angle, and you see Ballmer losing his mind again like a psycho when that shot goes in.
No, I always look for Derek Holland with that angle. I'm like,
that's the Derek seats right there.
I think he StubHubbed his seats to Ballmer. I think that's what must have happened. But yeah, when I saw that, felt like the backbreaker to me in the moment.
Yeah, it's big.
When that shot went down, and it just took a 2-point lead. It wasn't like it put him down 6 or anything else. But when that shot went down, I said to myself, I was like, they're not winning today. Like that just felt, what are you supposed to do? That was an awful angle. Felt like a little bit of like, oh, that's a prayer. When it goes in, it's like, all right, pack it up, go home. But I mean, I know when I was driving in, I heard, Chop, I know you said you felt like the headline here is that they play better without Kawhi. Which has been, I mean, they've beaten him twice already.
It's crazy, isn't
Everything
it?
else. It is. The only thing to me is like, is missing Kawhi, like, is it that, or is it just, I don't know what you're supposed to do when they make 18 threes. And I don't know what that had. I don't think that necessarily has anything to do with Kawhi. And you remember that first game of the series without Kawhi, it's like Harden all of a sudden hits like 7 threes.
Yeah.
And they're shooting the lights out. To me, it's like, it feels like they come in way too underprepared in these games when Kawhi's not in there.
I think the issue with the Clippers is like their offense flows better without Kawhi right now because Kawhi.
Yeah, like it creates easier shot opportunities.
He's not in a groove. You're going to get him shots because you have to get him shots, and he's just missing them. And those are possessions that they're losing out on. Like, and it doesn't mean that, Kawhi isn't a better player than the other guys that they have. He is. But the way it is right now, it just seems like he's out of it.
Yeah.
And he's not grooved in yet. And like the fact that he's missing all these shots when he is in there is killing their offense.
Well, it's like the Luka question at times of Luka is the best player on the court. Most times Luka is, if you talk about it other than maybe 2 people, you're talking about Luka as the best player in the world. And yet there are times where you wonder, would this offense function better? Not period, not moving forward, but like in certain stretches of the game. Would this offense function better if just Luka was on the bench?
Yeah.
And it's not any sort of I think criticism, if it's more just a style of like, the style of this game right now does not fit what you need.
Right.
And that's I am convinced now he's really hurt. That's what I'm convinced of.
We'll get into that later on. Down 31, Mavs take the lead in the 4th. And of course, the bigs did not play basically. Maxey did in that 4th quarter, but Plumlee was, forget about just like Harden doing his thing and hitting runners in the lane nonstop as they scored 20 points in the paint. Plumlee helped them early on to an 8-0 run. Luka picked up the 5th foul. He was gassed. And then Harden hit 3 straight buckets. Kyrie helps him take the lead with 2 minutes left. And George hits that corner 3. Harden and 1, up 5 points. But in the beginning of that game, what were you all saying to yourselves? Were you saying underprepared? Were you saying there's nothing you can do because they're just lights out before the comeback took place that Mike Breen was so impressed with? I've never heard anyone talk about a Dallas Maverick crowd the way that Mike Breen did yesterday. He said, in my history of doing this, I've never heard a place so loud with their team down 20. The crowd helped will the Mavs back into it with the incredible comeback. They just possibly ran out of gas.
Is that the best play? No, I don't just mean yesterday. In general, are the Mavericks the best playoff crowd we have in DFW?
I mean,
Mike would say yes because he crapped all over the Stars crowd. It's not the Rangers.
Because I just know
it's
going
not the Cowboys.
It was the Rangers back in the old place.
Back in the old place, it was really strong. But I mean, going to Mavericks playoffs games over the last 20 years, when you step in there pretty consistently, regardless of if they're a top seed or a 7 or it gets loud in there. They do pretty well, I think, and it was, you could feel it on TV. I felt like you could hear that place rattling, and you could at times see almost like the camera was shaking when they hit that. Was it Kyrie hit the 3 to put them up 1?
Yes.
Or was it? Yeah, when Kyrie hit that 3 to put them up 1 in the 4th, and they had that like big pullback shot of the arena. You just like that camera can't stay still.
I mean, look, it probably is the crowd that has the most playoff experience over the last 25 years. I don't think there's a question about that.
I mean, it definitely is in terms of number of
playoff games, or even number of seasons in the playoffs.
I'll tell you.
So yeah, I think it is. I mean, it's a good crowd generally in the postseason.
When you said, what were you thinking there in the first quarter? What I was thinking was, this is April 2007. This is that series against the Warriors where it's just like, you can't stop them. Like, it doesn't. There's nothing you can do. Whether the shot is open, it's guarded, they're falling away from 30 feet, everything is going in, and you're screwed tonight.
It was 39-16 after one. The Clippers had 90 in all of Game 3 when it was in a dunk fest. I think there was 8 or 9 alley-oop dunks for the Mavericks on Friday night. The Mavs hit 0 threes yesterday after the first quarter. The Clippers had 8 of them, and Paul George had 16 in the first. I think it was JJ Redick being like, you can't play defense on him any better, when PG turned to the announcer's table and said, doesn't matter. He took a pull-up three. It was stupid. It made no sense why he did it with the lack of space he was given. I think it was from Green who was defending him. It was a heat check, and he was on fire. So Paul George first half, James Harden second.
Yeah, the reason they were down the first quarter is like they had Paul George and we didn't. Like that was almost it. That was almost the entire first quarter. What are you gonna do when the guy can't miss? What are you gonna do?
Luka foul trouble, got his second foul 3 minutes in. They decided to keep him in, let him play with it. The refs really gave him some leeway with the second tech as well.
Yeah,
because there was multiple times in the regular season he's gone with the fits that he was throwing.
Well, I mean the one that he got. I mean, I thought that was like it was very odd because he looks back at the official, right? He looks back at the official and then says something, and then the official takes like 4 steps and then tees him up. He's a little baby at times, but I thought that was like, okay, that was a tech for the entire day. That wasn't a tech from that moment in general.
All right, before we get back to Luka, Jason Kidd, is he getting destroyed on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line for not playing Gafford? And Bobby, you had said 20-2 down the stretch, you were not giving Jason Kidd a ton of that credit. Well, what happened yesterday with Gafford and Lively on the bench, that helps make your point very, very strongly, because I see zero justification for it and leaving Maxi Kleber in there when James Harden was shredding you in the paint.
Which is funny because right before the playoffs started. No. What's funny is right before the playoffs started, I was in here in the side studio talking to Reggie, and we're just talking about like defensively, the Mavericks had played better, and they were playing better in the second half of games. Like most of these games where they played good defense down the stretch, they were still allowing like 30 in the first, and then they would like end up allowing under 100 per game. And I was about ready to start giving Jason credit because we were talking about it, and I was like, you know what? That seems like it might be rotation, fresh legs with these centers, knowing how to play them a little bit. But then, of course, he moved away from it. He didn't put the big guys in there. I understand the overall argument of, hey, we'll live with twos. Yeah, we'll live with twos. We'll live with twos instead of threes. I understand that perspective and that analytics view of it. The problem is that he said twos aren't going to kill you.
Well, I mean, yesterday.
When you're talking about there's no resistance to the twos, then I mean, yeah, you've got a problem. I just looked it up when you talked about how well they shot in the fourth quarter, which was what they shot 60-something%.
Who? Clippers?
The Clippers.
65.
With Gafford and Lively off the floor. When they were just off the floor, they shot 75%. They were 12 of 16 down the stretch with the big guys off the floor. That can't happen.
Tolo's reacting on my Facebook page. Curtis, watching Maxey not even throw arms up on these floaters was incredibly frustrating. Matt, it was hard to watch them just keep letting Harden into the lane. Add to this, Luka was on Harden for some of them with his 5th foul. So you'd think, okay, they're going to start shooting threes. We're not going to keep getting killed with these twos. We'll keep them on the bench. But then when Luka picks up the 5th, he can't guard anyone more than he normally can out there on the perimeter. So when he gets blown by, you still don't have either one out there. So you had Harden doing it, and then Luka foul trouble.
I texted you guys at the time. Like, it was Harden, to his credit, right after the 5th foul happens, Harden, it was like the next 3 possessions, like, give me the ball, ISO on Luka, I'm going at him.
Yeah.
And Luka, you saw it. Luka would play defense, and then as soon as it got within 10 feet of the basket on drive, he was like, got to pass it off. Like you'd see him almost put his hands up and just kind of, look like, hey, I'm going to be hands off here. I don't want to even make it look like I'm even coming close to somebody here. But yeah, the problem is Luka was playing matador defense a little bit. He's clearly tired. He's got foul trouble. I mean, it's what? He played 45 out of 48 minutes yesterday? No, you can't. 45 out of 48 minutes yesterday.
But you can, I think.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Because we're seeing...
He's made 17 of his last 50 shots. He's made 28 of his last 75. Like, that's... You're going to have a tough time getting me to blame anybody else for why they're in this position.
I mean, in this position, it's 2-2. It's what it should be.
Right, but it should be 3. It should be 3-1. I mean, right. You could be 3-1 very, very easily.
Yeah, look. Let's not go down this road. Like, this is disappointing that it's 2-2.
Sure, but I would say that being 500 with the Clippers, obviously in a vacuum, when you put it at Kawhi being out and everything else for 2 games, you would want it to be better. But I'm also saying I don't feel like you're in this position when you're split. Even if it's disappointing that you're not up more. In this position to me is you're at a deficit, you're underneath. That's the way I look at it. I still think
well, you're not 3-1.
You're not 3-1.
No,
and you're in a position tied at 2 because you're not 3-1. In my
theoretically, the 2 best players on the floor in the series, just on paper, is Kyrie, because I'm taking Kawhi out because he's hurt, but Kyrie and Luka theoretically are the 2 best players of this series.
Is it surprising? Kyrie and Luka both played 45 minutes yesterday. So that means there's 3 minutes where they're on the bench. Some of that was crossover, whatever else. Is it at all surprising that yesterday you look at the box score and see that despite them both playing 45 minutes, Luka's plus minus was 15 points higher than Kyrie? Yeah, Kyrie was -5. Luka was +10 for the game.
Very surprising.
That doesn't make any sense.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. So the Clippers take back home court, and now we go back to Los Angeles tied at 2 games apiece.
Did you have a problem? Did you feel like it was Devin Booker energy of everybody talks big when they're up, when Paul George hits the
PJ
arm cross in the middle of a 50-point lead? That felt a little... All right, let's see you hit that when it's fourth quarter and it's tight.
Zeke is officially back, and how is the NFL world grading the Cowboys draft? Choppy has the answers next on The Fan.
But first, let me tell you guys about my friends over at Kissable Dental.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
453 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
In the gun, Prescott, snap back, handoff, Elliott driving, pushing, touchdown! Ezekiel Elliott, head for the kettle. No, fakes the kettle. Says, I'm not getting the fine. I'm just taking the touchdown.
And he is officially back. So bring back those number 21 jerseys out of the closet. It's breaking news on the Fan, presented by BetQL, Ian Rappaport, and the NFL Network. Zeke Elliott has rejoined the Dallas Cowboys.
Ooh, man, just can't wait to line him up in the backfield and just let him go. Let him eat.
What's the league minimum, Bob?
For this year, yeah, because it varies based on how long you've been here. Let me look it up real quick, and I'll check that. He has a physical at 8 a.m., by the way, is the report from Clarence Hill. So let me look here.
Now, this was like imminent in y'all's draft weekend minds, right?
Yep.
And do you think this influenced no running back being selected? No.
God, I hope not. I would hope not. Yeah, look, I mean, I think there's a place to have, like, I think there's a place for Ezekiel Elliott here in Dallas, like, and in this room,
coaching staff
and everything else. I think that there's absolutely a place for him here. I don't think there's more than I was talking about this with Brian. The idea of a certain amount of snaps. You know how sometimes we talk about guys who go like, yeah, if you get 10 to 12 snaps a game, or you get this or that, and we talk about it in that context. I don't even think I would want to talk about Zeke in any sort of a specific snap context. Like, I would only want to talk about him in the context of, certain game situations. If those game situations come up 12 times, fine. If they come up 0 times, fine. But like, you are a situational back. You're not even a second back or third back. If you're telling me they're going into the season with him starting, that I have issues with.
Massive issues.
Michael Gelkin just tweeted a little bit ago. He said, as it stands right now, Ezekiel Elliott would be sitting atop the depth chart, and that's the reality of it. And so something's got to be a little bit different. The minimum salary, by the way, is, because let's see here, it's 2024, so his minimum salary would be $1.2 million.
You ready for the depth chart, Choppy? Tom.
Yeah, let's hear this.
Tom Pelissero put his out. Zeke.
Well, then he's putting McCarthy's out.
Zeke at the top, then Rico, then Deuce, Royce Freeman, Malik Davis, Snoop Connor.
Where's Pete?
Nathaniel Pete.
Oh, baby.
7 Dallas Cowboy running backs.
So that's improvement.
Pete's the best running back of this team. 4.3 speed, baby.
I mean, best running back on the team is Rico Dowdle, but.
So, obviously, Jonathan Brooks goes at number 46 to Carolina. Jerry did not think that speaking glowingly about Brooks on Thursday night played a part in the Cowboys not having a chance to pick him. Quote, I don't think it hurts our chances or helps theirs for me to talk about what a great interview they had. Then Jerry said, I've seen teams go on and win the Super Bowl after signing a running back in mid-season. McCarthy on the state of the position. It's a young group, but they all have upside. I think they'll be better in the second year of the offense. I feel really good about where we are today, and it's not over. Wolchuk said, yes, they did not take a running back, but they drafted 3 offensive linemen that are all mean in the run game. I think it's been proven if you block well up front, you can find production at running back in a lot of areas. And Jerry said he still views Zeke as a starting caliber back.
Oh, no.
Would not say a deal with Zeke is done, blah, blah, blah. Impressed with how he finished the season late last year in New England.
Yeah. All right. I mean, I guess not having the 4th really hurt them in the running back.
Well, I'm not,
because there was a couple that would have gone, like you said, Isaac went, and
Isaac
then Wright went in the same round.
Yeah, I mean, the problem was that you just hit a run. Because, I mean, I think 3 running backs had come off the board on the first 2 days, and I think they felt like one of these guys will be here. Mitch LaPointe, the Cowboys director of college scouting, we had asked him, because we were anticipating there was going to be a running back taken. We asked him, what do you need at running back? And he was very definitive. He's like, we need home run hitters. He's like, I need speed. He's like, I need top end speed. And he's like, that's
like the Miami Dolphins.
That to me is the trait that we really need in the running back room is home run speed. And
how about Miami's running back room right now? My gosh.
We knew when he said that. We went, okay, all right, let's watch the guys with home run speed. Let's see how the board breaks down. when you got down to their 5th round pick and the running backs that were left on the board, even if you thought they were roughly around 5th round players or whatever else, none of the backs that were left, they were not speed guys. And so we were kind of like, crap, when you lose the speed in the 4th round, I think it kind of killed what they wanted to get.
Yeah, how angry, Bobby, should we be that they didn't draft one? It was not a good class, according to all the experts. And then with the way that things lined up with their other needs and the players that were left, like how upset should we be? Because I'm not ticked and furious.
I don't think you should look at it and say the only one you can make an argument for where you say you should have taken a running back with that pick was the last pick of the 3rd round that you had. The Maris Leofau pick with Notre Dame.
A linebacker.
Yes. That's the only one where you could look at and say you should have taken a running back then. I think they viewed it at Leofau was not getting to them in the 5th round. Leofau was, in terms of the way that he plays, there was nobody that was going to be like him in the 5th round. So if that was important to you, you had to get it then.
And the running back would have been
Marshawn Lloyd went next,
probably,
and then Jalen Wright went, and then Isaac
Guerendo went in the 4th. They liked, specifically on that day, they liked, after Brooks, they were fans of Marshawn Lloyd and Jalen Wright. It would have been one of those guys if they were going to take a running back. But
you would not have been mad if they took either of them over Leofau.
No, who
would you have drafted?
Out of those two?
No, the 2 running backs and the linebacker. Stack them. Stack your board.
It's so I probably Wright. I probably would have gone Wright, Leofau, and then I would have gone Marshawn Lloyd. But I mean, I also can't. You would have been looking at the same question. If you don't take Leofau there, then when you get into day 3, you would have probably been looking at the same question in the 5th round where you're like, well, our linebackers are gone.
But are you more desperate at linebacker than running back?
Yes, I think so.
Oh.
But I mean, the player that's graded higher to me would have been Jalen Wright. But if you need a linebacker, Leofau is the one that I think you got to go for in that instance if you don't like Peyton Wilson's medicals.
Chop, how are they getting graded from all the experts?
Well, let's see. Mel Kiper Jr.
Look at this fog, man.
It's thick. See.
There's some thick.
Can't even see downtown right now.
Thick.
Mel Kiper Jr. gives the Cowboys a B-. A B- grade. Top needs entering the draft: O-line, running back, linebacker. The write-up, they've been hamstrung by salary cap situations, resulting in the departures of several key positions. The only free agent addition was Eric Kendricks. The draft was extra important. How did they do? Not bad. They were able to trade down 5 spots in round 1, get an extra 3rd rounder, and still get their guy. And Tyler Guyton is going to get a chance to be their starter left tackle. And from what I see on tape, I think he can make the move from the right side, special ability as a pass protector. Marshawn Nealand and Cooper Beebe have the talent to step in and play significant snaps as a rookie. Nealand is excellent against the run, developed pass rush moves. Leofau was a reach, but I know Dallas wants to be better against the run, and he'll help there. Kalen Carlson is an underrated corner who was a starter for 4 seasons. What keeps him from getting a higher grade? Not taking a running back in place of Leofau, particularly with several really good ones available.
That's the one that people are going to stick to, is Leofau.
Let's see. Sports Illustrated. D+.
Fish was out there?
No, I mean, I don't know.
Oh, SI.
As we discussed on the Monday Morning Quarterback podcast, Dallas is continuing. This is a tough line to read. Their continued insistence on behaving and drafting like a team that has already won something of consequence is puzzling. Guyton may have the highest upside of any tackle in the class, but owner Jerry Jones has to consider who benefits from a longer-term project when everyone in the staff is being held to the fire this year. There needs to be some thought put into Guyton's long-term development. That is their write-up. The Athletic did a winners and losers of the draft. Among the losers...
So was this like Brugler? Or they're just kind of like a team, a staff?
Mike Jones, who?
Mike Jones.
He was the one that put it together, and I don't know who he put it together from, but among the losers category, the first one was the Falcons. The second one was the Cowboys. Now, this is no order. They just, let's see. It looks like they're doing it alphabetically. Nope, that's not true at all either. So maybe it is in order. The Cowboys made additions that will help improve the quality and depth of the O-line, but it's hard to look at this week's selections and feel like they gained ground on the Eagles. They emerged from the draft with a glaring hole. They needed a quality running back and went the entire draft without selecting one, even though there were plenty of opportunities.
And that seems to be the mode of criticism here. It's not that anybody like Leafau is the one that, again, I understand if fans want to be mad about that, totally understand, because of the projection of where people believe he is right now. I get that. The Cowboys think differently. Cowboys have a pretty decent track record on being right when people think they grab too early. They've got generally a track record that's well that. But I understand fans who say everything tells me, like, all the reactions this. The problem is that when you strip it away and just look at individual picks, Dane has Carson graded in the 3rd round. Dane said Guyton, Nealand, Beebe, they were all picked above where he had them.
This is what he said exactly. Big fan of what the Cowboys have done so far. So far, nabbed 3 players in my top 40. Guyton, 27. Nealand, 32. Cooper, 38.
Nathan Thomas was graded in the 5th round for Dane. They took him in the 7th. Carson, the 3rd round. They took him in the 5th. Flournoy was around where Dane had. He had him in the 6th. They take him in the 6th. So to me, it's like, when you look individually at value, they got it. So what people are generally nationally complaining about is, well, you didn't fill running back. And that is concerning. Like, you got to wonder, okay, what are you doing there? But I don't think you can take down an entire draft class
by one pick,
because they picked a linebacker at 87 that they believe in, that one of the scouts told us had the best trait that he had seen out of any player he scouted this year. That you take down an entire draft class because you took a linebacker at 87 instead of Marshawn Lloyd.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the Cowboys do have a history of drafting well. Now, I will say this, like, what they did with Leafau, is that not the same thing they did with Taco? Or maybe it was Tristan Hill, where they were like, all right, we can't get a guy this good at this position the next time we pick, so we've got to take him now.
I think they would have been doing the same thing with running back, though. I think they would have been taking somebody with, we don't necessarily want him right here, but we can't get somebody. I don't think they feel that way about Leafau, by the way. I think they really think Leafau is about where he went. Like, I think they believe that's what kind of player he is.
But they wouldn't be able to get somebody as nearly as good the next, or nearly even a position that they even liked, a value they liked, and the next time they select.
Yeah, but same thought process would have been there for them if they would have taken a running back. It would have been because they didn't want to wait.
Stephen Jones on possibly signing a veteran free agent. Ha! Quote, on the phone, trying to get our numbers right. They had 10 players on the board when the draft ended, and they were hot and heavy on trying to sign them as UFAs. Did they get anyone of note as an undrafted free agent?
I mean, I wasn't like blown away by their, undrafted free agency class, but I also think it's different. They grabbed so much value in terms of where they had guys and where they actually ended up picking them, that to me it was just a lighter undrafted free agency class. But yeah, I mean, Pete is impressive. He had like impressive athletic testing, not a lot of work, but I mean, the only one that kind of stands out a little bit is, you'd say, I guess, Corey Crooms. He's pretty fast, the receiver from Minnesota.
We have a brand new giveaway during the 7 o'clock expressway for you turning it on, leaving it on. Last week it was Rangers tickets. This week we're sending you to go see Stone Temple Pilots. I feel like a lot of people were at concerts over the weekend. Everyone's IG story was
going to one on Tuesday.
A different concert.
Ooh.
Who is it?
Boys of Fall.
Choppy, best song?
It's the song Boys of Summer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Henley,
the Boys of Fall saying Boys of Summer.
Yeah.
Mavs, Stars, Rangers, plus Charles Barkley has me asking, is Galveston really that bad? Next on Sean and RJ.
Well, let's do the complete opposite of Galveston. Gaylord, Michigan. Gaylord Golf Mecca, best spot you're going to go all summer long. If you have been looking for that golf getaway, if you've been looking for that getaway in the middle of summer where you can just kind of escape into the woods,
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
7 on the 24. Harden gets inside the floater. Count it and one. James Harden, big buckets here in the fourth.
At what point in the fourth quarter should Jason Kidd have brought in the actual bigs? Not had Maxi Kleba out there on the floor and justifying it by saying, nope, threes over twos, twos over threes. We need to spread our end of the floor after Maxi made one shot in the entire game. James Harden went to work, took advantage of Luka Doncic with 5 fouls, no true defensive presence inside, and combined with Paul George's first half, the LA Clippers barely avoid making the wrong type of NBA history by blowing a 31-point lead. We're tied at 2.
Yeah, I don't know the exact time of the game. I thought it would have happened, at some point. It didn't. And I wonder, that was just their plan going in. That's what they were going to do. They were going to value the threes over twos defensively, and let's go up to that. And they beat us that way. I really think that's why there was no change. Otherwise, it's pretty inexplicable that you wouldn't make some kind of adjustment. The only thing I can think of is that had to be we were going to do this and we were pot committed, and there was no way that you could make a change at any point.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just the only line of thinking, but I don't think it's defensible still. It's like, well, we decided we're going to take away the threes. Okay, but you also gave up. If you're shooting 75% from 2 and 38% from 3 or whatever else, like, I don't know. Does that break out to being more efficient? I don't know that it does.
Let me give you the time lapse, just so you know. 9:45 left in the fourth quarter. Harden hit his first runner. Then we go all the way to 4:39. Westbrook made one to 7:34, made a 2-foot layup. But with Harden, he didn't make his next one until 4.5 minutes left. Then he made another with 4 minutes left. Then he made another with 3:24 left. So from 4:39 to 3:24, that's when he made 3 straight after the Mavs made their comeback and tied the game. Then he hit one with 1:20 left, and then he hit one with 47 seconds left. So I guess Kidd could make an argument from 9:45 to 4:39, James driving was not killing us. Right. That's a big gap in the fourth quarter from 9 to 4. But then 4:39, 4 minutes, maybe in the 4-minute mark, bam, you take a timeout. I like what Lively has brought in the series. I'm just a fan of the kid anyway, personally, so maybe I'm biased. But maybe that 4-minute mark, you're like, okay, enough of this because he's starting to drive. Or maybe after the third one, the 3:24 left.
What did you say it was, 20 points in the paint in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
So do you really think, you have to have a first quarter, like, hot shooting streak? You have to make 7 threes to make up 20 points in the paint. Are they giving up 7 threes in that fourth quarter? Like, are you that distrusting of a defense that's been really good over the last like 20% of the season or whatever it was.
Oh, they haven't been when Kawhi's out.
Or, of course, you can blame the players, and Kyrie talked about the big hole early.
I felt like in that first quarter we got some good looks, but our pace just wasn't matching theirs, and they forced us into some tough contested twos and tough contested threes, and I felt like we settled a little bit in that first quarter. We should have got to the free throw line a little bit more and attacked some of their weaker defenders. But when you're down 31, especially in a playoff game at home, you have no other choice but to fight back. So I felt like we took some strides in a positive direction on that aspect of responding. But, again, when you give a team like this 39 points and you only score 16, it's going to be tough to get out of that hole.
He's right. I mean, look, the Dallas-Fort Worth never wants to blame a player for anything. They always look at the coach, except for Cowboy fans. Like, Cowboys will blame the players. The rest of the teams in town, the fan bases, they just blame the coach or the manager. That's what they do. I don't know why. But they fall in love with the player. Like Luke, you cannot not blame Luka for his. The guy's made 17 of his last 50 shots. Like, come on, like it's not Jason Kidd. Luka's made 17 of his last 50. That's terrible. That's not superstar right there.
And he's not trying to change his style whatsoever either.
I don't.
It's making me angrier watching him play and act.
So. He talked after the game, mentioned, yeah, the knee's bugging me a little bit, but whatever. Redick is close with Luka. Redick, I don't think just wonders aloud. Like even when it sounds like he's just wondering aloud, he's not. So when Redick in the fourth quarter is going, yeah, guys, I don't know. I get the sense Luka Doncic is really hurt. That makes me think, okay, he probably knows Luka is hurt. And if Luka's not changing up his play style, it may be that if the knee is limiting him, it's like, I can't play that style right now. I can't do it.
Can't pass.
I'm just saying,
knee stops you from passing.
Think about the way that he plays, though, and the way that he distributes the ball. If he distributes the ball by going into the paint and them collapsing on him, and that may be limited to the way that he distributes.
Other NBA,
Still had 10 assists, triple-double, Sean, in your face. That's right.
I can see my fight on social media this week, as I had with some of the other 2 or 3 freaking homers last night. But one of my biggest all-time losses and bad takes got me again.
We're down to a minute to go. Brunson on the left side brings it to the foul line, flips it up, and in! And the Knicks have a 6-point lead in the final minute. Timeout, Philadelphia.
Jalen Brunson setting the New York Knickerbocker record with 47 points in Philadelphia. Embiid, 0 for 6. It was 0 for 4 in the fourth quarter, 0 for 6 against a specific defender, but 0 for 4 in the fourth, 1 point, and the Philadelphia 76ers fall apart offensively like they were being coached by Darvin Ham, and the New York Knicks take the 3-1 lead as their crowd took... What happened, Howard Eskin? What happened? You talking about Dallas crowds all the time, you freaking Burger King troll. Y'all got taken over by the New York Knicks faithful. Joel Embiid was not happy about that afterwards, saying it's not okay.
No, and there was an MVP chant for Jalen Brunson going on.
There were a lot of chants going on there, it sounded like.
Man, they dropped the F Embiid. Oh, wait, it was the Knicks fans.
Yeah, Knicks fans. They're chanting F Embiid in the concourse level walking out of the arena.
They've been doing it.
Loud.
I love it. I was not going to watch the beginning of the Rangers game for the end of this game with just 2 vile, angry fan bases, but that type of electricity and atmosphere, I love it.
Who haven't won collectively in about a century. Won a championship collectively.
I'm not giving Embiid a pass for 1 point in the fourth quarter and what he's been doing in these fourth quarters, even though he's dealing with a knee palsy. I'm not giving him a pass. I'm not giving Luka a pass right now either.
I will give a guy a pass for Bell's palsy just because I don't have any clue how that's going to affect him.
You don't think he can see the rim?
He legitimately, you just saw him, his eyes closed, basically. One of his eyes is not open because it's like he's limited right now.
That's difficult to shoot with one eye.
It's it's temporary paralysis of your face. I don't know how well he's seen the game right now.
I told you yesterday, the guy...
Somebody scored 50. He's fine.
That's MJ flu game right there. It's the palsy.
The Franco injury attorneys Fantex last week said
they got a bad cheesesteak.
They had Bell's palsy. They had to glue their eyes shut to sleep. Tape it shut.
Jeez.
That's awful.
Brunson doing it to Philadelphia, and they're about to get taken out.
They're about to be taken out, and the Knicks are the NBA I absolutely wants the Knicks to be in it for as long as they can. I mean, they bring about 15 million fans to a rating, a TV rating, and when they're not in it, I mean, it's going to drop. The Lakers are already not going to be in it. They're not in it, so
I can't wait for the Kevin Durant legacy talk. Are the Phoenix Suns not even interesting enough? Are they off the main page? Off the main page with the three big stars as my guy on the court, Anthony Edwards sinks 7 threes to help Minnesota sweep. The Phoenix Suns got swept by the Wolves.
I was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday who's on NBA radio, and he's like, if Anthony Edwards...
Rick Campbell?
No, Tom Byrne. He says, if Anthony Edwards makes threes, no team has any chance. No team. If he's making his three ball, no team in the league has any chance against that team, against that guy. He is that good.
Well, unless PJ's making threes. When PJ's making threes,
fair.
nobody can stop us.
That's fair.
All right, Charles Barkley went viral in the state of Texas after the New Orleans Pelicans lost Oklahoma City Thunder rolling over New Orleans. And on TNT, he said, we're not sending New Orleans to Cancun and going fishing like we normally do.
Disappointed in New Orleans. Where they going, Chuck? Galveston. That dirty ass water. We're not even gonna send them to Cancun. We're gonna send them to Galveston with that dirty ass water be washing up on the shore. You people think they're in the beach. Y'all gonna send y'all to Cancun. Y'all drive y'all quit. Drive your ass down to Galveston. Come on, man.
So they're not taking a little.
Come on, they didn't even try, man. No, we're not getting them no plane ticket to the beach. We send their ass to Galveston, Texas, right where that dirty water washed up on the beach. They can't even get in the water.
Shaq's dying.
Come on, man.
All right, so what I had to ask social media and all the Tolos, because I've never been, is Galveston really that bad? And the overwhelming majority, about 94%, said yes, it is.
Yeah, but I can say that. You can't say it. You can't say it, Charles Barkley.
So he can crap on San Francisco?
Yep.
You support that?
Yeah, because, I mean, they crap on San Francisco themselves, literally on the sidewalk.
See, I think you can.
So,
I think you can because he's from a Gulf state.
No, because that means implicit bias. Because he's going to defend Gulf Shores, Alabama, or wherever he was from.
Man, look, they call the Gulf the Redneck Riviera for a reason.
Look, is the water dirty? Yes. Did I get stung by a jellyfish there because it was so dirty I couldn't see in 1 foot water just a couple months ago? Yes. That may be all true. Charles, you don't get to talk about Texas, period. Just keep your mouth shut unless it's something nice.
Pepe?
He goes over to San Antonio.
Yeah.
That's because of Shaq.
Well,
no,
I mean,
that's partially because of Shaq, because Shaq is San Antonio guy. No, that's part of why he goes there.
No,
yes, it is.
No, it isn't. Shut up. I'm not, stop. Keep your anger for Wolchuk. He wanted to make
Shaq
fun of,
is barely.
He
a
wanted
San
to make fun of the
Antonio
fat women in San Antonio. That had nothing to do with Shaquille O'Neal. Have you been to Galveston? What is it really like, Pepe?
I've never been to Galveston, but I've heard nothing but bad things about it.
Okay, Rai, up or down? Oh, down.
He says it's trash.
He said down.
Literally trash.
Literally trash.
Literally.
Have you gone?
Been a Padre twice. Never Galveston.
877-881-1053 is Sir Charles correct about Galveston? Dallas Stars not done yet.
Johnston to the outside. He's in a shot. He scores! Wyatt Johnston is the hero. He wins it in overtime.
Choppy? Back in the series, down 2-1.
Back in the series. Sometimes you need your star to take over, and they did. Like this was the star for the pair of goals that he had in the game 3. That, you know, some people were saying they stole a game. I don't know. I mean, I didn't think they stole this one at all. They had the best player on the ice, and Vegas had the best players on the ice, and a lot of times in the first 2 games. But they kept most of those guys at bay outside of the Eichel shorthanded goal. Marchessault didn't do anything. Eichel didn't do much. Hurdle didn't do much. Barbashev, Kolazar. I mean, none of those guys did a whole lot in this game. You know, their goalie had a really nice day. I mean, he did. He had a really nice day, and that was a tremendous goal from Wyatt Johnston to get them back in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Dallas stole one at all. When Eichel scores the shorthanded goal, my thought process was Vegas is about to steal the third, and they're about to get swept out of here. Like, it felt like there's no reason why, at least to me. Again, my novice eye watching this and watching just how many shot opportunities Dallas got in this game, it felt like Dallas should have scored 6 goals. Like, it didn't feel like it should have been 2-2 and going into overtime. So to me, I just felt like this is all working against you. That you've played better than them. You in this game, you've played better than them. They shouldn't have even gone into overtime. You give up the shorthanded goal. To me, I was just like, they're getting swept because this is somebody who's clearly in their head. So the fact that they come out with the victory, hopefully that's a nice mental toughness boost and says, all right, we can hang with these guys. We can get the job done.
Game 4 is tonight. You know that it's going to be an 8:50 puck drop.
Great. Love it.
Spits and suds.
The Stars are favored, -115.
Yeah, I mean, they were favored in the series to begin with, not a huge favorite. And I don't know why they would pick them just in this game. I didn't see the odds for game 3.
Vegas was -110
for game 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, look, maybe they think this is more of an even series than the number shows. Because it would not surprise me if the Stars go in there and win. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all. This is one of those. This is going to go. The people think this is going to go 6 or 7 anyway.
Moneypuck.com, Sean, says Dallas's expected goals all 3 games. They should have scored more goals than Vegas. So
you getting paid by this website? Is
No,
this
it's
paywall.
Just,
Vegas will use it though.
Nope, I'm pulling the choppy, talking about analytics when I don't know the topic.
Longtime Cowboys reporter John Machota from The Athletic recaps what the Cowboys did over the weekend. When it comes to the draft in Frisco, John Machota joins us on the D&M Leasing Hotline right after this. But my pops is coming to town, cardiologist himself, so I could not wait to get on the phone with him and talk to him about
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Of course, the breaking news this morning presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Ezekiel Elliott is officially back with America's team.
We have money, too. 1 year, according to Pro Football Talk. 1 year, $3 million, $2 million guaranteed.
We can't see your eye roll, Chop.
Hope you can hear it.
Let's bring in John Machota from The Athletic, who has covered Ezekiel Elliott throughout his career. And he joins us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, John. Your Zeke reaction.
I mean, the Cowboys kind of take the surprise out of it when you're around them this weekend. I mean, I think most, if not all organizations would be giving out a lot of no comments. But if you go back to last week's Tuesday press conference, the kind of the pre-draft thing they do every year, and they were open, Steven and Jerry, about going into detail about, hey, meeting up with Rocky Arsenault and Zeke last week out at the Star, and then that throughout the draft when they would be asked about it, it just seemed like it was a foregone conclusion. And then they do this little thing called not draft a running back with any of their 8 picks, and you just seem like, well, this stuff's lining up. I'd say the biggest thing to me is just, and I probably shouldn't just look at one stat, but it's tough to get past the whole every single season, the rushing average yards per carry just keeps going down. And Jerry said that he liked what he saw from Zeke during those last few games in New England last year. So I guess that was enough for him. But I don't know how you look at this running back room and think that, oh, no, they're fine at running back.
What do you think his role will be, John?
In this running back room, he could be the lead guy. I mean, there's not like an obvious. I mean, Rico Dowdle, Royce Freeman. I mean, it's open for. I don't think anybody can tell you right now who their leading rusher could be. Their leading rusher this season might not be on the team yet.
Well,
I mean,
that's what I was hoping you would say. There's no way that this is the running back room. There's no way the starter's on the roster right now, right?
It's funny you say there's no way, but in covering this team, and you guys will obviously remember because you don't have to go back that far, but there were times when we felt this way about the safety position and the defensive tackle position where it was like it wasn't just like the NFC East or just the NFC. We're talking the entire NFL. There was nobody pouring less resources in the safety position. And for a while there, the defensive tackle position. And running back is clearly, it's funny because I've watched it go from where it was so important under Jason Garrett, where whether you talk about that DeMarco Murray season in 2014, and then they were like, well, we can do it kind of with anybody and brought in Darren McFadden. And then they go and they're like, no, we need a lead guy. And they draft Zeke. And then they gave him the contract extension. And ever since then, I feel like that's been to Jerry or whoever else in there, but most importantly, Jerry, that, well, we're not going to make any significant investments in running back again. And it was very apparent last year's draft. They needed to draft a running back somewhere in the middle of that draft, and they didn't do it until the 6th round. And they obviously needed to do it again in this draft because, let's be honest, the biggest thing about this is running back is a young man's game. And for them not to draft one in either of these 2 drafts, that was kind of telling to me because I know a lot of people will point to that 4th round and say, well, they didn't have a 4th round pick, and that's the one they used on Trey Lance. I don't know if they had a 4th round pick, they were taking a running back there either. I think what this tells you, actions speak louder than words, and our actions say that no team in the NFL has devalued the running back position more than the Cowboys.
Yeah, because they went and a lot of that is they were so high in the position before, but I mean, because the Chiefs took an approach like this where they just took a 7th round pick at Pacheco and just threw him out there. Are they completely just telling everybody that we do not care? We are just going to roll out a committee, and that's it? That's what we're supposed to expect?
Well, as of right now, but I thought it was interesting how Jerry pointed out on Saturday when talking about the running back position, how, and really just in their roster building in general, what remains, and talked about how, well, there's teams that have won the Super Bowl that made a trade, and he specifically said for running back in the middle of a season. So that can be done. He didn't say any other position, but he used that as an example. And so to me, that just seems like we're going to look at this entire season where they could be bringing in guys off the street if it isn't working. They could be making a trade to another team. I just find it hard to believe that they're like, well, no, here, Coach McCarthy, here's your group. Figure it out. This is what you're going to have this season. I don't see that happening.
John Machota from The Athletic, recapping the Cowboys draft on the D&M Leasing Hotline. John, do you think that Jerry's Jonathan Brooks comments were ill-advised or a little intentional?
Oh, he knew what he was doing there. As soon as I left that draft and walked back in our little room that we write in, that's what I told multiple people in there. I go, there's no way he says that unless it was like, well, we know he's not going to make it here, and we're not trading back up in the second round, so that's not going to be a guy we get. And maybe it was a guy that even if he was there in the second round, maybe they didn't love him as much as was put out there. But I understand where everything is right now. Whether you talk about the end of the season, what I think is the worst loss in Cowboys history, then you roll it into the all-in comments, then you roll into them doing the least amount they've ever done in free agency, the least amount of any team in the NFL. It's so easy to be frustrated with the Cowboys, poke fun at them, whatever. But I just do not believe that Jerry Jones really wanted Jonathan Brooks and then said all that stuff and went on and on. It wasn't like it was just, oh, no, we like Jonathan Brooks. When he kept pouring on the more and more, I thought, oh, no, he's doing this on purpose. They're not really all that interested. They'll be just fine if he goes before they pick.
John, when you look at the way the Cowboys, like you mentioned, they may be signing guys off the street. They may be doing different things like that with running back. Are we setting up for potentially a replay of 2018 where they approached receiver a certain way and thought they were going to be able to get by and they were doing everything else, and then it got to the bye week and they were like, okay, now we have to go sacrifice capital and go trade for an Amari Cooper. Like, do you think we're going to be looking at mid-season them going, we've clearly made a mistake here, and now we have to send draft capital somewhere to go get a running back?
I think that that's likely. I'm not going to say it's 90%, but I think that there's probably a 70% chance that's what ends up happening. And I mean, hey, I'll be the first to tell you, I do think that you shouldn't spend significantly on running back. But there are levels to this. I don't know about going to the level that they're at right now. And so because of that, yeah, I would find it hard to believe. And the other thing is, too, you're not going to probably have to give as much up for a running back as, like, you know, because when you point that out, I think a lot of people might listen to that and say, oh, they're going to give away a future first for a wide receiver like Amari Cooper. They're going to do it at the running back spot. You won't have to do that at running back just because of how the position has been devalued. But as you sit here today and not knowing what that potential player could be, and you look at the running back room, I can see where there would be a lot of concern.
John, let's go through some of your impressions of the actual picks. Let's start off with Guyton and Marshawn Nealon, who they took in the second.
It's hard for me to just talk about Tyler Guyton just by itself without including that they were able to get a high third-round pick out of it, and that just factors in my mind the entire time. So I felt it was fine to take Guyton at 24, and I know he's got some, you know, hey, he's kind of a project. It's going to take some work. He's probably not going to hit the ground running. I get all that, but even if they had re-signed Tyron for another year, I still think you needed to find his heir apparent, and it's tough to do that at left tackle outside of the first round. And so I really like that, plus because of the fact that they were able to get that early third. I think if you told anybody before the draft started they'd be able to pull that off, I think most would be fine with that. And so first day, I thought they knocked it out of the park. The Nealon thing kind of surprised me. And so for me, working at The Athletic and just being friends with Dane Brugler, I lean on him for a lot of this stuff just because I know he does it, 365. And so I knew how highly he had Nealon rated and him still being out there. I liked the move, and I didn't think it was a huge surprise just because how much longer are you going to have DeMarcus Lawrence? This could be his final season. You just lost Dorrance Armstrong. They're hoping for big things out of Sam Williams, but what if he doesn't meet that? You need another edge rusher opposite of Micah, and I even thought edge rusher could have been a possibility in the first round if they got wiped out on the offensive line. So that part didn't surprise me. I don't know a ton of Nealon. The biggest thing is that anybody you talk to about him just talks about how there's that motor, that effort all the time. And so to me, that compares a little bit to like Dorrance and to DeMarcus. And so, yeah, I really like both those picks.
Now we move on to Zach Wilczyk's favorite, Cooper Beebe. And then let's get to the name I'm scared to pronounce with Maris Leafau.
So, yeah, Beebe, again, I just think I look at that as a package deal with Guyton. And I just find it hard to believe that anybody that studies the draft would honestly say that they didn't love the idea. If you went into the draft and you said, hey, look at all these issues the Cowboys have, all the holes they have on the offensive line, they're going to turn pick 24 into getting Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe. I get it. It's easy to be negative about the Cowboys right now, but I don't understand how anybody doesn't love that. I mean, that's about as good as you can expect out of the 24th pick to turn it into that. And so the thing about Beebe is that I think they're going to give him every opportunity to be their starting center. But let's just say that he's just okay and it doesn't work out. Everything I just said about DeMarcus Lawrence not knowing how much longer he's going to play, you can say a lot of the similar stuff about Zach Martin. I mean, if this is Zach's last season in Dallas, Cooper Beebe could be a guy that ends up being the right guard of the future. And so either way, they needed so much help on the offensive line to get both of those guys. Guyton and Beebe, I thought was a home run. By far the best thing that they did in this draft. And then Leofau, I know they liked him. They brought him in. I just thought he was more probably a 4th or 5th round guy. But when they don't have a 4th round pick and they don't pick until late in the 5th, and then now knowing exactly how much they've devalued running back, I understand why they took him. I think it's because of not just what he can do on defense and how multiple he is there, but I think he immediately comes in and he's probably one of their best special teams players in a time where I think special teams are going to matter even more now with some of the rule changes. And so just listening to Will McClay and some others, even on your station before the final round started, listening to you guys in the draft show talking to some of the scouts and stuff, it's very clear that they liked, much like with Nealon, the effort and the upside there, and they needed help at linebacker, so I didn't hate the pick.
John, is it unusual, though, the idea you talk about Beebe starting at center, never played center in college, Guyton played one game at left tackle at Oklahoma. Is there concern about, hey, we're not only banking on 2 rookies on our starting offensive line next year, we're banking on 2 rookies who we're asking to change positions?
To be honest with you, I understand why people would have concern about that, and there is a reason to have some concern. For me, though, I just look at the alternative, and it's kind of like looking at the rest of this running back room. I look at the rest of that offensive line room, and I go, okay, we'll take them away. Pretend like you didn't draft them. Who are you having in those positions? So I don't feel that much better about any of those guys. Yeah. So it is one of those things where I just feel like we're kind of back into that 2011 when Garrett took over as head coach. You could tell his number one thing was going to be having to turn over the offensive line because it was aging. They were moving on from. And so obviously it was nice to be able to get Tyron Smith as Jason Garrett's first draft pick, but they didn't get a chance to pick that high. Of course, they'd love to have Joe Alt, but that just wasn't going to happen. And so whoever they were going to get at 24, even if they didn't trade back, there was going to be something about that player. Marius Mims, it wasn't like that was, oh, well, this is a no-doubter. This guy steps in right away, and he's Tyron part 2. I just feel like whatever you were going to get there's going to be a little bit of a growth that's needed there. And so the one thing I'll say is that, again, it's easy to be critical of the Cowboys, but I think you're taking a little too far to be critical of their offensive line in terms of the draft, specifically the first round. They have done that as well, if not better than every single team in the league, so they deserve benefit of the doubt there.
John Machota, The Athletic, here joining us on 105.3 The Fan. Because if you look at the offseason as a whole, everything is kind of set up to win now. All these guys are on 1-year deals. But the draft was more of a future plan, which I'm fine with. I love that idea. But does that not mesh with their entire offseason as a whole?
Oh, yeah. No, it does. It's like instead of saying all in, Jerry should have just said, like, hey, this is going to be a little bit of a rebuild. I mean, because that's what it is kind of going through right now, is that they're going to lean even more heavily on the young guys. Jerry's saying at the end of the draft that, hey, we're going to need a lot of these guys in their second, third years to step up. And I get that. It's tough to fully believe in that because of what you've seen from Luke Schoonmaker and Mozzie Smith to think that they're going to take these massive leaps. And then Overshown coming off the knee injury. There's just a lot of counting on some really young guys that you don't know for sure what they're going to do. And I just think that, again, I go back to, it started at the Senior Bowl, but then it's continued all the way up and through this weekend of just constantly going back to saying the all-in thing. I just think it makes it worse than if you would have just come out during the Senior Bowl and said, hey, we got these 3 big contracts we're trying to get done with Dak, with CD, and then eventually with Micah, that we're not going to be able to be even spending as much as we did in the years past in free agency. So it's going to be there's going to be some times where there's not much going on. But to sit there and keep going back and back to the all-in, you're just making a fan base that's already angry, even angrier, and making people that were already question you even more. And so I don't think that did them any favors, but I think Jerry knows that to a certain extent, but because he kind of dug in, he's more dug in now than ever, so he's not going to back up, and he's not going to sit there and say, yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that. But I think that every time that comes up, it kind of makes it a little worse as opposed to just kind of tampering things down and be like, hey, it's going to be kind of a slow off season. We're not really, we got to kind of turn this roster around a little bit. So I think that was probably a mistake.
Grade the off season as a whole.
So I think the draft was I'd probably give it a B+, but with what they did how little they did in free agency, I'd have that somewhere in the D or lower. So I don't know how I could be any higher than a C or C minus. A lot will depend on how this draft class impacts this team. I mean, you have to get something out of this draft class. It can't be if they're going to be anywhere close to as good as they've been the last 3 years, winning double-digit games, I don't know how this draft class can be like last year's. You can't afford that, and you need last year's draft class to make a significant leap. You need at least two of those guys that you didn't get anything from last year to be major contributors, and so there's a lot of projecting there, and it's tough because last year's draft class is unlike most that they've had in the last, 10 years. You've usually had a few guys who are like, oh, yeah, you can see it right now. This guy's going to be a contributor. This guy's going to be a major factor, and we just don't know that. So it makes you just sit there and think that, like, going into this season where, much the coaching staff, final year of the contract, that it's just so boom or bust for so many of whether it's the coaching staff or older guys on the team, where if this thing gets off the tracks early, it's going to be tough to get it back on the tracks.
John Machota from The Athletic here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. John, everyone feels the same way. Everyone's furious. They're ticked off. It's the angriest offseason that I can remember in covering them. But maybe we're in for a surprise. Like, what do you think is the biggest overreaction that we're having? What are we possibly missing in thinking that this is the end for a lot of these guys on one-year deals, and this team's ceiling is now the first round of just making the playoffs? What do you think could be a big overreaction that we end up getting wrong?
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, when people have asked me, are there any positives at all? The two I go to is that if you go back to training camp 2014, training camp 2016, though the expectations were so low. I remember 14, that was when Jerry said that, it was going to be an uphill climb, uphill battle. And I remember being surprised that usually so positive before that those seasons start in 2016. Romo goes down and Dak's kind of thrown into that starting role. I don't think anybody thought either of those seasons would turn into how good they did. And maybe that's the case here. I think the one thing that you could say is that maybe some of these one-year deals got guys with feeling like their backs against the wall, and maybe a lot of guys use that pressure and turn it into something positive, and kind of maybe they galvanize themselves in the locker room. We're like, hey, we're being doubted now more than ever because, let's be honest, in the social media age that we're in right now, when you say that, Sean, about you can tell that with the fan base, I certainly can. I don't understand how, the players wouldn't. There's just no way that they wouldn't know. So I can see a behind the scenes of being like, oh, everyone thinks that we're going to drop off. And maybe they use that as kind of a rally cry to, have a better season than we expected. The one thing I will say, though, about that is sometimes it's out of your hands. And that's also, you're probably going to need to be pretty fortunate in the health department. That's the thing I keep going back to last year. And that starting offense that ran out on the field against the Packers, that's pretty much the starting offense you had day one in training camp. Can you promise that's going to happen again? There was a lot of things that happened last season that set you up perfectly. So to see them overcome some things that they're going to have to overcome this year and then go deeper and have a better season than last year, it's really hard for me to believe right now.
John, what is the reality and truth of the statement and thought that the Cowboys are cheap?
Oh, there has to be some truth to that, just because of the fact that, and I don't know if it's cheap, because it's tough, because if you're going to say cheap, then does that put them as bottom 10 in the league? I don't think they're like that. The way I look at it is, and this is in my time just being down here, moving here at the end of 2010, I don't look at the Cowboys like I look at, and of course they have a salary cap, but I think of the Cowboys the way you should think of the Yankees and the Dodgers, where it's just it's very clear, especially with the Dodgers, that they're spending every last penny to try and put a World Series team out there. And with the Cowboys, I feel like they're putting in the effort, but it's not the effort that I think a lot of people might expect from the team that's really probably the most famous sports franchise in the world, clearly the most valuable sports franchise in the world. I mean, this franchise, if Jerry put it up for sale, who knows? It might be $15-20 billion. Yeah. And so because of that, I think that a lot of people would think that every last penny they can spend, they're spending. I think they spend a lot, but I don't know that it's on that level.
What do you think is really going on with the Dak negotiation?
I mean, I beat this to death, but I'm very big on actions speak louder than words, and actions are that they're willing to let him play this year out. And It's kind of surprising, just because every other move that they've made for really the last decade. I mean, honestly, you can go back to 2012. Like, after Brandon Carr / trade up for Mo Claiborne, it's been a very conservative, whether it's draft, whether it's free agency, trades, things like that. And because of that, I'm like, well, the most conservative thing you can do is just get a contract done with Dak. That's your guy. But when there's not a contract done, and then listening the way Dak answered questions a week ago, it makes you start thinking that, hey, this could be the last season more so than ever when he's been the quarterback of the Cowboys. And I think that for me, it's just surprising because, you know, even though I didn't grow up in Dallas, like when I think of the Dallas Cowboys franchise quarterback, I don't think of that player ever putting on another team's helmet. Like, they only play for the Cowboys. And so I think that has to be a factor right now. I do still think that Jerry will ultimately get something done with Dak, even if it goes to, in free agency next year. I do think that ultimately something will get done, but you have to think now more than ever that there's a possibility that Dak Prescott one day does wear another team's helmet.
All right, real quick, John, just percentage number, nothing else. What is your percentage number 1 year from today Dak's under contract with the Cowboys?
65%.
Okay.
We have him on because of the YouTube traffic that he brings. John Machota, didn't he light up the world?
He always does, and he's like the greatest cinematographer of all time with the training camp videos and stuff he gets with his cell phone. It's unreal. That's my strategy at training camp. I just put my phone above John's and hope it looks as good.
John, thank you so much for the time, man. We appreciate it. You didn't think about going back to your stomping grounds for the draft? And what would have been the top 3 hot spots if we went to broadcast there that we had to hit in Detroit?
That's a good question. Well, I certainly would have went to a Tiger game just because they had a day game on that Friday. I think Comerica is a good park, and so I think that would definitely be there. It's tough because there's not a lot of places that I would recommend when it's packed like it is down there, and I'm super proud of the way that they turned out. I mean,
what was the attendance?
700,000+. That's a record.
Yeah, I've just been a guy that I'm not a big hockey guy, and I tell people all the time that like it bothered me when I lived there that people would call it Hockey Town because it's not Hockey Town. It's Hockey Town because that was the only team that was really winning consistently. But that is no question a football town. It's just the football team has never given you anything to cheer for. And I can tell you right now, it would not have been 750,000 if this is mid-2000s and it was during the Matt Mellon era. They wouldn't have turned out like that. But they're coming off of, you know, that's the best Lions season, 40, 50 years. And so I loved all that. But to answer your question, the reason I wouldn't go is I went in 2016 to Chicago when just because they had that top 5 pick and took Zeke, and when you're there covering it, I mean, it's very much like if you guys have ever been to like a Super Bowl, it's so made for TV that covering it like boots on the ground really isn't the best thing. And the access you get at the Star is 1,000 times better because Jerry, after those press conferences are over and you talk to him, you just don't know what he's going to say. And so because of that, you just got to be where Jerry's at. And so that's the only reason that I wouldn't have went.
Awesome stuff. Thank you as always, brother. Appreciate it.
No problem, guys. Anytime.
John Machota from The Athletic on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's hook you up today, every day this week during the commercial-free expressway right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Jubilee Tour with Live and Stone Temple Pilots at Dos Equis Pavilion on August 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We also do this every single Monday. We have to figure out how much trouble you got into. We do it with best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
And Bobby Belt, I think you were the one that needed the weekend the most after the exhaustive, nonstop NFL draft coverage, even though you didn't talk much on the final day.
That's right. I got a good break the last 3 hours of the show.
That's right. You still needed to unleash.
I did, and I went to Boomer Jacks in Plano off 121, not too far from the Star. Got to hang out with a couple of great listeners. I know Steven came out there with his girlfriend Kaylee. They were great. Dr. Ring, Rachel Ring, who bought the charity dinner for Jared's thing with Slater and I, and then also got the one with the Get Right. She came hang out. She and Kristen have become buddies, and so they were hanging out and talking. Stephen Allen, he was there. Will Chambers, Zach Wolchuk. But I also had a chance to talk with a couple of non-listeners and hopefully sway them a little bit. One, a guy named Ben, and then the other, Dylan. And Dylan, Ben, it doesn't sound like listens to radio very much.
Did you send him a Kobe book?
No, I did not. Ben does not listen to radio very much, but he was like, yeah, all right, tell me when you're on. I'm going to tune in. Dylan is a listener, a radio listener. He has just not frequented ours very much. So I sat there, I was like, all right, I'm going to have to woo you a little bit. So I was, of course, in there buying up drinks for everybody, as I tend to do, and having several myself. But it was good. Dylan was a former South Lake Carroll football player. Ended up going to Oklahoma State, playing some baseball and some football there. But no, we had a
Baseball
good talk.
and football.
Yes, we had a good talk though, specifically about one of his credit cards, because this gentleman has a black card.
No,
and
the American Express.
And yeah, and we talked about when black card had come up. We were talking about it. He had
that
said,
thing is really heavy.
"Oh,
too,
I've got
right?
it is
metal.
It's metal." And so that was the discussion. When you have the black card, is it a requirement wherever you're using it that you have to like toss it on the counter so they can hear the clink clink? Do you have to toss the black card, or is that a douchey move? Do you have to hand it over and just like, hey, look, you probably shouldn't even bring this out in public spaces because it looks like you're trying a little too hard. But we were actually sitting there talking to the bartender, and she was like, yeah, throwing the thing down. When somebody throws a black card down, it's like, all right, we get it, guy. You got a black card, whatever else. But he claims he's never done it. I say if I had a black card, I would do it all the time. I'd be here in the studio. I would just be playing with my wallet and accidentally drop it.
Did you hear this is interesting that he brought that up, because within the last 3 weeks, I've seen this clip. It's Jerry Seinfeld that said it, because he talked about how he had the first black card. That there was a rumor that they had it, and he was doing commercials for American Express, and he went to the CEO of American Express. He goes, hey, is this true about the black card? How do I get one? And the guy's like, no, it's just a rumor. We don't have one. And Jerry's like, well, why don't you get one? And the guy's like, you know what? Why don't we do that? And Jerry's like, so I have the first American Express black card ever made, and the CEO of American Express has the second.
What?
Yeah, he has the second one.
Wow.
There's a long-standing rumor, that he had the first, and then he was like, hey, can I get one? They're like, it actually doesn't exist, but we should make one now. Yeah. So, but it was good. It was good to talk to. I really enjoyed talking to Ben and Dylan both, and Dylan claimed he was going to be listening this morning. He said, all right, I'm going to tune in. He's like, but I want my shout out. I made sure to give him hell because, again, he's South Lake Carroll alum, and I just watched the Keller Indians beat down their ass a couple weeks ago in softball. And that was the other great thing about this weekend. Keller Indians won. They lost their first game of the playoff series. They won their next two. They take on a high school in El Paso this week. So that means middle ground. I don't know. I'm going to Central Texas or West Texas.
What do you mean you're going?
I'm driving on Thursday. When we get out there Thursday, I'm going to the Keller softball game, and then I'm going to turn right back around, and I'll be ready to go to Garland on Friday morning to the Firehouse tour.
How much distance? Wait, where are we talking?
Probably it's going to be Abilene or further, maybe Midland.
You're going to go to the Keller softball game in Midland?
Are you driving?
Do you want to bet?
Are you driving?
Are you driving? You're going to fly?
Driving.
You're driving by yourself?
No, I'm going to take Kristen. How many times?
He went to he was a college basketball supporter.
I'm not an idiot. I am a supporter of our community.
There's a difference between going to Stephenville, which is 90 minutes away, and Midland.
How far do you think Midland is?
Midland's 4.5 hours. It's like driving to Houston. No, it's like driving to Houston and back.
Oh, I think Midland's further than 4.
I don't think so.
I mean, Abilene's like 3 almost.
Maybe with the way you drive.
877-881.
I'm going because I'm the people's champ, RJ Choppy. That's what I do. But no, I'm going to see the Keller Indians, and they will be taking on.
Right now it's 4:45 from here.
Yeah.
Now this is 7:50 in the morning.
Yeah.
Midland, 4 hours, 45 minutes.
So Midland or Abilene or wherever it is, somewhere out there, I will be driving, making the trek, and then turning right back around. Game's at 6, so I should be back on the road at 8:30, get home, get 3 hours sleep, and then go to Firehouse.
Wow.
All right, good for you.
What a lunatic. What a lunatic.
What a lunatic.
Hey, your weekend had full bellies?
I did not miss a meal this weekend, guys. Started off Friday, Brazilian Steakhouse. I've been one other time to Brazilian Steakhouse, and I love it. Love it every time.
Love a good Brazilian.
I don't understand what meats they're giving me. I just see chicken or steak and say, yep, put it on the plate. And then, but man, they pile up the steak, though.
Did you get your money's worth?
Well, it was a gift card, so it was on the house.
Okay.
So I didn't pay anything, but
what was your favorite? What were your top 3 meats?
Oh, they had a spicy steak. Again, couldn't understand a word they were saying. Because they were just steak here and chicken here, and I was like, you know what? Put it on the plate.
They talk to you and speak to you in Brazilian?
There was an accent, I had a menu too, but I
Careful. Don't draw him too far, Sean.
I couldn't read. I couldn't read the
today.
menu either. So, but there was a spicy steak on there that I loved, and I just said spicy steak, and they said, "Oh, we got this," and they came over here, and I had a fried banana. Too. That was one of the appetizers.
Those was like plantains, those things, or
it was something. It was a banana.
Okay. Right. What'd you drink?
It was a red wine. I did get red wine with the steak this time. No idea what it was. I just pointed to it at the menu. It was like $15 for the glass, whatever. So I was like, yeah, let's get that. Whatever maxed out the gift card, So,
right.
But then Saturday, it's crawfish season, baby. Went to the crawfish boil.
I have a little problem with this. Go ahead, tell the story.
Did not, participate in the actual crawfish boiling, but I ate the food. They put it on the platter. There's 100 people here. Lots of Tolos too.
Okay, this is what kind
of the problem.
This is my issue.
What?
Who put this on? Where was it? Who's with it?
It was Tolo Manny and Heath. He has this house, this property, big land, and every year he hosts a crawfish boil for everyone in Heath and Rockwall, people that he knows and all that. And so
you knew him before.
Well, so yes, I met him last year. My aunt knows him. Aunt and uncle know him, and so I know my aunt and uncle obviously, and they brought me as the +1, and I brought Mackenzie, my girlfriend. So that's how we go. But he knows me because of the radio station.
Mackenzie will go to a Tolo's house, but she won't go to my house. I can't get an invite Rockwall Heath when I'm sitting there 15, 20 minutes away. Yet another Peyton event. Event where we are excluded.
Peyton Sledge. That's what he's becoming.
Wow.
Yeah.
Peyton Sledge.
Choppy, you do anything?
We had baseball all weekend.
All right.
All weekend. Now, the best part was yesterday watching the Mavs game with my little one, Julian, while we're watching Luka's baseball game. And it's on the phone. And the ability that this little kid has of throwing out stats and knowledge, I didn't know that was in him. I don't get to watch a ton of games with him.
Stump the chop.
It was literally. I mean, he's like, no, he was just MVP in 2017, and I was like, whoa. And he's like, this is not good of a year, Sam. They had I was absolutely floored. The worst though was Saturday. We leave the house at 9 a.m. and we get home at 11 p.m. And that was just nonstop all day. That was my entire weekend.
What else happened aside from the Cowboys during NFL draft weekend? Our favorite players, the best and worst selections, everything else that took place, and who else did good and bad in the NFC East. We'll talk about on the home of the Cowboys next.
Let's get some hair put on top of your head. My good friend, Dr. Mark Bishara. You've been losing that hair since your late teens, your early 20s. It happens. It's a tough time. You start seeing all that hair in the drain, all of it in the sink. On the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! And y'all already know, all day, Dallas sucks, all day.
Whoa.
Let's go. Let's go.
Brandon Graham running his mouth on stage with the Cowboys in his mind, of course. Like everyone in that city, 24/7.
Whack ass off-brand Ebenezer Ekubon. I'm not worried about trash ass Brandon Graham. They all like Philly is so even they like to talk about they've won a Super Bowl recently. They are so clearly still little brother. They can't get over the Drew Pearson thing. Every Eagle person that steps up there since feels like, oh, I gotta say something, I gotta do something, and every single time they get up there, and it's pathetic. It's sad. It's genuinely sad.
Let's talk about them and the rest of the division in terms of the drafts that you think they had, Bob.
Yeah, so if you look at the grades, like we've talked about already, in terms of who everybody scored, who they brought in, whatever else, the Cowboys on most of these grading charts are last in the NFC East. Most of them.
Wow.
And I think that completely misses the mark. I think that some of these picks were really good, but overall, I still think that the others in the division didn't have nearly good a draft. So let's go down the list. You want to go Commanders, Giants, or Eagles first?
Eagles.
Okay, Eagles. So the Philadelphia Eagles, their biggest problem last year was just to me anyways, they couldn't stop anybody at the end of the year in any form or fashion. I mean, their biggest problem is a quarterback. But that's beside the point. They were,
Team doesn't know how to lose.
it's all they know how to do is lose. And so because of that, the Eagles went ahead and they took with their first two picks because they felt like they've been struggling in the secondary. They took Quinion Mitchell, the cornerback from Toledo. They took Cooper DeJean, the cornerback or safety, depending on how you look at him.
Is it not DeJean?
It's DeJean. I don't know. I'm saying it's.
Boy, if he's
I think it is DeJean.
That is an Iowa kid right there. Not know how to pronounce the last name.
So they take those two guys.
From now on.
DeJean is either, depending on how you look at him, a safety or a corner. A lot of people are projecting him to safety. Oddly enough, here's the thing: it's probably because he's going to be the first white corner since Jason Sehorn. That's what it is. And so
that's why they took him.
I'm saying a lot of people, I think, project him to safety just because they haven't seen a white corner play in a while. But I mean, he's got corner type traits. I think they
took the white kid.
They're decent. They're decent players. I was never as high on Mitchell as everybody else was in the process. The guy they took first, Quinion Mitchell, to me was like my fifth corner.
That was Micah's favorite. That was his favorite in that first round. Said he met all the marks. And they get so lucky in order to draft all these guys.
Good. That makes me feel even better about it, given the evaluation from last year on the Cowboys' first pick. So Quinion Mitchell is a guy who impressed at the Senior Bowl, is really physical, everything else. But to me, like I don't know that I trust his eyes all the time. Bad eye discipline is it's a red flag for me with corners. So they get that. They take Jalix Hunt in the third round, who. Yeah, we want to talk about value. I think Dane had Jalix. Jalix, J-A-L-Y-X. I think that
Wise County right there.
Houston Christian University is where they took this kid out of, and I think Dane had him in like the sixth round. He's very traitsy and raw, and I didn't totally see it there. But to me, it's like, okay, you go and draft Will Shipley in the fourth round, the running back from Clemson. You've already paid Saquon Barkley. You've already paid Jalen Hurts to be a running back for you. It's a lot of running backs to have to throw at a problem. But in general,
Saquon's going to get hurt.
The coolest pick, I will give the Eagles one slight. Okay, that's kind of cool. They did draft Jeremiah Trotter Jr., which is kind of cool that he gets like he ends up in Philly. I wish San Francisco would have drafted Brendan Rice. That would have been cool. Like, I mean, I think you cheer for those sort of like legacy picks. Yep, old Jerry, old Jerry Rice. So overall, I mean, they just went aggressively towards the direction of defense in this draft. All three of their first picks were defense. Then they went running back, and then they even got the fifth pick they had was a receiver, Aniyah Smith, who some people viewed as a running back. So I mean, they got kind of like a gadget scat back type of tool there.
Here's real quick. This is the Athletics write-up on the Eagles draft. They were the first in the winners category, the first team mentioned.
People love DeJean and Mitchell. They do.
In the division?
No, in the league.
This
doesn't mean that they had the best draft. It's just and they did the winners category. This is the first team they mentioned.
Okay.
Howie continues his wheeling and dealing, pulls off 5 trades to finish with a record 9 during the draft week. The Eagles received good fortune. Mitchell fell to them in round 1. They pull off a trade position to take another corner in Cooper DeJean in round 2. From there, they continue to improve their depth. They have 9 picks in next year's draft that gives them a cushion in case the investigation of potential tampering with Saquon reveals any wrongdoing, and they're docked a pick or 2. Mel Kiper had them with an A grade overall.
Yeah, and I understand why people are going to like it. I feel good about the fact that I didn't. It's not like they picked them and all of a sudden I'm like adjusting, saying like, oh, I don't like this or that. Like I did not. Throughout the entire process, I never liked Mitchell, and I talked about it. And so to me, it's like, okay, that's a player. Everybody else can feel great about him. I don't like the player, and so I think using your first pick that way is completely fine.
And Howie Roseman said we had a philosophy we went into it with, that we wanted new players with a built-in chip on their shoulders. That was their philosophy. Ooh. And what they wanted to target kind of sounds like here in years past.
But I mean, that runs, that's your hero right there, Chop. That's your guy. That's Mr. like analytical
intangible
way.
Thing.
And he's talking intangibles was their top trade. Doesn't that bug you?
How do I care?
Here's what Howie Roseman said. I know Sirianni gets a hard time sometimes for playing one-on-one or playing rock, paper, scissors, but he is doing it to find out how competitive people are. He wants to see when he beats them, are they mad or are they just like, oh, I don't really care. We're looking for that kind of thing. We're always looking for that. But it was more important to us more than ever this offseason.
Okay, let's go
rock,
to the
paper,
Giants.
Scissors, and the basketball on the wall. I love what C.J. Stroud did. God, I love C.J. Stroud.
He's great.
I really do. He body bagged Micah Parsons multiple times over the weekend. They were sitting there, and Micah's like, because you've never been next to a real competitor. And CJ like rolled his eyes. He's like, I don't have to be competitive 24/7. Okay, I don't have to prove it all the time.
Yeah, the people that are competitive 24/7, they are the worst. Like they are like Michael Jordan. He's the worst.
Yeah,
he is. He's a great basketball player.
Like I've never thought awful. One time playing catch with my kid or playing a game, I never thought one time, I'm not going to let you breathe here. Right. I'm not going to let you win. I'm going to beat you in everything. I've never thought that once with my child.
I'm not sure.
I don't get that.
No.
I don't get more satisfaction going to sleep at night. I kept him down.
I know.
You know what I mean?
So bad.
Like I would fight with Jesse Holly about
I beat
that.
him in Madden. I beat him in Madden. I just whooped his butt in Madden. Like I was seriously, if Michael Jordan asked you to play golf had his golf, I would say no. I want no part of being around you. Like that energy.
I don't want to play golf with Michael Jordan, but I want to take a picture with O.J. Simpson. How does this logic track your job?
It's a good question. I don't have an answer.
They fly those drinks out to you at his course, though. There's like drones.
The drone, that could be kind of cool. Like, can I play in the group behind him?
That's right.
Yeah, I'll play the group behind him.
So yeah, look, I mean, to me, I get it. Yeah, you don't have to be competitive all the time. I also understand where Mike maybe comes from and goes like, that's how I've gotten here. Like it's by being like, I'm going to snuff everybody out. Which his very first press conference here, he made that clear. He was like, that's how I approach everything. I approach everything like I want to destroy you, even if it's like simple things.
He should remember that in fourth quarters. So let's go to the Giants.
The Giants, they take Malik Neighbors with the 6th pick, the receiver.
F plus.
You say F plus?
No, I mean, like they Neighbors is a good pick. I like the pick, but I mean, they absolutely needed a quarterback, and they came away with that one. Like this to me it's great. It's great for the rest of the league.
There was J.J. McCarthy smoke there at the Giants. Ultimately, doesn't happen. But I mean, Malik Neighbors is a really good player. Now there's some people that wonder about him like off the field a little bit. This might be, the Giants have had success with moody LSU receivers though, with Odell Beckham, and until it stopped working. But Malik Neighbors is an absolute stud. He was the 3rd overall player for me. So, I mean, I don't love that pick. They take Tyler Nubin in the 2nd round. That's a pick that most everybody on the draft show loved because they all thought Nubin was a borderline 1st round safety. Again, I didn't see it all the time with Nubin. I thought he was really tight. I had him graded closer to like 3rd round. But people like that pick. And then they just kind of go down the list, get more Giants-y type picks. Andrew Phillips from Kentucky, the cornerback. Theo Johnson, the tight end from Penn State.
What's a Giants-y type
Giants-y pick where you're just like, okay. Like, I never, like, watch the Giants picks and go like, oh, that's awful. But I'm never, like, blown away. I'm just going like, okay, that's kind of just That's a guy I had like middling around here somewhere.
It's a boring pick
Yeah.
from a boring team.
Yeah, it's just they like whenever they draft guys, like when they draft Eli Apple, it's like, okay, why? Like that's just kind of the approach. They never blow me away where it's like, whoa, that was Daniel Jones, even as a quarterback that they picked 6th overall, I was like, okay. Like, I mean, they've never blown anybody away. Neighbors is a stud, but I mean, we'll see how much he's able to put together. And then the Washington Commanders, who I think
RJ, get ready.
Brian really
pour that cold water.
I think Brian really liked their draft, of course. Again, it's just where I have guys graded. I did not like Jaden Daniels, and he was the quarterback that they chose.
How many picks did they make in the 2nd and 3rd round? Every time I watched, the Commanders were on the clock.
5 picks between 36 and 100. Wow. Yeah, so they picked Jaden Daniels. They picked Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois. Everybody liked him a lot. I had Johnny Newton as like my 47th player, so he wasn't anywhere near that pick for me. They get Mike Sainristil from Michigan, the corner, who some people think is a safety. Never a guy that would have been in contention here at Dallas. He's too small for them. He's a little. He's kind of Jordan Lewis-like, but which is no surprise that they take him. They take Ben Sinnott, the tight end from Kansas State. A lot of people liked him. Brandon Coleman, the guard tackle that they drafted out of TCU. Coleman had some people flagging him medically. I guess they were comfortable with it, but most people I talked to around the league thought he was like a 4th-round player. So taking him early 3rd seemed like a little bit of a reach, but I mean, that's running game Moses. That's Bill Callahan out there in Washington now. And so, I mean, if that's who he's comfortable with. And then the McCaffrey brothers, the younger McCaffrey brother, Luke McCaffrey, wide receiver from Rice, gets picked at the very end of the 3rd round. And McCaffrey is a guy who his tape is good, but most people, I think, felt like, again, he was 4th or 5th round, which is why this whole narrative has been surprising to me, is that I think a lot of these players that you see get picked by these teams, the other NFC East teams, people go, that was maybe a round earlier than where some people had him. Dallas picks guys later, picks guys a round or 2 later than people have projected them, but it's one pick, essentially, that seems to be making Dallas's grade. It's pick 87. They took a linebacker that a lot of people thought was a 5th-round player, but as Todd Archer pointed out on Twitter this morning, he's not graded as a 5th-round player to them. They liked him a lot. He went where they thought he should go. But one pick where you didn't take a running back at 87 and you took a linebacker that draft analysts haven't been as high on, that is what's essentially killing the grade for the Cowboys right now, when every other pick was generally above where people thought they were supposed to go.
Sam Zaddy,
baby.
RJ's man crush goes to the Commanders.
Yes, he does. That is, they took an absolute Zaddy. They went from one of the worst franchises in the league to one of the best with that singular pick right there. And not even a pick, just
you forget
an
the sports
undrafted
bra,
free
though.
agent sign. Was that?
You forgot his sports bra. Remember you checked out on him after the sports bra.
I'm not a fan of the sports bra. I'll give him a 1-day reprieve because he knew there was going to be people photoing him out there. And he wanted to show more of the abs than more of the abs than the chest. Maybe he's lacking in the chest. Maybe the pecs weren't where they needed to be. Okay, I don't know. Maybe he got a new tattoo. Very, very Jose Altuve of him.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't like the tattoo that he got. But
and your boy Joe Milton to the Patriots.
I know. He's the best quarterback on the roster. This guy could slang it, man. He's Josh Allen with an arm. If Josh Allen had a better arm, he'd be Joe Milton.
I had somebody tell me, they said, I don't see a whole lot of difference between Anthony Richardson and Joe Milton. Now that was partial dig at Richardson, partial praise for Milton. But like, hey, if you're telling me like what they are as prospects coming out, they're very similar.
They're raw. He's raw. He can't be raw. He's like 30 years old, but he's got a cannon for an arm. Washington real quick got Mel gave him an A- on the grade. It's hard not to get a decent grade when you have 6 top 100 picks.
Yeah,
it's also hard to screw that up. If any franchise could screw it up, it is them.
You do have that. I think they picked decent players. I think they just went early. I think they got guys that I liked in the process, but it's like that's all around early for me.
Should we be even more thankful for the tech? Oh, by the way, Spittle texted and said, yes, Rice did not end up there, but he said T.O.'s kid
did.
Undrafted free agent to the 49ers.
That's good.
That's cool.
I mean, yeah, you've got some. Look, the Cowboys signed Larry Allen's kid out of Harvard a couple years ago. They didn't even have a free agent grade on. They're just like, this is a nice story. Let's put him on the roster.
Should we be even more thankful over the Texas Rangers play-by-play? We'll play you some audio to have you decide Next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get your carpet clean the clean way, the green way, the Zerez way.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3-2 again. Langford swings it to high drive, deep right center field. Fairchild back. He's at the wall. That ball is off the wall at the 374 sign and caroms toward the right field corner. Heim has scored. Langford around third. He is digging for the plate. No throw to the plate. He slides in with an inside the park home run. How about that? His first major league home run is an inside the parker. And the Rangers lead 4-0.
Well, that is one way to accomplish it. Yeah. It happened yesterday with the inside the Parker as the Rangers take the series over the Cincinnati Reds. That was the play-by-play audio on your home of the World Series champs, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with Peyton and Rai. And it still looks like it's foggy out there.
It does. It looks terrible out there. You can't even see downtown. Still. Usually it's burned off by now. We got nothing.
Yeah, it looks like we're literally just kind of hanging in clouds or something up here.
Dane Dunning with 10 strikeouts yesterday. We had talked about the reputation of Dane not getting swings and misses, and then Jared Sandler hit us up and said, look at what he's been doing this entire year. Been a big swing and miss guy this year. Higher whiff percentile than my dinner buddy, Tyler Glass now.
That is surprising. Ooh. That's very, very surprising. That's great on Dunning. It shows that his stuff is bouncing around. It's got a little bit of electricity to it, so that's good. Because when he leaves the ball up, as a lot of guys who will throw a lot of two-seamers, I mean, they can get hit. When he has it down and he's getting swings and misses, that shows he's kind of in a groove.
My two other storylines, Friday, the Marcus Semien solo wins it for the Rangers. And then Sandler also tweeted this out. Jose Leclerc's last 5 games, 6 innings, 0 runs, 2 hits, 8 strikeouts, 4 walks. So still 4 walks in his last 6 innings, but the last 5 games, that move out of the closer's role. Yesterday got a little scary with Kirby, but he was able to get out of it. I thought when he hit that ball at the end, that was a line drive to left field that was going to end up tying the game. But right to the glove, but Jose Leclerc, last 5, very good.
He did something similar this last year. Like he had a really, I don't want to say a terrible start, but a rough start.
Yeah, he was rocky.
And then he kind of figured things out. They put him in a different role and let him get his legs under him, and all of a sudden he was another guy they probably don't win the World Series without.
Yeah, I'm that's nice that he's gone on a little run. I'm never trusting him again. So like, I mean, honestly, like I can't trust that dude.
Would you said the you would have said the same about Chapman last year.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's nice. It's great when it's going great. But I'm always going to be guarded against the idea of this is going to go to hell very quickly, because that's, I can't trust. Like,
what I'm trying to say is, did Chapman end up proving you or us wrong last year?
No, because I was sitting right up front when Jose Altuve hit a 3-run homer that if they lose that series, I'm talking about that as like one of the most heartbreaking losses in franchise history. Like, Chapman was good in spots, Leclerc is good in spots. I'm not saying that they can't be really dominant at times. I'm just saying their consistency is something that I just will never, ever trust.
Yeah. Well, the internet is saying that we should be thankful over our play-by-play people. For the radio, of course, Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler. You heard Eric Nadel with Wyatt Langford's first home run with the inside the Parker. And the reason the internet is saying that is because of Oakland A's TV.
Rooker at second, Blade at first. That's in the air towards right field. Ryan McKenna leaps up to grab it. Over his head it goes, and coming in home. How about we have ourselves an even up game?
Okay.
Barstool, what's the problem?
Barstool and others sitting here
Destroyed
saying
that,
the worst play-by-play call in history. How is she employed? How is this happening? This doesn't go up there as the worst play-by-play call in history. It's not that. But she got caught. She got caught with a hesitation.
Everyone's gotten caught. Her name's Jenny Kavner. She's the play-by-play
Haley's sister.
That's Cavender, but close. Kavner.
You like that?
Kavner. She is she's the first primary female play-by-play TV in the sport. Like Susan Waldman has been there forever with the Yankees, but she was more like number 2 role to John Sterling, and now to whoever they have now.
Let's hear it one more time, and then Bobby can get himself in trouble on the fan text.
Rooker at second, Blade at first. That's in the air towards right field. Ryan McKenna leaps up to grab it. Over his head it goes, and coming in home. How about we have ourselves an even up game?
Okay, how about we have ourselves an even up game? That was the
That's
mess
the
up.
line. That's the line everyone's saying, because what the hell they're saying? What the hell's an even up game?
Yeah.
The fan account amazing A's craze.
Is it like people who say the Rangers are down 0-3?
That is that.
I have a
you should
huge
be
problem.
fired. You should be fired if you're an announcer and you say the score is 1-2. You should be fired immediately on the spot and never allowed anywhere near a ballpark again. Now, the only time you could say that is if you're saying about they're down in the series 0-3. You could say that in the series.
Okay.
Can you
but
say
you still shouldn't.
Can you say R's BI's?
No. If you say that, you should be fired.
Yeah.
Immediately on the spot.
I've never heard
play-by-play guy.
RSBI.
I've heard.
People
Is it
there.
RBI or RBIs?
Right.
RBI.
It should be that.
I've never heard R's.
They're set when it gets to
it's
2 or
runs,
more, people will go.
bat it
They've
in.
got 3 R's BI.
Yeah, no, you should be fired on the spot for that one.
What?
Yeah, that was a thing in like the early 2000s. I think we properly shamed people from saying it, and they stopped, but it was a thing for a little while.
Yeah, it's these English majors, not the English minors. They're fine people. But the English majors are the problems. Okay, these professors. They think they know what the hell they're talking about. But even A's fans accounts fire her ASAP. It's atrocious. Yeah, I thought they were a little harsh on that one. I mean, I don't know what an even up game is either. I get it. I get what she was doing. She got caught. Probably wasn't paying attention to start the thing. Looking down at her scorebook, changing the score, or marking down. Oh, it's a 2-1 count. Trying to figure out some notes. I get it. It happens. But
I always have a soft spot, and I'm always gonna click when I see John Kruk's name in a headline. This is John Kruk on the Phillies broadcast telling a wild story.
Did I ever tell you about playing the prison team and when I was playing winter ball
in Mexico?
We had an exhibition game every year against a prison team at the prison.
Yeah.
Well, they let me lead off just to get me out of the way,
Swing and a miss.
Spring training, let a guy lead off just so he can get another at bat or whatever. It's a strikeout for Kyle. But so I go up there to bat. The catcher doesn't have any catcher's gear on. And I said, he spoke English too. I said, you don't have no gear? He goes, no. No mask, no nothing. I'm like, well, I'm not going to hit with this dude ain't got no catcher's gear on. Right? So we get an extra pair of our catcher had an extra set of gear, so he let him use it. So then I asked him, I said,
keep it?
No.
Oh.
But then I asked him, I said, it lefty pitching threw like hard. That's what reminded me of it. The kid threw hard, this pitcher. So I asked the catcher, I said, what did he do? He's out, he found his girlfriend cheating. He burned up her car with her and her boyfriend in it. Oh my gosh.
So you then just did 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out.
Yeah. Very uncomfortable at bat.
You're at bat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. There's probably a lot of things that were running through your head.
Yeah, like, get me the heck out of here. But then we went in there and ate with them afterwards in the prison in the thing, right? And they said when you walk in, make sure you keep your hand on your hat. I don't know. I don't get it, Man, I walked in. I thought they were going to take patches of hair. They were trying to rip my hat off, these prisoners.
Because they wanted the hat or your hair?
No, well, the hat. And I told our manager, I said, we can't do this anymore.
That's amazing,
isn't it?
Why was this a thing? Why are you
barnstorming to a prison?
Like, is it like some sort of like community outreach? Like, let's go reach the guy who burned his girlfriend up in a car.
Yeah.
Like, we really want to reach these people.
And are they throwing hard on the mound?
They're throwing like regular baseball. Yeah, not lobbing it in. They're doing their adult man baseball league.
So the hard
is relative.
Catcher
could be
sitting there with
72.
no gear though.
No gear. How about that? No gear? You'd be kidding me.
And then they have to go inside and they're trying to all steal his hat. So.
See, that's what I was just thinking. Do you think when the prisoners were up to bat, do you think they were just like down the middle every time? Do not go inside. Don't try and like send a message. Like let's not start charging the mound here.
You're working away. You are not trying to bust them inside. No chance. I mean, if the catcher doesn't have gear, you think they're wearing helmets?
877-881-1053, Frank LaFranco injury attorney text line. All right, we got flight refunds. This was late last week. What's taking place with travel now?
All right, so this is huge. Airlines, if this all goes through, will be required to offer a full refund for delayed or canceled flights. Now, the delayed flights are over 3-hour delays for domestic and over 6 hours for international. So, but now the question is also for bags. If your bag is lost for more than 12 hours, you get a refund, which is great. That should absolutely happen. I had bags lost for almost 2 days last year. And they reimbursed me because I had to buy stuff. I had to buy clothes. They reimbursed me for that. But, you still have the bag fees that you got to pay for. But this is a new thing now where they're going to offer you and be required to offer you flight refunds, full cash refunds, if you want it, for canceled or delayed flights.
Yeah.
Which is great if it's a canceled flight. Michael, if it's a weather issue, here's my thing. I can't blame the airline if it's delayed for weather.
Right.
That's not
like
their
today.
fault. Like today. Like if it's foggy, I can't blame the airline if they're delayed for weather. I don't want the refund for that. I'm not taking.
You don't want the refund.
I'm not taking the refund for that.
I can't.
I'm not taking the refund.
That's your second BS statement.
What was the first thing I said
that you
today?
wouldn't play with Michael Jordan?
I wouldn't. I don't want that energy. That's bad energy. He's a jerk. I don't want any part of that. I want to enjoy my rounds of golf. I don't want to be sitting there wondering this guy's going to try to ask me to.
Well, you don't think karma would get you if you went and played at Augusta?
Karma?
Yeah.
What would karma get me for Augusta?
Well, because you certainly couldn't play with Michael Jordan at Augusta.
Oh, I think I could play with Michael Jordan.
Could you?
I think yes. I know what you're trying to get at, but I think we're past that. But I don't know. I don't
20 years.
I don't want a handout here, man. It's not their fault. I'm not gonna let you blame the airline.
television.
I'm not gonna let you blame the airline for weather.
So they go, here you go, Mr. Choppy. Here's your next
flight. I want a flight. I'd rather stay on the flight. Yeah. I don't want the money. I don't want your money. I don't want your handout.
With the worst,
I'll tell you what this is going to do.
Oh my God!
I'll tell you what this is going to do. All right, this is why you guys don't think fourth dimensionally like I do.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
What's going to happen?
I agree. We don't think like you.
Are they not going to raise their prices to counteract this? Because let me tell you something. I know people like to think that corporations will take a hit to their bottom line. No, they just pass the cost on to somewhere else.
Okay,
and it's usually on us.
Fair.
So now the airlines are going to raise their prices to account for refunds that they have to give over issues that are not theirs. If the plane's broke, if it's a Boeing, give me a refund. But if it's a weather issue, I don't want your money because I don't want my cost to go up in the future.
What about the auctioneer when they're going like?
I don't know who you're talking about. We're auctioneers.
We have an overbooked flight here. Can I get it 1,000, 1,100, 1,200? Like when they start doing that stuff, you would let that go up, and then you take that money and not worry about the cost being passed on to you.
How is that
when you
cost
get
being passed on to me?
Exactly, because if they've got to dip into cost to pay people to get off of flights and stuff like that, you don't worry about it then.
Well, no, I don't worry. Of course, I don't worry about that. But that's one person, two people, not an entire flight.
What do the scouts and coaches think about the Cowboys draft class? That's next. And below the belt right here on 105.3 The Fan. But is your job recession-proof?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
and Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
With the 56th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Marshawn Kneeland, defensive end from Western Michigan.
Boy, how we feeling, Cowboys fans? Little moody? What would you say the general sense is you guys have seen on social media? I feel like it's unease.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's split, but I mean, I think the most common thing I see is unease and like, man, you blew it, you didn't get a running back.
I don't care that much.
I know a couple people who felt that way on Saturday that we blew it because we didn't get a running back. So
find some, very arrogant of you.
Yeah,
I've
heard.
Just find some fresh legs. I'm going to judge it by the positions that you addressed. Tackle, needed it. Edge, needed it. Guard, fine, especially if you can play center. Linebacker, needed it. Corner, yep. Wide receiver in the 6, 7, 7, I don't care. You're probably not making the team anyway. Right. Wide receiver, fine. Another offensive tackle, another defensive tackle. Like, I just hope. Now, what I also care about is nastiness-wise.
Yeah.
Like, attitude-wise, what are these guys representing?
Top 4 are all aggressive, nasty, chip-on-your-shoulder players. Like they're all. That was one of the things that we were hearing a lot from people is the word they used, and you'll hear it in one of these cuts here in a sec. The word they used frequently about all 4 of them was temperament. That these guys are helping our temperament because I think they feel like we need nasty. We need to. I mean, look, we get Tyler Guyton on the air, and the first thing he says, "How you doing?" "I'm effing ecstatic." Woo. And Cooper Beebe is Mr. Like, I want to punch somebody in the mouth. Kneeland is a physical run player right now who's going, projects to develop into a pretty good, pass rusher. And then Leafau. I don't know that Leafau is necessarily a guy who's like mean, but the energy and the play style and like I want to hit somebody that exists there. It's not necessarily like, the same as it would be with like I'm trying to think of a good example of somebody who's got some edge to him, that like with the guy like Diggs. Diggs is Mr. like cuss you out on the football field and come at you. And then there are other people who like Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis will chat, but Jordan Lewis is just a physical football player who wants to like get in there and make plays. That's more Leafau, I think. But look, they got. I just went and looked it up from Dane Brugler. When you guys hear the discussion about value on these picks, because I know that that's going to be a big part of this, if you feel like they didn't get enough value for themselves. Tyler Guyton was picked 29th. Dane Brugler had him ranked 27th. Kneeland went 56. Brugler had him 32. BB went 73. Brugler had him 38. You go to Kalen Carson. Kalen Carson picked back into the 5th with a compensatory selection, was a 3rd-round graded player for Brugler. Nathan Thomas, 5th round, you got him in the 7th. Flournoy, 6th rounder, you picked him in the 6th. The one that everybody is seizing on right now is Marist Leafau, who was a 5th or 6th round grade from Dane that they took at the back end of the 3rd.
So what is the unease that you've gotten from Cowboy fans? Over what?
I think that there's a sense that they don't like that everything seems raw. Like, everything seems raw, and you blew off running back to take a linebacker.
Okay, this whole running back thing is so finicky.
It is.
So
can't have it both ways.
Basically, you have to draft a running back just in the 3rd or the 4th round. If you draft one in the 1st, you're a moron. If you draft one in the 2nd, that's still too high, which I agree with. So 3rd, 4th, because if you draft one in the 5th, 6th, 7th, they're probably not making the team. I got fooled by Deuce Vaughn last year in the preseason. He couldn't sniff the field in the regular season. He did nothing.
He's also 5'2".
I still got fooled.
Yeah,
I was like,
no,
just have fresh legs out there.
Opportunity also has to be there if they're not going to give him the opportunity.
Yeah, but my point is, it's like when we judge guys for leaving teams, for super teams, it has to be just right. So the Dallas Cowboys would have had to draft a running back in the 3rd or the 4th round because 5th, 6th, 7th is too late. So 3rd is everyone's favorite selection in BB, and then linebacker. So basically, it's going to be Marist or running back. That's really what it boils down to, of whether you should be upset or not. Find some fresh legs here in the offseason and don't pay too much. We can't make the position extinct.
No, it's not.
And they go nuts when you don't give a real investment to it.
The position's not extinct. Drafting the position high is. You still need players.
And so is
there.
signing a free agent.
And so is signing a free agent. You still need players there. I don't think the issue is the running back. It's
Man, if you told me they were going to come out of this without a running back, I would not have gone crazy.
I wouldn't have gone crazy either. I think
and it's supposed to be a weak running back class.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's...
Sorry, go ahead.
To me, the issue is...
And then on top of it, we don't know jack squat. We don't know jack
names.
squat. Sit there and talk about our reactions to all the recent picks over the years. Led by RJ Choppy, we killed Micah Parsons at linebacker. We were all dead wrong.
Well, we were right because he wasn't a linebacker.
Yes.
If you told me he was an edge, we would have loved the pick.
We didn't go like Mozzie Smith. Micah was thrilled about it. Right now, we're 0 for 1.
People hated Tyler Smith.
People hated Tyler Smith. We were wrong. So we're idiots.
The issue people have is
Let's go
generally
back to Donovan McNabb, Legion of Boom, Spikes in Philly.
Generally, come draft time, if they've heard of the player, they like the pick. If they haven't heard of the player, they don't like the pick. That's the general thought. Go back to the NBA draft at any point. If your team takes someone with 6 consonants in a row on their first or last name from a country you've never heard of, regardless of how good the player is, you hate the pick.
Sure.
Because you've never heard of the guy.
Yeah.
That's the reality of the draft.
Yeah, look, and Tyler Guyton's raw. I don't even know that he's as raw as Tyler Smith was when he was coming out, but yeah, he's definitely raw. So we got a chance on day 3 to talk to a couple different people. First one we're going to play here, this clip from Mike Solari, the Cowboys offensive line coach. That specific question, Zach asked him about it, the idea of Guyton is so raw. And you know, the traits are there, but what gives you confidence to gamble on a guy when there's traits and not necessarily a lot of technique in place yet?
The thing that you like about Tyler Guyton is his athleticism. Here's a young man, a little bit over 6'7", yet he plays like 6'5", 6'4" because of his knee bend. He has tremendous flexibility, very good athlete, the initial quickness, the foot speed, and that's what you're looking for in a tackle. It used to be in the old days was your left tackle had to have the blue feet, but today with all the open edges and the passing game and so forth and so on, both tackles have to be athletic and have great foot speed. But he has the qualities of a fine left tackle in the sense of the foot speed, we call him blue feet. Right. He's got the athleticism, the recoverability. And usually a young man, whenever you say he has recoverability or change of direction in space, he's got great knee bend. And he's got that quality, which is so unique for a man 6'7". Usually you lose a little bit of that, with the size, you lose a little bit of flexibility, you lose a little bit of recoverability, change of direction in space. He's got those qualities. It's really exciting to work with somebody like this.
And again, you wonder, okay, those are qualities that are there, but how do you project then right tackle to left tackle? And one of the, you'll hear the point made here within this answer. Cowboys national scout Ross Winchue was one of the guys who worked on Guyton, and we had talked to him, and he broke down why he's comfortable with the move to left tackle and made a point about it's partly because of the quarterback he played with in Oklahoma.
The cool thing about him is he was the blindside protector at OU. So, Dylan Gabriel, left-handed guy. So he's used to that kind of pressure. Obviously, just he has left tackle footwork, which is crucial for that position. We feel like we can clean the hands up, get him to play there, but he's got the feet, which translates first, in my opinion. Guidance upside is through the roof. One of the most athletic tackles I've done. Just overall traits.
And so I think Guyton, if you're worried about the rawness or whatever else, they've got a long history of projecting raw offensive linemen specifically and getting them to play up to the level that they expect. And
first round linemen, you get a pass. Not a pass, you get all the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and even if you look at second and third round linemen, some of the guys they've taken, Connor Williams re-signed somewhere else, but Connor Williams gave you second round level play. Connor McGovern gave you third round level play. Biotish gave you fourth. They've picked guys who perform over their draft slot.
They have their philosophy generally works to get good players, right? They pick guys over their draft slot. They pick guys that are good players. And that generally means you have a good roster. And this team, for the most part, has had a very good roster. Now, positionally, the positional value, do they worry about that? No, they don't really worry about that. They're worried more about let's just take the best player that we possibly can get. If you do that, you're more often or not going to hit on a player as opposed to reaching for a need. I don't have a problem with that philosophy at all.
Jerry, on drafting O-line, quote, why do you rob banks? Because that's where the money is. This was a good year to draft O-line.
And it's important. We got a chance to, we had asked Chris Vaughn at one point about what's the rarest, because offensive line is such a star position across the league. We asked the assistant director of college scouting, Chris Vaughn, like, what do you say is missing most when you're looking for linemen in the college level? And he's like, it's athleticism. It's just the flat out athleticism. And that's why you're willing to risk on raw players, because it's the rarest trait that you need at the NFL level that doesn't exist a lot of times at college. For Leofau, since that's the pick that everybody is pretty worked up about right now, we had asked Ross, the Cowboys national scout, asked him the idea of, okay, what's your favorite trait you've scouted this year? Like, I love Caleb Williams' arm. I love Xavier Worthy's speed. It was like, what is your favorite trait that you scouted? And it doesn't even have to be somebody on the Cowboys. And he pointed to something with Maris Leofau.
I'm not going to toot our own horn.
But go ahead.
But probably Maris's play style.
Yeah.
We got a great vision for him. I did tell Noah Hufanga coming out of SC, and there's a lot of, not just the play style, but the wiring of the kid. He's a Cowboy through and through, phenomenal kid. But his ability to play from the slot, he can cover number 2. We can put him in the box. He's got high-level rush tools. Just his play style, and also bringing in Nealand. Like, we feel like we kind of upgraded the temperament there.
And that's the thing, is that if you're talking about a linebacker where people are upset with the value, it's like, listen to the way that they're describing what he does, though. They're talking about a linebacker who can play the run in the box, a guy who can rush as a pass rusher, and somebody who can also cover people in the slot if they need him to. Sounds like a rare set of tools. And that's what he came to Notre Dame as a defensive back. That's what he thought he was going to do. He ended up playing linebacker, defensive end, or linebacker at Notre Dame.
How undersized is he?
He's not anymore. He's 6'2", 235, something like that. So, I mean, he's filled out. He's built out.
You told me they had a great coverage linebacker. I mean, that's big.
One more here. This is clip 24, Peyton. Again, the idea of Marshawn Nealand and what you're seeing here. Some people talking about, again, raw. What can he contribute right away? Ross gets into that here.
The play style, what we call it, it jumps off the tape. There's a lot of Tank Lawrence comps, and there's a reason. I mean, he's the same kind of guy. But his upside, we think he can still fill out if he wants to. We can keep him at 266, whatever. He's got a lot of flexibility there. But the pass rush toolbox is there. I mean, he's got length. The testing numbers are through the roof. So I think initially the run game stuff will be dominant, but he's got, pass rush traits.
And that's the thing, is that if you're struggling with some of these players and how raw they are and how you feel about, well, where was the value, whatever else, knowing that the Cowboys scouting staff has hit pretty routinely, I think it's important. Like, when you hear them lay it out, as like, there's clearly a vision here. They're not just throwing like caution to the wind and saying, I like this guy, I like this guy. Like, there's a thought process and a plan of, this is where we need to get better. This is how that guy fits in, and he has all the tools, and we believe in the person to be able to reach that potential.
How much will McClay paying you say all this?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're the one who gets the Venmo, man. No, I don't think anybody's trying to Venmo me over from that building right now after Sunday.
Below the belt right here every single day at this time on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys Insider. Is something wrong with Luka Doncic, and how the heck did we end up tied and 0-2 without Kawhi? Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. That is a big, beautiful.
Check, 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 check.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Moving left wing three, it won't even matter. The Clippers take down Dallas and draw the series even. 116-111 behind 33 from James Harden and 33 from Paul George.
One lemon? Is that what he said?
I don't know.
111?
I'm very distracted by how pukey his voice is. Who is that?
I don't know. I thought Noah Eagle did the Clipper games, but I guess he's doing TV then. I don't know.
Play it again, Peyton. Towards the end. Halfway.
116-111 behind 33 from James Harden and 33 from Paul George.
What a lemon. That was the final call on Clippers Radio. LA barely dodges.
Barely.
Creating NBA history by blowing a 31-point lead. The Mavs end up taking the lead in the fourth quarter, but James Harden driving by Luka, everyone else, no shots contested by Derek Lively or Gafford because they were not on the floor, and the Clippers, without Kawhi again, beat the Dallas Mavericks to tie up the first-round playoff series.
That's the surprising thing. Obviously, they do it without Kawhi, and then the two wins are without him, and the two losses are with him. From the Clippers' perspective, that's very, very strange, but I think it's pretty evident after 4 games in the 2-2 that their offense just flows better right now without Kawhi. Doesn't mean that he's not better than the guys that are out there, but he ain't in the groove. And when he's up there chucking and he's 0 for 5 or 0 for 7 from 3, it's a hole. It's a hole in your rotation, and those are missed possessions, missed opportunities that they're not getting, they're not having when he's not on the floor. The offense flows better for LA, and they seem to be more difficult to guard somehow.
Well,
when he's on the floor.
It puts a responsibility. Harden is going to be way more aggressive because he's not the 3. He is a 1 or a 2 when Kawhi is out. So when you have Kawhi on the floor, James, George, others, maybe they're going to feel like they're a little bit more in the shadows. And Ty Lue told him yesterday, Kawhi's out, you have to score.
You defer.
And he still is a Hall of Fame player. He's a future Hall of Famer. He's an all-time great scorer, and he did it to them yesterday.
You take a step back. You defer to the other guy, and that's what he's been doing when Kawhi's on the floor. But when he's not on the floor, he has to take charge.
It's like Kyrie. I would like them to defer less to Luka, starting with this game and the other games. I would like Kyrie to get going and them to get him going sooner rather than later.
They said this yesterday, and it's like, well, you know what? You don't realize this because they're not in their prime anymore. There are 6 Hall of Famers in this series.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
No, it's got a lot of talent. This whole thing has just come down to when the Clippers are shooting red hot from 3, they're going to win, and when they're not, they are going to lose the ball game. This is something where game 1 and game 4, they made 18 3-pointers in both those games. 18 of 36 in the first, 18 of 29 in the second. In games 2 and 3, which they lost, they made 18 3-pointers combined. They shot 30% from 3 in those games. So it's in the 2 games they've lost, they've shot 30%. In the 2 games they've won, they've shot 55% on high volume shooting of the 3 too. And so it's just, if those threes are going down, the Mavericks are going to have a really tough time beating them.
That was tough though, because like you don't see teams blow a 31-point lead and then start trailing. Not just blow the 31-point lead. You can blow the 31-point lead and get down to like 2 or 3, and then you make a 3, and all of a sudden start trailing.
Yes,
and then come back and win. I mean, that's something that doesn't happen unless you've got a ton of experience. These are old guys on the team, and I could play against you at times. But I thought what Ty Lue said, the timeout they played, where he's like, "Dude, they went on the run. Just go win the game." That's kind of a calming thing, right? Just
win the
game.
He's like, it doesn't matter that they've come back. If you win the quarter, we win. Just win the quarter. Don't worry about like the breadth of the game. Like, just go ahead and win this.
Feels
and
like
that's where they came down.
The Paul George corner 3 may be the biggest shot of the series so far.
That was, and I think the other one was the Harden. I mean, obviously the Harden kind of the and one.
Yeah,
that bounced off the rim a couple times.
That put him up 5.
Yeah, that was big.
That put him up 5.
I mean, that is the biggest shot of the series. That felt very demoralizing. I mean, the only other shot within the series that I think stands out was that Luka step back 3 in game 2, was it? Where like it put him up 7 or something in the final minute and a half, and it was like, okay, ball game.
What's up with Luka? What do y'all think on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line? 877-881-1053. The shooting percentages have plummeted. His scoring is the same as the regular season, 29 a game. The rebounds and the assists are basically the same, 9 to 10, 8 to 8.5. He's shooting a little bit better from the free throw line, but the field goal and 3-point percentage has dropped. Field goal percentage, he's gone from 47% to 38 in the playoffs. 3-point percentage, he's gone from 35 to 26. I know that the broadcast was giving credit to Clippers defense. Terrence Mann holding him, I think, to 4 for 21. At one point in time, Terrence Mann, a fantastic, great role player for them. Is he banged up? Is he exhausted? Is it both? Is he moving slower to you all? What are you seeing in Luka's game? I do want to get this out there. I know it's going to mess up the rest of my day with the most annoying local sports fans right now are MFFFLs, the ones who just are lunatics. And they went crazy last night because I said Luka looks gassed defensively. What, do you not realize he got 5 fouls? It's obvious you guys don't watch any of the games. Like we recap every Dallas Mavericks game the next morning for 14 years. You just have your head so far up your ass with your blue foam finger or his that you're just incapable. Like, don't even talk. Yeah. Don't even talk to me and tweet me back and forth. Because the media made Luka Doncic a defensive star for one game, the suggestion, go back and watch some of his defensive effort. Now, I'm not saying he's not gas. They had him on the bench at the very, very end. But let's not sit here and let's not turn him into Bruce Bowen all of a sudden.
I posted like they were close to go up 3-1, and Luka's can't buy a bucket. And they're like, well, quick check of the box scores. He's got 29 points tonight. I'm like, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 17 of his last 50. Let's not act like this guy is shooting anywhere near what forget his season or career average, but his playoff average. Like this is not his first rodeo. He's had tough defense in his face before, and he's performed well in the postseason. Still get those points, it's good, but he's 17 of his last 50. That ain't good.
I want to say this and get it out there on the record because I'm thinking it during these games. This is just thinking out loud, and this is all intangible stuff.
Good Ed Sheeran song.
He was insufferable to watch yesterday. I don't know how many times I texted you guys. He's so annoying. It's just crying and whining. I'm not talking about every single time. There was a ball that went on to the floor, like that came from the crowd. He even bitched to the ref about that.
The little white ball, the little white foam ball.
There was some ball, and he's like turning to the ref I'm like, the referee did not pull a string like a yo-yo and make that come onto the floor. And I just wonder, when you have that type of energy nonstop, because the 2 games when he's been whining and crying was yesterday in game 1, they lost. He was assertive and not as whiny in game 2. I wonder how much of it has an impact. And just when you have that mentality from beginning to end, is there any effect on your performance, on your teammates' performance of, man, like, I just stop crying for a little bit. If he had on any other jersey, we would be treating him like LeBron, like Tim Duncan, like James Harden, because it robs to a degree for me the enjoyment of watching a game like that and watching and experiencing his game.
That was a really good game.
His Hall of Fame legendary game, which he is and which he will be remembered as. It's so annoying.
Yeah, like the referee had to get that ball off the floor. I get it, right? Maybe Lucas saw it because they were already in their offensive set. And now you got a dead ball. Well, I know, but then you got to start over there. Maybe
it's not their fault. They have to get a playing object off the floor.
They have to.
You cannot have a foreign object on the floor.
They have to get
crying about that.
Yeah, they have to get up the floor. From his perspective, he's like, "Damn it, we had a good set. Like we may have had something there. Like we had him beat or whatever." And that, from a player standpoint, it can be frustrating. But what's the official going to do?
I'm going to be honest.
He has to get the ball, that thing off the surface.
I'm going to be honest. There was a point in yesterday's game. I had flashes of it where I was wishing he got his second tech and tossed. I was wishing he got that to get all the deserved criticism and hatred that would have come with it that you cost your team. Because there was at least 2 instances where they would have been justified in throwing him out. Because it's nonstop. It's literally every other play. Whenever there's a whistle with him involved, and he flops and acts too. Like he is a soccer player out there. I know that Terrence Mann, I think, grabbed his leg, but like Luka's going to hurt himself with his overacting that he does to sell everything. I'd love to get a referee off the record or one of these player polls, and they're asked, like, who's the biggest complainer and who is the most nauseating to deal with, or who complains the most out there. And it's got to be Doncic. And I thought he had settled this down. He did, I think, towards the end of the regular season. But in games 1 and 3, both losses, man, it doesn't end, Bobby.
Here's the only thing for me with Luka is, first off, I do think he's hurt. Like, he's talked about the knee ever since he hit the knee in game 3, in the first quarter of game 3. That thing was wrapped up yesterday. And McMahon wrote something this morning where he was talking about, look, Luka's having trouble moving laterally. It's limiting him. His knee's stiff. It's causing him issues. And he's frustrated not only, I think, with his play and how things are going, and when they're losing golden opportunities like Kawhi's out and you're still losing. But I mean, he said it after the game yesterday. He said, I feel specifically like I'm letting Kyrie down. Like Kyrie's coming through.
You just gotta help him more. I feel like I'm letting him down, so I gotta be there. I gotta help him more. He's given everything that he has, and he's been amazing for us the whole series.
That's true.
He's a bad man.
Kyrie's a bad
man.
But like, to me, it's also like, does he whine? Yes. It feels like we move way too easily on going from Luka is the greatest thing that's ever happened to this city to Luka is an insufferable baby. And I know that we like move on that and it has to do with the results usually. But to me, it's like, that's his personality and that's his approach. And to me, it's like when he's succeeding with it, it's usually that same sort of competitiveness and just basically chip on his shoulder behavior that when they lose, it costs them. And to me, it's like, I feel like you got to kind of take the good with the bad with
They're
Luka.
both true. No, I don't.
do
We do the same thing with Micah. You don't let Micah off the hook.
Because
why are you giving Luka a pass?
Because I think that what you're talking about is like Luka has consistently stepped up, not right now, but Luka has consistently stepped up in big moments where Micah is not.
Okay, well, he's not in this series so far. He's not playing well.
Because he's hurt.
So, okay, well, I don't have any evidence and I don't have a big time argument to fight that. When he was defending big time, I think that was in game 2, and then he got banged up in game 3. But you are allowed to have holes and improvements that people can call you on.
Sure.
Okay, like Michael Jordan was the if factor, and people still thought he should pass more. And when you're a teammate and you're watching Luka like just blame every referee and take zero accountability unless it's in the post at a microphone with a fake statement that he's given throughout his entire career. He never fixes it. He never adjusts. Like that to me is a leadership issue. When Joel Embiid, this is before I found out about his palsy, but Barkley said something correct. When Embiid is in the locker and his head's down, this was earlier in the series, not yesterday. They went back to the studio and Charles goes, his head has to be up and he has to say, we're fine. They won their 2 games at the Garden. But if I see you and the leader head down, depressed, whining, it's your fault, we're getting screwed, that has an effect, in my opinion, down the line. And he's been called on leadership before by some listeners, and I'm like, I don't know. Look what he's dealing with. Look at the rest of the roster. And I think it's more legit when he acts like this.
Kyrie's the leader, though, I think. I think that's the thing, is that Kyrie's the leader. That's where he stepped into the role. Luka's the best player. Luka's not. It's like it's similar to the Kyler Murray question, probably. Where it's like you're incredibly talented, but you're not the leader. And I don't know that it's a necessity for him to be, especially
if he wore any other colors, Bobby, you would hate his guts.
Absolutely.
You really would.
You have to be.
Absolutely. I'm not saying
you say the quarterback has to be the leader.
How many but that's not an inconsistency, I don't think. I think that's the reality of like you have certain players across the league that like, you hate them when they're on the other team, you like them when they're on yours.
No, I get it.
That is the way it goes.
I do think that, like, find me the Mavs fan that doesn't think that wouldn't prefer the ball in Kyrie's hands in a postseason game right now.
Well, I mean, this series. Right now
it's
he
easy
seems to say after 3 games.
Yeah, but right now I would.
I mean, Kyrie has shown, though, throughout his career, he is a big-time clutch playoff performer.
If you're telling me just in a vacuum, like no context, there is 10 seconds left and I need a guy isolating for a shot, I want Luka taking it.
We have the breaking news this morning. Zeke Elliott is back with America's team, plus all the other craziness from the NFL draft with the audio to go along with it. Next on Sean and RJ. But the year has gone so quickly. What's something you're proud of in 2024 so far? What's something you still want to accomplish this year? Sean Shreve here for Better Help. When life goes so fast, it's important to take a moment to celebrate your wins and make adjustments for the rest.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, here's the Cowboys selection.
With the 73rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Cooper Beebe, guard, Kansas State.
Look at you.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Actually, I'm very happy with it. If you're going to put his tail at center,
heck
yes.
I'm so happy for you, Zach. Like, genuinely, I'm so happy
Dude,
for you.
I love this
You
guy.
have a child and Cooper Beebe in the same month.
Gosh.
That's Zach Wolchuk with his pet project. Was that the most enthusiastic reaction that any of you had throughout the weekend when Beebe went in the third?
Yeah, he was like, he loved Cooper Beebe from like episode 1 of the draft show. That was like his guy.
Noted K-State fan, Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, that was his, that was to him his top like guard in the draft.
Guard.
Like he thought like that's easy second round player. Like I think he probably didn't want to seem too aggressive. I think he flirted with the idea of like, I might put him in the first. He loves Cooper Beebe. That's one of his favorite players. So for him to get all the way down to 73 and then get the guy, yeah, he was jazzed about it.
All right, Chop, you have a ton of draft audio that you found entertaining and is entertaining from the weekend. Do you want the Colts GM? Do you want Jamal Charles? Do you want Spencer Rattler?
Okay, let's start it off. Let's go. Let's start it off with the least angry to the most. Let's start off with Chris Ballard, the Colts GM.
The least angry to the most?
Yes.
Okay, this is
my least angry.
Chris Ballard, Colts general manager, very upset over the criticism of the character of, is it Adonai?
Adonai Mitchell, yep.
Adonai Mitchell. Now, what was his story?
He has a lot of stories. Adonai Mitchell is a guy who you started hearing rumblings about that teams had serious concerns with him off the field. There was one team he met with at the combine, a team that needs receiver. And apparently he came into his formal meeting with the team in the combine, and it was within 60 seconds of him talking, they had decided to take him off their board.
Wow.
You
heard any of this stuff about him in Austin?
Not specifically in Austin. It was in the last couple months you started really hearing it from NFL teams, though. That like there were some teams that were like, he's a first-round talent. Don't be surprised if he's there in the fourth round.
Well, and where did he fall to?
He fell late second, which was still a fall for him.
Chris Ballard, Colts GM, not happy over the smearing.
I mean, I read some of the that was said on TV. I mean, just the typical, excuse my language, our typical league, unnamed sources, bad interview. That's such bull. I mean, it is. It's bull. Like, put your name on it. We tear these young men down. These are 21, 22 young men. And if people out there can tell me they're perfect in their lives, it's crap. It's crap. This is a good kid. And, for those reports to come out, like, I said it last year, it's bull. I'm sorry. I apologize for the language. I don't, but I do.
Listen, he is spot on, but it's not realistic. Like, he's absolutely right. Yes, like ideally you want to know who's saying what about you, but you'll never get any quotes if you're forced to put their name on it.
Yeah.
So you don't get this kind of
Does Chris
information.
Ballard put his name on everything
Right.
he
This
gives
is what I'm about.
Colin
Of course.
Cowherd or anyone else? Because I think he talks to Cowherd
Right.
like that. There's a reason that Chris Ballard is the chosen one amongst everyone in the media.
And he has never done a damn thing. A damn thing. And there are guys in Indianapolis like, how's this guy still employed? But yeah, like if you don't have unnamed sources, you're going to get no information on any of these players.
Yeah.
And that information is valuable.
And if you give your name on that, you're fired.
You're fired. So yeah, perfect world. Is he right? Yes, of course. But we don't live in that world. So he's completely out of line here.
Well, he's a hypocrite because, like Sean was just referencing, he has been unnamed source talking about players before that people get their information
You're
for.
guessing or you know?
I know, because they all are.
They all are.
And here's the thing, is that this means one of two things. If that is a impassioned thing, that impassioned speech he gave, he is either actively lying to sell the player because they just drafted him, or he did a bad job of doing homework, because the problems exist. And I will say, I would imagine the threshold for character concerns probably varies greatly when Jim Irsay is your boss.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay, my favorite audio is from a Carolina Panther, not Jonathan Brooks. By the way, did you see the David Tepper video?
Yes.
I was very disappointed. I was hoping that went worse than what I read.
I agree.
So the Panther, Tepper was driving by this restaurant in Charlotte, and the billboard out there said, let
the coach and GM pick the players this year.
Yes. So Tepper stops and goes inside to be like, yo, who put up this sign? And I guess the owner of the restaurant wasn't there. Tepper takes off this guy's hat, which is wildly inappropriate.
Like John Kruk.
He sits there and he takes off the kid's hat.
Why are you wearing a hat indoors, young man?
I don't know whether the hat said that or the slogan, but by all accounts of the news story, Tepper was more lighthearted about it. But still, the thin skin to feel like you need to stop and go into the restaurant.
Very strange.
I was hoping Tepper made a complete ass of himself again and took another step towards getting kicked out of the league.
I agree. I was hopeful for it, and then you see the video, and he's kind of smiling. He shakes the kid's hand at the end, and crap.
I know. But my favorite audio, is it Xavier Legette? Is he the one?
Legette, yeah.
Legette.
Xavier Legette.
He didn't know Dave Canales was like the head coach?
No, that was Deontay.
No, that was an NFL player. Didn't know.
Oh, that was Deontay Johnson?
Yeah.
A current player.
Yeah. Xavier Legette is a receiver out of South Carolina. I think a surprise he went where he did.
And he is my new favorite interview in all of sports after his post-draft presser.
You woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh, no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
Feeling like when you got the call? Because I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited my whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't going to crack. I was trying to be tough guy. But, man, I was really overly excited.
Get me his podcast.
Amazing.
Get a podcast. I'll do a weekly with him, even though he's on Carolina.
Yeah.
I don't care what it takes. Get me that guy's voice.
That is.
Oh, man, I was really over excited.
That is country. That is southern. That is like the guy from Waterboy.
Yeah.
Only like with a little bit more, without the Louisiana Cajun.
Boomhauer, whatever it is.
Greatness, man. I love it.
Please tell me this is a good kid.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't know of him having any issues.
Boy, did you see how genuine he sounded there? He sounded like so excited.
He was, when this
is South Carolina?
Yeah, right after his pro day. Now, I hadn't realized how he sounded. And it was right after his pro day, he went super viral for a post interview where somebody like tweeted the video and they wrote, I don't know what I expected Xavier Legette to sound like, but it was not this.
I told him I'm going to be ready.
And he just he is country, man.
All right, Choppy, you want to get worked up now?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's do the Jamal Charles first.
Oh, okay. You're going to get worked up over both.
You know what? No, you know what? You're right.
Do what you want. Do what you want.
You're right. Now, let's do Spencer Rattler. So this is Ian Rappaport. They were talking about, and I think every team, Cowboys included, blew it with Spencer Rattler by letting him fall and not taking him. I think this kid has got special ability. He might not be the best. People say maybe not the best teammate, make the best decisions. I think his talent is there. I think you can all see his talent is there. It's not the problem with Spencer Rattler. But I got a huge problem with what the NFL teams, if this is true, and Ian Rappaport, I mean, I probably is. This is what he had to say about Spencer Rattler.
But I want to mention something in addition to this. And this is kind of weird to say, honestly. Spencer Rattler did a reality show in high school. It's called QB1 Beyond the Lights. It did not make him look great. And it is unbelievable how many different teams mentioned to me the image of him in that show and how they can't get it out of their heads, which I think would be a public service announcement to all 17-year-olds. But it is fascinating his teams weigh whether or not to draft him.
17. You should be fired. All these teams that looked at that and took a shred of what a kid does at 17 years old and equates that to what they are at 22. A shred. 17-year-old kids, they're just trying to look cool. That's all they're trying to do is look cool. That's it. And you could say that, he's a bad teammate. I mean, how about you get some of his players in South Carolina to talk about that?
Have you seen the clip?
I did see the clip.
I rewatched it yesterday.
It is bad.
Okay,
and that's the thing.
Again, but he's 17.
I get he's 17, but there's a difference between you're 17 and you do dumb stuff off the field or whatever else. When you are a kid who's been brought up, this is all I'm just saying is what their thought process is going to be. When you're a kid who's been brought up in the game of football and locker room culture and way to behave and everything else, that for them to go, that was just 5 years ago, are you duping me now? Like, I think that's just the thing. They're wondering how much is genuine growth versus, because it's not just that, it's then you also had problems at Oklahoma. So it did continue on.
That's my point. Like, I side with Choppy here on the high school thing. I just got to make the phone calls to OU and South Carolina and go, how much of the high school tape is still there? Then I base my answer on that.
It probably was still there at Oklahoma. Because 17, 18, 19, those first 2 years. South Carolina, maybe not. But, like, the difference between a 17-year-old and a 22-year-old maturity-wise, I mean, they may not mature at all, right? But they might mature. It might almost be the difference of, like, life was like in 2005 versus 2010 after you had the iPhone and smartphones and all that stuff. It's just a different world you're in.
Yeah, I get that. And I'm not saying to hold them accountable like for everything they do at 17. That's not what I'm saying. But like the idea of Chop, at what age do you say, like, is there a magic age number you say, well, now I will hold them accountable for their behavior or who they are as a person or whatever else?
What is with people calling us during our shows? This is my wife. My phone only rings for my wife. Just like you got.
Oh, you could do that?
Yeah. Everyone else is silent.
Well,
no
makes me think
kidding.
it's an emergency or something.
Yeah, it might be an emergency.
So here's what I'll say. Your son played middle school football, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. It would stand out to you, I would imagine, even at middle school, if your son was routinely telling his teammates, "You're trash, bro. Like, get out. Like, why do we even have you on the team?" Like, there's not a ton
My
of that.
11-year-old says that to everybody.
But I know.
You're trash, bro.
But,
You're trash.
But
it was really uncomfortable with that.
Yeah,
that's what
it was.
That's what I'm saying. 17, big time recruit, and then gets to Oklahoma and continues to have attitude problems. I can see teams being like, "That's a tough image to shake," and we may feel like you're trying to dupe us during the process.
My baby's coming right now.
Oh.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
See you later.
I was like, well, see you later.
See ya.
It was an accidental call.
Butt dial.
Butt dial. Okay, now Jamal Charles.
Jamal Charles. I thought the NFL.
By the way, you heard some of this in college for Rattler too?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he ended up going,
I hear it about all Lincoln Riley quarterbacks, to be honest.
And he ended up going to the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, and he's the best quarterback on the roster.
Ooh, shots fired at your boy Derek Carr.
This is Jamal Charles. The NFL sent him up there to do the announcement for the Chiefs pick. Now, it's well documented that he's got a learning disability, and he has had trouble reading his entire life. So what do? They send him up there to read a name that's not exactly Joe Smith.
I'm happy to be here with a back-to-back Kansas City Chief. It's a trade. The San Francisco 49ers have traded a 63 pick to Kansas City Chief. With the 63 pick in the 24 draft, Kansas City select Kinsley Suamaiya from BYU tackle. Let's go, Chief!
That ain't an easy name.
But he was close.
He was close.
He was the only. He didn't. I was expecting it to be. I didn't remember how it was announced. I was expecting it to be butchered a lot worse.
What are they supposed to do? Get Goodell back out of the green room
I know.
based upon what card they turn in?
I know. It's just like
he struggled with everything except for the name.
Yeah, I mean,
the San Francisco.
It's well documented that he's got like a learning disability. I credit to him for even having the guts to go up there.
Yeah.
I just don't know that the NFL should put him in that position.
I mean, honestly, it's because
he put himself in that position.
Yeah, he did. That's fair.
It's Kingsley Suamaiya. So he just Suamaiya. So he just didn't have the hard T on there, but otherwise he got the name right.
Let's welcome back Zeke Elliott with the KMC masterpiece, and are they going to go off on Jason Kidd for no real bigs in the fourth? Crosstalk with the fellas is next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, they are going to hook you up with that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV at Platinum Ford in Terrell, right between I-20 and Highway 80. Worth the short drive to save a lot more. Go see Adam Vinci. Adam's a Tolo. He's a good dude. Tell him I sent you over there. Tell him what you're looking for, and he's going to hook you up. You get that 2020.
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Sorry, Peyton, I didn't realize you were talking. I'm all up in your ear. Don't mark that. It's Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece here with Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. With the breaking news this morning, Ezekiel Elliott is back as a Cowboy. $3 million deal, according to Clarence Hill. $2 million guaranteed.
What? Are you serious? Why?
About the money?
No, why would they bring him back?
Feelings, man.
I don't know, man. Sometimes you just don't bring people back.
I mean,
sometimes they go and then they stay gone.
I mean, he already counts $6 million against your salary cap this year, so you might as well pay him some more to be here.
Double dipping, man. Congratulations, Zeke.
I asked Steven on Friday if that meant they made a mistake, if they're going to repay a player.
He said, no, those are two different contracts.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
He will have.
Who are they competing against, by the way? It's $3 million. $3 million is not the least you could give them.
Nobody.
What
Zeke
was it,
didn't want to
Bobby?
go anywhere else.
The
What was
minimum.
the least they? Oh, 1.2, I think.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Incentive.
Yeah, why would it not be the absolute bare? If it was the absolute bare minimum, and he scored 3 touchdowns this year, which he will, on 4th and 1s, 3rd and 1s, a power inches needed. Okay, fine.
Power inches.
$3 million with the.
That's what they call me.
It's going to take touchdown carries away from Dak in the red zone.
Is that a big concern of yours?
If I have him in fantasy.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're going to have, Dak in fantasy. There's not a human being who's drafting Zeke in fantasy.
You
is
can have a
there?
really deep league, Mike.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I got a buddy.
He's your 17th round player that you
He might
need.
get the goal line carries.
Get the goal line carries.
Scored 5 touchdowns last year, baby.
Hey, baby.
Wait,
there
so
you go.
you said 1.5 was the minimum?
1.2.
1.2. Okay, so if they gave if you
Triple the minimum?
it's just
Double?
for 2. Let's just say it's for 2 because it's not 3 guaranteed. Does that make you feel any better?
I wouldn't. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we'll see what they do. I wouldn't be surprised if they did one of these void years things on him again, so that it doesn't even count as $3 million this year.
Give me the percentage chance that.
But then you pay for it. Sorry, Sean. Then you pay for it later, which is the exact same friggin' thing they do with everything, and why they're like, "Oh, we got trouble with the salary cap."
Yeah, this whole year is about resetting the cap.
Then don't put a void year on this.
Got to rebake our pie.
Give me the percentage that he is the game 1 starter at running back.
100%.
No way.
100%. And I'm not
bet
being
you.
an A.
I'll give you 3 to 1 odds.
Injury
Oh
aside.
my God, that's too high.
We're assuming health, right? We assume health, just like injury aside.
Yeah.
If he's healthy, he's 1,000% getting the first carry of the year. First carry of the year.
I think it's like 75%.
I was gonna
That
say
he's the starter?
I was gonna say game 1 starters 70%.
All right, I'll
he's
bet all of
getting
you.
carry number 1.
I'll bet all of you.
In fact, they'll make sure he won't get any carries in training camp. They're going to sit him
That's
out
right,
as
they
the
are.
stud.
He's getting the game. He's getting the first.
No way.
Who is?
No, they're going to get someone else. They'll get someone.
They already have everybody. They have him. They have
trying to think how much I should
Rico
bet you on the
Dowdle. They have Deuce Vaughn. They have Royce Freeman. And
No one on that
Snoop
list.
Connor.
They will add a star. They will
already
add
said
someone
they
else.
turned down Dalvin Cook for this.
There's no way Zeke starts.
And Jerry said recently, if you have all these guys,
No
you got to
way.
have young guys coming behind them. Remember when he said that the other day? He was talking
Got
about
to
the
have
offensive
young guys
line.
coming behind you.
And now you got Deuce Vaughn. Deuce Vaughn's got to step up and do something. That's what he's saying is these guys got to show up
I'm
now.
with you, man. You
Are you thinking that DeMarco Murray's coming back too?
Here's the important thing to remember today, too. Today, anybody you sign doesn't affect your comp picks for next year. So, if they
post-draft?
if they would have signed people before, that starts having an impact on what you get awarded for comp picks next year. So, in theory, if they didn't want to lose those because of signing people, you can sign free agents now and it doesn't mess with your
Could
comp.
you imagine if they signed Zeke and they had to give up a 4th-round pick for next year?
Oh my God.
I mean, they gave up a 4th-round pick for Trey Lance.
And Jerry said if I had to do it today, I'd do it all over again. So there you go. What's coming up?
Wanker of the weekend, gentlemen, at 11:20. The unbelievable comeback of the Mavericks right out of the gate before it all went wrong again. And Danny Green joins us at 1:20.
Can any of you defend Jason Kidd for no Gafford or Lively in the 4th?
Look, I'll ask this question back. I'm not defending him. Who did you want to take out of the game?
Maxey.
So I guess I would have kept Maxey in and taken Derek Jones Jr. out.
Okay.
And played big and said, Maxey can switch easily. Now, they're going to try to bring Gafford up in the pick. They're probably going to try to Luka, because Luka had 5 fouls, and he was refusing to play defense with 5 fouls. Yeah. So, but you would have had
Careful, Mike. The MFF.
Maxey or, let's say, Gafford around the basket to make life a little bit more difficult on these just running non-contested layups. I'm not
They scored
defending
20
him.
points in the paint in the fourth quarter. I think Gafford and Lively's total minutes was 151.
It was the back-to-back drives by Harden, right? Where you thought
back-to-back.
Yeah, do I put a hand up? Do I step
nobody
up
got
in
his
the lane?
way.
Or do I just wait and hope
Like, you
he
can't have
misses?
both. Like, don't have both bigs out and Luka defending with 5.
I guess the issue was this, and this is because my son asked me this, what would you have done? I said I left Terrence Mann wide open and lived or died by Terrence Mann hitting a 3 or not. That would have been my defensive philosophy. I'm going to double Harden and not even let him drive the ball. I am going to make sure the person wide open is Terrence Mann. Like, this is what you do against the Mavericks at times. You go, who are we going to leave wide open? In fact, we'll get into it during the show. The one major weakness to the Mavericks right now that I do think LA is exploiting is the three-point shooting from the Mavs overall. And so you have to make a choice. Who are we going to lose the game to? And my choice is I'm going to lose in that situation to Terrence Mann. If he makes it, I say, you beat us. There's nothing I can do. You beat us. But I'm going to try to not let James Harden or Paul George beat us.
Yeah, I understand the philosophy. It's like, let him run the ball.
Well, let's
Don't
play
let him
kid.
beat the pass.
This is Kid's philosophy afterwards that made even more Mavs fans ticked.
Yeah, just, understanding offensively, we needed to, space the floor. Maxey did a really good job there. Understand with the options that we have of being able to play Maxey, being able to stretch the floor was the option we went with. Living with twos in this league doesn't hurt you. Threes kill you, and threes killed us this afternoon. We got to be better. When Harden is taking twos, it's better than a step back or him shooting a 3, and just understand what they were shooting from the 3 in that first half. So you got to give up something. They're talented, and so we gave up the twos, contested twos. They made them, they gave us a chance to get back in the game and actually take the lead.
Yeah, that was they weren't really contested at all. Like, I understand the philosophy, right? It's like let him run the ball. It's like Belichick did this with Thurman Thomas in the Super Bowl. Let them get 100 yards. We just can't let them pass because that's going to beat us. And this is the same thing. And the problem is that, like Sean said, Matador, Luka was refusing to guard on the perimeter.
Yes.
So when you're not even guarding them on the perimeter, like, you're just letting them get to the second line of defense immediately.
Yes.
And there's that area where you could do that Steve Nash floater, and he did that floater all day in the second.
And I thought Lively was having a nice game. I think he's had a nice series.
Yeah.
Maxey had made 1 shot. He had not sat out there and made 3 or 4 threes.
Agree.
So, like,
And they're not respecting him. The one thing is, like, I'm spreading the floor. I get it. You are spreading with Maxey, but they're not respecting Maxey.
Yeah. So I don't get that was the number one thing that the internet was furious over was Jason Kidd with both bigs over there on the bench, allowing Harden just to work.
Because you would have thought if they would have won that game too, the series is over.
Yes.
Right. That's why LA played so hard.
Yeah.
They knew it.
They're like, oh, crap.
That's why we hope the Stars play that hard. We hope the Stars play as hard as the LA Clippers did in the first quarter. It's confusing to me as we get into this game, Corey, on did the Mavericks not know the Clippers were going to try really hard to start the game?
They must have thought that whenever PJ did his standing on business thing,
that was the end.
They were like, "Oh, we put them away. They quit." And they're a veteran team. Like, they've been in the playoffs before. There are a lot of guys that have been in the playoffs before, and they didn't have Kawhi. So they were like, we got to work even harder if we want to go do something tonight.
Well, let me play devil's advocate, at least for the first quarter. Devil's advocate. How do you weigh calling out effort versus the Clippers hitting 8 threes? When, like, Paul George and a team is on fire out of their minds.
I didn't feel like defensively the Mavericks did a very good job of rotating on those threes, nor were they like clamped down on them defensively. Like, we've watched the Mavericks play very good defense throughout, through a couple of these games, and you're like, oh, that's what the Mavericks are capable of. They weren't playing, so those shots went in, And yeah, they fell, but I didn't feel like you were getting the right effort defensively from that team to start.
Did you feel like the Mavericks were at all? Giving up 39 points is not good, and I give the Clippers credit. One, they came out with Game 7. If we lose, we're done. They knew it. If we lose, we're done. Yeah. Energy. And so they played their best basketball, and I give them a lot of credit for making open threes and a few contested threes. Did you think the Mavs were aggressive at all in the first quarter like they had been in the wins? Like offensively? It was once again, let's just settle for what Clippers want us to settle for.
And that's one of my Luka criticisms. I know I went off on his complaining again at 9, but man, I feel like his mentality is I'm scoring. That's it. I'm going to be scoring. It's not
no matter how inefficient it is.
No matter how, like I'm going to get going and drop 40, or I'm going to shoot myself out of this because I would love for them just to let Kyrie start off for the next game and get Kyrie going versus Kyrie having to save us with Luka.
I mean, he's been a better player than Luka in this series. Luka's been shooting god-awful.
38% from the field, 26% from 3.
And plus he's shooting a ton. At that 26%, he's shooting a ton.
But you're not concerned about his lower body injury?
Then stop shooting the ball so much and do the other things that you do so well.
I'm with you. I'm not trying to say I'm against you, but if you go through the play-by-play, Kyrie sucked in the first quarter too. So
everybody did.
Yeah. So I get you. I agree. I am agreeing with you. I'm not trying to take anything off of Luka, and Kyrie was a major part, maybe even a bigger part of the comeback. He was the most important part of the comeback. I can say that.
What was his first quarter?
Well, if I go through it.
My biggest problem with him, I'm giving you time here, stalling. My biggest problem with him yesterday, he had a couple of weird turnovers.
Yes.
Like while things were really getting going, I'm like, that's a weird turnover for him. And there was like 2 or 3, it felt like, in the second half.
So if you go through the play-by-play, every time Kyrie Irving's name comes up, the first time it comes up is 9:54 in the first quarter. Kyrie Irving steps out of bounds. Turnover. The next time he comes up is Kyrie misses driving floating layup shot. Next time Kyrie comes up at 6:49 left, Kyrie misses 25-point three-point shot. So I'm just coming up with, I'm looking at his name, trying to find his name throughout the first quarter.
Yeah, he went 0 for 3 in the first quarter, 2 turnovers and a foul. Luka was 3 for 6 in the first quarter with 10 points.
Okay.
So Kyrie Irving, the next time it comes up, Paul George makes a 9-foot floating shot. Kyrie Irving fouls him. So, he was not for some. Now, he is a guy who kind of, even after he talked in game 3, he is experienced and he lets the game come to him. He said he used to worry about that earlier in his career I need my, let's say, 8 points in the first quarter. Guys, I got to get my 8 points. He knows now, it doesn't matter if I score 0 or 10 in the first quarter. I know at the end of the game, I know that I'm going to get mine.
How hurt do y'all think Luka is? And how much are you going to let that weigh into your opinions?
It's irritating. It's something that's keeping him from being his best, but he's out there playing, so he needs to be on both ends. Like Kevin said, you can't
only limps when they steal the ball from him. That's the most amazing thing.
Tiger Woods ass.
Yeah,
and you know one thing.
He is a soccer player.
You know one thing I'd love to see from him, Mike, is instead of trying to get calls, because they're just not going to give him every call that he wants, right? Like that's something that he needs to come to grips with. Is I'm not going to get every single one of these calls. Instead of trying to just, I got hit in the eye. Fight through it, dude. They'll respect you more for being tough.
He went off on the ref yesterday for the ball that
Hey, we got to stop giving out those balls. It has hurt the Mavs. Stop marching.
What are they? On the court?
They're throwing them out.
Yeah.
The
What are
Mavs people are throwing out little rubber balls and saying like, "Hey, kids," and what? Dude, somebody keeps doing this, and I will say this. On that, I'm not excusing Luka. It's the ref did the right thing. Kyrie then beat Paul George off the dribble. Right when the first step of beating him off the dribble happens, the freaking ball's on the court that the ref sees. The ref did the right thing. I'm not blaming the ref. But you got to stop doing this. If it's hurting your team and the people in the audience can't keep the balls in their pocket, then stop throwing out the ball.
I thought that Mike's Valley allegiance was just going to go to the baseball team, but
is
defending all the hoops. Jason Kidd, the genius. Mavs fans, stop playing around. More Mavs defense. More than they had last night.
I don't know what I'm supposed to. The ball did
Come
hurt that
on, Mike.
possession.
Bring up.
I mean, I
bring
would
up
throw
Zeke.
the fan out. Find
See how
the
he
Nimrod who's
feels.
throwing the ball
An old
on the
ballot.
court.
Yeah.
It might be that Steve Ballmer guy. I don't know. It's a good strategy.
The KFC masterpiece next on
That
the
guy.
fan.
Is that his name?
We will gladly be your side piece. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick.
Famous Mike Bassick.
That's right. Famous Mike Bassick, excuse me. And Alec Medford.
There's some people that believe I'm so famous I can do things that I can't imagine that I have the ability or power to do, which I don't, but people do believe I have it.
Is there an example that comes along with this, or probably not?
Oh, there is, but I can't say on the air.
Yeah. I got you.
Wow, you believe I have that power? That is amazing.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. That's where
Did
we're
somebody at
starting
the
off
Rangers
today.
game tell Jerry to draft somebody or something? Is that what it was? They're like, Mike, go tell Jerry to draft us a running back. And you're like, I admit, I'm doing a
They
Rangers
told him to
game,
make
guys.
Zeke a usable back, and
one
Mike was
guy
like,
on
okay.
Friday before pregame started, we're out in left field, yelled at me, "Who do you think the Cowboys are taking in the second round?" And I go, "You are asking the wrong person that." I didn't even know who in the world was in the draft late in the first round. I just knew you were taking an offensive lineman, Tyler. So we got Tyler from Oklahoma. He's going to be great. Guyton, is that his name?
Dude, you did know.
I'm all over the place. You know what I'm saying? He's
I
tall.
feel like you're in on this.
He is.
Yeah.
I think more
he's
than
long and
anything,
strong and down to get the friction on. That's the best way to say your offensive tackle is going to be a solid player.
The first time I knew this, by the way, was last week when he said friction. I was like, "That's the word," and he was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "What?" I did not know that. I thought it was freak S.
Could you name any other Cowboys draft pick?
Is BB the last name of the offensive guard?
Why do you know that?
Don BB?
Hey,
it's not Don
that's
BB.
fine.
Why do you know that, Mike?
I just remembered, when I
Yes.
looked at the
that
list
is
of
correct. It's
guys you
Cooper-
drafted for some
Cooper
reason.
BB, but that's why he
I
knows
texted
that.
it to us. I texted it to the group.
Well, I know we drafted an edge and a linebacker. I have no clue who they are, but they should be Hall of Famers. So
buy into us.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Mike McCarthy.
All right, we will.
And then we drafted 4 other guys. Hopefully one of them ends up being good on Saturday.
Okay.
But what about
mean,
undrafted free agents?
No clue.
Well, you should.
Did not look at a list.
It's your. I've been told it's our job to know all that stuff.
Oh,
it's y'all's job.
Oh my gosh.
Oh God.
I don't know if I feel great
Well,
about
never
that.
mind. It's a different story for
You
different
guys talk
time.
about those 18.
All right, let's go to cut number 5, if we can. The amazing comeback and then ultimate disappointment of Mavs Clippers game 4.
7 on the 24. Harden gets inside the floater. Count it and 1. James Harden, big buckets here in the 4th.
Did you think
he said something else too?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Did you think after the Mavericks briefly took the lead, I'm not going to lie, I thought for sure they were going to win the game. Even though it was a 1-point lead or maybe a 2-point lead, I thought for sure the Mavericks were going to win because they had come all the way back.
Yeah, there was part of me that was like, oh man, they've done this. They're going to steal this away from the Clippers at the last minute. And then this is where the Clippers go, well, we gave everything we had and they still had an answer. We go back to LA and we're done. Like that was part of me thought that. But the other part was you had to fight so hard to get back almost 8,000 points just to be in that game.
Right.
You're exhausted by the end of that game.
If I have the moments correct, if Paul George doesn't hit the fadeaway 3 in the corner to give them the lead back, I do think the Mavs win. That one, and I get James Harden had uncontested layup after uncontested layup to finish the game. It was the most amazing defensive philosophy I've seen the Mavs have at the end of a game.
I thought Derek Jones played really good defense on Paul George. I know Paul George
there's
broke
nothing you
away
can do.
at the last half second to get that shot off at a ridiculous angle. That shot was amazing.
The Mavericks did nothing wrong on that defensive possession. You played as great a defense as you can play. You just have to tip your cap if you have one on. You don't as a basketball player, so I guess you just salute them.
That's true.
But you just say, that's an unbelievable shot in a big moment, because I think the momentum there was all Mavs. And then you played unbelievable defense, and if that ball hits rim and you get that rebound, I think you win.
Because at that point, then you're up, because it was 105-104, and you just had the Kyrie, I don't know how in the blue hell that went in, but it was unfreaking believable. Not only because it came the lead, because it seemed to defy the laws of physics and everything like that. So if he misses that, then you do get the ball back. There's a minute and 50 left and you have the lead and the ball. Obviously, I'm not saying the game's over for sure, but man, oh man, it feels like everything is on your side at that point.
It was like Paul George gave them the breath of life again.
Yeah.
Of like, we're okay, guys. We're going to still make our shots. And then from that point, it was like the Mavs thought, oh no, they're not going away. And then I don't know why the Mavs decided not to double team James Harden. I don't know why they decided to just let him go to the lane uncontested. Obviously, Jason Kidd said we weren't going to allow them to shoot a three, and we were okay with giving them, he said, contested layups, but there wasn't one of the only one that was contested was from behind where Kyrie nicked his forearm, and it was a foul and gave him the and one, but that was the only one that you could even
I saw
was
Luka's step and put his hand out like 2 or 3 times. He took a step and went, oh man, you're already there.
But it was, and so once he got past that, it was the Maxey. I realized, like, you're positioned where you're positioned. I would have loved a step forward to try to shake him, an arm up, or some level of challenge, which it could have easily led to another foul. I get it. Like,
It
what
looked
you saw
like
with
Maxey.
Kyrie.
It looked like Maxey thought he had help from Gafford behind him. He was like, "Oh, I think Gafford's back there. Everything's gonna be fine." And then he turned around and was like, "Oh crap, there's nobody there." Yeah, no. Every time it looked like he thought somebody else was there.
I guess my philosophy in the moment would have been, I've said this on Crosstalk, double off of Terrence Mann and let Terrence Mann shoot a wide open three.
And if it happens,
if he makes it, he makes it, we lose. And I think that teams live on the Mavericks that way. They go, look, if Maxi Kleber, which he did make the 1-3, it was a big 3-pointer, but they're like, look, if he makes a 3, we lose. But we're going to rely on the percentages. The percentages say approximately 70% of the time in that situation, Maxi's going to miss it. And I would rely on the percentages going Terrence Mann in this big clutch moment. If he makes it, we lose. But I'm going to rely on the percentages that there's probably a 70% chance in this moment. It's just like Westbrook, it's probably 80% chance he's going to miss it. And Westbrook wasn't in the game to double off of him.
Still trying to figure out, like, what I take from this game, because once Kyrie drove to the hoop to give the Mavs the lead, by the way, when he drove to the hoop again on the next possession that would have tied the game, that's fine with me. Like, that guy is charging to the basket and getting work done. That's a play that I really like. I don't know what to take from this game going forward into game 5, because if the Mavericks would have won, I get you're probably going to win because you're up 3-1. But more importantly, you just tied the biggest comeback in playoff history to go up 3-1. It feels like Clippers are done. Now the Clippers can look back at it. And I will say, Tyronn Lue, I thought, did have a really good point when he talked about how the Mavericks had come all the way back late in the game. And he told his team, hey, I don't care that they've come all the way back. Let's go win this game, and none of that matters. And so I guess I do kind of feel like that. Like, good for the Mavs for making that comeback, making the game amazingly entertaining. But the Clippers can be like, hey, good for you. We won the game, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to figure out now is if and how Jason Kidd utilizes Friday night's game again. Because what they did Friday night was exceptional. That was a fun game, an absolute blast. PJ Washington was making some things happen. How do you get back into that mindset of we come out from the get with our minds focused on defense and focused on making good shots?
I hate this.
That was what they did Friday night.
This is not just a Mavericks issue. This is a human issue.
Sure.
The desperation of the other team played into effect, and the lack of desperation from the Mavericks played a major effect. When did the Mavs get desperate? At halftime?
Yep.
When they're like, are we really going to just let them win a game without us giving forth the best effort we have? At this point, we have to lay it all out on the line. Now, I don't know why they didn't do that at the start, but it's the human brain says, we're up 2-1. We're in a great position.
G-Bag has talked about that in the past.
Yeah, and so I hope that on Friday, to me, whoever wins Wednesday is the winner of the series. I hate because it doesn't mean it's over. You'd still come back home if you lose in LA, and you would hopefully have the desperation of winning at home and then pushing it to a game 7. But for me, I think whoever wins game 5 wins this series.
You know the percentage offhand?
I think it's like 71%.
81.7%.
Way more than I thought.
0.7. Don't forget that
82%.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, 82% historically when the series is tied 2-2. Whoever wins Game 5 takes the series 82% of the time. So that's hard to argue again.
And there's very few people. I mean, this is obviously I'm bringing up the greatest of all time in my mind. Michael Jordan is for some reason there's very few people, and that's what puts them into an elite category that know how to kill another team.
Yeah,
and kill another like. I not mean. I mean, obviously there are people literally who know how
they
to kill
smell
another
blood and
person,
they go for it.
But they know how to figuratively kill another team and demoralize them into trying.
Let me ask you something then. I know that the easy way to look at it is, hey, the Clippers are 2-0 without Kawhi and 0-2 with Kawhi. But what I wanted to point out is, isn't Kawhi the guy that has killed you in the past? And if he's not playing or
yeah, but we've never played James Harden
in this situation. Okay,
I mean,
fair.
you did against Houston back when Rondo quit.
True.
But
does it make you feel any better that in this matchup, particularly the guy that usually kills you, he either isn't going to play or he is not anywhere near full capacity, or you like, I think Harden can fill that role?
Yeah, Harden's filling that role.
I mean, he's definitely did yesterday.
He's killing us.
Yeah.
And he killed us in Game 1.
Yeah.
So if you slow down Harden, I think you win the game. But isn't Harden 50% from 3 in the series, even though you've won 2 of them?
I would have to check on that. I'm not sure.
I was listening, I believe, to Chuck Cooperstein, and he was kind of breaking down that I believe Harden in the series is shooting 50% from 3.
I mean, I would believe it. He is shooting 50% from 3, 54% from the field.
So that kill question to eliminate a team, to get rid of them, to get them off the court with you, is that a mindset Luka has to have?
Yes, it is that he has to have it.
Does he have it?
He does not have it.
Because I don't know, like, I feel like Kyrie's a very talented player, but if Luka walks up and everything's cool, then everybody else is like everything's cool. If Luka walks up and goes, hey, get rid of these efforts tonight, then isn't everybody going, oh, hold on, Luka's here tonight?
Dirk never had it until the end. And I guess not the end, but
it's a mental approach.
It's tough. It's tough to be, and let's face it, you kind of have to be a D-wad to have this mentality.
I mean, just Michael Jordan's stories off court aren't great.
Yeah. I mean, punching Steve Kerr in the face isn't cool.
No.
But that's kind of the mentality you have to have. I will kill you if you do not want to kill for me. And so in the realm of sports, especially basketball, where one player can dictate so much, that you have to be able to turn into Dirk Nowitzki in 2011. And it was weird. I love Dirk, favorite basketball player of all time, and that will probably never change for me, is that after he won the championship, he didn't really have that same mentality the rest of his career. It's like he got it. And I'm not saying he was
that
a
goes
bad
back to
player.
human nature, I think.
Yeah, it goes back to and he didn't have the team to really do it, but at the same time, and never really the opportunity, it was like, do I really want to be that person?
Yeah.
And Dirk didn't really want to be that person. Michael Jordan doesn't have many friends. You know, Kobe had Derek Fisher. I swear to you, I feel like Derek Fisher was his only friend when he played
Because
basketball.
you know why? His best friends were his championship rings, and he was like, that's fine. Yeah. I'm not kidding about that.
You're totally,
he's
totally right
these are the only
about
friends I need.
Yeah.
And probably so.
And that's and that's where, like, this is just another step in Luka's growth that he needs to have is, hey, you know what? I do have to be a different person when we're in these playoffs. We have to go to a different level.
It's another topic. He's tired in the fourth quarter because he wastes 20% of his energy yelling at refs.
Probably
it takes so much energy to fight things that you can't win.
But the other thing too, though, and I mean,
he'll learn.
PJ was there for
it. Might be when he's 33.
Like your dude was there for you. You got to be there for them now. You have to. Like, that's part of it, man. It's a next step Luka has to take.
And the good thing is, it sucks right now, but all of that is still possible. Like,
You're
right now.
In this playoff
right
run
now.
here, it could happen.
You screwed up yesterday by getting down by 31. They played better than you. That's fine.
Yeah.
Sometimes a team's going to make shots, but you can't. No team is 31 points better than you in 18 minutes unless you don't try very hard.
The 18 minutes part is astonishing to me. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the best picks, worst picks, best sound bites, and predictions coming out of the NFL draft. Let's do it next, right here on The Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and the Get Right. Turn it on, leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always...
Computer career, no experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Knife Plano.
Indulge in a premier culinary experience at Knife Steakhouse in Plano. Helmed by Michelin star awarded chef John Tissar. Voted the best steakhouse in Dallas. Knife serves lunch and dinner 7 days a week with incredible cuts of steak, exceptional cocktails, and intimate moody ambience. For reservations, visit knifeplano.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
With the 29th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And obviously, we can talk about the Cowboys, but I really want to talk about the NFL draft across the board and a variety of selections, sound bites, and everything along those lines. I was reading an article from ESPN with Matt Miller and Jordan Reed. And one of the things that Matt Miller said that really fascinated me, wanted to get y'all's take on it. And it was the day 2 quarterback is dead. And so with the idea being people elevate all these quarterbacks into the first round, either because A, they're afraid of losing them, or B, they want the opportunity for the 5th-year option on them. And that's why you saw 6 in the first 12 and then not another quarterback picked until 150. Because they're like, if you're good enough to go in the second, you're good enough for me to take in the first.
Oh, that's interesting. So it's more optics than anything. Like, hey, we got a backup. He's a first-round pick. He could be here for 5 years. You know, we give him time to grow underneath.
Lose him.
Interesting. I never thought of it that way before.
I thought you only get 3 years, and then the player sits out, and then you have to give him everything he wants.
Hey, that happens sometimes.
Happens a lot more here, it feels like.
And then you, 5 years later, yell at the media.
Especially when they haven't won a Super Bowl.
Hey, those are fair points that you're making. I don't have a good retort for them.
When they don't win the Super Bowls, whenever you're like, got to give them that contract then.
That's a fair point.
What about when they blow out like their knee or their hips don't work anymore, but they have a major injury that they might need a surgery for and might not ever be the same?
Give them more money. I see where this is going.
Okay.
Did you have more?
So now, what about Brock Purdy? Like, he was the last pick in the draft.
Okay.
And he's a starting quarterback.
Okay, but that's kind of
outlier. Yeah, it's going to mostly be outliers.
But see, it's not even an outlier because that's a day 3 pick, right? Because one of the arguments is like you're losing the day 2 quarterbacks because people are like, I need a quarterback and I'll go round 1. It's not to say that you won't pick them up in the 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th, but you're seeing Bo Nix, Michael Penix, who maybe you might normally have thought was a 2nd-round pick.
Bo Nix should have gone day 2. And
Agreed.
Denver was like, we don't have a quarterback. We got to do something. So
and Sean Payton is arrogant enough to think he can take Bo Nix and make him a superstar.
He's as arrogant as it gets.
Fair point.
Penix probably should have been late first round. Could have gone in the 2nd round too. But
should have been drafted around his age, mid-20s.
Yeah, overvalue. And like overvalue to a team that I have no clue what direction they're going.
Hey.
Neither do they.
I have a serious question. In the next 5 years, do you think the Cowboys will take a first-round quarterback?
No.
So all this that you're saying, every team has decided except for one?
Because that's what the Cowboys do, right?
I agree with you. I don't think...
you didn't say should.
Yeah,
You said
no.
will.
I agree with you.
No.
I think as long as Jerry is alive, he will never take a first-round quarterback.
I agree.
And I'm assuming he's going to be alive for at least 5 more years. I could be wrong. It might be 3 years. It might be 30 years. I don't know.
Yeah.
But he's going to die at some point.
I don't think they will.
I don't know if the philosophy changes at that point.
It's just interesting, I mean, specifically to the Cowboys, in that Mike McCarthy, whose history was just draft a quarterback every year because you never know. How many has he drafted since he's gotten here?
None, right?
None.
None.
Danucci was an undrafted free agent. And so
he wasn't 7th round?
I see. That's what I was trying to figure out. I thought he might have been a 7th round.
Oh, you know what? I didn't go back far enough. That was the CeeDee Lamb draft. So he was a 7th round pick. But other than that, they haven't drafted a quarterback.
Has anybody ever made better hats in their life?
Stop.
This is his philosophy,
you can pick
though.
One thing to complain about at a time, Mike.
This is his philosophy: is always draft a quarterback, have a guy around just in case. And the Cowboys have refused to do that.
Turn Dallas upside down. You tell me another person in the draft that's ever turned Dallas upside down.
Oh, that's a good point. We'll see. Got a whole bunch of quality picks. They could all turn.
What if we take a 7th round quarterback next year and he changes Dallas back to the way it's supposed to be, right side up?
But then flips it backwards. Instead of upside down, he just flips it backwards, and it really says salad.
Yeah, it's a jerk.
Salad master. Well, I think the Cowboys did a great job.
I think it's an interesting look at the way the NFL is looking at it. Either you take it with the first round because the value's there and you get to keep the pick, or you just miss it completely in the 2nd round.
It could be any position, any team. Is there a player that you look at this and you're like, that's the star out of this draft? Like if I'm picking one guy, you're like, that guy.
I think Malik Neighbors is going to be a star.
Okay.
I think in New York he's going to shine really brightly. I think he's going to be an absolute star up there for sure.
Do you believe in Kyler Murray's, I don't know if rebirth is too strong of a term, but that Marvin Harrison Jr. can be like a 1,500 plus wide receiver with 10 touchdowns? And I don't think Kyler Murray can stay healthy enough, but can he stay healthy enough, and can he concentrate enough and focus enough to turn Marvin Harrison Jr. into a superstar?
For rookie year, let's say he did 1,208. Would that be pretty darn impressive?
Solid.
Okay, Mike.
Solid is good, but you're not putting him in the top 10 receivers in the NFL off of that.
Mike, that's what you're going to get. I believe. I think that Marvin Harrison Jr. is already so polished and ready that I'm kind of concerned about the next place for him to go to.
Okay.
Because I think he's that good already, and that you're going to be disappointed by his rookie season because Justin Jefferson was picked so late that whenever he became the best one, you were like, whoa, hold on, what happened here?
1,800 yards, or am I crazy about that?
Yeah,
Jefferson.
He was insane.
Is Marvin Harrison Jr. on the path of Kyle Pitts? Kyle Pitts was Tony Gonzalez and Jerry Rice combined in one player, from what I was told in the draft, and Kyle Pitts has done absolutely nothing in his career impressive.
No.
But everybody will blame the quarterback for that, and I'm not saying they're wrong. Will we be blaming Kyler Murray for Marvin Harrison Jr. not becoming the best receiver in the NFL?
Actually, I think that is likely.
I'm trying to look at somebody to compare him to, that would, over the last few years, you would be like, oh, you expected him to be this good. He was exactly that good, and it was still kind of a letdown.
I know that I'm homering this. Is there a way that Jacksonville's wide receiver from LSU becomes Justin Jefferson because he got drafted into the best situation out of the first round wide receivers?
You don't think the Chiefs receiver?
This is what worries me, is Sky Moore, all of the retreads they bring in. I think it's maybe, and I'm not blaming this at all on Patrick Mahomes. I think it's more difficult to play with Patrick Mahomes than we realize. He's unbelievable, and he'll find you. But you have to have an IQ out there. Sky Moore has no IQ. He can't figure out how to get open on scrambles. You think of Tyreek Hill, you might not like him off the field, but Tyreek Hill has this unbelievable IQ in scramble drills to know exactly where to go to make himself very available, not only for Patrick Mahomes, but now for Tua T. And so I do think you have to have an education on, good route running, noticing where people are. And then when Patrick Mahomes gets into creative mode, which 30% of his throws are creative mode throws.
Vertical. Just go vertical. Tell Pat, try and out-throw me, bro. That's what every time. Once he starts doing that, everybody else can go sidelines. But I'm going vertical.
What doesn't Hill, though, Tyreek Hill, he'll run the opposite direction of the way that Patrick Mahomes was running and make himself available. Now it's an 80-yard throw across the field. It's only a 40-yard completion, but you have to throw it about 80 yards in that situation across the whole field and 40 yards down the field. But it was like Tyreek Hill knew exactly what Patrick Mahomes could do and would go to a place that nobody else would think about going to.
Xavier Worthy's speed is elite, nothing like it. But I think here's can he get open frequently? Can he get open enough? And whenever it is vertical and he's beating his guy, because he'll beat guys down the field. Can he make the catch once it's there? That's my question.
What about Rome Dunze with
it's fun.
The Chicago Bears?
Bears did good.
I want you to consider this. Now, I also want to go to Cut 15. This is a pair of Chicago radio hosts having a discussion with Rome, and even him being amazed by how terrible the Bears' offensive history is.
Do you know who holds the Bears franchise record for receiving yards?
Ooh. Brandon Marshall?
It's a good guess. It's a great guess. It is actually someone named Johnny Morris.
It's an old record, man. It goes back a long way.
How do you not know that?
Johnny Morris.
How many does he got?
He's got 5,059 yards.
That's it.
In the career?
in the career, man. He played in the 50s and 60s,
Welcome
Rome.
to our world, Rome. Welcome.
In a career? I love that response.
Who do you think?
Man, I wish I liked Caleb Williams more because he showed so many flashes, but to me, he seems childish, and you got to be a man in this league.
Well, or make elite plays, and like he'll grow into it. I think he's got some really good receivers in that room now. DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and now Rome like that. Dude, he has the weapons. If you say, hey, when he was in college, he had all the weapons. They gave him all the weapons offensively here, but the top 5 receivers all time in receiving yards for the Chicago Bears. Number 1, Johnny Morris.
Is Willie Galt in there?
Nope. Number 2, Harlan Hill, of course. Brother Hank. Number 3, Alshon Jeffrey, who y'all have heard of, at 4,549 yards. Number 4, Walter Payton, the running back.
Well, he played a long time.
And number 5, Mike Ditka, the tight end. So that's it, dude. Yeah, none of the receivers. Willie Galt's 9th.
All right.
Marty B was 8th.
That's one wide receiver. But since you mentioned Hank Hill, this is a natural transition.
Okay.
To Xavier Legette. That's another wide receiver. He was picked up by Carolina. This is Xavier, cut number 14. He was asked about the reaction he's gotten to his accent.
Oh, yeah, man. They've been dragging it all over social media. Man. I just tell folk, man, they really just ain't never heard nobody talk for money.
I have. I'm from South Carolina, so I get it. Do you have any nicknames? Do people from home call you a certain
They call me Zaybro.
Zaber.
Zaybro. Yeah.
Where did that come from? How did that originate?
Say what was that?
How did that originate?
Oh, man, I don't know. My cousins, they just started calling me and it stopped.
I love him, dude.
So
I love that guy so much.
The Boomhauer comparison was definitely
I love listening to that guy talk. Did you hear her though? Do you have any nicknames?
Yeah.
She fell into it.
He looks so happy when he's up there. Like he looked so happy
Yes. Yeah, he
while
did.
he was talking to the media during this.
I got to talk to my guy, Brian Broaddus, after this show is over because I think he might be coming to the Jacksonville bandwagon. First of all, he's good friends with Coach Peterson. And then in the first 4 rounds, Jacksonville takes 3 LSU players. Let's go. Let's go, Brian Broaddus. Let's Jacksonville it up. Let's podcast. I think Broaddus and Bassick need to have a Jacksonville Jaguars
For the love of
podcast.
Duval.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That would actually be kind of amazing.
Yeah.
By mid-season, how many
Peter and Son.
I support
For the
that too.
coach.
No, I got it. By mid-season, how many of these rookie quarterbacks will be starting?
By mid-season?
By mid-season.
I would say for sure Penix isn't.
Okay. That's fair.
All the others, yes.
Okay. So you think it could be 5 of them?
Which other one do you think won't by week 9, let's say?
Yeah, no,
because you're saying mid-season.
Yeah.
If you're saying to start the season, I could see where Bo Nix, they don't start Bo Nix
but they
to
all
start the year.
have a relatively clear path in front of them. I wonder do you think there's any chance Drake May would
I was just
sit
about to
behind
say
Jacoby Brissett?
they like Brissett.
For 4, it feels like Brissett's the 4-week quarterback guy.
That
So
makes
I can
sense.
see for 4.
But there's 17 games now, so maybe it's 5.
5,
Yeah,
okay.
maybe they moved it to 5.
For now.
5.5, 4.5.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, so you think you go
most
5?
teams, unless you have like an Alex Smith or a Kirk Cousins or something like that.
All I'm saying is Bailey Zappi's still there. Oh, but Belichick's not. So all right,
You're gonna have a shot.
God, at what point will people realize they've drafted another North Carolina quarterback?
Well, if they sit in the first year, they're like, hey,
a year and a half in. I'm giving you 2025 week 9. They're like, oh my God, did we get Zach Wilson Morris or whatever? Fart knocking quarterback.
Interesting.
Wilson.
Yeah.
Somebody texted in and said that Spencer Rattler will start by mid-season.
He's New Orleans
behind Derek Carr and Jake Hayner at the moment. But
that Spencer
and Kellen Mond's like
wait,
the
is
fifth
Spencer
quarterback
Rattler
there.
from here? Is he a?
He went to OU. Caleb
Worth
Williams
kid?
replaced him, and then
don't know what high school he went
I'm just
to.
wondering if this is a high school friend or a family member from Spencer Rattler that's texting this in. I bet he has
Pinnacle
some
High
relationship to Spencer Rattler who's putting that in here.
Pinnacle High School. I don't know where that is.
And this is really nice.
At the top.
But that makes sense. This is really nice. And the 817, it made my day to meet Kevin at Worth Collecting. I was in Waxahachie, and guess what? I got a couple of autographed Brett Hull jerseys for Peace-a-thon.
That's awesome.
Wow. Brag a little bit more about your life.
Yeah.
It's
Hey,
for
I
the
get to hang out with
charity.
Guess
Brett
what,
Hull.
man? Hung out with Brett Hull on Saturday.
Man,
I'm so cool.
Hold it
Brett
up.
Hull has some fiery sports opinions.
He's awesome, dude. I love Brett Hull. You
Coming
gotta
up-
have Hull.
I got one inscribed for Peace-a-thon.
Did you get a St. Louis Blues jersey?
No, I got Dallas Stars.
Well, why not? He's a St. Louis Blue.
The hell he is.
Oh,
Coming
yeah?
up next.
Go back to their championship recently.
It's time
See when he was drunk
for
singing.
baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Hey, I want to hit better.
Fair.
Next.
Up to a 30% upfront bonus and 12% per year guaranteed.
your podcast, you'll be glad you did.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I was definitely hoping we came back right at the break. Now it's time. Wait for it.
Are you trying to hit the post?
Oh, it's going to take too long. Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Hey. Wyatt Langford, home run.
Yes!
Off the wall.
He's so fast.
He didn't even run fast to first base.
It's not a home run if it doesn't go over the fence, Mike.
No, inside the park home run. Even better. Even better.
Baseball Reference does not have it listed as a home run. It does not have him having a home run on there yet.
Are you sure?
I looked this morning.
99% sure he does.
Oh.
I looked this morning. Maybe I'm wrong.
You are wrong.
Did you look it up or are you just saying that?
I have another thing brought up right now, but let me type in Baseball Reference, as this was not where I was going to do.
So, Mike, it says...
I'm pretty sure that Wyatt Langford has a home run on his stat sheet.
It says, you know
One
what?
home run, batting 248.
It changed this morning.
It changed this morning.
Okay. It just changed just now.
I don't know to be honest, I don't know at what point they put in the stats from the game before into Baseball Reference, but it's there right now.
This morning I looked. It said he had a hit in that game, but it did not say he had a home run. But now it says home run.
Okay.
He still has 25 hits and 24 strikeouts.
That's better.
That's a good point.
Yeah. All right, so yesterday, the Rangers get 4 hits in the first inning with 2 outs, nobody on. They score 4 runs, and then they got 2 hits the rest of the game. So it was an interesting game in that you did score 4. You've been struggling to score runs in the first 3 innings. The Rangers,
and at the end of the game the night before,
you scored 4.
Yeah.
But if you look at the first 3 innings of the game, your first time through the lineup, and maybe even a little bit of your Seager and Simeon getting their second at bats. On the homestand before yesterday, the Rangers had scored 2 runs in 15 innings. In those first 3 innings, 5 games, you'd only scored 2 runs. You had a solo shot from Evan Carter, and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the other run they scored at home. And it's just, that's not the Rangers that we remember in 2023.
Yeah.
I get it. It's a new season. I get it. You don't have Josh Young, one of your better hitters in your lineup, and they're saying at least 6 more weeks, I think.
Yes.
So you're looking at probably mid to late June is when you're going to get Josh Young back. It is what it is. But I still like the lineup on paper. The lineup on paper should be doing better. That being said, I think this gives you an idea on where the Rangers' position players are right now. Remember last year, how many position players were all-stars? 5. You had 5 position players that were all-stars. So ESPN put out their April all-stars and their April disappointments for each position in the National League and American League. We'll concentrate here in American League. Catcher, I think this is a little bit unfair because he DHs so much, but Salvador Perez is the all-star at catcher.
What percentage of the time do you think you need to be actually catching versus whatever else to qualify for that?
70%.
Okay.
Not 70% of your games, because that would be almost 100%. You're going to catch about 3 out of 4 days or 4 out of 5 days as a catcher. You're going to get 1 out of 5 games off, most likely.
Yeah.
But out of those games, I think that you should be, let's say out of 5 games, you should be catching 3 and DHing 1, let's say.
Yeah.
But Salvador is a little bit different. So I won't go over any Jonah Heim not on the list at all. First base, Josh Naylor, Cleveland Guardians. Obviously, the Rangers have had an issue at first base because Jared Walsh started. He's now designated for assignment. And now you have your first baseman back in Lowe, but he hasn't done anything to qualify for like an all-star. He's barely played in the month of April.
And Naylor's been playing outstanding.
Yeah. And by the way, biggest disappointment, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. His career's been a disappointment, to be honest. Second base, Jose Altuve. Now, their team is not having a good year.
Yeah.
But if you look at Jose Altuve's stats, he's having a good year. Now, luckily, Marcus Semien is having a solid year right now, but doesn't get it. Third base, you don't have one really. Josh Smith obviously replacing Josh Young. They have Isaac Padres, if I'm saying. I know I say it wrong every time. I'll get it right at one point in my life. But he's the Tampa Bay Rays. He's actually my third baseman on my fantasy team, so I know he's having a good year. Shortstop, maybe a little bit of MVP right here, Gunnar Henderson. Gunnar Henderson is really having a great year. It says biggest disappointment, Javi Baez. I'm going to stop right here. I have not seen in Corey Seager's career. Do you remember the stat when they had the major shift and they said, look, do you know who's going to benefit the most from this? Is Corey Seager. Why? Because he pulls the ball so much. If you're watching Corey Seager this year, and this is just my thought, okay, he has to still be hurt. He is late on so many fastballs this year. I know he hit a home run in the 9th inning the other day on a slider, lefty on lefty, and that's great. And I do know that he's going to figure it out or hopefully get healthy. What I just don't know is, can he get healthy by playing every day, or is that torque on his hip area, lower, upper leg area, is that going to allow him to really get healthy? Because he's late on a lot of fastballs and he's fouling them off into the bleachers on the third base side. And I just don't recall last year a lot of foul balls for him that were hit opposite field foul balls and really just barely getting the bat on him to keep him out of the catcher's glove. And so I'm just wondering with Corey Seager, because coming into this year, best shortstop in the American League.
Yes.
But so far, he's just been late on the fastball.
If I told you, I just don't see how, especially with the way he hits, I don't see how you can get healthy staying out there.
Yeah.
Like,
he has a violent swing.
Yeah. Is that a fair... Is that a fair?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not, obviously, I'm not the therapist. I'm not the doctor. I'm not the trainer.
That's just my take.
It's a good question to ask. Can Corey Seager be the guy that he was last year playing through rehabbing an injury?
If his on certain numbers, his worst year was 2019. I have no clue what happened in 2019, all right? But some of his worst percentages on like hard hit balls and line drives and stuff like that were in that year. 40% hard hit percentage. Right now he's at 37.8. That's the lowest of his career. Kevin, his highest was last year at 53. So that's a big drop off on hard hit percentage. Yeah. Then the next one is line drive percentage. His lowest was 26%. He's at 19 right now.
So my concern is like,
I agree with you on the injury.
If he incrementally gets better, like let's say he had to sit out a month. I'm just making that up. Like, let's say he had to sit out a month to get fully healthy. But if he plays for the next month, he gets 50 to 60% better. Is that good enough for you?
But
knowing that, like,
does your
in the
team,
next month, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's my concern is like with Josh Young, Josh Young's
Was
injury.
that a Mikeism right
I don't
there?
know. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I felt like I've never heard you say something like that before. So it's just kind of different.
With Josh Young's injury, that's where I just don't know if you can do that for this time.
So when we get to the outfield, we finally have a Texas Ranger on the All-Star list. Juan Soto, Adolis Garcia, and Dalton Varsho. So you do have a Ranger who made this list of April All-Stars. Adolis, obviously, big home run yesterday to start the game off. He's in a little bit of a slump, hopefully getting out of it.
But his overall numbers for the
overall
season
numbers very good, and that's why he is one of the 3 outfielders on this list. Now, we do have a keep an eye on, and it's because he kind of went deep yesterday, off the wall for a home run, is Wyatt Langford. Keep an eye on him at designated hitter. Right now, it's Yordan Alvarez, and he's probably not going to be better than Yordan Alvarez this year. But it says, we had to put a yellow light on Langford's rise to stardom. Perhaps we all got a little too ambitious about his future after he tore it up in spring training, or maybe it's just a slow start. While he hasn't homered yet, so obviously this wasn't written yesterday after the game, Langford hasn't been overmatched either. I suspect the long ball will start showing up soon enough.
I want to talk about one specific part about that, because I do care about the other part of it in terms of the long ball showing up. How much is it a big deal that he hasn't been overmatched? Because that's what we did see with like Jackson Holiday, for example. He absolutely got overmatched, and they're like,
he struck out 50% of his at-bats.
And they're like, hey, take it back for just a second. Let's see if we can figure it out. I know the pop hasn't been there, but Langford hasn't looked bad, and plus he's been the victim of more terrible strike calls than anybody in Major League Baseball this season.
Yeah, and Julio Rodriguez was like that his rookie year. I don't know what it is or why it is. Obviously, it usually is a rookie. Yeah, and umpires can't really do that anymore. I guess they can, but it used to be way different, where they'd call balls 6 inches outside consistently and just see how they were going to react. And as long as they respected the umpires around the league, then they would start giving them, better calls, which isn't right. And I'm glad that that's pretty much over in baseball, but maybe it's not completely over, because Wyatt Langford does at times get balls, obviously the most so far in Major League Baseball. And I can remember Julio Rodriguez in 2022. He got off to a slow start, and they were saying, gosh, 1, he's off to a slow start. 2, he's getting a lot of balls called strikes on him, which isn't really fair to him trying to get out of this slump. So hopefully, my point being as I run out of time here is the Rangers are over 500, and that's great. And they have the day off today, and they're hanging in there. But I don't know if you can go a whole nother month with this offense just doing this and keep playing a little bit over 500. Luckily, the bullpen has been way better. How about Jacob Latz? All of a sudden, now he's an 8th inning lefty guy.
Man, if you take out that one really rough outing that he had, his numbers are unreal this year.
Yates has been perfect. Robertson has been really good. Yep. Jose Leclerc has seemed to found the role that suits him.
Did you see, it was the quote from Marcus Semien. I think it might have been 2 days ago. He goes, if our offense was playing the way it did last year with this bullpen, we might not have lost the game.
Yeah, and so hopefully the month of May, and I know this month isn't over, but coming to a close, hopefully the guys that are potential all-stars really have a good May. They're good enough to do it. We've seen it. We even Evan Carter, I know it was a short sample size, but man, if this team can get like 3 or 4 guys hot at the same time, which right now you're only like getting one guy hot at one moment with 8 guys being below average of what we think they can be. If 3 or 4 of these guys can get hot for like a week straight, they should start putting up what we think is they should be averaging 5 runs. It's just that good of a lineup. It's just not producing in the month of April like we thought.
So you're saying that if there is a month that is going to be a good month for the Rangers, it's going to be May.
Yeah, that's what I think I said. I'm hoping.
Are you familiar with the meme that he's making reference to?
Nope.
We're going to listen to some NSYNC in the,
Bye.
It's going to be May.
Okay. That's Justin Timberlake and the others?
Yeah.
Golly.
I don't know the other.
You face Lance Bass. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on
I don't know that I can name the rest of
the fan.
Yeah. Doug.
No, and the main reason I know Lance Bass, first of all, I think he went to outer space or wanted to. And also my wife said she had a big crush on him. And the day he came out as gay, all these people were calling her and been like, hey,
what?
Are you doing okay? Yeah.
Are you serious?
That happened like a really long time ago.
She was already married, but still hoping Lance Bass was coming around?
No.
Oh.
Coming up next, puck around and find out. Did the Stars finally figure out the key to beating Vegas?
I don't know.
Next on The Fan.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener teammates. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it.
HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to puck around and find out, which is exactly what happened with Las Vegas on Saturday. Let's go to cut number 10. I would have hoped this game didn't get to overtime, but it did. And there we were. And then this happened.
Johnston to the outside. He's in a shot. He scores! Wyatt Johnston is the hero. He wins it in overtime.
I lied.
Yeah.
I watched the whole game.
Okay. Hold on. Hold that thought for 1 second because I really want to know what you think now. There's this group of 3 or 4 Stars fans that they zoomed in on because they were all going crazy because clearly the vast majority of people were really disappointed. I just love seeing how happy they were.
And Elvis was walking out of the building right after it.
Elvis was very sad because that goal was right in front of him. You watch the game. Clearly the Stars are still losing 2-1. The game tonight is still in Vegas. It did feel like a game in which the Stars outplayed the Knights, although the Knights goalie was clearly unbelievable.
I would say the Stars only outplayed in regular time the 60 minutes. They only outplayed Vegas 56 of the 60 minutes.
Logan Thompson was amazing.
And it was tied at 2. And that was the scary thing. When it went to overtime, I just thought to myself, I'm going to say we, just being here in Dallas.
Yeah, I got you.
It's like, we can't even beat them when you outplay them for literally almost the whole game. There was a 4-minute stretch of 4-on-4 hockey.
I could see that.
Where you're like, okay, they outplayed us there. But you're like, for 56 of the 60 minutes, you played better than them and you're tied? Like how, to me as a fan, and I'm a small-time Stars fan, I'm not like invested for 30 years. But I'm just like, man, I said I wasn't going to watch, but I'm invested in this team. I've watched enough regular season hockey to be like, all right, I got nothing going on right now. It's 1 a.m. in the morning or whatever.
That game ended at 1:18, I think.
And I had a major headache, so I couldn't fall asleep. And so watching the game, I'm just like, now overtime I thought was pretty even. I do think the Stars played a little bit better.
No, I agree.
But it was pretty even. But I just thought to myself, Corey, when it went to overtime, I'm like, we can't beat them. We've outplayed them literally for 90% of this game, and we're tied.
I gave up earlier than you did. When
that
they
black
tied
glove,
it,
man.
When they tied it up, Kevin, at 2-2, I went, but same feeling, same thought that Mike was having of, dude, we're playing a good game, but these 2 moments were bad, and that's all it really is.
Was that shorthanded goal?
I think so. Yeah, I was like,
yeah.
that's not good. So that when they tied it up, I told you on Friday my batteries were completely depleted. By the time Friday happened, I watched the Mavs game and I told Carter and Avery, I said, I'm going to bed now, guys. And then the next night, I was like, I only got a little bit in me. And as soon as that happened, I said, I don't have enough to fight through this. So the next morning I find out, I'm like, well, that's good for them. But the superior team keeps popping up in this series.
How draining is this? Like tonight is Stars again, right?
Yes. And by the way, that game again
at 1 a.m.
History
It starts at 8:30.
History tells us it'll start at 8:45 to 8:15. I want to come back to something that you said in just a second, though. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, with the Mavs and Stars, almost on a daily or nightly basis,
something's on.
I'm drained, man.
Yeah.
Like I am fatigued. I'm not even doing anything except cheering and watching.
Tomorrow's an off day for both of them, right?
Yeah. And so I'm like, okay, because tonight, once again, like, got to get ready. And I know Wednesday is
and you
like.
got Rangers mixed in with that too.
Rangers,
so you're trying to, and the draft over the weekend. There was a lot going on.
Huge. And high school playoff baseball starting.
Yeah.
Well, and not to mention too, there were some really good outings in some of these other playoff games and some of the other NBA and NHL series.
Yeah,
Connor McDavid's been on a rampage. Not the
Anthony
Suns.
Edwards has been a blast to watch.
Man, he was just like, I don't care what you think, what you don't think. I'm a damn superstar.
Yeah.
Check me out.
I'm going to dunk on all of you.
You said something that I get where you're coming from, Corey. I disagree, though, and I could be proven very foolish.
Well, it's okay to be wrong.
That's you might be right
on certain things.
That is a good point. I don't think I have watched all three of these games. I don't think I look at it and say Vegas is the better team.
Well, they're the champions and they're up 2-1.
Hey, look, and they beat you 3 times in the regular season.
They're playing like the better team.
I don't know if I think that.
Hey,
the numbers say that.
What's his favorite show? The Homer Simpson show?
The Simpsons.
Yeah.
It used to be the Bart Simpson.
What does that
show.
have to do with anything?
Why is it the Homer Simpson?
Oh, okay. No, he's not being a Stars homer here. No, because you even said it too, and he's right. Like, for bigger portions of the game, each game, it has looked like Stars are the better team for huge portions of it.
No, I'm
but other
with
than
you.
the score,
it doesn't.
That's what Vegas always does to us.
It doesn't.
They always win the one analytic that we don't want. The
scoring
score.
part.
Here's an analytic I'm going to throw out there that I think could be a big key going forward. The rebound attempts. All right. So you looked at, I know usually we talk about this in the context of the NBA. I understand. But Dallas had a whole bunch of high danger scoring chances. Now, that can be a subjective thing as well. But they had 22 of their 33 shots were high danger scoring chances going into, I believe, the third period. And part of the reason is they were rebounding the puck great. They had shot attempts after a rebound 8-1 on Vegas. And one of the things that Miro said, y'all have brought this up all series. He goes, it's hard work against them. You have to earn it. They have big players. You have to work hard to get inside of the defense right there. And then you guys have talked about the shot blocking, the size they have. So one thing that the Stars have keyed in on is, hey, if we get up there, you need to get that puck if it comes off the goal.
Well, I mean, Wyatt Johnston's first goal, 11 minutes in, was off a rebound. Like that absolutely was. And what they do so well, Vegas, that is they'll just plant 3 big old defensemen right there around the net, and they cause a problem for you. They cause serious problems for you. So you have to be willing to fight through and hope that you get something there, because it's not a typical brand of the way that they play. It's not typical. So when you're used to playing this way all regular season, and now you come against this, and you're like, okay, I got to find a way around it. I got to find the right combination that's going to get me those good shots.
Sorry, I forget the guys who call it on Bally's. Is it Razor?
Razor's one of them.
Is he the analyst? I believe he was saying at some point late in the first or maybe even early in the second, the only person who showed up for Vegas to play is the goalie. Like literally everybody on the ice is I don't know if a step slow is a way to say it in ice, or in hockey, but
you say ice.
Do you think this is now my question.
And that Logan Thompson in particular, because I think this game, when Corey said he was deflated when it was 2-2, it looked like it could have been 4-0, 5-0 at some point.
And he said the Stars should have scored half a dozen goals already. It just Logan has well, I like calling him Wolverine.
Okay, that's fair.
Do you think the Stars will have that type of desperation and physical, aggressive, fast play in the first period tonight? And then vice versa, do you think Vegas still feels comfortable being up 2-1 instead of 2-0, that they might Dallas Maverick this thing and just be like, hey, let's just walk around and fart all over the ice tonight and see if we can get away with not trying?
Well, okay, so
probably no to that last part.
I think coaches provide strategies, right? And every once in a while they come in and they go, I know the pulse of my team, and I need to give the speech today. Today's the day I need to give the speech, or today's the day I need to talk to so-and-so and have him get ready for this. That's a coach's job. The players are really the ones that are supposed to know where they need to go out and be ready for this. But here's a line, Kevin, after game 3 from the Vegas coach. Cassidy said, we didn't want to hammer them with video because none of it's positive. When it gets going on the negatives this time of year, it's not great.
Kyler Murray style.
So in RG3 style, they're like,
Did they play video games?
Let's focus on your positives here.
Do you think Wolverine, to your point, wanted to see the video so he can be like, hey, look how many goals I saved?
Well, I think the big problem there is that's not his real name. We established this. His name is James Howlett.
That is maybe the best
point. Changed his name?
Wolverine's name is James Howlett.
Logan Thompson is still Logan Thompson. But I will tell you another positive. I don't think that Vegas will give you lackadaisical effort. But the line shifts that the Stars had, they paid off exceptionally well because you had Robertson, Wyatt, and Rope together. And
fast.
Yes, exactly. And clearly you saw Wyatt bookend the goals, but then the third line with Sagan, Pavelski, and Dodonov, they were moving that puck around and got you the goal in the middle. And so
I thought Sagan should have had that one on that breakaway.
You think so?
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, but he
What
played
about
with
when
it
he
a little
screwed
too
up
long.
when Jamie Benn set him up for an easy goal and he screwed that one up and then it led to the 2-2 score? Way to go, Sagan. Go back to Boston.
No, I'm happy he's
so
here.
many years since he was in Boston.
He was very young whenever he was there. Was he 22? Whenever he
I might have. Look, this is not right by me. I'm telling you my sense here. I might have said after he missed that one and then Vegas went down and scored, I might have said you MFer. When they showed the replay and I was like, Jamie Benn couldn't have given you a better pass for an easier look and you farted it up and then we're tied up and this team, it should be 3-1 right now, Tyler Sagan.
It should.
You really didn't do well there.
I know DeBoer,
but it happens.
In the immediate aftermath of Game 3, wasn't prepared to go ahead and commit to the lines for Game 4 and going forward. It feels hard to imagine they would break away from lines that were so successful in Game 3.
This is a must-win for me tonight. I still feel like Vegas is going to win this series, but if the Stars are able to take both in Vegas, it sets it back up like the Clippers.
Real
the Clippers are an
series,
advantage of the series now. They have 2 out of 3 at home. They are the higher seed. So if somehow the Stars can pull off another upset, which they are not favored tonight. They're not a big underdog. They're a small underdog, but check that out because I think they're just a hair. It's like minus 105 to.
Oh, wow. That is really close.
Like to minus 115. So, are the Stars a favorite?
On ESPN, I show that they are now a minus 125.
And what is Vegas?
105.
Okay,
plus 105.
Plus, so okay.
But it's still really, really
so
close.
so the Stars are the favorite, so I guess they wouldn't be pulling off the upset. But if they were to win this game in Vegas, then I give them the advantage to win the series. Just like right now, I give the Clippers the advantage to win the series.
But then somebody needs to win at home.
You're right. And then, Corey, to your other point, when you say it looks like Vegas is the better team, I cannot fathom the Stars breaking off 3 straight wins against Vegas if they lost this game, especially given how their recent history has been against Vegas.
I'm just there's a part of me that is just so used to seeing the Stars score at will when they, and I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen that version of them where they're like, hey, we're going to go out there and put 4 on you tonight, and you can't really do anything about it. And
in round 1, didn't they get Minnesota's goalie pulled twice last year?
I think so, yeah.
I think under normal circumstances, you would have seen that on Saturday.
But that black glove.
Logan Thompson played unfreaking believable.
Yeah, he's been good. He's definitely been good there. I'm waiting for that moment from the Stars. Maybe the Vegas is their kryptonite, and they just have to edge out these tough ones. But I'm waiting to see that. Oh, there's the Stars.
It's like when Lex Luthor, when he threw Superman into the pool with kryptonite.
Mm-hmm.
Then what happened?
Then I think the lady saved him.
Lois Lane.
No, was it Lois or was it Lex's helper?
Oh.
She felt bad for him, pulled him out of the pool.
Superman?
Harley Quinn.
I don't know. This is where Lex Luthor decided to break away California and throw it into the ocean, so he had new oceanfront property.
Jean Grey.
No to all of that.
Storm.
Stop it. By the way.
That's Wolverine.
Oh, my God. That's the X-Men, dude. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. I said
the
it right.
X-Men is not just Wolverine.
He's the main guy. He's like Superman of the Wolverines.
Poppy Montgomery. Aunt May.
I'm not doing
this.
this.
Aunt May?
I'm not doing this. By the way,
That's Spider-Man.
Wyatt Johnston. Hey, yes.
It's gonna be May. I get it now. Like Aunt May.
Wyatt became the youngest player in Stars or North Stars history to score an overtime goal in the playoffs, speeding out the record by Steve Ott. You might not care about any of that right now.
When's Wyatt Johnson hitting puberty? He can't even grow facial hair in this playoffs. Wyatt
Do you
Johnston.
care as long as he keeps scoring goals?
No, not at all. It's great. Think about how much more he's going to grow.
Yeah.
He hasn't even hit his growth spurt yet.
Finally be able to have a playoff
Just like my
beard.
voice just a second ago.
Miss Test Matcher.
It's Mocker.
Mocker.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
She's the one that goes into the sun.
Right here. What? What? On 105.
The redheaded one?
I got to figure this out.
No! She is not a superhero. Or I guess
Phoenix.
eventually she wasn't at first. Never mind.
She did get him out of the pool,
I know
though.
eventually. I'm not doing this.
Here's a picture.
Wanker of the weekend, 877-881-1053. Who is the best at being the worst this weekend, and why was it still Mike? Next on the Fan.
If you're wondering where I get all this from, maybe it's from Men's Tea Clinic. If you're like, how in the world do you
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Later today, high 83.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring today. Robert Half is here to help. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Mexican Bar Company.
The playoffs are heating up and our annual Cinco de Mayo party is back at Mexican Bar Company. Come celebrate and watch all the action on our big screens. From zesty tacos to handcrafted margaritas, we've got your sports day and Cinco de Mayo cravings covered. Happy Cinco de Mayo from Mexican Bar Company. Visit mexbars.com.
We're down to a minute to go. Brunson on the left side brings it to the foul line, flips it up, and in! And the Knicks have a 6-point lead in the final minute. Timeout, Philadelphia.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for Wanker of the Weekend, 877-881-1053. Now, I want to start with this.
You said Mike. You said it might be Mike.
Yeah, and based off of what you said like half a second before we went on air, I stick with that. Now, Corey, this is specifically for you, but Mike, Alec, please don't do this either. I'm going to spell the jersey for you. It's really important that you don't say... You can write it out. It's just really important that you don't sound it out on air. Is this person the wanker of the weekend, or are they a genius? Their jersey on the back said S-U-C-K.
Suck.
M-E-O-V. And the jersey number was 69.
Is this like
sounds like something you'd see
he
on
hate me
Shoresy
situation? Like, is this in that FFL, XFL thingy?
UFL?
Did
you say the FFL?
Football league.
The UFL.
Football.
Yeah.
I do not believe this is anyone's nickname.
Well, that's Tony Romo, though, right? Isn't he the one's always walking around talking about football?
I just think it was a guy doing a bit.
Oh.
Did you figure it out?
Well, yeah. I don't know. Why did they not have the ER on the end?
Because
I think that's how you...
Wait.
Is that what they want?
What?
No.
What?
OV? OV doesn't spell everything.
Meov.
Oh, why not?
So if you put the
FF.
first one on there...
Because maybe they're trying to pretend like it's a hockey player's last name, where sometimes in hockey, players' last names are more complex. Or
But that's his real name, Kevin.
I doubt it.
All right.
That's fair. You know what?
Come on, Daddy.
I will absolutely give an apology on air. I do not believe that guy has that actual last name and got the jersey number 69 to go.
Yeah, Vladimir.
What team was he on?
The Kings.
All right.
So I don't believe.
Oh, Kevin.
And he played?
It's the character from Deuce Bigelow.
There you go. I told you it wasn't a real person.
Look, it's the alien or the astronaut.
The cosmonaut.
It was the cosmonaut. It was his name on his shirt.
No, he didn't play, Mike. He was a fan, if that was your question.
Vladimir.
Brandon Hurtado's calling me right now. Maybe it's Hurtado's barbecue time.
What do you know what we do for a living?
I don't know. I honestly don't know if he knows
You
at
want
this
to
point.
answer the
We have a
phone
show
because he'll
on
bring
right
us
now.
food right
Yeah.
now. We'll allow that.
Hey,
just turn your microphone off.
Hey, Brandon.
Okay, thanks a lot for that, Mike. All right.
We're in the middle of a show right
Hey,
now.
But if he brings you food, do you care?
I'm 1,000% okay with it.
All right. Is Jerry Jones the wanker of the weekend? It's not just because
Did you not see that draft?
they signed Ezekiel Elliott.
Oh.
But it's because Jerry Jones said Ezekiel Elliott still has starting and running back one capability at this point in his career.
Look, Kevin, I've said this before.
Do you not want to leave the room, Mike? Or are you just going to stand
outside.
in the...
No.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Kevin, there are 32 teams in the NFL.
Fact.
Not all 32 teams have an RB1. All right. So if he's saying yes, for about 5 other teams, he could be an RB1.
I'm glad I'm here for this
Then
segment.
he's right about that.
I'm ready.
And the Cowboys just happen to be
Zeke is
a team.
back. 2016-17 Zeke is back.
He averaged 3.5 yards a carry in his season with the Patriots. But what I heard Jerry say was, if you watched him as the season went along and down the stretch, he was playing really well.
Don't look this up because Jerry doesn't like when we look at facts.
Okay, unfortunately, I already did.
Oh, no. Jerry,
starting
dang it,
in
Jerry.
December,
can you believe a stupid media is going to look at things that you say?
Through the end of the season, Ezekiel Elliott averaged a robust 3 yards per carry.
Heck yeah, that's more than 0.
And
was it better than he did earlier in the season, though?
No, it was worse.
Oh, Jerry.
And had 1 rushing touchdown.
Heck yeah, and he probably had none to start the year.
I think he might have had 1. He did have 2 receiving touchdowns after December.
Mike's right, though. He probably had 0 to start the year.
Settle down just a little
Yeah,
bit.
so
Okay.
You don't
Jerry,
start
I'll
the
tell
year
you
with
what,
stats,
Jerry.
Kevin.
Man, Jerry says things. Does he, honest to God, not think any of us are actually going to look up things that he says?
Yes, because remember at the welcome to
There's
the
no more
draft
fact checkers
presser,
out there.
he was like, you don't understand how the cap works. And most of the media members were probably sitting there and being like, no, I do. Do you?
Yeah, there aren't any more
He
fact
doesn't.
checkers.
It's not his job. His job is to get Pepsi and Papa John
Yeah.
and Nike. And he does a good job of that.
Zeke was going to have a great year, but the season ended too early.
Oh, man.
But he was getting worse.
I'll tell you what. I just want, his last play as a Cowboy was center. And we didn't draft one in the draft, technically. We drafted a guard who we think can be a center. So that's still available. So he could be a dual
Do you want to see
threat.
BB, Hoffman, and Zeke in a 3-way
Dude,
competition?
why not? Like when
for
we
center?
break the huddle and Zeke is snapping the ball and Hoffman or BB is back there as the running back.
Brock Hoffman?
They're going to figure out. They're going to be like, I don't know what's about to happen
Hoff-Brow is
here.
pretty
Because
awesome
Zeke
for
is
him.
snapping it and Hoffman is now the running back and we don't know what's happening.
Hoffman, amazing.
Yeah. Hoffman, Hoff a center. Say, we got Zeke back. That's all I know. And my main question to you guys.
It's going to be something about
this is a
Jason
serious
Witten.
question. It is about Jason Witten. Is he going to be better or worse than when Jason Witten came out of the Monday night booth and came back to the Cowboys for 1 year? That's a legitimate, serious question. Who do you think will be better, Cowboy fans? We already know what Jason Witten did out of Monday Night Football, and you can give the stats on what he did. Do you think he's going to be better or worse than Jason Witten coming out of retirement?
Okay, real quick, and before we answer this question, somebody brought this up, and it's fair, and I sent my response. Let's see, from the 214, guys, we aren't paying him much. Best locker room guy, knows the system, not sure why all the Zeke hates. So the interesting thing about that is,
I don't hate Zeke.
Zeke is going to count a minimum of $8 million on the cap this year, because don't forget, you still have $6 million in dead money that you also owe Zeke for this year.
It's 2 different contracts.
That's great. My issue is with none of that. My response was because he's going to be running back 1.
2 years ago, Kevin, he had 12 touchdowns. All right. How many touchdowns did you have from your running back this year?
I don't know.
Me either.
9.
Not. I didn't even feel like that.
Probably
Dak
12. You
got all
won
of them.
12 games, so you're awesome.
All right, so when Jason Witten came back out of the booth with his hair, he
shaved it by the time he started playing football again.
63 catches for 529 yards and 4 touchdowns. I think that will be better than the season.
Then what you get out of Zeke this year?
Ezekiel Elliott has.
So he averaged.
He'll be given a shot.
It's a very
Who's
different.
taking carries from him.
It's very different, but 8.4 yards per catch. So if I gave you under 3.5 yards per carry for the season for Zeke,
Under.
If I made it 3, would you still go under?
No.
So somewhere between 3 and 3.5.
I think I'm probably at 3.3 or 3.4.
But the intangibles are going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
The locker room stuff is something that Jerry
intangibles.
absolutely is selling to everybody. The locker room stuff and how he's, he knows how to be a professional. But my question is, who's taking carries from him?
Nobody.
So
I think he's running back 1.
So
I think he's going to get 17 to 22 carries a game.
Yeah, that's where the Cowboys are. This is where they painted themselves in this corner. This is the situation they put themselves in. There aren't a lot of, Kevin, on the heap right now of running backs. There's not a lot of them out there. And in the draft, it was their safety net the entire time. Oh, we don't have to get that guy. We can get this other spot because we know we can get Zeke for, $2 million here.
All right, can I give you another running back that I think he's going to be like this year? I think he's going to be Dallas Cowboys Eddie George. So at 27 years old was the last year of Eddie George. Eddie George had a nice career, obviously not a Hall of Famer, but a nice career. He had 13 games played. I do think Zeke stays healthy, unfortunately, somehow at this point. And good for him, but not good for the Cowboys.
Just because you don't want him to play, not because you don't want him to get hurt.
132 attempts for 432 yards and 4 touchdowns, an average of 3.3 yards per game. He had 9 catches for 83 yards and no touchdowns. He'll probably get way more opportunity, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I do think the 3.3 yards a game.
200 carries?
Yeah.
Because he had 184
he stays healthy.
last year.
I mean, in a way, that's a good thing.
Ooh, then
but
I'm going to take more than that then. I say 235.
231 and 237 the last 2 years with Dallas. So you're right there in the middle.
There you go.
What's 15 times 17?
Nobody knows. 250.
I do math really fast. 641.
That is not right.
I did it fast.
Would definitely end.
I did it
He
fast.
would run every play.
I said I do math fast. I didn't
Would
say
you say
I did it right.
251?
255.
So, yeah, I think he's going to get about 250 carries this year. He's going to stay healthy, and we're going to hand him the ball off, and it's going to be awesome.
And the entire offense is going to be on the shoulders of Dak Prescott to go out there and, hey, I got a guy who can block for me. I got to go out there and complete passes to my tight end, CeeDee Lamb. It's all going to fall on Dak Prescott's shoulders to be the guy. And then everybody that was arguing last year, well, Zeke, like we're missing Zeke. Obviously, are they going to be arguing we're missing Tony Pollard this year? Well, you're missing missing explosive running back. You didn't have the beefy one last year to get you the short yardage. Now are you missing the explosive one?
I just can't wait till the sell job happens.
It's going to happen.
It's going to be amazing.
That part I definitely don't love.
Did you see him block on that play?
All right.
You know it's going to happen.
I know. I don't.
And we're going to have to live with it.
There are some things you say about the Cowboys I don't like. I cannot argue against that. Let's go to Philadelphia 76ers fans. Now, was it them?
This is my Wanker of the weekend still.
Yeah, that's right. You thought it was.
This is the fun part.
Yes. So it might have been them. It might have been Knicks fans infiltrating their arena, but Jalen Brunson had 47 points, the most points ever by a Knick in a playoff game. This is Joel Embiid after the game talking about, I guess, home court advantage or lack thereof.
Disappointed. I love our fans. Think it's unfortunate, and I'm not calling them out, but it is disappointing. Obviously you got a lot of Knicks fans, and they're down the road and never seen it. And I've been here for 10 years. Kind of pisses me off.
Kind of pisses him off.
That there were so many Knicks fans in the building?
Yes.
Well, it's like an hour and a half. It's a short train ride away.
Or that Philly fans weren't perhaps as enthusiastic as he had hoped.
Philly fans and New York fans are very tough because they will boo you 1 second and then cheer you the next.
Right.
I don't know. NBA players are getting tougher and tougher to like and love.
Just because you think they complain too
They're
much?
entitled.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's an interesting word for it.
Let me ask you this. Out of all 4 major sports, I'm asking this as a question. Do you feel like NBA players have become the most entitled?
I do.
They seem to say things that just almost like intentionally tick off the fans that want to root for them.
It's tough for NFL players because some of the things that they want, I'm like, yeah, I get that. You probably should have fully guaranteed contracts. That is weird.
Yeah, it's not against the fan. I just feel like NBA players the people that love them maybe the most are the people they attack the most.
Whenever Michael Jordan was, before he became Michael Jordan, before that, were those arenas sold out every night? When were those?
It was Magic and Bird before that.
Were those before? Okay, before them, it was.
No.
I feel like those guys had. You talked about this the other day with football with the Cowboys. Those guys had to work really hard to get those fans in the door. And now basketball players are like, dude, we went out and scored 140 points and didn't play any defense. What more do you want from us? Like, you want us to go out there and compete during the regular season? What about the playoffs? We got all that. That's what I feel whenever I get NBA. I feel like NBA players are entitled. I don't think hockey players are by any means. Yeah. Football players, they are, but they've earned it. Like, they've really earned it in the NFL over their time. That sport has done its thing. Baseball players are more just like, hey, we like baseball.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Weird. They all take shots at their own fans.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. We go back to the NFL draft. And does Mel Kiper belong in the Hall of Fame? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star.
Women sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You deserve a My Computer career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Stroud to the end zone. Touchdown! Tank Dell! Perfectly thrown by C.J. Stroud right in the bucket.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
We're dipping with Zeke now, baby.
Here we go.
Yeah, Zeke.
I'll allow you more fun in just a second.
Okay.
No fun for this first story. Tank Dell, we just played the highlight of, he was shot over the weekend. 10 people were shot in a Florida nightclub. And it's always really weird that, like, he already got checked out of the hospital and they said he had a minor injury. Corey, I promise you this. If you ever get shot, regardless of where it is, if you get shot by a gun,
you'll suck out the venom?
That is not how a bullet works. I will not classify your gunshot as a minor injury.
Okay, thank you.
That just feels like a
Appreciate
really hard turn and be like, he checked out of the hospital. It's a minor
It's like when
injury.
they say minimally invasive surgery. You're like, you invaded me.
Yes.
If you had to get shot by a gun, like you said, by a gun,
Yeah.
it could be an arrow, it could be a needle. Where would you want to get shot? Where would you say
across?
Like I have to get
across
shot
the
for
top of my
punishment.
tricep.
So your arm,
Yep, right there. Boom.
Bottom half of my leg.
like calf area.
Yeah.
Or that spot right here between, you know, that one spot
By
that's
your
like,
neck?
That's
there's
close to
one
like
spot through
arteries
the
and
shoulder
stuff.
where if it goes through and it doesn't hit an artery, you're
Well,
okay.
My number one preference, of course, is nowhere. However,
Right,
that
for
was,
sure.
That
I'm
was not
just
the
asking-
question we were getting.
I'm
Part of
asking
an
the
earlobe.
question. They're like, you have to get shot.
See, you're
That's-
picking places that are probably going to be okay, but are dangerously close to killing you.
Yeah.
Although I guess anytime you get shot, there's
Butt cheek.
probably a concern about
Butt
that.
cheek is a good
What about
spot.
through the cheek?
What about, hold on, Alec,
I had a friend.
you quickly seem to agree with that.
Yeah, the butt cheek. Absolutely.
What's wrong with butt cheeks?
Nothing.
I've never been shot, and I don't want to be shot. I wonder if somebody who's
Same.
been shot
Cosign.
multiple times, if they can say this one hurts more than the other one.
Yeah, and if you've been shot, text in right now.
Oh my gosh.
If you've been shot.
I'm sure we'll get at least 10.
And Kevin, go ahead and give that number out for
877-881-1053 on the frankelfirm.com text
appreciate
line.
that. Does it feel warm?
Oh
Like
my
for
goodness.
a while? Like it feels, because the bullet's going to be hot, right? Though that's going to be a hot bullet. How long
Can
does
you
it
note it? Can you
You're saying
recognize
a
that at the
burning.
moment?
You're saying it's more of a burning feeling than a painful
I
feeling.
feel like that. Yeah, I'm just curious. I don't know. I have
don't know.
zero clue what
These
a
are good
bullet feels
questions.
like.
Are they?
Here's the other thing though, because my buddy's a huge
like
Texans
a bow and
fan.
arrow's not hot. An arrow.
Unless you lit it on fire.
So
Then
it's probably
hot.
just
People
complete pain in
Are
that
using
case.
the Forrest Gump line of something bit
Something
me
bet me.
when he was in the Vietnam War, right?
Vietnam. Tank Dell. My buddy's a big Texans fan, and he was like, I hope he wasn't doing something stupid that got him shot. You know, and Kevin, I don't know any more story behind this other than it's not.
Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 in Houston said that he was just a bystander at a club where there was a mass shooting.
That
Like,
stinks.
All right. At what age now are clubs stupid? Like, I think they're the stupidest things ever. Would never want to go to another club in my life.
Would
and
you
I
bring a
feel
club
like,
to your backyard?
Tank Dell is in clubbing age, right?
Yeah, but like, yeah, at what point? Is it 30 years old where you're like,
30 is fair.
I hear sometimes like Shaq and Chuck talking about going to the club after TNT, and I'm like, you guys are almost 60 years old,
They don't go to the club like we go to the club.
Yeah, don't you think they mean maybe a different club?
Well,
too?
no, even still, they go to a club, Kevin, and they get VIP when they walk in.
Okay.
We go to the club, and most of us have to stand in line, and then most of us are like...
I don't even care if I get that treatment. I want nothing to do with those places. It's loud.
Did you ever?
Not really, but at least in your 20s, you feel like you're around people your age.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I didn't even really care for it then, but at least you felt comfortable. I did a few years ago, like a friend of mine was like, let's go to this club place in Dallas. And I was like, dude, we don't belong here. And it's not.
Have a nice day cafe.
This is not 40-something-year-old fun. I did see like the Richie Witt there. But I was like, this is just not a place for my age. This is well past my age limit of I should be here. And I didn't really even enjoy these places when I was of age.
I would prefer, and even back then, I would prefer to sit on a lake dock somewhere with a couple buddies, and just drink a bottle of whiskey.
There is a shocking amount of feedback on this.
People been shot.
From the 214. I got shot kind of in the love handle area on the left side. No organs there. From the 817, I've been shot. It doesn't hurt that bad. It is more of a burn than anything. That is amazing. Another person from the 469, it really does burn. Another person said from the 817, I got shot with a vest on, and it was still not fun. F that. My goodness.
From the 817, never been shot, but I know people that have. All of them have told me it felt like getting hit by a hammer or something, and you don't realize you've been shot until the blood comes. Like, it just feels like you gotta get really hard, and then all of a sudden...
Okay.
And have a nice day, and Lizard Lounge are old school.
Look, there is an astonishing amount of feedback. We could probably spend the rest of the segment on this, and maybe we need
the 469 one shot 9mm went through my right leg I can't read the rest of that. It's stuck in my left leg, burns really bad.
Man, I
went through his junk.
Yeah, I guess you're right about the burning thing. I hadn't even realized that. Guys,
I learned that from a movie.
Let's go from that to
Zeke.
No.
Oh man.
The Falcons GM has to be trolling us, right?
Did they try to sign Zeke?
They tried to draft a better quarterback.
Terry Fontenot, if you're fancy, sorry about that. On not drafting a cornerback when it looked like the Falcons really needed a cornerback. Quote, he's got to be doing a bit, right? We would have liked to add at that position, but you don't want to force a reach or do something you shouldn't. Okay, they took Penix at number 8, and I realized the rumblings were
sexy pick.
There's two other teams that were looking to move up to get Penix, but he's doing a bit, right? Where he's like, you don't want to go up and overdraft for a position of need.
I mean, you could have grabbed, there were a couple of corners you could have grabbed there instead of the quarterback. So yeah, you made a bad mistake there.
That's too much of a reach, Corey. You don't want to be reaching with
I don't know if we should make fun of the Falcons. Their history suggests they know what they're doing.
You got AJ Terrell and Clark Phillips.
You're watching on
there.
YouTube. No, it does not. The Falcons and Cowboys, well, they went to a Super Bowl in 2017, so.
The 49ers signed Tariq Owens, the son of Terrell Owens, and the Bills signed Frank Gore Jr.,
awesome,
the son of Frank Gore.
God, I
don't
wish
know if this is a LeBron scenario.
Where did Jerry Rice? He went to the Rams. Jerry Rice's son went to the Rams. Am I correct about that?
T.O.'s son went to San Francisco.
God, that would have been amazing.
I just said that.
No, but I'm just saying, if those two guys would have gone to the same team, and then they each talk about their dads, go, hey, my dad hated your dad. Guess what? My dad hated your dad.
Mm-hmm. And then what?
And then they become best friends, and then they do a sitcom together. And then Jerry Rice and T.O. have to become friends, or they're always trying to like separate their fathers from situations. They're like, we're not you, Dad. Kind of like Varsity Blues.
Did you say Varsity Blues?
I don't want your life.
Yeah, I don't want your life.
Can you do it in a Texas accent?
I don't want your life.
Well, it was more your.
Oh, what did I say?
I don't want your life.
Kevin, there are a couple texts coming in.
Were there any other sons?
601, that guy was a hitman. I know guys who were shot. And then from the 254 and the 817, why have so many Tolos been shot?
That is a great question.
And we got AJ
214 and 817. I don't know.
AJ Guyton, Don
I don't
Beebe.
know that to be the case.
That Notre Dame guy, I have no clue how to say his name
whatsoever. Phil Simms, Boomer Esiason out at the NFL today, and in what should be a big day for RJ Choppy, Matt Ryan is going to be joining the CBS pregame show.
Good for him, man.
Good for him indeed.
Will that help him get into the Hall of Fame?
It doesn't hurt, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. Maybe so.
Saying relevant?
Yes. Yeah. I do think that when it becomes your time to go in, if you've been on television a lot, you're still seen.
Matt Miller said that Mel Kiper should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I don't disagree.
Okay.
There's
contributors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously not as a player. I don't believe Mel Kiper Jr. should be in there as a player or coach.
Yeah, what do you ever do as a player?
I would be inclined to agree with that. But this is his 40th NFL draft. And it does feel like he was one of the people, I know there's a lot, but one of the people that helped make this draft humongous.
Yeah, he was arguably the first to make it like, hey, we should care more about this, shouldn't we?
Agreed.
Yes.
You sure you don't have another smart ass or bullet comment to make?
No, there were some texts that said that Kevin's going to punch Mike.
what?
Mike is on one today, or Bassick is on one today.
Men's tea.
It's every day. You know what?
Every day you want to punch him?
No, he's on one every day because of men's tea. But you know what? Let's go to the football world of somebody who might be like Mike Bassick. This is Javon Baker for the Patriots. He's a wide receiver. He said, bring your popcorn. I make people in wheelchairs stand up.
Got my popcorn ready. Zeke's back. He makes people in wheelchairs stand up. Well, that's amazing if he can do that.
Do you think he'll get some blowback for that comment?
It was figurative.
Look at you. Every time I think I've got it figured out, you throw another facet out there.
So every time you think you've got it figured out, Mike throws out something figurative.
Coming up next.
And by the way, there's people in wheelchairs that can stand up.
From Zach in Frisco, any segment that brings in varsity blues quotes and gunshot talk is the best segment ever.
And it was about football.
That was a sports segment, everybody.
Guys,
we're a sports station.
Zeke is back, baby.
Oh my gosh.
1 year.
Is anybody celebrating as hard as Mike?
With $2 million guaranteed.
How about them Cowboys?
Who's celebrating harder that Zeke's back, Zeke or Mike?
Me.
In real life or in this
I've been watching him all morning. Like
Mike
he is every segment. He's brought Zeke in the conversation.
Dude, we got a center and a running back.
Shut up. I already know the direction this is going.
He snapped it.
You know what?
We'll be all in.
Damn it. Coming up next. You're not helping, Alec, whatsoever. Coming up next, Luka is great. But will he be able to shoot the ball worth a damn at some point in this series? We'll do it next on The Fan.
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper?
You can hear Kevin, Corey, and Mike anytime.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Sports Station. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where if you wanted to know, and I assume that you did, the Arlington Renegades are unfortunately now 0-5 after a 25-15 loss to the San Antonio Brahmas on Saturday night.
I watched one carry.
Did you?
Yeah.
How did it go?
Offensive line got blown up, but the guy made it back to the line of scrimmage. It's a good run.
Good for him.
Feels very 2024 Dallas Cowboys run game.
Yeah. Corey, you brought this up.
But let's talk about it.
Is there anyone more excited about Zeke coming back right now than Mike Bassett?
Mike walked in this
49er
morning.
fans.
I'm surprised you took off your Zeke jersey.
I'm going to DallasCowboys.com. I wonder if they're still on discount. God. Dick's Sporting Goods is probably like, oh, God, we had so many of these in the back we can bring back out.
If the camera was to zoom in, Mike's wearing a crop top right now. Like he's got it. It's rolled up because he didn't want to cut the shirt.
They say, Zeke, that's my dog.
That's exactly what he was saying. Mike woke up this morning, saw that news, and went, I always knew it would happen.
Yeah.
And Kevin, he didn't jump out of bed. He leapt out of bed and he screamed, Sue, you're never going to guess what happened.
Get the bowl out. It's Salvation Army time.
She was like,
jump in the bowl.
I know.
Jump in the pot.
You've been waiting for this for the last 2 years for Zeke to finally be back.
I'll tell you what, DallasCowboys.com, get on the game here. I see a picture of 4 people representing the Cowboys. Where's the 5th? Where's Zeke, man?
All right.
You got Diggs, Dak, Parsons, CD. You're missing a player.
On the Mavs front, speaking of missing a player, let's go to cut number 3, because this is going to be one of the few three-pointers that he's made.
Doncic playing with 5 fouls. Step back 3. Tie game!
In fact, in that game, I believe that was the only one, 0 for 8 otherwise. In the last 2 games, in the series, Maxi Kleber is 4 for 8 from 3. In the last 2 games, Luka is 4 for 23 from 3. Is Luka, for all his greatness, and he is great, is he going to be able to shoot worth a damn in this series? Because if he can't, I don't think they're going to win.
He's having a bad series, and I don't know if it's going to improve. I would like for Tim McMahon, whoever, and I know they're not in LA yet. I don't know if they're flying out this afternoon or tomorrow, but hey, Luka, play this all over the place, please. He probably doesn't care who I am. I'm not big enough to be in the media thing, but Terrence Mann owns your ass. How does it feel, Luka, that Terrence Mann owns your butt? You can't score to save your life against Terrence Mann. Because I feel like he needs some sort of motivation because he is getting – he's not playing bad. I don't want to go that far. But he's not playing good. He's putting up numbers, but they're so inefficient. You're like, yeah, at the end of the game, he has a 30-point triple-double for the most part in most of these games. But it's so inefficient. It's James Harden is outplaying him, and it's not even close how much James Harden is outplaying him in this series. I don't know if it's going to change because once you get 4 games into a series and you're pretty consistent in what you're doing, you're an inefficient scorer. He's playing his butt off on defense a lot. Like, I'm not trying to say Luka's having an overall bad series, but to your point, Kevin, offensively, they're shutting him down. I don't want to say shutting him down. He is getting 30, but he is so inefficient. You feel like when he has the ball now, you almost feel like something negative is going to happen.
So it's to your point about he's not having a bad series, but he's not having a good series. It's easy to just look at numbers. So we talk about this all the time. Did you watch the game or did you just look at the numbers? Because if you just look at the numbers, 29 points per game this series, 9.8 rebounds, 8.5 assists. So that sounds phenomenal. But what you were just talking about there is the efficiency that James Harden has had in this series compared to Luka. Now, I think he's scoring 3 points less per game, but on way better shooting, 50% from 3 compared to 26.5% from 3 for Luka. So again, I said don't just look at the numbers, though. We played the three-pointer that he made, but in the first quarter, it was rough. And it was rough for the entire team, the first quarter and a half. But he's had rough shooting days every single one of these games.
I know that they're not going to go away from the bread and butter, which got them 50 wins and got them to where they're at. But Corey, when we asked after game 1, when they lost that game 56-30 at halftime and obviously did not have a comeback like they did in game 4, I mentioned, and Jason Kidd did some of this, hey, get him closer to the basket if they're going to play Terrence Mann on him. And look, Russell Westbrook, I don't like him, but he does play his butt off on post defense, and he pushes Luka out to the three-point line. And Luka kind of, in a way, Luka doesn't really want to post up. He wants to get the ball at the three-point line and do his dribble dance, which isn't really getting him much in this playoffs.
It's boring. It's not. Hey, I just did something
post up
flashy.
The little guy, man.
That's a great point. There was I don't remember the score when the possession happened, but he did the dribble dance until there was about 4 seconds left on the shot clock and then tried to pitch it out really quickly to Kyrie, and Kyrie was like way back. And he was like, well, your option is take a shot clock violation or force this shot.
Same time.
And it didn't work, and I really did not like that possession.
Yeah, and I would, if it's going to work over and over, do it until they stop you. And they can't with Terrence Mann on you in the post. It's just not going to happen. I think he can beat Westbrook in the post more often than not. But like you said, he lets Westbrook just kind of float him out there. He doesn't force it.
He's honestly, in a way, watching the game. I do not have the stats to back this up. When he drives, he's not getting fouled.
Yeah.
When is he getting fouled? When it's kind of a little bit of a post-up, pump fake, he gets Paul George up in the air. Like a lot of the fouls he's drawing, I don't want to say like a whole bunch, but when he's getting to the free throw line, it's more of that mid-range pump fake type of situation. It's not, I'm getting fouled taking 20-foot jumpers or getting all the way to the rim. In fact, I will say maybe his knee's bugging him here. He seems reluctant to lay the ball up. He's passing out of contested layups. Like, I can't elevate.
All series.
So I'm going to get it blocked, and I don't want to get it blocked. So I'm going to throw a pass out, which sometimes those guys aren't even open. He's just like, I'm not going to get this blocked, so I'm not going to lay it up. He is getting some layups, but it's weird. Luka is not having a good series. He's not having a bad series, and maybe that's the optimism, is if Luka ever plays a great game in this series, maybe you win easily.
Kevin, I saw him get out of that car, when he was stuck in traffic over the weekend. When he got out of the car, I was just like, man, it's taking him forever to get out of this car right now. Maybe it is. Maybe the knee's bugging him, but he said it's not an excuse, and he's going out there. He's given everything he can, so they got to figure something out. Here's a line that because I think at some point it seems like when Luka gets mad, he becomes a better shooter, and we got to figure out a way for him to turn into Hulk, right? Like as the tip happens,
and that's when you bring up the Terrence Mann situation.
But I do like this line from Kyrie because this is interesting to me. We're in a series, duh. But we're fully aware of who we're going against now. We know each other extremely well. We know each other's plays. I think you're going to see high-level chess match in Game 5 in LA. And I'm not thinking about stealing a game. I'm thinking about winning a game and finishing out the series. So he's like, okay, look now.
Yeah.
We played 4 against each other. It's even. And now we've got some things figured out that we know we can go attack because they're not going to show anything we haven't seen at this point. And if they do, we should be able to figure it all out. But most of the things that you do well and that you're going to go back to over and over, you've shown already in 4 games.
Yeah, and they don't let Luka. Is James Harden just better at getting to the rim at this point in their careers?
Okay.
No, I just think the defense is more lax on James Harden.
And then the other thing is, how big of an issue is the knee? Because I see people saying that he's hurt. If he's hurt, and again, good on you, Corey, for bringing it up, he's not using that as an excuse. It seems like hopefully you could find a way to scale back. I'm going to say 6 shots a game. So he's still taking 18 to 20 shots a game. We'll get to the problems that come along with that in just a second. I wonder if it's that's giving him so much trouble getting to the rim compared to James Harden.
Well, I just feel like I don't want to question Luka's IQ. I guess I am here because I think it's tremendous. Top 5% in the league today and a very high IQ overall in the history of the NBA. If your knee's bugging you a little bit, whether it's 5% or 50%, go post up.
Yeah.
Stop having to dance to get open. You're not getting open by dancing with the ball anymore. It's not happening. They're too good. Paul George, Terrence Mann, hell, even at times James Harden and Russell Westbrook's all up in your rear end too, Luka. Then go post them up. You know, run. They did that in game 2. They're trying to do it a little bit here and there, but Luka kind of allows them to push him out to the 3 because he's not really wanting to post up that strong. You are bigger than everybody that is trying to guard you. Go post them up, get the ball somewhere between 10 to 15 feet away from the basket. Now you can just catch and shoot. You know, take your time, patience. He's very good at this. Pump fake, 1 dribble, pump fake, 2 dribbles, draw Zubac to you, maybe that. But the pick and roll's dead. Once again, the Suns general manager is right. It's the easiest play to take away in all the NBA because how many kind of easy pick and roll dunks are we seeing in this series? It's not as easy to do anymore. Yeah. And they're taking it away. And they've played Luka 20 times almost now in the playoffs. So for Luka, I'm like, it's not working, man. This isn't working. They're more athletic than you. They seem to be stronger than you. But maybe posting will get you going more than you dancing with the ball because you're not getting open.
Do you anticipate an adjustment like that? Or because I realize
I don't.
Okay, coming from the head coach, because I realize what Kyrie is saying, but that's all fine and well unless the coach is like, oh, I think we're going to stay the course. Then that's going to be.
You don't anticipate Jason Kidd having any adjustments to what they're doing? They adjusted in game 2. I mean, obviously, defensive effort was a huge factor there.
There was such. I'm not trying to bash Jason Kidd. I think he's the coach next year. He's won 2 games in this series. He's the coach.
You just don't think he has a deep Rolodex of plays.
I don't. And okay. I think he trusts Luka and Kyrie in a lot of one-on-one kind of pick and roll situations. And that's been their 82-game offense. I don't think it's going to change much now. Maybe Luka can do a better job of outletting passes, like being a stronger defensive rebounder and getting outlets. But then you have to trust. Besides Kyrie, we know Kyrie can run a fast break. You have to trust other guys to dribble and pass, and that's not like a lot of guys on the court that do that well.
Yeah.
But there's something that has to change because they're getting cremated. Even in the first quarter the other day, wasn't it 23-18 the game they won at home?
That is correct.
So their first quarter offense has been miserable, led by Luka, and Kyrie is. I get that he's playing into the game and he's not wanting to be super assertive in the first.
But the first quarter has not been kind.
It's been horrible. And if Luka's kind of hurt, I don't know. Should we use Luka more as a decoy earlier in the game?
Well, and the interesting thing about that is this is Luka talking about Kyrie. I just got to help him more. I feel like I'm letting him down, so I got to be there. I got to help him more. That kind of goes against the idea of being a decoy because I think you can still take advantage of other things that Luka can do amazingly well. It's just maybe every time the ball comes to him, maybe he only shoots it 3 out of the 4 times instead of all 4 of the usual shots that he would take.
Yeah. You look like you were wanting to jump in on something there. So
this series has been confusing because the 2 games you lost, you literally got down by almost a combined 60 points.
Yep.
In the first 18 minutes of those games where you're like, how does that happen? How are you losing 18 minutes of the first part of the game by an average of about 30 points? That's Like in the history of basketball, in Mavericks history, and almost
Not
the history
great
of
defensive
every
effort from your
NBA
opponent.
playoff game, you lose. If you get down by 25 points after halfway through the second quarter, you lose 99.9% of those games. Yes, there have been the unbelievable comebacks. It has happened. But they're putting themselves in a position where you have a 1% chance of winning the 2 games you've lost, and then the other 2 games, you've played your butts off. And if you play your butts off, you can score 18 points in the first quarter and only be down by 5. That's doable.
And this is a thing. Somebody just texted this in, and this is fair, and this is kind of why I really liked this topic so much from the 972. Clippers shot 60% from 3. Can they keep that up? In game 1, they shot 50% from 3. The point is,
No, they can't.
I agree, but I still think the Mavericks can win a game when the Clippers are shooting lights out from 3. Like you saw, 60% yesterday. The Mavericks could have still won that game. And you're right. If they don't shoot like that, which is what you saw in the other 2 games, advantage Mavs. But I still think even if they do, you can win one of these games.
You have to have, your defense in the 2 world has to be nothing gets through. All right. If they're going to shoot that like that from 3, then nothing gets through underneath, and you have to keep pace offensively and not settle for threes, not settle for step back threes, and really be able to get it to the basket and finish.
I know that this isn't even available, and I can't even believe I'm saying this, but if Tim Hardaway Jr. was healthy, I wonder if you'd make the adjustment of starting him for the first 4 minutes of the game just to have maybe a really offensive shooter on the court, because how bad you are in the first quarter at scoring.
It's an interesting
But he's not
point.
available, and nobody else on your bench. I don't want to start Jaden Hardy. As much as I still like him as a prospect and everything, I don't think he's ready for this moment. And I'll get into it, and Mike likes it on the lack of scoring on this team right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how many Cowboys draft picks can make an immediate impact, and how does the team depth look now? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes!
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
House surge protection for a limited time. Call us at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkeys, we're there when you need us.
And the Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. How many Cowboys draft picks can make an immediate impact, and how does the team depth look now? I wanted to try something.
Perfect.
Stop it. I want to see if we can do this, Mike. We can. I wanted to skip grading the draft picks because everyone likes to grade and, awesome. How many of these draft picks do you think can make an impact? I said immediate. Maybe I should have just said in 2024. Whether you think that means as a starter, what do you think that means they'll get heavy rotation time in there? However.
3.
Okay.
Maybe 4.
Who are the 3?
Your first 3 picks.
Okay.
Are like potentially can make immediate. I know Tyler Guyton's an immediate impact player.
At left tackle.
You're plugging him in at left tackle. He's there. That's your tackle forever. You're going to live with and die with what he does until he's no longer with the Cowboys. All right.
And BB potentially at center and Nealon potentially.
I have a lot of Nealon.
Dorrance
This is what's interesting. No.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
Doesn't Notre Dame dude get to play a lot? We have like
Maris?
4 linebackers.
Oh yeah,
and that's why he was my fourth option here. But 3, I think for sure. In that BB, I think is going to be a legitimate backup off swing offensive lineman unless he wins the center job from Brock Hoffman. I think the Cowboys are like, look, Brock Hoffman's there. This is your options. But when it comes to defensive ends, Kevin, I guess I just didn't realize how light we were there. And that was whenever I was like, whoa, can Nealon Marshall go steal reps from Micah Parsons? And Micah become the whatever linebacker in the Mike Zimmer offense? That's what I'm trying to figure out is, can he take over some of that? Because you lost Dorrance Armstrong. Yep. And not thinking about those, you lost Dante Fowler. So you went light there. Now it's DeMarcus Lawrence and Sam Williams and Micah. And I know when you're like, oh, Micah's out there, you're like, well, I feel pretty good until he gets tired and you have to rotate. You're not built that way right now. Especially Micah is not built that way to be out there 100% of the snaps at all. So I do feel like Marshawn Nealon's going to be one of those guys that takes a lot of those snaps. Guyton's going to be your every down starter at tackle, and then I think that BB's going to have some impact. Now, when it comes to your linebacker, this guy fits what Mike Zimmer wants out of his defense. He could legitimately compete for lots of playing time during camp. So that's where I am with this group.
What are we counting on, or what are you thinking ahead about the impact of DeMarvion Overshown? Because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, you said, I'm curious his fit with Zimmer now as opposed to the old regime.
So you would kind of presume middle linebacker, but you brought in Eric Kendricks, right? So Eric Kendricks is going to be that guy that you can kind of squeeze in multiple different areas, but he's going to be your hub of intelligence for your defense. That's what Mike Zimmer is going to line him up for. Overshown has the speed laterally, can get upfield too, but he's still coming back from the injury. So that's going to be another part of the process. Is does he trust it? Is he there? Is he ready to go? I always felt he was undersized in most defenses in the NFL at the spot that the Cowboys wanted him to play last year. I was like, man, he might be a safety the way that dude looks.
Right.
But then I also thought, I think Dan Quinn knows how to use that. Unfortunately, Dan Quinn actually had to go to safeties as his linebackers, and that ended up screwing the team over. So I'm interested to see if he will change that approach a lot, because he still doesn't have the bodies to do it. Mike Zimmer, that is. He doesn't have the bodies to say, I'm going heavy at linebacker right now. So I have to wait and see that. But Overshown, he's your backup at the moment to Clark and Kendricks, in my opinion.
I wanted to run down a couple of positions, and Corey, you were just talking about the defensive line. So let's go to offensive line. You feel like they addressed depth issues or talent issues at offensive line? Not to say that like these players are going to work out, but they were like, we're going to give it a shot.
I saw over the weekend, Broadus said, because somebody was like, you think Cooper is Zach Martin's future replacement? And he said, I think TJ Bass is that guy. So I'm interested to talk to Broadus about that and kind of pick at his brain a little bit to see what they're thinking there. But Cooper, I think, like, I don't know, man. I just watched him and I was like, the dude's tough, nasty. He's kind of a pest. I always go back to the Kevin Gogans, and you talk to anybody that played with him, and it was like that dude wanted to destroy you when you got on the field. He didn't care. He wanted to compete against you and blow you up. And that's what I saw whenever I watched Cooper. So I was really excited about that. But they addressed their tackle. They have an all-pro left guard. They have Zach Martin, who is, you could probably say declining, but he's still better than most. And Terrence Steele. You still have Awesome Richards, Kevin, so you're okay there. You still have Josh Ball,
making this team?
so you're okay there.
I do think they did the best they could with the out of all the things that they could do with the offensive line. Because you took a first-round guy and you took a third-round guy. Very few teams are going to take 2 offensive linemen in the first 3 rounds, and so the Cowboys know how important that is. It doesn't mean they're going to be good. I don't know if they're going to be good or not. You have to watch them play. The Cowboys have done a really good job doing this for the most part. I won't even consider Biotish a bad pick.
No, I mean, he started for several years.
Yeah, and so, I mean, you're hoping, I guess, BB's a better player than Biotish overall in his 4 years, maybe 5 with the Dallas Cowboys. And
or hell, maybe Brock Hoffman turns out to be good. I don't think he's playing center all season long this year, but maybe he turns out to be a better center at the spot for you.
But I think defensively, yeesh. They did what they could do. Unfortunately, you don't get 5 first-round picks. So.
Do you still look at linebacker then and think trouble because of depth? At least at this moment, there's more time, and I know.
And Overshone has never played an NFL down, and he's coming off of an injury. I don't think you can expect a lot out of him in year 1. Maybe the second half of the season. His body feels better. He's figuring out the NFL. I'm just going to call him Notre Dame. I don't know what his last name is. The guy you just drafted. Maybe he can contribute a little bit.
Yeah.
You have a rookie edge who you drafted who can maybe play 25 to 33% of the snaps and help out in rotational situations his rookie year.
And then Clark Kendricks Bell.
And at this point,
the fact that Bell's still listed is concerned.
Isn't DeMarcus Lawrence? I'm not saying he's not good. He's good, but he's now at the regression part of his career.
It feels
he's 33 years old. He ain't going to get better.
I think Mike's right. Like on the offensive side, you did upgrade a little bit there on some of your depth and one of your starters. Well, it depends on how you feel about Tyron Smith compared to Guyton. But when it comes to their defensive tackle position, they said, hey, we're going to go out there with Mozzie and Osa and draft in the 7th round at defensive tackle.
But what did they do? Auburn. What was the last defensive tackle they drafted out of Auburn in the 7th round? Jay Ratliff.
All right, there you go.
Is he from Auburn? Is Jay Ratliff Auburn? I think he is.
He is too.
How are you going to make a definitive statement like that and then immediately stop and be like, but is he from
remembers
Auburn?
Things when I cared a lot about the Cowboys, and I'm pretty sure I remember Jay Ratliff was a 7th round pick out of Auburn, and he worked out tremendously well.
He went to Auburn.
Okay.
Do you see?
Fact.
Do you see how smart I am?
Then why did you backtrack? Because I was ready to believe with you until you go, hold on. Did he go to Auburn?
I was pretty sure. Sometimes I can mess up.
Will Justin Rogers be as good as Jay Rattler?
He'll be a nicer guy to Jerry Jones. How about that? I'll make that a factual statement. He won't want to almost kill Jerry Jones and Jerry Jones be scared for his life.
I was in the locker room one day when he went at Calvin Watkins, and I was like, what is that? I was like, literally, I was holding my recorder up to Rob Ryan, and all of a sudden a fight breaks out, and he's like, let's get the gloves out, boys.
Was there a point in the draft? I wasn't following it on day 2. I mean, I waited for the draft to be over on day 2 and looked at the picks. Was there a point with you guys following the draft that you wanted a running back taken in the 2nd or 3rd round that was available to the Cowboys and they passed up on for one of these guys?
The 2nd pick in the 3rd round with the kid from USC sitting there. I think he might have gotten taken the pick after, but he was right there. I thought there were better running.
Marshawn Lloyd?
Yes. I thought there were better running backs for the value, especially since, look, Steven has said it before, a half round grade overdraft is not really that big of a deal. Broadus has said it in the past, like, you might, if you really like a guy and you don't think he's going to be there the next time you come up, sometimes you have to go ahead and make that pick. But the one over pick they made was the linebacker there with the 2nd pick in the 3rd round. And I thought that would have been where we went to running back. But that
because you thought he could have been. A lot of people thought he could have been gotten in the 5th.
Oh, for sure, absolutely. And so then maybe
I think they were just looking at it going that we might draft that guy in the 4th. We don't have the 4th. Let's go ahead and take him now.
And you might be onto something there. I guess I really wanted a running back because I understand what people are saying. Mike McCarthy said, and I think this is before
I want to run
Zeke
the damn ball
was officially signed.
Oh.
He said, we feel good about our running backs and quote, it's not over. If the it's not over part
Zeke
was we re-signed Zeke and it's Zeke, Dowdle, Deuce Vaughn, Royce Freeman, like, I don't know. That just doesn't inspire a lot of confidence to me. If you feel differently and you're like, you just watch, I hope you're right, but that does not inspire confidence to me.
I have no clue if Deuce Vaughn is going to be a legitimate NFL player. All right, from what I saw in college, I was like, dang, that's a lot of fun. And then I saw some moments where I was like, dang, that's a lot of fun during the preseason. Your offensive line wasn't good at running the ball at all last year, though. And so will they be better at running the ball this year? You feel like you kind of downgraded with Brock Hoffman at center and never got any better. What's the difference with this offensive line? A healthy Terrence Steele? That's the difference for you this year?
And isn't Guyton going to be worse than Smith was last year?
Time.
Than
Most likely.
Tyron Smith was really good last year.
So you're gonna have regression at one of your tackles, even though you're hoping there's progression throughout his career and that he can be really
For
good.
sure,
But in year
just
one,
this one season,
from 2023 to 2024, you're going to be worse at that tackle position.
That's a fair argument.
Right now, you could be worse at center, and it may be a hair better, but that's going to be your situation there. I mean, I kind of feel a little bit for Dak, not a lot, but a little bit, that I think he has a worse offensive line, a worse running back situation. He does have CeeDee Lamb, one of the best receivers in the
Everybody's
game.
known that for years. Running backs don't matter. You don't need a running back.
I don't know. I heard a disagreement about that this weekend.
Patrick Mahomes, what happened?
Well, sure.
Who was his running back last year?
Well, I mean, it rotated, right, from Edwards-Helaire to Pacheco.
That's Patrick Mahomes.
What'd you say?
That's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. I mean, you don't need a running back in today's NFL if you got Patrick Mahomes.
We don't, though.
We got Dak. You're right. We don't have him. We have Dak, baby.
It's true. All right. Positive thing.
All right. What's positive?
We all like and respect the opinion of Dane Brugler, right? When it comes to evaluating talent.
Yes.
The Cowboys' first 3 picks were all in Brugler's top 40. He had Guyton at 27, Nealon at 32, and Beebe at 38. And so I think that is a very positive thing right there. Brugler specifically talking about Nealon. He's still taking classes in the art of the pass rush, but he is charged up into contact and displays twitch throughout his frame, which allows him to defeat blockers in different ways. He projects as a starting base whose best football is yet to come. The thing that jumps out about that is the twitch, because that was one of the things a lot of people were disappointed about in terms of Mozzie. And so somebody who is physical, attacks, and has a quick twitch, and the fact that their first 3 picks were all top 40 from Brugler at least shows that somebody we respect thought they got value, to be sure, out of the first 3 picks.
And you weren't getting that with the picks that you had before you made the trade down.
I agree.
The thing that I'm reminded about Dane Brugler is the last time the Cowboys did something similar to this was the CeeDee Lamb Trayvon Diggs draft, where his board was like, wow, the Cowboys got good value here from their first and second round picks. Now, I can't remember. I think they did pretty decent in a few other picks in that draft. Last year they didn't. Their board did not match up with Dane Brugler's board. And I'm not saying Dane is smarter or not smarter than the Dallas Cowboys, but I know in recent history, if you draft off of Dane Brugler's board, you've done a better job than drafting off the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, Mike, in that draft, they got Ben DiNucci, Bradley Anae,
the science guy,
Tyler Biotic, Neville Gallimore, Trayvon Diggs, and CeeDee Lamb. So the Diggs thing was interesting because they were going to get Diggs at CeeDee Lamb's spot.
Yeah.
And they were like, hold on.
I love that Diggs pick. I remember that. I was like, he's still there?
Yeah. So that's the
and
bonus
Neville.
there.
What a name.
That one turned
Neville.
out for him.
Can I throw you one other name out for you? He's an undrafted rookie free agent.
Heck yeah. These are my favorite.
The Cowboys picked up Denzel Daxon.
Whoa.
Denzel Daxon.
Okay.
I almost said Dixon. That's incorrect.
You should have just said Dixon.
Yeah, you stopped
with
you actually stopped just after just one
It made
syllable.
it sound like his nickname is Dick.
That is unfortunate for me. Denzel Daxon, he's a Bahamas native who reportedly didn't start playing organized football until 17. And so I started thinking
He's like Tyler Guyton.
I started thinking about Sam Williams too, because remember he was like walking us through how he got into football and all of that. And so if you're looking for somebody to just root for, maybe you just root for them all because you love the Cowboys. But that sounds like a fun story. Somebody
Start
from the
rooting for
Bahamas
Zeke.
who can play on the defensive line and only started playing football like 5 years ago.
I am very interested in how Mike Zimmer manages Sam Williams because he's not going to sugarcoat it for guys. Like, he just doesn't. That's not his style. So I do wonder when he makes those bonehead moments happen, like, how is Sam Williams going to respond to a coach that isn't like up in the box up there just hanging out like, hey, everything's fine. I got my backwards hat on. Everything's cool right now. A guy who's like, just cut my eyeball out of my head.
He was a good coach. He was good. We can't make fun of a dude who took the worst defense in the NFL or close to and turned it into an above-average defense, right?
I agree.
They look like the worst defense against Green Bay, though.
We look like the worst offense.
Everything looks bad.
That is a good point, man. If we keep going back to the Green Bay game, it's going to be tough to be like, they all look terrible.
We should have just blown the whole team up after that.
They got rid of Dak, McCarthy, got rid of them all.
What was the one game you won out of the last four? It was the only game you looked good, and it was a crap opponent. Like, that's the thing we forget is 4 out of their last 5 games, they played like crap.
Did you win one of them or did you win 2 of them? Because you also beat the Lions on the sketchy call for the 2-point conversion.
You lost to
right?
Buffalo. You lost to Miami. The last game you didn't try, right? That one doesn't count, right? Because you were locked in.
Look, they
maybe they did try.
Lost by 2 to Miami. You beat Philadelphia 33-13.
That was the good one. That was the good one I was thinking. I guess you beat Detroit too.
You beat Detroit by 1 point. You lost the Bills in a bad way.
So, look, you went 2-2 down the stretch.
I forgot.
They
They
beat
played
the Commanders 45-10.
Heck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Man, can we Washington it up at the end of the year?
38-10,
in a good way.
my bad.
I mean, they did
But
beat them
now-
45-10, but that was the Thanksgiving game, right?
Thanksgiving. That was awesome. That was Bland got his, was it the record tire or record breaker?
That was awesome.
I have a question on Mike Likes It to start this off. Based off of the draft and where they're at, what would be the one player you would collect their cards of?
The NFL?
Yeah, the NFL draft, the rookies that are, going to now start having cards being made of them. What player would you invest your money in?
I will come up with another answer if you think that Caleb Williams is a give up because
No, it's okay.
they also drafted a top flight wide receiver and they weren't as bad, anywhere close to as bad as the typical
7-10 last
number
year.
one drafting team. I do think Caleb Williams is in a good position.
It was interesting because I have something similar to this in C block, but not necessarily. But because the only thing you can draft, the only thing you can collect is quarterbacks. That's the only thing of value.
For the most part,
there's plenty of things I want to collect here, but it seems like quarterbacks, and dare I say that J.J. McCarthy might be in the best situation all overall. So we'll have to get in that conversation coming up at 1 o'clock. But I think Caleb Williams is easily the one. He went number 1 overall, and they do have some weapons that they put in his hands. And if he can become that guy, it's going to be a lot of fun.
I don't think I'm going to buy into him, but I think if I had to go with one, because I hope I'm wrong on Caleb Williams. I hope he is very Patrick Mahomes-like. That would be very fun for the NFL. I would probably go with Jaden Daniels and take the risk that Washington can get it right.
Man. Obviously, for rooting purposes, I hope they don't get it right. But if they do, clearly that area is starved for great quarterback play and a good football team. They'd be all over it.
After 30 years of crap, can you imagine if he does become, and it doesn't even have to be win a Super Bowl at this point for Washington. If they were to make the playoffs, not next year, but after that, 3 out of his next 4 years, they made the playoffs and won 2 or 3 playoff games.
I think that would be huge.
He would be the second, in a way, he might be the second greatest quarterback in Washington history. Because even Mark Rippon and Doug Williams weren't there much. These kind of showed up and won a Super Bowl.
In your face, Joe.
They drafted pretty well this
and Theismann
year.
would be the best. So what I'm saying is he could become the second best quarterback in Washington.
All right, I got you.
Whatever history.
They drafted pretty well this year, and then I don't know how you feel about him, but adding a McCaffrey I think is always good for your football team.
McCaffrey.
Luke McCaffrey, wide receiver, and they already have really good wide receivers in Jahan Dotson and McLaurin. So
Santana Moss.
Yeah, well, no. Daniel's walking into a really good situation with wide receivers wise. And Kevin, what have I said about McLaurin's career his entire time is he just hasn't had a good, consistent quarterback throughout.
Okay,
By the way, what were they doing? Darryl Green hadn't had his
number retired.
Yeah, what?
That is crazy.
Like 20 plus years later, one of the, I don't know, in my lifetime, probably 5 best corners in the history of football. And they're like, hey, let's figure this one out.
He was freaking awesome. I want to ask you a question real quick about Jaden Daniels since you brought it up. I saw some numbers for him, and I wanted to see if you guys think these are close or not. How many yards do you think he'll throw for this season?
3,500.
I was going to say 35. I'm going to say 37.
3,250. Total number of touchdowns.
Oh, with running too?
No, I'm sorry, passing touchdowns.
25.
18 and a half. For rushing yards, 550, rushing touchdowns, 4.5 with 13 and a half interceptions. Caleb Williams. Can I ask just one more? Caleb Williams?
4,200 yards.
No, I'll go 38.
3,500.
Okay.
Over
so we're over. We're two.
Passing touchdowns.
26.
25.
Only 22 and a half.
But still more than 18 for...
True.
Okay.
J.J. McCarthy is actually next on the list with 20 and a half touchdowns and then 12 and a half interceptions.
For most quarterbacks in Chicago, they would be like, 4,200 yards a career?
To your point in Washington, I wonder how much a veteran wide receiver group can help out a rookie quarterback. Because I get that, I just call him Rome. But I get that Rome is a great talent, but he's also entering his first games in the NFL too. So how much can he help out the quarterback on the sideline?
I think, first,
you know what I'm saying?
I do agree with you. I was actually going to go on field, but I definitely agree with you about on the sideline. Does this sound like a player that you're like, we need to get more over under touchdowns for Rome?
8.5?
4.5.
That's tough, man.
And 725 yards with 67 and a half receptions.
It's going to be tough to come by.
What would you put it at?
8.5?
6.
All right. I guess I'm too optimistic on
1,000 yards, by the way. And we talked about it.
Well, on all of this, I've been over.
You got to understand, DJ Moore and Keenan Allen are going to take away touchdown numbers. Like, that's just going to happen.
Allen will be hurt half the season.
But when he's out there for the other half of the season, he's the dude.
All
like,
right.
he still is.
All right, this is Mike Likes It. You ready?
I'm ready.
The jerseys in the MLB are horrible. And if you're watching the Reds and Rangers, you're like, why are the jerseys so dark gray for the Reds and so just gray for their pants? And it's because Nike, you guys have more money than you could ever imagine.
Fair.
Whatever his name is, Oregon person.
Phil Knight.
Yeah, Phil Knight.
The science
Stop
guy?
being a cheap SOB when it comes to these MLB jerseys. MLB's finally calling it out and going, enough is enough. They look like trash. You were mentioning about Dane Dunning and his sweat. It's because they made $3.27 jerseys for this MLB season, Nike. Like, they're horrible. They're horrible. I hate saying this because I want people to buy them, but when I see people wearing them in the stands, I'm like, what? Like, they kind of look a little bit like the giveaway jerseys. And you're like,
whoa.
But Nike just has put so much, I guess they just want to make as much money as possible and putting out the cheapest product possible. But guys, give these guys major league jerseys. This is Major League Baseball. This would be like in football, as if this year you just saw that one Earl Campbell run where his jersey goes to shreds and he's still running. They'd be like, what about this year if Nike cheaps out on NFL jerseys and you just see them all going to shreds every time somebody grabs them?
That would be unfortunate. Does the imminent change make you feel any better, or
it
just
does,
makes you even madder?
But it makes me mad for the people who have bought Texas Ranger jerseys this year, because they need to be better for the team shops too. And there's nothing, it's not the Rangers' fault. It's not whatever team's fault. They're putting the jersey out that Nike's provided them, which is a $3 jersey. And Nike has just decided to go as cheap as possible, and finally they're getting called out by the Players Association and by MLB going, look, this is horrible for our telecast. These don't even match. You guys have put such a cheap product out there. This is Major League Baseball.
Took so long?
Yes, I am.
For them to hear, because the noise has been there.
Did you see Hunter Green pitching the other day? It looked like he might have sweated his whole body off. And you're just like, no, if you look at the other, Bubba Thompson came in. I was like, did he run a marathon in these 8 innings that he was watching the game when he came into pinch run? These jerseys are so pathetic that they suck up all the sweat and they just turn into dark gray messes. And you're just like, come on, Nike, this is pathetic. And you know what? Everybody's like, hey, thank God they got away from Majestic, because Majestic isn't a big name. Majestic makes a quality product, but it's not Nike or it's not Adidas or whatever. Majestic at least put in a budget where they're like, hey, let's make Major League jerseys for a Major League product. Freaking these teams are all worth $1 billion+ and you're making $3 jerseys. Thank God that they're changing that. Hopefully it can't happen soon enough. So.
And they haven't said that they're going to do anything to help people out who bought the old jersey, right? And realize what,
I don't
for the
know.
fans.
For the fans, if you could turn them back in and get a higher quality product, because Nike hopefully is giving the fans also the option to get a higher quality product than what they're putting out. That would help.
Do they breathe well though?
No, they just suck up all the sweat.
That was what they said. Was they were like the breathable jersey. They were like it's breathing.
It's just pathetic. But hopefully it gets fixed sooner than later. All right, next one. Dallas Mavericks basketball. I know we've talked quite a bit about it. I know that they have today and tomorrow off. I think this is my issue with the team right now. And I love this team. I'm disappointed the Mavs aren't playing better. To be honest, I feel like they're better than what they're playing. Overall, they're better than how they're playing. And I know it's tied at 2 and they have a chance to win. But when you look at it and the way that the Clippers are playing defense at times against Luka and at times against Kyrie, well, if I start naming the major weaknesses of these players, and I do like these players, I'm not trying to take major shots, but Derek Jones Jr., major weaknesses, not a very good shooter. Right. PJ Washington, not a very good shooter. Dante Exum, not a very good shooter. Josh Green, not a very good shooter. Maxi Kleber, I know he's 4 of 8 in the series, but not a very good shooter. Like if I'm naming the weakness, because if I name the strength of those guys, there's athleticism, there's defense. There's rebounding. And then your 2 centers can't shoot, and you aren't expecting them to shoot anyways. But I think what we're running up against right now in this series, especially early on in these games, is the Mavericks literally have Luka, who's not shooting well, but overall a good 3-point shooter. Kyrie, who's a great 3-point shooter, but not making his shots early in the game. Is if they're not draining their threes, the major weaknesses of literally all your role players are they're not good shooters. And so how much do you force the ball to the basket? And I kind of like, keep forcing it because you're not good 3-point shooters, or are you just hoping that these guys get hot? In game 3, they were hot. It was awesome. Derek Jones Jr. at one point, it wasn't like a pure step back 3, but he stepped back to the corner. I was like, damn. Like I wasn't expecting, once Derek Jones Jr. took the step back behind the 3-point line, I'm like, this isn't going in. And it did. And Maxi Kleber but I just look at these guys, and this is for future. Are the Mavs going to win the championship this year? I don't think so. They still have the opportunity. Denver looks really good. Obviously, Minnesota so far looks really good. Phoenix looks like, you guys screwed up, and Chickenhead ain't helping out too much. So,
he had a playoff career high in that game they lost.
I look at the Mavs and go, in the offseason, and Nico's done a great job, and I give them a great job on rebuilding this team on the fly, I think you just got to get somebody who feels like more of a Buddy Hield. I'm not saying him specifically, but somebody who is way more of a threat as a 3-point shooter. And almost like I need to combine a couple of these really good athletic defensive guys and be like, hey, does anybody need some athletic defensive guys? Because we have enough of those that we can maybe afford to combo.
How weird is that
2
to
of
hear
them into a shooter?
That we don't have enough shooters, but we have plenty of athletic defensive players.
That's not the Mavericks.
Yeah, that feels very strange.
Never been the Mavericks.
But even when you made it to the Western Conference Finals, don't get me wrong, Jalen Brunson, he can shoot. Luka can shoot. Dinwiddie's not a great shooter. Dorian Finney-Smith is a solid shooter. Obviously you had Maxi Kleber on that team. I'm trying to, not weird hair dude.
Bullock.
Yeah, he's not a very good shooter either. Like he's streaky.
They were shooting it like They were shooting at a high clip.
I was saying
then.
weird. I wasn't saying bad.
They were
but it was
shooting at a
weird.
very high clip then.
But yeah, but it's just like, I like what they're doing, but I look at it and go, okay, the next piece in the offseason is, can I combine, and I'm not trying to get rid of these guys, but can I combine a Jaden Hardy and a Josh Green into like a shooter? So now when that dude's left in the corner, you're like, he's going to make 50% of these. Like Norman Powell, for example. Like, what if Norman Powell was one of the guys that we had as a role player?
I feel like we've mentioned that name a while back. Yeah. Walt Williams. Like, that would be awesome.
He does not play in the NBA anymore. I'm sorry to tell you.
Remember how good of a three-point shooter he was?
He was
George
the wizard.
McLeod would be an awesome three-point shooter.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's talking about, though, Kevin. Is a guy that shoots
and
threes.
maybe in these next 3 games, and hopefully just 2, but somebody who's not a good shooter is going to have to start knocking down some shots.
Josh Green.
Because they are leaving them wide open.
It's going to happen for Josh Green.
And maybe that'll help Luka because he ain't making fart.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
I can't say the other word.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Poop.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hilarious John Kruk audio that you have to hear, plus best situations for quarterbacks. Maybe next on The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
right here on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through The Fan, where Mike Bassick is literally going around the building and telling everyone he can find that we got Zeke back. But also...
And I think Dawson, I can't tell... I think Dawson was just
doing a bit.
Bit, but he acted like he just heard the news for the first time from Mike, and that just made Mike want to talk more about it with him. Look how
I hope that
Mike
Zeke, this is my dream. I hope Zeke carries the ball for an average of 90 yards per game in the first 2 games. Cowboys go 2-0, and then Zeke goes to Mexico and sits out for a 3-year extension. Steven gives it to him, and then Steven yells at us 3 years from now and says, "Who thought it was a bad idea?"
By the way, we've talked about this in the past, how the athletic commission here in Texas is not particularly rigid. They have sanctioned the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight as a sanctioned professional fight that will count against both of their records. So good job, Texas.
What does that mean?
It means when Mike Tyson loses again, it'll just be another L on the heap.
Of his heap? What's he up to now, 5?
I think 6, 5 or 6.
Oh, Tyson's lost 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, because he stayed around for a while and did some more fights.
Does it have to be
Holyfield twice, Buster Douglas,
Lennox Lewis, and then I think 2 tin cans.
Wow, that's a cool name.
Does it have to be sanctioned for legal gambling? Or does that matter?
I don't think it does, because I think some of the other Paul fights maybe were not, but that's a good question. I'll look into that. Yeah, he lost to Danny Williams and Kevin McBride.
Of course.
Oh, wow.
Why wouldn't he?
I've never heard of those people.
Now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Is that when you get married to McDonald's? You're a McBride?
Yes. It's just easy.
Are you proud of that one?
Not really.
Okay, all right.
Like, it wasn't my best. I'll do better.
It wasn't your worst.
I don't know. I usually don't have bad ones.
Okay.
What's the next part?
Well, Zeke has been retained.
Damn it.
Heck yeah. Do we need to make sure it's Ezekiel Elliott? Because we have another Zeke here. When I was talking about Zeke a second ago, you guys off air, you guys were confused. I was like, Zeke Duran.
But Todd Archer has reported that the Cowboys are bringing back and signing Damian Wilson, the linebacker, who they brought back at the end of the year last year. I saw some people, they were like, and another one. And I was like, that's not the one you want. Like
what's Norton Jr. doing right now?
Damian Wilson, Mike, was drafted in the 2015 draft by the Cowboys.
Didn't he win a Super Bowl with Kansas City?
I believe he
did.
The
year before Zeke.
He's a champion.
The year before Zeke. So all I'm saying is maybe all the people that have left the team around that time of the draft.
So are you feeding into Mike's weird fever dream about Jason Witten and Dez also coming back?
Hey, Leighton's neck better?
No.
Oh, he's not.
No.
In my opinion,
give me your fishing in Montana, man. He's going to be going on those kayaks and showing people how to hunt and fish, and then he's going to be like, you know what? I bet the Cowboys want me back.
I miss it. I miss it so much.
Jalen Smith. He was part of Zeke's draft. Where's Jalen?
That's a question.
Is he doing sunglasses right now?
I saw him on.
I
think I saw him hop on.
He did hop. Yep.
Kay Adams' show.
Or drag, one or the other.
And whenever he got on Kay Adams' show, I was like, you said nothing. All right, Kevin. Jason Kelsey. I don't know if you've heard this news.
Yes.
He will be on Monday Night Countdown.
Oh, I did not hear
that. That is what Jason Kelsey is now going to be doing. He's doing TV.
Good for him.
Because TV money is where it's at for football players.
And he's very entertaining.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think him and Travis do New Heights on ESPN?
Oh,
at some point?
I could see that.
It's a good podcast. Like, they do a really good job with it.
Do they just do it once a week?
I don't know, man.
Okay.
I never listen to it.
Well, you just said it was a good podcast.
I see highlights on TikTok.
Okay.
That's where I get my highlights of their show, I guess, because I'm in that algorithm of Taylor and Travis. That's where I am. I'm stuck there forever.
I'm not in that one.
Well, I'll start sending them to you. You will be.
You know what happened, by the way, the other day when I was talking about when we were at Pluckers and I was talking about boobs? They started showing up on my Instagram.
Boobs?
Yeah.
Or Pluckers?
Boobs.
Oh, okay.
I'd rather Pluckers.
Really?
I mean, it's just
Pluckers is good.
I know, but like it leads you down a path you don't want to go down to.
What are you going to say on the other half of
are
that?
awesome.
Can you repeat that?
Nope.
They are, but You're not supposed to like look at them.
That would be interesting if it's like Mike Bassett coming to you today for boobs.
But I think my phone and my YouTube pick up things I do. I also bought new pillow cube. I have those pillow cubes.
Yes.
I like them.
We got them because of you.
But they come with a special sheet, or what do you call it? Pillowcase. But we only have one, so then when they get taken off and then somebody puts on, I say somebody, our cleaning ladies come once every 2 weeks, and then they put on a regular pillowcase, it doesn't work. So I ordered 4 more pillowcases from Pillow Cube. And so now I got a commercial today. I'm watching YouTube this morning, and then they're pillow cubing me. And I'm like, hey, I just bought 4 things from you. How do you know this?
Mark Pillow Cuban. I got one of those Casper pillows, and it's not like the Pillow Cube, but it is.
See it.
I knew you were going to say that, or your head went through it.
It's very firm, but it's a brick, dude. And I lay down on it. I feel great. I love that thing. Do you like the Pillow Cube since you started using it?
I do like the Pillow Cube.
Interesting. All right.
Sounds like we should get a sponsor, but we won't.
Yeah, we need pillows. Everybody needs pillows in this
I will
place.
say one thing about Pillow Cube. For some reason, one of them is softer than the other, and I do like the one that's firmer, and I'm not sure if that was a mistake or if, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you have the firm one? Or does Sue use it?
We have 4.
Okay.
I try to take the firm one from her without knowing because I've never mentioned this to her. So I'm always trying to get the one that I want. And then she doesn't seem to have. She sleeps so easy. I do not.
Did she ever try to take the firm one from you?
No. She seems to not care. Like she just takes what she gets and doesn't throw a fit.
Back to you, Corey.
You are currently watching on the Twitch. We appreciate you. Thank you very much for being with the show. If you're new to the show, welcome.
Sorry about that.
Hope you enjoy yourself. Here is John Kruk.
He's funny.
Yes, he is. Talking about playing a preseason game against Prisoner.
Whoa, wait.
What?
Like a spring training
game? What more do you need to know?
Are we allowed to pause it all? Because he talks about this for a while, does he not?
Yeah, this is about a 2.5 minute clip.
Okay.
If Alec left it the way that it is, it's about 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
Right? I'll tell you when, the first part of it's pretty long. I tell you when you can stop because there's more to it.
Did I ever tell you about playing the prison team and when I was playing in winter ball?
In Mexico?
We had an exhibition game every year against a prison team at the prison.
Yeah.
Well, they let me lead off just to get me out of the way,
Swing and a miss.
Spring training, let a guy lead off just so he can get another at bat or whatever. It's a strikeout for Cobb. But so I go up there to bat. The catcher doesn't have any catcher's gear on. And I said, he spoke English too. I said, you don't have no gear? He goes, no. No mask, no nothing. I'm like, well, I'm not going to hit with this dude ain't got no catcher's gear on. Right? So we get an extra pair of our catcher had an extra set of gear, so I let him use it. So then I asked him, I said,
keep it?
No.
Oh.
But then I asked him, I said, lefty pitching threw like hard. That's what it reminded me of. The kid threw hard, this pitcher. So I asked the catcher, I said, what did he do? He's out, he found his girlfriend cheating. He burned up her car with her and her boyfriend in it.
Oh my God!
So you then just did 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out.
Yeah. Very uncomfortable at bat.
You're at bat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. There's probably a lot of things that were running through your head.
Yeah, like, get me the heck out of here.
All right there. That's a good place to stop.
Holy crap, dude.
It's tough to laugh because somebody died, Kevin.
Two
people died. But if you're standing at the plate and the catcher tells you, yeah, he did that, I'm probably not swinging. I'm probably watching 3 pitches and going to sit down.
In prison.
Yeah. Which means he's probably not scared to do something to me if I crank one off of him. I'm rounded first base. I look over and all of a sudden getting shanked right in the neck.
I guess I'd feel more nervous if I'm stealing signs from second base and relaying them to the hitter, because that's something he does not like.
He doesn't like cheating. Yeah, no, he's against that.
Would not burn you alive in a car, probably, right?
Yeah, probably not.
I don't think there's cars in prison.
So that is another question, Mike.
Fair point.
This prison game that John Kruk's talking about.
I've
By
never
the way,
heard of this.
I hope you're taking notes.
They
because
never said, hey, you're going to prison to play prisoners in spring training. Let's get you ready for the season. I guess it worked because they won. No, Mitch gave up the home run.
But John, well, he also played it was a different time, Kevin.
That's fair.
But Mike, I did want you to take notes here.
Okay.
All right, because this is John Kruk being a great storyteller on TV. I know you got some TV action coming up here soon. I heard you recently. Don't tell the Pillow Cube story, but I did recently hear you tell the story about your dad and Whitey Herzog.
Right.
And I heard you tell it, and I was like, I've heard this story before. I know this story, but I know there are a lot of people that had never heard it. When I heard Dave Raymond, he was just like, "Oh, wow. That is amazing!" Like I don't know if you had told Dave Raymond that story yet. But
I didn't even know Whitey Herzog had died at that point.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it was the day before that news had broken, but I do.
Okay. I was thinking for some reason it had been like 5 years.
No.
And Mike was like,
they were
what?
celebrating Whitey Herzog.
Okay.
I mean, and also, hey, Hall of Fame manager passed away, and then there's a Mike Bassick Sr. story with Whitey Herzog when he was the manager of the Rangers.
And I was like, did he tell his producer this? And they were like, they worked it out because they gave you the space to tell this story.
Yeah.
I thought it was really interesting.
Oh, it just happened.
Well, here's more of John Kruk.
Yeah, I'm
Oh
ready.
my God.
This is awesome.
Because there's more to this story.
But then we went in there and ate with them afterwards in the prison in the thing, right? And they said when you walk in, make sure you keep your hand on your hat. I don't know. I don't get it. Man, I walked in. I thought they were going to take patches of hair. They were trying to rip my hat off, these prisoners.
Because they wanted the hat or your hair?
No, well, the hat. And I told our manager, I said, look, we can't do this anymore.
Holy moly.
It took John Kruk almost getting his hair pulled out to tell the manager we can't do this.
Why did they do this?
And that's John Kruk's fault.
This was an annual thing?
The second part was John Kruk's fault. You didn't think they might try to take your hat away from the guy who burned those two people alive and was playing without catcher's equipment? They're like, oh, surely they wouldn't steal someone's hat.
Mm-hmm.
Just give the hat at
Yes.
that point. I'm done.
Not gonna have my hat. But what have we learned about prison? You show weakness. You give
but I'm
give
leaving.
them your cornbread.
I have the ability to leave. I'm on the Padres or Phillies at this point.
That was.
And why are they making them eat prison food? Hey, you know what'll get you ready for the season? Prison food. There's rat pellets in it and all kinds of horrible
that either.
stuff.
Oh man.
Just I guess they were.
And it was in Mexico. I've heard it's worse there.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a chalkboard with
I
your
don't
name
know.
on it.
I don't want to find out about American prison. I don't want to find out about Mexican prison. But I've heard you don't want to go to prison in Mexico. That's what people have said.
I have two.
So I just take their word for it.
I have two two stories about jail and prison here.
People.
One is Mexico jail. All right, my friend was in Mexico jail for doing some things he shouldn't have done. He deserved to be there.
He didn't set somebody on fire, did he?
No
drugs.
No, he urinated in like a plant in the hotel lobby and some other things.
You go to jail for that?
There was more to it, Mike.
Well, yes.
Can't do that.
In public and peeing in a pot?
Yeah.
You're surprised?
I don't know.
You
I
can't
saw a
just
dude
go,
in San
hey, here's
Francisco
my
use a
Johnson.
cup, and there's no problem with that.
But he said when his friends came to get him, they erased his name off the chalkboard, and he was like, had they accidentally erased the wrong name, I didn't exist in their system.
Oh my God.
I'm in prison in Mexico forever if that happens. And then I had another friend who was released from prison. And when he came over to our house or our apartment, he opened the door and then he just sat there and opened the door and shut it over and over and over. And he was like, I haven't been able to do this for 3 years. And I was like, dang,
man.
dude, that is one of those stinky parts of going to prison.
Mm-hmm. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Do you like that better than Vin Scully talking about the ocean?
Vin Scully talked about stingrays because it was the Tampa Rays, and he was talking about stingrays. And then for like 6 more innings, he talked about sharks and had just the most amazing facts about sharks and stingrays I've ever heard in my life. And we don't have this audio anymore. It was glorious. And I could listen to Vin Scully talk about anything. John Kruk, I need stories from him. So, Mike, I hope you took some notes.
All right.
Got some of your prison stories or whatever you got for the TV action.
I'm really curious what stories you roll out now.
I feel like my first game back on air will be the Kansas City trip. I'll probably say we got 2 Zekes now in DFW. Zeke Duran and number 21, Zeke Elliott. Toting that rock.
CBS Sports has a topic ranking the 15 recent early round quarterback draft picks by situation. Number 1, CJ Stroud. Can we all agree that CJ Stroud looks, and they
Seems
drafted
like that's turned out pretty well for him.
They drafted well again. And Mike, that's the
Where's
quarterback.
T-Law?
That's he's not on this list.
Oh,
sorry. This is, I think it's like last 2 drafts.
He's too old.
Yeah.
He's younger than Penix.
Number 2 is JJ McCarthy.
Oh my God.
And they said JJ McCarthy, the reason admitted before the draft, dream come true to land in Minnesota. And he said that. But to add to the fact that Kevin O'Connell's offensive attack is pretty good,
He's replacing Kirk Cousins.
Aaron Jones at running back, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and TJ Hawkinson. Walking in as a quarterback, knowing you have those weapons to work with, like at any point, I can just say, just put it up to Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
Just all I got to do is just know he's out there somewhere and throw it his direction. This is for everybody that was like, I don't know about JJ McCarthy. You don't know if he's landing on like Carolina. You don't know if he's landing in Atlanta. But if he lands in like a Minnesota, like he does, now it's a completely different story for them, what they can do offensively. He can be reserved, but still also get the ball to these guys and let them go be playmakers. Addison's, that dude's going to fly. So those 2 are the top 2. Caleb Williams, number 3, Jaden Daniels, 4, and Penix at 5, which I thought was interesting because there are some other guys I would have gone with above him. But Penix, I guess, gets to sit and just kind of observe for a while, and then maybe one day get his shot.
While. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work out for them. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our NBA Odyssey insider, Danny Green, plus perhaps...
And that's the C block, everybody.
Was this the most exciting play in baseball? We'll get to it next right here on The Fan.
Hey, laughing too hard in the office? We are too.
You can find the right plan to power your life. Switch today at ShellEnergy.com. Shell Energy Solutions. TXBUCT number 10174. Shell Energy.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you NBA champion, our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure with capable features like H-Track all-wheel drive and standard third-row seating. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you guys doing?
I would be doing great if you could tell us how to make sure that the Mavericks don't start off incredibly slow in the first quarter to quarter and a half.
Cool. Well, I expect Luka to have a better game to start. I mean, he started off not as efficient, ended up playing better. But, you know, they just need to find scoring. Kyrie scored more in the second half. They seem to be a second-half team. But on the road, I expect those two guys to play better. And the other guys just got to keep finding scoring. So without Kawhi, I don't see Clippers being able to keep up the scoring they've had. And I don't see James and PG having the same game that they had the other night. Now, one of them will, but both of them I don't see happening. So I think you guys are in pretty good shape right now.
I realize probably nobody is all the way healthy at this point, but does Luka look banged up to you at all? Because he won't use that as an excuse, but we've kind of talked about, does he seem maybe a little off?
He looks a little bit. I mean, sure, everybody's a little banged up. I think that maybe he's run out of gas more so. That's where I see it. I don't know if it's injuries, but it does look like, you know, because early on, first two games and first three games, you know, even the defensive side of the ball, he was a lot more locked in. And that's because I think maybe fresh-minded, fresh legs. They had that week off from playoffs, week off before with the play-in and before playoffs started. So I'm expecting him, said if he can pick it up, but it said looks like he's run out of gas. But I expect him to play better offensively and defensively to where he was, you know, making plays. Like he was there when he needed to be in the right places, right time. Also not letting James get to the basket and get easy floaters. So, you know, we'll see what happens. But I said, well, for me, I think you guys are in really good shape. So they're more banged up than anybody, and they're having some really good scoring nights and shooting efficiently from guys. So that it's going to be hard to upkeep for a 7-game series.
Danny Green, when it comes to coaches talking to their superstar players about taking fouls early in the game, the Mavericks obviously ran into a major issue yesterday when Luka picked up his 5th foul and then kind of had to disengage defensively. Kyrie has gotten in foul trouble in this series a little bit because early on in the game he's decided maybe not to have Zubac just have a layup or a dunk. Do coaches talk to their superstars and say, hey, just go ahead and let them have the layup in the first quarter so I don't find you in foul trouble later in the game?
I don't think they have to have those conversations. Most superstars know and understand the game. Sometimes you can't control how the referee's calling the game, but I doubt we see Kyrie in that type of foul trouble again, or Luka. They know what's at stake. They know how important they are to the group. Usually said in younger years, they'll tell star players, like, you know, Anthony Edwards is young enough, and you see him telling Karl Anthony Towns, like, you stop fouling. So if he understands that at 22, I'm sure Kai and Luka understand it as well. So it's usually young guys that compete and trying to stop, you know, every possession, try to be, you know, the desire to want to play really good defense. And they do too, but sometimes you got to let it go for the good sake of the, you know, good of the group and for you to keep you on the floor longer. So I said I don't see them doing that again. And I said you guys are in really good shape.
How long did it take you to understand and adjust to the officiating on a night-by-night basis? Because obviously you'll see some tighter officiating, looser officiating, but like, so how long does that take to figure out once the game starts?
I don't think I ever figured it out, to be honest with you, man. I wasn't one of those guys. You know, usually they let certain guys get away with more physicality. You know, I was a defensive player, but I was never one of the guys that they let get physical or be physical. You know, PJ Tuck can get into people, Pat Bev get into people. You know, I wasn't one of the guys that they let. And certain superstars said if superstar, they let more calls go. You know, when we had a series when we had Kawhi guarding Giannis, before it was like Pascal or somebody else, and he would get in foul trouble. But if, you know, Kawhi's guarding, it's like, all right, they're less likely to call a foul. They're going to let these guys go at it a little bit more. So you usually don't see it on superstars. But for me, I said it was hard to dictate. It was hard to be mature enough. I said I would always try to figure it out. But I said, if I'm guarding Kobe, I don't get the benefit of the doubt. If I'm guarding KD, you know what I'm saying? If I'm guarding certain superstars, it don't matter who I am. You know, I never got the benefit of that. I just had to figure it out as the game went on. And a lot of times it was fouls that I couldn't control. So, but for most guys, it probably takes, a couple of years or so to see it out, your first 2 or 3 years. After that, they should be mature enough to know, especially superstars.
We were listening a little bit to the JJ Redick podcast earlier, and he was a little bit confused about the final about 2 minutes of the Mavericks defense of allowing James Harden to kind of just beat the guy up at the top one-on-one and kind of have an uncontested layup 3 times in a row. Obviously, Kyrie tried to contest, and then it was an and-one situation. What were your thoughts as it was a very tight game there that they didn't double James Harden and allowed him to go one-on-one for 3 layups in a row?
I mean, James is very good. He's still very skilled to score the ball. But for me, it's like they played really good defense previous times. I think they'll make the adjustments. Usually back in the day, it was like, don't let James get a 3, and you give up the floater because his floater is still good, but it's not as efficient as a step back 3. I think they'll adjust that to like saying, all right, at this time of the game, we'd rather have James taking a step back 3 contested, and don't let him get to the lane because that's when he is getting efficient shots at the rim and also making plays for other guys. So I think they'll make that adjustment. But yeah, we'll see. So James he's a very good player, and people still, I would say, not underrate him, but they overlook him and don't think that he's able to score. He's still very capable of scoring at high numbers. But you have to limit him and try not to let him get to the paint or let him do, or feel comfortable out there anyway. So we'll see what Dallas does, man. It'll be interesting. J-Kid, he's not no dummy. He knows what he's doing.
Would it have mattered in that situation for James Harden if Daniel Gafford or Derek Lively would have been around the rim?
Maybe not. I don't think so. We said his floater, I don't think those guys are getting it either way.
Okay.
They might challenge it a little better, but I think it matters more if you make more resistance. It's too easy of a straight line drive. Those drives are very easy, and he's getting clean looks. It's like he's taking workout shots basically. If he has to veer off a little bit more and not get straight line, then it's a little bit harder to get the angles he wants with the clear looks at the rim, more physicality. So. That would make a difference, and yeah, for sure, length would help. But he's mastered that floater pretty well.
Kyrie said after the game, he said, there's a series now. We know what they are. We know everything about them now. Expects Game 5 to be a high level chess match. Is that because after 4 games, you've pretty much done everything? You've seen everything from your opponent. Do you expect any more tricks up the sleeve from these teams?
For sure.
We're going to have to reconnect with you real quick.
Here we go.
There we go. We got you again.
You got me?
Yeah, we lost you. You said for sure. And I was pumped about that.
For sure. Like the first couple games are feelers. You know what I'm saying? It's like trying to see who is what. And obviously, I'm say it's all based off talent. But a lot of those games are one of, Richard Jefferson had a good take of, the person who loses the first game has the upper hand because they know what adjustments they need to make. But yeah, by game 3 or 4 is when both teams know each other well enough, and all the adjustments can be made. Now it's about what players are going to step up and make the plays of, what team is giving up what. So it's a back and forth chess match type of thing. Games 1 and 2 are more feelers, and guys just kind of who's going to show up and play big and who's going to outwork the other team and out execute for the 48 minutes.
Now across the rest,
Game 5, especially at Game 5, it's probably more of a what adjustments are made and who's going to show up. It's definitely a chess match of coaching when it comes down to these games. So you get the 5, 6, and 7. That's what it comes down to.
Minnesota does not have to worry about, for now, games 5, 6, or 7. Not that Anthony Edwards wasn't great already, but do you feel like with this playoff run, first time Minnesota's ever been up 3-0, so the first time they've ever swept a team, Anthony Edwards has just announced himself to the world as a superstar?
I mean, he's been that, I think, before this series. But, yeah, they're very good, man, and I'm interested to see how I don't want to think too far ahead or predict that Denver's going to win, but I have a pretty good feeling that they might be moving on. So it's going to be interesting to see that matchup of Minnesota and Denver together in the next round. But, he's going to really show it next round of what he's capable of and who he is. Each round it gets tougher, it gets better, and, you learn from it. Last year he wasn't able to he's never been to this part in his career, so we'll see how he reacts to that, and more than likely, I think we all know he's ready and he's prepared for this moment.
Do I have to be concerned at all about their coach going on the injured list after he tore a knee tendon?
Yeah, that's a concern, man. I don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully he doesn't have to get surgery until after the fact, but He probably will be on the sideline with crutches and a knee brace. I know knee injuries well, so that doesn't look too good.
Did you ever see anything like that happen with a coach in a game you were in?
No, I mean, I've seen some things happen, but not like a player take out it was his own player, take out the coach in a serious knee injury that happened. You know, I've seen some coaches maybe get lightheaded and not feel well. Coach Williams had vertigo, so, that type of situation. But I don't think I've ever seen a knee injury happen to a coach in the game while being on the sideline coaching.
If you had to take one coach into a fight with you, which coach are you taking?
Oh man, I think that's probably Pop. Probably Pop. He's probably the most fiery coach. I mean, I thought I had some pretty good coaches. There's definitely five. Coach Williams is definitely one of them. My high school coach, Tim Cluse, and then Pop for sure. That has coached me in the league. There's a couple of guys that I believe in, but Pop, I've seen him get ready to get down in the playoffs with some fans that are, talking some trash to him.
Out of the teams that have either lost in the play-in or are going to lose in the first round, Phoenix has lost in the first round, what team do you think is going to have to make the most major adjustments to their team in the offseason?
This summer, I think Phoenix is going to be the team, man. Honestly, everybody else I think just needed to get healthy and get, the ones that were injured, like Sacramento, need to get healthy. Memphis wasn't in that, but when they get healthy, they're going to be something to, be reckoned with. New Orleans is going to be a team to be, even though they're still in the playoffs right now, but if they lose, they're going to be really good once they're healthy. But when you look at down the board and you look at teams like that need to make some real changes this summer, it's going to be Phoenix. And most likely Phoenix. Other people are looking at LA. I think LA has a good core, good group. I just think they got the wrong matchup in the first round. But I think Phoenix has a lot of unanswered questions and a lot of movement of what's going to happen next, because they have no picks for the next couple of years, and they have some contracts that are tough to change, move, and build the pieces around. So they're going to have to figure out a lot of things.
And we always appreciate your insight. And hopefully when we talk with you next week, we're talking about the second round and getting ready for that with the Mavs.
For sure. Appreciate you guys, man. I'll see you guys next week. Good luck.
There you go, Danny Green.
I was going to ask him about Zeke.
Insider, thank God.
No, you weren't. You weren't going to. What was he going to say about Ezekiel Elliott? He's like, I ran across him that one time.
You know what he might have said?
17-0.
Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe. It's equipped for adventure.
I'm proud of you, man. I really had no clue where you were going with that, and then you turned that into a spot.
If you don't get the bye in the first round for the Cowboys, how many wins do you need for
Corey,
the perfect
do you
season?
have NFL news for us?
No more champagne problems, according to Ian Rappaport. The Chiefs and All-Pro and Pro Bowl tight end Travis Kelce have agreed to part what terms?
Oh, my God.
To terms on a new 2-year contract extension to make him the highest paid NFL tight end, sources say.
Who has more rushing yards?
Patrick Mahomes quote tweeted this and said, I told y'all I'd never let him leave. Congrats, my guy. So
he'll leave before Patrick Mahomes' career's over.
I would assume that is accurate.
Well, we got Zeke.
And Jack Leiter was named AAA Pacific Coast League Pitcher of the Week for April 22nd through the 28th after his amazing outing last week.
And Candace Parker retired. 16 years, 2 MVPs, 3 WNBA titles. Hell of a career right there.
She's a very good analyst, too.
I really thought you were about to go, is her career as good as Zeke's? I really thought that's where you're going.
Well,
My answer would be yes. Yes, it definitely was.
Who made more money?
Well, that wasn't the question.
After 3 years, he was able to go to Mexico and have the Jones family give in for no reason at all. But now the Jones family questions us as a media about it.
Do you think Zeke played in any of those preseason baseball games down there in Mexico in the prisons?
I know he wasn't working out that hard. He might have been eating with the prisoners.
Good Lord. Coming up next.
Saying, feed me.
It's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, can the Stars even up the series? Plus.
on a high-efficiency HVAC system from Lennox. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkeys, we're there when you need us.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Langford swings it to high drive, deep right center field. Fairchild back. He's at the wall. That ball is off the wall at the 374 side and caroms toward the right field corner. Heim has scored. Langford around third. He is digging for the plate. No throw to the plate. He slides in with an inside the park home run. How about that? His first major league home run is an inside the parker. And the Rangers lead 4-0.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Is that the most exciting play in baseball? We will discuss as D&M Leasing brings you our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing great, and I'm glad that you're amazing. I know maybe stealing home is an option, but is the inside the park home run the most exciting play in baseball?
I love it. I absolutely love it.
It's pretty high. I would say the home run Rob has it, and actually a triple is better.
Really?
What? Yeah, because a triple's a clean play. You know, the guy was just hauling ass and ripped it into the corner or the gap. Huh. The inside the Parker, there's a weird carom.
All right.
Okay. And
that's my favorite part, watching these guys scramble around oh no.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a little too much yakety sax for me. If that's your bag, I get it.
I was in Colorado, and it was Colorado versus the Pirates, and there was one hit out to kind of the same area, and everybody kind of started noticing this dude's at second base, and the ball just started to roll off from these outfielders, and everybody in the whole place, like, you could sense it. The crowd starts to just a little bit more, and by the time he hit third base, we were all pulling for it. I didn't care who won that game. I was just there to watch a baseball game, but this moment that's happening right now, we're about to see, is this dude about to cross the plate? And when he did, it went insane. The whole place did. It was awesome.
The inside the park home run.
And he was a Pirate, too. We were rooting. He was a Pirate that did this in Colorado's place. They were still rooting for it. It was one of those special moments.
It's badass. I will say, I think stealing home, because it never happens. Anytime somebody steals home, it's like, holy crap, what did we just witness? But then the throw.
Nobody expects that.
Yeah. But then when, like, Adolis Garcia throws somebody out at home plate, I mean, the bang play of it all, the nature of that's always very, very exciting too. I think those are the only ones that can really maybe even come close to the inside the park homer.
Wyatt Langford, the fourth Ranger in team history to have their first home run be an inside the park home run. Him, Josh Smith, Craig Gentry, and Mark Sagmoen.
Of course, that was his one home run. Is he the guy that's the roofing guy? What? Oh, that's Justin Ruggiano, right? Something like that.
I don't know if I would. Thank you.
True. Ranger fans.
I listen to the radio.
Mike, did you play with this guy?
I'm going to be honest.
I appreciate him sponsoring Ranger baseball.
I've asked a few questions because I'm like, I don't remember Justin
Ruggiano.
But he does have that commercial that's played about 5 to 12 times during the Ranger game.
I kind of felt like I missed a player there along the way.
This guy might be similar. Mike's right. That was his only home run ever. He had 43 at-bats with a WAR of -0.6.
I think that's mine, too.
It was out of, I'm sorry, Mike. It was out of baseball or Major League Baseball by the end of the year. So those are the luminaries that Wyatt Langford shares this distinction with.
Justin Ruggiano had 9 years in the league.
Really?
He didn't even need your roofing money. They're just so good at it.
Where were the majority of his days spent?
Brought us
nailing things.
Tampa Bay. He had two seasons in Tampa, 2 seasons in Miami, and then it was Chicago, Seattle, LA, Texas, Mets, and San Francisco. So,
hey, how many games doing the hard work?
Yeah.
How many games did he play for the Rangers? I'm just curious.
1 with 4 plate appearances.
1 game.
1 game. That's awesome.
Roofs for the fans that used to cheer him on. I hope you. That crowd, 18,724. Justin thanks you and hopes you buy a roof from him later in life.
That's amazing. Now,
it counts, I guess.
It does.
Seriously.
It does.
Yeah.
Now, on the draft front, Do you want to talk about something that Dave Hellman said, or do you think it's more important to have the guy at running back or just a really good offensive line?
Well, I love hearing whatever Dave Hellman said.
Let's go with Dave Hellman.
Dave Hellman.
You can ask Bobby about the running back.
He tweeted out, other than the fact that we don't know if they'll actually be good, which is fair. I love that Cowboys are throwing big resources at premium positions in terms of we saw, edge, offensive line. Did you like the fact that maybe they kind of slid away from a need here or there because they were like, hey, premium position, premium resources?
I think that's the best takeaway is the offensive line reinforcements. Like, I get it. They didn't come away with a running back. I think, and Brian, we'll talk about that, they kind of got wiped. Once they took Maris Liufau, the linebacker from Notre Dame, there wasn't a good opportunity to take a linebacker or to a running back. That was their time. It was you take Liufau, who they love, or you take Marshawn Lloyd from USC or Jalen Wright from Tennessee. That was their moment to throw the dart at the running back. But they did draft 3 offensive linemen who I think their strength is all run blocking, especially my dude Cooper Beebe. That guy, you talk about being able to get movement in the running game, which they really lacked last year. All of those offensive linemen, even Nathan Thomas, who they drafted late in the 7th round, all of those guys are able to do that. So I think we've seen it. If you have an offensive line that can get movement, you can put Philip Lindsay as your running back, and he can go have a 1,000-yard season and then turn up to be in the UFL a couple of years later.
Zeke?
He didn't go that far, okay?
Zeke, 1,000 yards?
Fresh legs, Philip Lindsay. He had that 1 or 2 good years as a 7th rounder.
Philip Lindsay, he wasn't an OU guy, was he?
No.
Okay.
I don't know where he went to. I know he was with the Broncos.
I just feel like Broncos ran out a really
Colorado?
Colorado, yeah.
He was Colorado.
I'm thinking of Quentin Griffith.
Yeah, he had like a
Quentin
couple
Griffith
games.
was an OU guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when he ran, they scored 63 points against UT. And then after the game, they were like, well, the newspapers said all this stuff. And he was like, I don't be reading too many newspapers. And I was like, you got this, man. You go run the football. You go do great things. Score 6 touchdowns.
I thought that would have been offensive for you. You were writing the damn articles.
Well, I was okay with it, though. At the time, actually, I wasn't even in this business yet. Not even close. I was still like a waiter somewhere. Yeah.
Loser.
Oh, my gosh. That is
saying all waiters are losers?
So rude.
I'm not saying that.
All right.
What's the most demeaning job you ever had?
That time that I was working at the Spirit Halloween store, and they said, here's a whoopee cushion costume. Go walk out there. And then I got a big gulp down my back, and then I quit right then. That was the most
pro director for the Cowboys.
Your
My last year in AAA.
So I don't think this job is demeaning as a whole, but one particular aspect of it really sad. I worked at a car wash, and one day, the first day it really started to rain, I was like, hell yeah, I would have got to do anything. So when the car wash goes through the tunnel, it washes all the stuff out.
Right.
What I did not realize is that they need someone to clean the tunnel. And they said, think again, you're cleaning the tunnel today, where all of the crap that comes off your car for, I don't know how long it had been, but that was a humbling day.
Was it all just sludge?
It was really gross. Yeah.
I had to get down with a toothbrush and scrub the in-between of the tiles at my Smoothie King.
Really?
Yeah.
And then
you guys have the
they
nicest
made you use
Smoothie
that
King?
toothbrush later too?
Yeah,
it
had to be the one that you use at your house.
Oh, that's the worst.
You had to bring it
Were
yourself.
they punishing you for that? I mean, did have
No, this lady was just a super clean freak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Super.
What was your follow-up question?
Sounds like she's damn good at her job.
Yeah. I wasn't good at mine, though. That floor wasn't that clean.
Is there stuff that you just purposely messed up because you didn't know what to put in there?
Well, once I found out she got upset at us for texting and because she was looking at cameras,
Yeah.
I'm like, you're going to see me on my phone the entire duration. I'll be making a smoothie while I'm texting somebody, okay? No, let's not sit here and act like this is brain surgery, all right? I can text and freaking make it.
Did you
tell her that?
Did you have to look up at the menu to figure out what you were doing sometimes?
Yes.
Like, they order something and you're like, oh, I don't even know what's in this
What
thing.
is it?
Yeah, the thing about
the
Smoothie
berry
King,
blast. Okay, how
when
many berries go in this
You
thing?
punch it through the computer, and then there's like a little receipt now that has all the items on it, and you just kind of wet it and stick it to the blender, and then you're kind of looking at it the whole. So the blender is sort of a mobile menu for you, which again I can text and do this. I can send pics and stuff.
They made it so easy a Chiafalo can do it.
Chiafalo, did you look up
brain-proof.
that Kings jersey?
Okay, I was going to ask you about this because I looked it up and I'm still trying to figure out. I didn't.
What's
see
the dude's name? I heard late. I was in the car late when this
It's
What's his name?
Don't sound it out.
This is the 69 player.
Yeah.
Okay, then I did see this. This is a great Russian. There's a long lineage of
SUCK MEOV.
Vladimir is what the origin of this story is, by the way.
That's just a diehard hockey fan.
If you go to DallasCowboys.com, it's not 30 to 40% off Zeke Elliott jerseys anymore. They're full price again.
Really?
He gets his number 21 back, right?
Yeah, they're on the website now, full price again.
Good for Cowboy fans. They could break those back out.
Yeah,
they don't have to buy a new.
They were discounted, but not anymore.
That's why we didn't bring Gilmore.
So he's not
back.
changing his number.
RB1.
He's the starter, right?
Yes. He's going to be the starter.
Oh, yeah.
You might want to get with Sean on this.
I know.
He sounds like he wants to make bets against everybody.
He said he was going to give us 3-1 on our money. I was like, I accept your
We're all
wager.
going to take that one.
I saw Nathaniel Pete ran a 4.32 at his pro day, 41-inch vert.
Yeah, he can scoot.
Most explosive guy on the team, probably.
Oh.
Is he one of those undrafted guys?
Yeah, he's an undrafted free agent.
Missouri.
He's not beating out Zeke.
Not
They won't let him.
No, you're right. Yeah.
They had
after he's under 3 yards an attempt for the first month of the season, maybe.
Intangibles.
Maybe
With all those compensatories they have, 5th round, you start calling some teams.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I
mean that's what I'm saying. That's what I would think that they might call some teams. They got 3 5th round compensatory picks likely. So I'd start
Didn't the Miami Dolphins take another running back?
Yeah, they took Jalen Wright out of Tennessee, my guy.
Yeah. So
they're holding
they
all
have
the damn backs.
The A&M kid's a good running. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know if he'd be number one here. But
we're just big shoes to fill.
It'd be a nice change of pace, a couple snaps a game off of Zeke.
It's not short enough.
Yeah, and he'll average 12 yards a carry, and we'll still be like, let's not overuse
Zeke wore down the defense so that he could do that.
Sure.
You guys don't understand the sacrifices Zeke makes to be the starter.
Can that Tennessee kid play center in a pinch?
Ooh. Yeah, absolutely. Why not? He can do about as good a job as Zeke did.
You know how hard it is to run against a defense that's fresh? Do you even understand that? Could you wrap your mind around that? No.
So awesome.
Man,
that's
I know we got to tease the show, but I was raising my hand when they did the pre-draft presser, and he was like, who didn't want Zeke on this team when we gave him that last contract? And I would raise my hand. I was like, can I just ask one follow-up question? Why did you give him the deal when he was still under team control for 2 more years, and then you could have franchised him for 2 more years so his football career would have been over if he decided to hold out? And just to see what his response was to that.
So much
That'd have been a good follow-up.
When do you guys got Stephen Jones on again?
Well, Cabo workout videos.
We tried
were a
to
good
ask
sell.
that question, and he goes, it's a different contract.
Oh, okay. So you
it's
tried.
like-
You did try to ask the question.
We
Those are
tried.
2 different
Yeah, on
contracts.
Friday we asked him about Zeke, and he said, well, if we signed him back, it'd be a different contract.
Yeah. You
I
got
asked-
dead money going on right now.
Yeah, because
too.
I asked
Yeah.
about the dead money, and he said that is not relevant to this deal.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We will talk all the top stories from the weekend right out of the gates. Bobby Carella is joining us at 3:20, CY at 4:20. It's a huge sports Monday.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
And I was talking about boobs. They started showing up on my Instagram.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say. you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sir, appreciate that.
Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Carter Freeman. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, draft guys, what's your overall take on how it went? Did the Cowboys do a good job?
I was overall satisfied, especially after, they decided to move on, not take Graham Barton. You move back, you get an extra pick. Brian, we were talking about that. It all came down to what did they do at 73 with that selection. And they end up getting one of my favorite players in the draft, Cooper Beebe, who I think can play guard center, has a lot of flex, piano player type guy. We learned that phrase moving up and down the line. I love that dude. You talk about mean, nasty. He said he likes to dirt people, was his quote. That's my kind of offensive lineman. So I think they did an excellent job bolstering the offensive line depth with Guyton and Beebe, who I think can be starters. And then you get a guy in Nathan Thomas. There's some questions about some other picks, but overall, when you're attacking the trenches like they did, I think job well done. I was shocked they didn't come away with a running back, though.
Yeah, that is one of the big takeaways and one of the big topics. Brian, what do you think about that?
Yeah, the running back part of it, though, I was the one thing that once they didn't take one in the third round, and then Lloyd from USC went right behind them, I said, okay, don't worry about taking a running back now. I just, Wright, Allen, Irving, all those guys were guys I had in the third round. But then they started coming off the board. I'm glad they didn't force a pick at the end.
Yeah.
I'm glad they didn't just say, okay, in the 6th round, 7th round, we're going to take just a running back to take a running back. They didn't do that. I'll tell you what, though, I like what they did. Later in the draft with the corner Carson.
Love Kalen Carson.
From Wake Forest.
He sounds exciting.
He really is. And Al Harris has done a really nice job with these corners and coaching them up, especially ones that they've gotten like in with day 3. So I'm totally on board with what they did there. But and the Nealon pick is interesting too for the aspect. I was just kind of Golston to me is a guy that, when he came out of Iowa a few years ago, I kind of felt like, okay, there's your Tank Lawrence guy. There's your play the run, learn how to rush the passer guy. And now we're back to, okay, play the run really, really well and learn how to rush the passer guy. We're back to that. And I was kind of hoping that maybe that we would see development from Golston. He's kind of jumped from spot to spot and really haven't found the spot. But Nealon, to me, like I say, he is very, very, very good at the run. And maybe this is where the Cowboys right now are like, listen, we're sick of being bad on the edges.
Yeah.
We're interested in stopping the run. It ain't all about the inside help. It's about the edges, and Nealon can do that. He can play the run. You got some linebackers that can absolutely, Maris can run, from the kid from Notre Dame. He could run. He could finish downhill. He's a really good tackler, physical tackler. So, when you start to talk about those things, I think that's where they kind of said, we've got to get better on the edges, playing the run, and I think Nealon can do that for them.
So run defense gets better.
Yeah, that's your hope right now. Like I say, the thing with the trade, and if I could circle back on the trade that they made, I was going to look at pick 73, and the fact that they came away with, just on my board, they don't care what we think. They really don't. We just do the best we can to evaluate, put together boards, talk about the players, talk about what we see. And the fact that they get Guyton at tackle and BB, and those are two players, you're talking about one of a first round tackle on my board, and then a second round combo player at center or guard. And just a physical, and Gavin, you always say, hey, run the ball, be better running the ball. I think you got better running. You're going to have the potential to run the ball better with a guy like BB playing. That is a physical, mauling offensive lineman there that has made a ton of starts. So the experience is there. You don't have to worry about the learning curve with this guy.
He's ready to go.
He's ready to go. They got him a plug-and-play guy right there. He might even be more plug-and-play than what Guyton is at tackle.
He is. He's my favorite pick of the entire draft. Nealon, I had I was a little bit lower on Nealon than others were. Like, I know Dane Brugler loves him. there was first round hype. When I watched him, I was underwhelmed, but he does come in, can definitely help you in the running game. And I thought with Ross Winchie, when we got to interview him, one of the scouts, he did an excellent job kind of describing what they liked in Nealon. There are some traits that DeMarcus Lawrence-esque with him. So he was probably the one when they made it. I was the most like, ooh, I don't know if I would have done that, but I'm hoping he can develop and be a hit for them.
Yeah, premium position player, and but that is where the Cowboys struggle a little bit. That second round, you can find a lot of misses there, so that is going to be something to consider. But I think taking premium positions is really, really awesome. So going with the offensive lineman, getting another edge player like Nealon, and then that corner, Kalen Carson, from what I've read about him and things I've heard you and Walchuk say about him, Broadus, I'm like, okay, this is a guy that maybe he can stick. And we know what they've done in the late rounds with a guy like Deron Bland. And apparently this dude's got the versatility to be a boundary corner or a nickel corner. Yep. So you can't have enough of those dudes. So I think that's fantastic right there.
So overall, yeah, I think you guys are giving this a thumbs up. Any head scratchers, any stinkers?
Well, the one that I was, like I say, in the third round, I was really hopeful. And this is where I got a little like, darn, they always talk about the pin throw, that you're in the third round, you draft the linebacker, and then the very next pick, the guy you're pushing goes to a competitor of yours.
That was that running back, right?
Yeah, Lloyd goes to Green Bay.
So we found out was a 30 visit, which we didn't know about.
And so I was like, that's when it hurts you, because it just. I remember the day of working with the Cowboys and having a first round grade on Kendrell Bell, the linebacker from Georgia, and we take Quincy Carter, and then the very next pick they take Kendrell Bell, and he's AFC Rookie of the Year on defense. Those are the kinds of things that sting you a little bit. But I knew once they didn't take a third round running back,
they were punting.
They probably weren't going to take one. So I just in my mind said, okay, fine. They didn't do it. But that's the one that stung me a little bit. The linebacker's fine. I mean, he's a good player. I think that Lloyd, I'm just going to keep a really close eye on how they use him at Green Bay and how he progresses throughout his career.
And they had Tennessee's speedster back,
right.
That's also
I'm just saying from a selfish standpoint, I know that.
But you had two running backs there with juice, and that's exactly what they needed. It felt like that was going to be a no-brainer. That's where you do it.
Mitch LaPointe said that. Mitch LaPointe, when we asked him about that, what are you looking for in the draft? He said juice. That and those two guys clearly had that.
And what it came down to was they loved Marist. They
did. They absolutely
loved Marist Fowl, the linebacker from Notre Dame, which also fills a need. But that was it. You either take him here because he's not going to make it into the fifth, or you take your runner, and then they get wiped at the running back position.
Yeah,
it happens. And now, of course, the news they got Zeke. It really doesn't do anything for you as far as believing he's going to make the running game credible. Rico Dowdle, I think he's got a little bit of juice to him. So we'll see, if he can stay healthy and make a run at being a really productive runner. But but to me, if you're at the end of your draft and you're like, guys, we don't know what to do with running back, but we got some potential answers at other questions, I can accept that. It's kind of like we built a baseball team. We're not sure what we got in the bullpen, but we'll try to figure it out as the season goes along. The Rangers just proved that. And the Rangers have made a history over the last 15 years of going into seasons without bullpens and figuring it out, just to, round out the analogy there. I know it's a different sport, but, what we need is for them to find a solution. What we don't need is for them to pick running back over other positions of very significant need. When it's an inexact science, you don't know if that third round runner can play, and we don't know if the linebacker can't play.
Yeah.
What we do know is that if you value other positions higher than running back, you're doing it right.
Yeah, we interviewed Scott McCurley, the linebacker coach, pre-draft of day 3. And, what they went through last year, you could tell it was etched on his face. He did not want to have to go through them being short at linebacker. And honestly, I thought, man, they're going to get him a couple of guys here today. They're going to try and add more to that linebacker room, but they didn't. And the fact that they drafted offensive linemen, 3 of them, I think that sells you a lot, Gavin. I think you have to be happy about that, because you're trying to find a way to help your quarterback going forward.
You can always find new running backs, but good offensive linemen are foundational pieces for a decade. And when you hit on them, it makes you better for a long, long time. This whole championship window, I think, was opened up in 2014 when all the pieces fell into place, and they kept it there for a decade before they really had to cut bait like they have this offseason.
Yeah, and listen, if we wouldn't be fighting about the Cooper Beebe, like, should they have taken a running back there? No, you did it right there. It's you go and get a linebacker now, where it's like, okay, now that's not necessarily a premium position. You didn't go get an edge rusher. You didn't get the line. You didn't get the corner there or something. You went and got another non-premium position. If you feel like this guy's a premium player, then so be it. We've seen
they do.
Okay, they absolutely do. I don't know that any of us in this room, and I went and watched them today, I don't know that any of us feel that way. Remains to be seen. But if him and Overshown end up being badasses and you got Greenlaw and Fred Warner for the next 5 or 10 years, then you feel amazing about it. Right. But we've seen these linebackers, it takes them a little bit of time now with the way the sport works, like diagnosing these things. You're not your best. You're not coming out of the gates at the height of your powers as a linebacker anymore in the NFL. As a running back, you step in day one and you can have immediate game changer impact. And when you got speed like that and you're doing it in the third round, now you're in the window of, okay, you take a running back here, nobody's freaking out. You didn't reach for a running back. I'm so thankful. The most thankful I am is that they didn't try and reach for a back in the second round or something like that. So kudos to them. But I do think there is an argument to be made that that's going to be the spot where you look back and go, hopefully this linebacker isn't just a special teamer. Because that's what I'm looking at when I'm watching him play versus Louisville and Duke. I'm going, I don't see a difference maker at all here. I don't see speed. I don't know what it is that they're seeing in him that makes him feel like that is going to be more impactful than two low tread running backs. Right. Didn't get a ton of Tennessee and USC didn't have a ton of mileage on their bodies. Got all the speed in the world, and that's something that they are desperate for it now. But on the same token, if you're going to skimp at a spot, running back is probably that spot.
It is kind of heartbreaking, though, because with what you did at center and tackle, you gave yourself a chance to have a dynamic running game.
You did.
And if one of those guys fit that bill, then your running game would be really, really freaking good. Now you're probably still looking at low force per carry, and no matter how good you block it up.
Yeah. I wonder, to me, easier to find probably still a running back on the trade market, or when you see some of these guys get cut.
Who's this undrafted guy with all the speed that you just mentioned in the crosstalk? Dawson. This guy does he have a chance? And okay, Broad is shaking his head. No.
I haven't seen him. That's
I'm sorry.
I haven't. There's you evaluate 215 guys, and
So I watched him after they signed him. So he's a transfer from Stanford that went to Mizzou. He left Stanford because E.J. Smith, son of Emmett, went there, ended up taking over that backfield. But he's got some juice to him. He does. He's a guy that's not going to have any wasted motion. Yeah. He sees the hole. He hits it. Not an elite receiver, but he can give you a little bit of that as well.
What an incredible basketball game yesterday. In the end, I felt like for the most of the second half, the Mavs were going to win, and I was just shocked when Paul George hit that, and then the Mavs missed their next shot. It was rushed, and I'm like, oh, my goodness, they lost. So they're 2-2, and I'm not quite sure how to feel about these remaining 3 games. I agree with Bassick that Game 5 is crucial here. Go get that Game 5. You gave yourself a chance. You can't rule out winning Game 6 and 7, obviously, with what the Rangers did. I feel like the Mavs have proven they're the better team.
I agree.
I wonder if you're the Clippers, do you just want Kawhi not to play? Are we to the
simplifies
point,
things. Yeah.
Are we to the point where, maybe he wants to play, and they're a different team. I was talking with Chuck Cooperstein before the game and in the tunnel, and he goes, they play a lot slower when he's on the floor. They have to play slower because of his knee. He can't move he moves. He doesn't move as well, and so but I'll tell you what, that Paul George is. To watch him play live, you get it. The way he handles the ball, they're going to pin in the corner.
Oh, he made that 3.
He hit some ridiculous shots.
It's amazing a guy that size with how the agility and the shot making that he has and the way he gets himself open to get shots off is pretty impressive too.
Almost really as impressive as your gosh dang stamina, sir. Hit this draft as hard as you just hit it, and then you wake up on Sunday and say, let's go put some more work in. Let's go grind at the Mavs game. Salute to you, sir.
I'll tell you what, man. I just wanted to. I'm going to go back out there Friday night.
Dang right you are.
I just, that's the thing. I just think being there, you get to see that. Basketball is fascinating to me. Like watching these two coaches go at it. They're literally standing a foot apart from each other, coaching their teams. You see so much when you're actually at the game.
It's true. The head coaches are right next to each other.
They are standing literally. They're like they're guarding each other as each. Like you're on offense. Yeah, it's like I did too. One is clearly smaller than the other, but they are literally standing 2 feet apart as they're trying to, and like kids on the floor like half the time, yelling about defense and it was. And let me tell you this. I give the crowd a lot of credit in this one too. because it was ugly early. I mean, really ugly. And Luka looks hurt. Luka looks hurt.
Yeah.
And he's trying to play, but the crowd is trying to will them back into this game, and they did. They got back. I mean, that thing was 101-100, and you're like, my gosh, they came all the way back in this thing, but just couldn't finish it. The Clippers they did a great job of finishing that game yesterday. Dallas missed a couple of free throws. Luka missed a pair.
Yeah.
They had some one-on-ones that they missed.
Yeah, backbreakers.
And then they had some shots right at the rim. I'm thinking, how many shots are you going to miss right at the basket?
The comeback exhausted them, and then the turnovers started happening. Like Kyrie had three turnovers. Kyrie was amazing, but the turnovers got the best of both players.
They sit there and Kyrie's trying to get into the lane, and it's just collapsing on him. And now the ball's going off. He's trying to get it outside, stuff like that.
That finish he had with 5 dudes.
No, that's what it was.
Lead? What in that was?
I don't know how he saw.
I just want to pause time and just live in that moment.
Our
forever.
seats are in the end, and when you watch from the end zone of it, and you're like, oh my gosh, he's going. And next thing you know, all these arms are going up, and he comes out the other side, and the ball goes up. You're like, how did he just do that? And he's ending up in row 3 on the other side because they've driven him completely out of bounds.
I think we've learned to expect Kyrie's going to get the ball up and not blocked if it's one or two guys.
Yeah.
You're like, he's going to get it up. But that time I was like, no way. And then it goes, woo. His hang time, what the heck, nuts. Dude? Yeah, it was special.
I'm going to say this is going to be kind of weird. I was watching Maxi Kleber in warm-up, and he was knocking down threes. And I think he passed on some threes. The one, he had a big three late in the game.
He passes way too much. Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. It looked like to me in warm-ups he was kind of dialed in, and I'm thinking, maybe if he'd have taken a few more, but he passed the ball around a couple of different times. I know everybody's like, Maxi taking threes, that's probably a bad thing. But it just seemed like in warm-up, he was dialed in on knocking him down. I'm like, maybe this is a game where Maxi Kleber, gets 16, 17 points.
We got to run. G-Bag of the Day coming up 2:30. NFL True or Fart coming up next. A draft edition. Woolchuck will walk us through it coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Take your Turn It On, Leave It On fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Check. Mike, can you hear me? Mike, check.
Loud and clear.
All right, yeah. Shout out to the Tolos and the listeners that's joining us right now here at 2:30. We do G Bag of the Day most weekdays at this time. Congratulations. You made it, man.
Yeah.
This is where we play audio from the internet or maybe from another radio station, TV station. I don't care where it came from. As long as it's fantastic, we're playing it for you. Yes. And our winner right here is from the RJ and Choppy Show. Which one of these fools is Chop? Sean Sharif. He had a weird little live read. Check this out.
The Miho Platter, $24 a person. Your choice of 2 meats and 2 sides. How about the Poppy? What Bobby calls me sometimes. $28 per person. Your choice of 3 meats and 2 sides. Don't get grossed out, Bob. I'm just joking. Or the Hefe. Maybe he calls me that. Briskets, spare ribs, pulled pork, sausage, all beef, or they have other options as well.
Okay. What are those other options there?
What are those other options? Yeah.
You'll have to get behind the paywall to find out those.
I'm curious, bro. Hey, it's a Monday. I'll give you strength to make it through the week. Some strength.
I'd like a side of scrimp, too.
Yeah, that's Gulagichi right there.
Strength.
Let's go to Bill Belichick. He tells a Randy Moss story. Bill Belichick.
This is like 11:30 at night, right after the first day of the draft. I call up Randy, said, hey, Randy, this is Coach Belichick. Boom. Hangs up the phone.
Why?
I thought you were full of Mike, let me try this again. Randy, it's Coach Belichick. Who is this? Who's pranking me? Who is this? Bam. Hangs up the phone. Randy, this is Coach Belichick. We traded for you. What? Is this a joke? This better not be a joke. Who is this? No. This is all right. Really? I said, yeah, but look, we got to get this done by tomorrow at noon. He goes, all right, what do I need to do? I said, you need to come up, take a physical, and we need to renegotiate your contract. It was by noon? I said, yeah. He goes, well, I'm in Houston now.
Yeah.
But I got a plane. I'll be there.
Nice. Oh, man.
So he flies, and he's there at 8 o'clock in the morning, comes in and takes the physical, you know, the old.
Yeah.
Make sure.
Okay, you're good. Renegotiate the contract, and we're done at 10 o'clock.
How about that? Let's get it done.
Anything to get out of Oakland, dude.
Yeah, he was ready.
Plane or not, he was getting there on time.
He was getting there on time. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See what else I got for you boys. On a Monday. On a good Monday. Let's see here. Charles Barkley talking down on the state of Texas. Y'all heard that, right?
Yeah. San Antonio ladies taking the strays, right?
Yeah, that like they always do.
Yeah.
Charles Barkley says no Pelicans deserve to vacation in Cancun.
Mm-hmm.
Disappointing on us. Where they going, Chuck? Galveston? That dirty ass water. We're not even gonna send them to Cancun. We're gonna send them to Galveston where that dirty ass water be washing up on the shore. You people think they're in the beach.
You people.
Y'all can't. We y'all gonna send y'all to Cancun. Y'all drive y'all quit. Drive your ass down to Galveston. Come on, man.
So they're taking a little.
Come on, they didn't even try, man. No, we're not getting them no plane ticket to the beach. We send their ass to Galveston, Texas, right where that dirty water washed up on the beach. They can't even get in the water. Come on, man.
So Jay-Z was watching the game. You know, he's married to Beyonce, which is her mother is Tina Knowles. He sent a message to Tina Knowles, Miss Tina, saying, you gonna let him talk to you like this? Talk about this great state of Texas like this? I mean, I'm married to a woman and I've already got the Texas pride just a little bit. She's from Houston. You know, this is Texas. We fly the Texas flag higher than we do the American flag. This is Texas, baby. We celebrate a battle that we lost. This is Texas, baby. Texas, dog. We got pride, baby. Honor the Texas flag. So here's Charles Barkley responding to Miss Tina Knowles, Beyonce's mom, for trashing Galveston like that.
Knowles, I apologize. I do not want the beef hive and Jay after me.
So how do you like Galveston now? It's beautiful.
We're not going there. Would you go on vacation?
You got a
oh,
chance.
hell no, I ain't going on vacation.
You've got a chance to wipe the slate clean
You
here.
got to
Turn
just say,
over a
I
new
would go to
leaf. Let me tell you
Galveston.
something.
That water's so dirty, I'd rather go to San Antonio. I'd rather go to San Antonio with them big old women.
Oh, come on, man.
No, I'm not going to Galveston. I want to go to the beach down in the river walk and watch them big old women walk around San Antonio.
So you know what? So you know what sets him off. Okay, so you know what?
Would you rather go, Chuck? San Antonio. You know, that's what they invented Victoria's Secret, Jack. Why is it secret? Because them little women down there, they can't get in them cute little underwear. They wear bloomers down in San Antonio. Oh my gosh.
Wild stuff.
It was epic, dude.
Wild stuff on that TNT. And I watched it on HBO. I watched the playoffs on HBO, so it makes sense that it's a little loose to me. All right, let's see what else we got right here. Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessing, folks. This is Texas. Biggest days, Saturday night, Sunday morning. This is Texas. Big crowd Sunday morning, I tell you what.
Time to go shopping.
It's the time to go shopping where everybody's in church.
Everybody's in the store.
Okay, yeah, because when they get out, they flooded.
Yeah.
They flooded, boy. They don't play.
Yeah.
You be seeing them in their Sunday's best, walking around Tom Thumb and Kroger's. And Aldi's, no disrespect.
Aldi's is good.
I'm a Sam's guy. I like Sam's. I like buying it in the bulk, so I have to go back.
Sam's is great.
Sure is.
Just hit a big Sam's order myself.
Yeah, I love Sam's. Shout out to Reverend Ike. That's my guy. And Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Yeah, I got two pastors. One for my mind, one for my money.
Cha-ching.
Now, we got an organ player and a preacher that just could not get on the same key. Had to stop the whole sermon just so we can get on the same key. You worried about the wrong things, Pastor.
Present time shall not be compared to the glory that shall be revealed to us later. You're gonna have to go down. That's too high for me. Go to B major. Right quick. Go to B major. Go to B major.
Jeez.
B major, half step up. Yeah. All right. Father, I love you today, and I thank you right now.
I like how the people in the background say, "Hey, don't worry about the organ.
Yeah, just
preach."
Preach.
I've been looking at this clock, baby. We almost out of here. Cowboys start at 3:15. I get it. All right, that's it for me, yo. What do we got? Let's do some voting here.
We got a champ and 3 challengers, Lucius. We got Sean Sharif, I believe a one-time champ. Maybe 2.
One time.
You got Bill on Randy Moss. He traded for him and called Randy to let him know. Good thing he had a private jet. Charles Barkley on the shores of Galveston. And then apologies to Mrs. Knowles.
The San Antonio women, too. Are they that wide body down there?
I don't think that much
I don't
more.
think so.
No,
I had a good time when I was there.
Yeah, they got
had
some-
a lot of tequila, a lot of mojitos, so I'm not sure. The goggles were flying.
They might be a little wider than your memory.
Oh, that's fair.
Or is it
That's my bag.
Pastor syncing up with the organ?
A little cushion for the push.
I'm going to go with...
That's what I need. Grab on, girl. We ain't skipping no meals neither. She ordering something for real. Yeah, let me get the whole fajitas.
I'm not sharing either.
You're always jealous when they show up.
Yeah, like that. That's what you got?
I got out of order.
Never regret ordering the fajitas.
No.
I'll go with Bill Belichick.
I'm gonna go with my guy Chuck.
As long as you're down with cooking and cleaning, I'm down with you.
Yeah.
I cannot stand a dirty girl. I can't. It's bad. It's bad. It's really bad. Clean your car out, girl.
Yes.
Clean that damn car out. McDonald's cup been in there for 6 weeks. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Childs, the combo Childs.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to go Chuck.
I'll throw a vote for Sean.
By a score of 3-1.
That was a pity vote right there. I heard the way you said that.
Oh, yes, that's huge.
I'll give Sean a
Good
vote.
try, Sean.
I'll give you a vote.
It's a participation ribbon there.
You
tried hard, kid.
G-Bag of the Day
Gold
champion.
star.
Charles Barkley's done it. Where are you taking us in the corner, Brian?
Yeah, with the Wooly Bullies' help, we're going to talk about some of these players the Cowboys drafted. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, can the Stars even up the series? Plus, more NFL draft fallout and a Stone Temple Pilots ticket giveaway during the Expressway. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Before selecting an AC company, please take 10 minutes to go read Google reviews. There's an epidemic of salesmen disguised as technicians trying to con people into buying new systems. The reviews are all the same. The tech comes out, disappears for 10 minutes, then says you need a whole new system for 15 grand. Those lucky enough to get a second opinion often report there was nothing wrong with their system in the first place. At Reliant Air Conditioning, our techs don't work on commission and they don't sell new systems. While we're certainly not perfect, I personally get involved with every negative review to make sure we make it right. So choose 2 other companies first, read their reviews, and then read ours, and you'll see how we...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
855-9975, 972-945, or kpostcompany.com.
Cowboys fans, the draft is officially behind us. Next up, rookie minicamp, OTAs, minicamp, and before we know it, training camp in Oxnard. Nobody has boots on the ground covering the Cowboys like 105.3 The Fan. Always streaming live on the free Odyssey app. When you want insight and the best Cowboys insiders, turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Download it today.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3 o'clock, Wolfchuck will have your NFL news of the day. 3:20, Bobby Carella talking Mavs, and at 4:20, our guy Cy Young is going to join us. Here's Broadus. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Wolfchuck said a lot already about thanking everybody for hanging out with us those 3 days of the draft. That is so much fun to have the interaction, not only with the crew that we're able to work with, but also the fans and stuff like that. It's just so impressive at the end of it when people step up and reach out to you and say, hey, really appreciate all the coverage. And it's a lot of work to do, but we do appreciate the opportunity to do it for you. I know I do. I don't take that for granted at all. And I just want to say the guys and gals that I work with, man, they hit it out of the park, because I've worked with some guys that have done a lot of great work.
Really good people.
Yeah, really good people. But this one, it just seemed like you guys just took it upon yourself to say, okay, I'm going to try and learn 200 guys too. And the thing that I enjoy the most is when pick 237 is being made and we got scouting reports about that player.
Yeah.
That's to me where this is all, where it all makes sense. And so I just want to thank everybody out there that works so hard on this, but also that you guys and gals that listen to us as well. It means a lot. I also want to say happy birthday to my son Bennett today. I know they're listening down there. Yeah, they're listening down there in Austin right now. And so
is this the big 2-1?
2-0.
Oh, 2-0. Okay.
He might as well be 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he'll have his first beer next year together.
Yeah, first beer, yeah.
First beer next year.
He enjoys hanging out with the Woolly Bully.
Dude, who doesn't, man?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I know it's a shocker.
He was like, man, my guy could drink some vodka now. I'm like, yeah, well, he probably thought the same thing about you too, as well. But happy birthday, Bennett, man. I just always remember before that, he was born 3 days after the 2004 draft. And I remember Parcells saying, he goes, well, you're going to miss that birth, aren't you? And I'm like, I looked at him. I'm like, no, you nuts. He's like, oh, you're not. I'm like, no, if he's born during the draft, you can handle it. You could be fine. You'll do good.
General manager misses son's birth.
Yeah.
Scout on the squad.
Yeah.
Gets to go see son be born.
Yeah. I was just kind of like, I didn't even, this was the only one I was going to have. The only child I was going to have. I was not going to miss my child's birth on that. So anyway, but Bill, that's the way he is. So I love him for a lot of reasons, but not that one.
Bill probably thought you had a little Phillip Rivers in you. Probably thought you had many more cracks at
exactly
at this.
Exactly. Hey, okay, Willie, let's do something we've all kind of talked about with Guyton and Nealon and Beebe and guys like that. Your favorite pick that was made, say, rounds 3 through 7. Your favorite pick that you had.
Well, okay, so we've talked about Beebe. Beebe is the guy for me. I mean, Cooper Beebe's my favorite pick that they made. I would say, honestly, Fournoy, this wide receiver, really, really intrigues me as a pick that the Cowboys made. Now, they needed, I think, some wide receiver depth because you're looking at a situation where Brandon Cooks is going to be out of contract.
Mm-hmm.
But Fournoy is quite the athlete. And when we got to talk with him, he comped his game and said people say that he plays a lot like Des Bryant. When he gets the ball in his hands, you can see some of that. He is very difficult to bring down, but he is explosive. He is going to bring a playmaking element with speed that I don't think anybody in that receiver room outside of your top two guys with CD and Brandon Cooks provides you. I think when we get to Oxnard, he's going to be the guy that is turning heads, that we're all looking around like, holy crap, did they maybe steal something here? I don't know how productive he's going to be as a rookie, but I wouldn't be stunned if he starts to compete with Jalen Tolbert by the end of the season.
Yeah, I was super impressed with, when you start to talk about a player that went to school at Southeast Missouri, you're kind of thinking, okay, who missed this guy? Who in the Big 10 or Big 12 missed this guy as a player? Because he's got physically, he is ideal for a wide receiver. When you're 6'1" and 202 pounds. And I think there's an element of smoothness to his game.
Agreed.
And the balance and the body control. And I think that, catching the ball away from his body, I don't know how strong the learning curve is going, or how steep the learning curve for this guy is, because I think he's really a natural catcher of the football. And I don't think he struggles or labors at all in that area. And I don't know if he has, where he might struggle a little bit is with the route tree stuff. Sure. Because I just don't think at Southeast Missouri that they ran a lot of really complex routes or combination routes or stuff like that. But where he was able to shine is, though, you watch him during the year, and then the Senior Bowl stuff, that showcased his talent a little bit more for people out there. So I like the pick a lot. Did you have a receiver? I had Rice. I had Jerry Rice.
Brendan Rice. We were both sitting there like, what is this guy saying?
Yeah, this kid's fine. But I was kind of wondering about with Rice and his situation and why, me personally, I think I would have probably gone that direction. I'll tell you another pick I really, really liked. We were talking about him earlier, was Keelan Carson from Wake Forest.
Mm-hmm.
I was impressed with him. I'm glad they didn't sit there and reach for the running back. Once the running back, got out of that third round pick was gone, I'm like, don't reach. Just play this thing out. Let's see how but they picked a kid in with Carson. He's what we call a field corner. So what he does, he plays into the field. We have boundary corners and field corners. And boundary corners have the sideline to use as an extra defender. This kid plays the field side of it. And so means he covers a lot of space over there. And I think this is where all of a sudden maybe you could start to talk about a guy that can maybe play some nickel stuff for you, because he's got size and he's got some length to him.
Yeah.
And he's kind of a disruptive man coverage type of a player. He's competitive. He's fiery. He's got quick feet. He stays connected to the receiver. We always talk about the instincts, the fluidity in the hips and things like that. I was super impressed with his ability to that you watch him play and how he's able to run with guys.
Mm-hmm.
I always talk about, hey, how do you carry a guy? Carry a guy inside. I think he could do that. I love corners that can play the in-break and routes. And this kid's got that size, and he's got the length.
What do you think kept him from getting drafted sooner?
There were so many, Chief, there were so many corners in this draft.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to say this kid got lost.
I think so, too. Kalen King was another guy we were talking about, Penn State.
Yeah.
And that didn't even go off the board. But now Carson's another guy he's going to tackle.
Yeah.
He had, I think it was 4 games with 5 or more tackles. He is physical. He does not. You watch him against Keon Coleman against Florida State, the way he competes, the competitiveness, the toughness, the physical play. The only thing he needs to work on, how do we change the PBUs, the pass breakups, into interceptions?
Right.
But I think Al Harris is fantastic at doing that.
Yeah, you mentioned that Florida State game. They've got big guys that you're having to deal with, and he was not given an inch to any one of those guys. So to me, this is one of those things they've done a pretty good job of those day 3, the corners that kind of come through and are super competitive, that are tough. Keelan Carson from Wake Forest, I think, is a guy that maybe I would see Mike Zimmer having a little bit of a plan for him, getting him out there, because I think he's going to show up and we're going to see him out here at OTAs, but I believe you're going to see him out there at training camp, and you're going to be like, wow, who's that kid playing over there? because he's got some impressive traits.
That's exciting, dude.
Yeah, he really does.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Terrific job once again. It is time now for Woolchuck to deliver the NFL news of the day. Where are you taking us, Bully?
Let's do a football or ball sack. We got a cut candidate that could fill a Cowboys need. And welcome to Buffalo, Keon Coleman. That's next.
Window Nation's a proud partner of your Cowboys. They love them. And I love new windows from Window Nation because of
stay on track. I'm Chris Summer. It's 7 years after letting go of 80 pounds with soda. I'm healthier than ever. Get the full soda story now at sodaweightloss.com. I'm talking 8,700 Google reviews that tell it all. SOTAweightloss.com. Safe, effective, and lasting weight loss. That's soda. State of the art.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation. Yeah, baby, here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Carella talking Mavs here coming up in about 20 minutes. Looks like Broadus threw out his shoulder. They're throwing up that number 2.
No, I got that RSD shot or the RSV shot.
Okay.
For the old people, you know. So I got that today. So the arm's a little.
I know that feeling.
Yeah, the arm's a little sore.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, I know what'll nurse you back to health is more NFL news.
There we go.
We've been binging on draft and draft reaction. Bobby's coming up at 3:20.
Yeah.
CY at 4:20. Okay, it's a huge sports Monday here, and here's Wolchuk with more NFL news today.
Well, if you did miss it, Zeke is back. The reunion is official. We had teased this last week, but Zeke took his physical at 8 a.m., so the deal is for a maximum of $3 million for one Ezekiel Elliott. I do expect him to be RB1 when the season starts. Your running back room right now is looking like Royce Freeman. You got Rico Dowdle, Deuce Vaughn, Hunter Lipke, Malik Davis, Snoop Connor, and then undrafted rookie Nathaniel Pete will be all the potential running backs out of your backfield that we'll get to see.
Snoop Connor went bad at Ole Miss.
Snoop Connor was not bad. Snoop Connor might be the one. Like I know Nathaniel Pete's the recent undrafted, but Snoop Connor might have a shot.
Yeah. By the way, when we get that list, I promise you I'm going to do a Krusty's Corner of the free agents that they signed.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting for
I
the
saw somebody
list.
going after you on Twitter. They were
That's okay.
watchdogging you.
That's okay. But yeah, they were saying, "Oh, it's your job, man. Do your job." And I'm like, "Okay, well, I'm going to go watch the Mavs play this afternoon. Get down by 30. How about that?"
Hey,
but no,
you almost willed them to victory when you took your shirt off. They started to come back.
I did. I was waving my shirt over my head in the press row, and I think it affected the way they played.
I think it did. I think it brought them. They were like, "Damn, we know."
But I promise we get that list. I will look at those guys and make reports.
Well, let me throw this name out there for you. I hinted at. There's 2. I hinted at this name, but we couldn't really say it during our draft coverage. We can say it here on the Fan. But Dameon Pierce, a running back currently of the Houston Texans, 2 years ago was fantastic as a rookie, had over 1,000 yards rushing. He has been rumored to be available on the trade block as they went ahead and brought in Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
But maybe that's a team, you can call. If you don't like what you're seeing during training camp, give Houston a call. The other name that might be potentially on the chopping block.
Abanikanda, too, was another. Who is he? Is he with who's with the Jet?
Abanikanda.
I don't think he's with the Jets.
The Pittsburgh running back. I think he is.
I think he is with the Jets.
Is he with the Jets?
Yeah.
Okay, I got
they
that
took
right.
a runner.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. I was just there was a couple of names there that I was getting thrown at.
So here's the other one to me that could be interesting. Panthers took Jonathan Brooks, right? Now Jonathan Brooks might end up being the number 1 back there. They signed Miles Sanders, former Eagle. And Miles Sanders could end up being a cut candidate there in Carolina.
Yeah.
So maybe that's another name. I mean, I feel like there's some running backs that you still might be able to go and add via trade, or maybe they end up being a cap casualty, or once people will go ahead and, they have a surplus at a position, as we always talk about during training camp. If you don't like what the running back room looks like, I don't think that's a finished product just
I don't think
yet.
it is either. I don't think that's finished either at all. I think they're going to explore some opportunities. They've got all these compensatory 5s that they could go use. They used one last year, right? They used a couple. Didn't they use?
They used them to go get Cooks.
To get Cooks, and then
they used one
to get the corner
to get Gilmore.
Yeah, exactly.
And we know. I mean, look, they made the trade for Trey Lance in preseason.
Yeah.
So I don't think that thing's done just yet. But welcome back, Zeke. I know there's a lot of fans that are fired up about that. I'm sure a lot of teammates as well. He was always a great teammate. This is interesting. How about Jarvis?
I'm sure the plug is happy too. The plug is happy. Oh, he's coming back. Missing this fool.
Hell yeah. How about 5-time Pro Bowler Jarvis Landry? He's expected to participate in the Jags' upcoming rookie minicamp, according to his agent David Cantor. He sat out last season.
Huh?
Yeah, he's fully healthy. He's ready to return at age 31. So we'll have to monitor what happens with good old Jarvis Landry there. We got some shakeups in the TV world. So Jason Kelce, it was rumored he was going to go ahead and join ESPN. It's official now. The Athletic is saying that former Eagles center Jason Kelce joining ESPN for a role on Monday Night Football's pregame show.
Okay.
We're going to get to watch him leading up to Monday Night Football, but then CBS making some moves. Phil Simms and Boomer Esiason are out on the NFL Today. They are making room for Matt Ryan, who will be on the pregame show. So it's going to be
J.J. Watt, too.
Yeah,
right?
J.J. Watt. So it's going to be Matt Ryan, James Brown, Nate Burleson, Bill Cowher, and J.J. Watt. So after 22 years, bye-bye Boom from CBS and the NFL Today.
I'm sorry, but I don't know how you feel about Bill Cowher. I kind of feel like he never says anything. I don't feel like his opinion to me is always like just so down the middle. Like he doesn't want to make anybody mad or upset or I don't want to piss anybody off in the coaching world or
he's just going to give
world.
you some coaching cliches.
Yeah,
Nothing real special.
he's going to spit in the camera a couple of times when he says stuff.
But that chin,
but
it
I
is still so strong.
That thing's made for television.
I still like him on TV. I can't say that I enjoy Boomer or Phil.
The Sims and Boomer. I'm sorry, I could do without either one of those. I think Nate Burleson's a star. Myself.
Nate Burleson's fantastic.
I love Nate Burleson.
He is. Nate Burleson, I think, can do anything he wants.
Yep.
And he's going to be successful at it.
News, sports, doesn't matter. Yeah.
The Eagles are signing former Jets first-rounder Mekhi Becton to a one-year deal, $5.5 million. Just 25 years old, was the 11th overall pick in 2020. Just hasn't been able to stay healthy. Last season, though, as well, when he played, was not good. Allowed 12 sacks, 31 hurries, and 47 total pressures. Jets said thank you, but no thank you. Brought in Tyron Smith. And then, of course, they drafted Olu Fashanu in the first round out of Penn State. So Mekhi Becton, I guess the Eagles, we'd heard, right? They wanted to move up in the first round, maybe for a tackle, maybe for a corner. They end up staying put.
Yeah,
they still get maybe the best corner in the draft, Quinyon Mitchell, but they never really addressed that tackle spot.
No, they never did, though. Then Jeff Southland, the coach there, that offensive line coach, he's becoming the new running game Moses over there.
He is.
The way he's coaching
job.
him up, yeah.
Shout out to Travis Kelce. I'm sure Taylor's happy as well, but he got himself a $34.25 million extension, making him the highest paid tight end, 2 years more on that deal. And then Christian Barmore.
She said, "Oh, cute."
Yeah.
That's some change for me, honey.
That's gas money for a Jet.
Happy for you, babe.
I'm glad you're contributing to the cause here. Christian Barmore, defensive tackle of the Patriots, got a 4-year extension, according to his agent. This thing's worth $92 million. It's the biggest contract the Patriots have ever given out to somebody not named Tom Brady. Pretty impressive there for the defensive tackle, Christian Barmore. And then before we get into what went down with Tank Dell, we do have the roast of Tom Brady that's going to be coming up. We are excited for this one. So it's going to be May 5th, live on Netflix. Randy Moss, Julian Edelman, Drew Bledsoe, and Gronk are all some who will get to roast Tom Brady at the greatest roast of all time on May 5th.
Oh, that's impossible for those guys to do, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's live.
Yeah.
To roast somebody is impossible. Like the ones we see on Comedy Central, they've been edited down. You know, maybe they dropped 12 jokes and 4 of them didn't make it. But we don't know that.
Dude.
So, doing it live and you're not used to it, it's going to be good, bro.
They shouldn't do this live.
It's
because I want
appointment
the good
television.
product.
Yeah, but I guess there's something to the live element in some of those mistakes, I guess.
Maybe that's funny.
People do enjoy a good train wreck, I think.
Yeah,
that
that's
element.
fair. We root for the chaos.
I love to see a comedian struggling up there. I love that. Is there any birthdays in the house tonight? All right, everybody.
They used to do these roasts of the comedians in the 70s, the Dean Martin roast, but everybody was all liquored up. It was like Mardi Gras Brian up there, like doing it.
Wow.
I hope they do the same thing with this crew.
I mean,
absolutely.
I haven't seen a roast from Comedy Central or whatever over the years that I didn't like. Like these usually like always hit. They're hilarious.
I know, they're so funny. Like even if they're people that I don't care about, the roast is still good. It's like, damn, like the Justin Bieber one. It's like,
is Bill Burr involved? He's a Boston guy, right?
I would hope
Bill Burr needs to be.
Yeah. He could carry this thing if he had to.
Yeah,
That's the same thing I said the other day.
Yeah, you're right.
You guys are crazy.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
I think you want to get.
Who is the guy that usually is always in? Is it Jeff Ross?
Yeah,
he's the
roast
lead.
master.
Yeah, he's the guy that they always bring in for these.
Yeah, and he's in this. He's in this for
You
sure.
want to get
Bill Burr for
Belichick in
Brady
there.
would make a lot of sense. Luce is right about that.
Yeah.
Texans wide receiver Tank
Why
Dell.
Bobby just turned his mic off now.
Oh yeah.
I do think Belichick would be good though. Dawson.
I mean, he was great with McAfee over the weekend. The cuts that I got to see, like I didn't get to watch it live.
He was terrific.
But it seemed like the personality, he brought it, man.
He was trying extra hard to be a Richard. during his coaching days.
Right.
And I wouldn't forgive him if I'm the media now.
Yeah.
Don't give me your smile now.
Yeah.
Don't give me your words now, bro. I don't care what my program.
I had to go to therapy, Bill.
Are we getting a more real version of him now, you think?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No. I think this is a capitulatory Belichick who is embarrassed. He was chased off by football, and now he still wants to be involved. So now he's willing to be cool. Which I think is a Richard move.
He's got to rebuild the image, get back into the cycle
in
next
January
year.
when he comes back here, he gets to be a Richard again.
For sure.
Oh, yeah.
Can you
back into it.
He's right back into his Richard jeans.
It'll be seamless.
Wait, the toothpaste out of the tube. Now he's got to be a nice guy when he comes here, right?
I don't think so. No, because in true like narcissist D-word fashion, he's only going to be nice while he needs something from you. Screw Belichick. Wolchuk, back to you.
Thank you, buddy.
What happened there?
We had really good news. Okay, this was a
He
scary.
was waiting until I was finished.
I just wanted to make sure.
Oh,
you were
wait
done.
about like 7
Can I
seconds.
finish?
Can I finish? Hold on a second. 1 second. I'm not done. Tank Dell suffered a minor injury after he was the victim of a shooting incident in Florida. Now, this was scary because Tank Dell already is working on rehabbing from a catastrophic knee injury. Now, he's ahead of schedule on that, but now he's involved in a shooting. He's been released from the hospital. Everything's good, but it was a 16-year-old who was arrested after shooting 10 people shortly after midnight at the Cabana Live. And this was one where this could have been way, way worse. Tank Dell avoiding serious injury. Nothing more has come out as to, was Tank Dell just more involved in this, or was it just, hey, this guy came out, opened fire? I don't think he was really a part of this. I think he was just an innocent bystander that got struck. But thank God that that could have been way worse, and we're happy that Tank Dell is in good shape.
Yeah, scary deal for sure. Dude. My goodness.
Did you guys see Keon Coleman's introductory presser with the Bills?
Yes.
I knew you would love this, Brian.
Absolutely did.
He is channeling all of the Louisiana heritage here.
Yes.
But I also I can relate to this. Here's Keon Coleman as he's wearing his yellow jacket on the podium, just having a good back and forth with the Bills reporters.
Yeah.
Huh? Nah, man, you forgot I went to school in Michigan for 2 years? Guess where I got this from, though? Where you get it? That I'm saying you gotta guess. You're gonna be wrong, though, but guess.
Time is up.
Nah. Macy's. What you mean? they be on sale on the rack, all the colors. Look, $79, $89. Nice little deal. You can get the trench coat for like $100. Nice little. I'll take you there personally. I might go get some more colors. I need a blue one and another red one.
Gotcha.
See, I ain't know nothing about Thanksgiving. I shop like my mom. I get my coats in the summertime.
Smart.
You gotta shop a season or two before, just in case, and they be cheaper. Cause you go at Thanksgiving, everybody in Thanksgiving. You know what I'm saying? Who we starting with? Oh, we could go. Oh, my bad. Hold up. Y'all can hear me? This on? All right, bro. I'm just making sure who we ain't trying to set me up. Who we got going first?
I love that, man. Keon Coleman, one of my favorite receivers in the draft. I mean, he ends up sliding into the second round, goes 30-30 overall. I think that's a great fit with Buffalo. He gets to be now their new number one guy, but he's dropping knowledge. Like, that's exactly what you need to be doing. You need to be buying your clothes out of season because they are cheaper. Like, growing up, my mom gave me that advice, too. Everyone's buying it in November during Thanksgiving. He knows what's up here, Keon Coleman. Take some notes.
It's only going to get you like once every 12 years when they change the jean style, They're like, hey, we're going from baggy to tight. If you do that year, you're going to have to, either wear out of style stuff, which I'm totally up for, for maybe 3 or 4 years.
You've proved that time and time again.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sometimes
put my money where my mouth is.
Sometimes you don't even pack clothes. You just show up in the same thing every day.
Brian.
But Keon
impressive.
Coleman,
that was impressive, though,
Keon
by the way.
Coleman's great.
I admire
Thank you.
that.
Where was that?
awesome.
Vegas? Was that Vegas?
Yeah.
Vegas.
That was impressive.
Yeah.
You might have just laid the
where's your
foundation for the rest of the trips.
Dude, do you need to go get your bag? No, man, we're good. Let's go.
We're good. I had things to do. I was busy about this. Don't worry about it.
You guys ever notice that the quality of the clothes have went down though?
What do you mean?
I used to burn down Macy's. I used to burn down Macy's.
Yep.
And there's T-shirts there called Roundtree in York. Some of the best T-shirts you will ever get. Used to be.
Not
anymore.
Yeah,
Same thing happened to Express clothes. They got all weird and
thread counts going
Express
down.
used to be great.
Yeah, man. I don't like that whatsoever.
Major League Baseball uniforms.
How about that?
They're charging the same price. They're just shrinking the quality. That's
on,
shrinkflation.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
Not a fan.
Shout out to Texas. They had 11 players drafted. That was the most in program history for the 7-round era for the Texas Longhorns. Michigan led the way with 13 players being drafted among college football programs over the weekend. Yeah, they probably should have. You had Alabama, Florida State, and Washington all tied for third with 10 drafted respectively. Dax Hill going to make a position switch from safety for the Cincinnati Bengals. He was a corner. And how about to his brother? Talia. He is going to get a camp invite, and he is going to be with Seattle. So the Seahawks going ahead and bringing in Tua's younger brother as an undrafted rookie free agent.
Did he sign with them, or is this just one of those workouts when they camp?
He signed as an undrafted rookie free agent.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah, so
sometimes you can bring guys in just to work out, and I thought maybe that was
he'll get himself a chance.
Good.
There's your NFL News of the Day.
Thank you, old Chuck. Most afternoons, 3:20. He stands and delivers the top NFL storylines from Pro Football, 3 o'clock. Bobby Carella set to join you next here in the G-Bag Nation.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105.3 The Fan and through our Odyssey app.
Spring fever is here, and new car fever is
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time to talk Mavs with Bobby Carella. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, joining us here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Doing pretty well, guys. I cleaned my bathroom. I vacuumed my apartment today. Just had to get some of the stink off me after yesterday, you know?
Yeah.
Man, that was crazy. How would you describe the scene at the AAC? Is that a comeback must have been intoxicating, but to have it come up just short, it was like, wait, what did I just see?
Yeah, I mean, I got to say, like, the third quarter, you know, the back half of the second quarter and the entire third quarter and the first, 9.5 minutes of the fourth quarter was probably the coolest environment I've ever been in my life, sports-wise. But, I mean, unfortunately, the first 18 minutes were also a thing that happened, and the final couple minutes, it was like, I don't know, it was like someone showed you like $1 million bill and let you kind of like reach out and touch it just for a second there. Like, not so fast. And they pulled it back and put it right back in their wallet. I mean, it was a perfect encapsulation of the highs and lows of sports, and you had like a decade's worth of drama all in about 48 minutes. So it was a lot. It was a lot to take in, that's for sure.
Would you have changed anything in the final couple minutes, or do you think Coach gave him the best possible chance with that lineup?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know that's been a big point of discussion in the last 24 hours or so. It's important to remember, I mean, the Maxey PJ front court has been the Mavs' best statistical lineup this season, and that includes, the starting lineup with Daniel Gafford in it or with Derek Lively in it. I think given the specific game circumstances, I don't mind sticking with that group, but before the floater parade began, before Harden, I think, made like 4 or 5 straight floaters down the stretch in that game. Before that, they were double teaming the ball because a lot of this is designed around trying to protect Luka, right? And Luka obviously was a little banged up yesterday. His knee was clearly bothering him. He looked a step slower than he was, especially in game 2, whenever he was so good on defense. And so they were putting too high on the ball, and they were just getting cooked on these cuts to the rim and kickouts to the corner. The Clippers were shooting so well. And so you're forced to make this decision like, all right, well, we can't double team. Our rotations are already kind of shaky as it is defensively. So let's just put a guy on Harden and take away his left hand and hope that works. And, it happened to Luka twice. It happened to PJ Washington twice, where Harden went to his right hand, which is his weak hand.
Yeah.
But of course, he's going to come back to his left to finish. And it's like, if you're going to give him his right hand, once he starts going right, don't overreact and try and get to his right hand, because he's just going to cross over and go left again, and that's where he wants to finish anyway. So I think you need to really, really hard commit to that, and then ultimately you would like to see some sort of help, some sort of rotation from Maxey at the back. But earlier in the fourth quarter, he was sliding over to help, and then it was just easy drop-offs to Plumlee or Zubats or the cutting Russell Westbrook or whoever. So honestly, I think the thing I would have changed is, and I don't even know if this is a change, but you just have to be better at the point of attack. If you get beat off the dribble in the NBA, you are done. And that's especially without a ball screen. Like if you get blown by one-on-one, it's over. You've already lost the possession. You have to hope they miss. And unfortunately, the Mavs just were not stable enough at the point of attack in the fourth quarter yesterday.
Yeah, Bobby, it seems like to me that is such a low percentage shot for him to take anyway. I think the Mavs were probably more worried about him stepping back and hitting threes, which is a much higher percentage shot for him than the floaters. I mean, he got fortunate yesterday afternoon that those things worked out for him. I was kind of just amazed. Like I'm sitting there like watching the game live. And by the way, your pregame scouting reports are the best for the crowd.
Oh, thank you.
I love when you do that. And because Chris tried to bait you into the Kawhi not playing was a good thing, and you kind of said, whoa.
Hey, tap the brakes.
Yeah, you did. You did a good job. Yeah, the crowd was cheering, and then you gave that real knowledge, and we were all like, oh, yeah.
Won both games without
Should the Clippers even play Kawhi anymore, Bobby?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, they've looked really dang good in the 2 games where he hasn't played, and it's one of those weird things where, like, obviously you think your better chance to win the championship is to play Kawhi, but your better chance to win this series might be to not play him, and maybe hope that you can beat the Mavs without him and then bring him back later on. But as for your question about the Harden floaters,
yeah,
I think one of the toughest shots to make in the NBA is a floater from between 9 and 13 feet. Harden was just getting like an extra step. He was getting into like 5 feet or 6 feet, where it's still kind of a tough shot if you're going full speed because, you're taking a floater, like you almost have to shoot it like straight up in the air. It's going to feel like you're kind of shooting it behind yourself, because you're going to the basket with so much momentum. But when you're that close, all you have to do is flip it up with enough touch to where if it does catch the rim, it'll still kind of bounce in, And I think that has to do with either showing help earlier to force him to jump earlier or to pick up his dribble earlier, or again, just being more stout at the point of attack and forcing him into a more difficult situation. Because if he gets by you easily, and then there's also no help, he's able to settle into that really cozy range. If you're forcing him to take like a 12-foot pull-up or a 9-foot full speed, like kind of awkward floater where it's like, do I need to stop and shoot or should I just let this thing go? That's a much tougher shot. But I feel like, even despite him not being much of a floater shooter, I think I heard somewhere he'd only made 11 floaters all season before last night.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So like, that's just a much easier shot to make than what you could have done if you just would have been just a little more precise.
It's Bobby Carella here. If Luka is dinged or just not as effective, Terrence Mann playing some pretty good defense on him as well. Would you consider going with more of Kyrie as primary, or would you consider that at all?
That's a tough one. I think the easy answer is yes. Just let Kyrie kind of run the show and have Luka capitalize on the attention that Kyrie receives, like Kyrie's able to capitalize on the attention Luka receives. But part of what makes Kyrie so good whenever he's off the ball is he's an incredible cutter. He's a great relocator on the floor, and he has a really quick release on those catch-and-shoot threes. Whereas Luka, it takes him a little while longer to get the ball. He's not as much of a cutter. He does some give-and-go stuff, but without the ball, he's not as much of a cutter. It's just a kind of his play develops a little slower than Kyrie's. I also think, the Clippers have shown much more of a willingness to double-team Kyrie in the pick-and-roll than Luka. With Luka, they're switching, or they're just really getting up in his grill with smaller guys and forcing him to like come around the screen, and then he wants to put the smaller guy in jail, so he's not really driving as hard as he can to the rim. He's kind of waiting to get those guys pinned to his hip. It's just a longer developing play. Whereas with Kyrie, the big is just stepping out and forcing him to make some pocket passes, and it worked. Especially in the first half yesterday, Kyrie ended the game with 7 turnovers, and I think 3 or 4 of them were trying to make some, these little pocket passes to split the double team. He's a smaller guy. Zubac is huge. Plumlee is huge. I mean, that's just a lot of length. Paul George obviously is doing a really commendable job, I feel like, defending him as well. So that's a lot of stuff for him to navigate, where if you ask him to do that for 40 minutes or 45 minutes, he might run out of gas by the fourth quarter. I mean, that's asking a whole lot of him as a distributor and a facilitator in addition to what you need from him in terms of scoring. So it's tough. I mean, you got to find the right balance. I think, it's a big bummer that Dante Exum hasn't been, super effective in this series, especially on offense. I feel like he's been okay on defense, but offensively shown a little kind of some reticence, some hesitation. The shots aren't falling. They really need one other guy, at least one other guy, that can do some sort of facilitation. So that way you can have Luka off the ball and maybe still also have Kyrie off the ball too. That way you kind of help everybody all at once. But as it stands right now, based on who's been playing well and, who's been struggling, you really only have 1 or 2 options. It's Luka and Kyrie, and neither one is super preferable, at least, right now.
Bobby Carella with us here in the G-Bag Nation talking Mavs. I do want to ask you, do you think it's time to get more Derek Lively? Feel like Gafford also hasn't been quite as good as we were hoping him to be. But when the Mavs were rallying and coming back, the defense and the rebounding and really just the energy that Lively provided, that's why the final 2 minutes, I get those that were sick of the Harden floaters. Why not put Lively back in the game?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I thought Lively was really good yesterday. I think he's been really good really throughout most of the series with the exception of game 1. I thought he kind of struggled game 1. Whereas Gafford, I thought Gafford was pretty good in game 3, but yesterday was a bit of a step back for him for sure. There was a stretch in the early fourth quarter where I think he missed a layup, got the rebound and missed a dunk, or maybe missed a dunk and then got his own rebound and missed a layup, and then got the ball back again and was fouled and then missed a free throw. And right after that, there was a stoppage of play, a timeout, and he went over to the bench and slammed his hand down on a seat and was just very clearly frustrated with himself. And it's been that kind of series for him. I mean, through 4 games now, he's shooting 37% from the floor. This is a guy who led the NBA in field goal percentage of the season, literally doubling what he's shooting in this series right now for the season. So, it's uncharted territory for him. I feel like Lively's been, really energetic, especially in the 2 home games. He is able to finish around the rim. He's been feeling good. He's been blocking shots. I think maybe you might see more minutes for him. But down the stretch in that game, J-Kidd decided to roll with the 5-out lineup, and I thought they were able to create a lot of good looks with that group. Whereas when the Mavs have gone with one big, like a traditional big, Gafford or Lively, the Clippers are doing a really good job of shrinking the court, which is especially giving Luka a hard time. But I think if down the stretch in games, if you do commit to playing more through Kyrie than Luka, I think you can get away with playing one of those traditional bigs, in this case, Lively in yesterday's case, because Kyrie doesn't really mind all the bodies in the middle of the lane. Like, he's going to pull up from 18 or 21 or from 7, and he can finish through 75 people. It doesn't matter. Like, that stuff doesn't bother him as much. So I wonder if the plan is to play through Kyrie more, if they'll consider, keeping Lively or Gafford out there, if one of them is playing well down the stretch.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was going to ask you if you've ever seen a more impressive finish than the one that Kyrie had there, where I believe the Clippers had 9 defenders at the rim trying to block his shot.
I mean, yeah, they broke the rules. They were cheating to stop him, and it still didn't work. I mean, it was amazing. And, dude, can you imagine if they would have won that game yesterday? That would be an all-time comeback, and Kyrie, that would be an all-time Mavs playoff performance. I mean, what he was able to do yesterday was truly, it was stupendous. It was unbelievable what he was doing on the floor. And, it's a shame that it ultimately went to waste. But, I mean, my God, he has been shredding these guys in the second half of games. They just need someone, I mean, specifically Luka, but they really need other guys to step up and generate enough offense before Kyrie gets it going, so that instead of trailing, Kyrie's hoping you put the game away.
Bobby, you're the man. Is there anything else about this series, this matchup, that you'd like to say before we let you go?
I don't know. I mean, hopefully 2 days off gives Luka some time to, get some more recovery on that knee. They obviously need him at both ends of the floor in this series if they want to win. I also know the Mavs are undefeated in this series when the Clippers don't make at least half their threes. So keep closing out, keep making things tough, and hopefully you'll get some bounces to go your way. But this is what the playoffs is all about. When you win, you feel like you're immortal. When you lose, you feel like the world is falling apart. I mean, this is why we do it. So, I just hope everybody enjoys it, and hopefully Game 5 goes a little better for Dallas.
Cheers, buddy. Enjoy.
Thank you, guys.
There he goes, Bobby Karalla, Mavs.com, here with you as that series is tied at 2. Just an unbelievable amount of very difficult threes. I don't think the Clippers can continue anything close to that pace. It's tough to say who's going to win the series now, though. I think the Mavs are the better team, but LA has two of the 3 at home. So we shall see. Where are we going next, Chief?
Best of the weekend, and it was a good one for our DFW Wyatts. That's next year in the nation.
I want to chat Window Nation with you, though, because it is spring cleaning time. If you're raising and lowering your windows,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
latest on the teams you love with the free Odyssey app. The biggest sports radio stations in the country, providing unrivaled local coverage of their teams, all in one place. Exclusive interviews with players, coaches, and team executives, streaming live and always available on demand. Stay in the know with your favorite teams with Odyssey. AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Draft grades from experts. How do they compare to what Broadus and Wolchuk are saying? We got a C-note coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll get into some draft grades and whatnot. Here's Chief with the best of the weekend.
What was your favorite moment of the sports weekend? There was a lot to choose from here. 877-881-1053. I think I know Wolchuk's favorite part. Yeah, I imagine you guys just a huge exhale at the end of what was like an 8.5-hour broadcast on Saturday after the long one on Friday night and Thursday night. You guys are savage animals. I know Wolchuk texted me yesterday. He hooked up to the IV, just rehydrating after a long weekend. Just laid it out all on the line. And I got nothing but respect for both of you guys. We'll get to Wolchuk's.
You look like Luka by the end of that draft show.
I know, dude. Hey, but he put up a triple-double still.
Man.
We will get to Wolchuk's favorite moment of the sports weekend here in just a second. But Friday night was basketball euphoria, where the Mavericks looked like they were channeling something, the best version of themselves, and it was all out there. It was like, oh my gosh, we're going to go ahead and run away. We're already starting to look ahead to round 2. Friday night was special, and then in came Wyatt Johnston and the Stars on Saturday.
Snap, Stars are in. Wyatt Johnston. Johnston, delay, shoots. He scores! He went upstairs! What a shot! Wyatt Johnston's the hero. The Stars win game 3, and we've got ourselves a series.
Heck yeah, we do. Thanks to the 20-year-old. The dominance continues, and now we have ourselves a series. That's the amazing part. It sucks right now in the Mavs series we're in. You think you have it, and then all of a sudden, well, maybe not. But the opposite in the Stars, we're all counting them out. You go into Vegas, you steal one, and now we're saying there's a chance.
That game was emotional torture. To go up 2-0 like that, then to have it tied for so dang long, you had to earn that one.
It was domination. The Stars could have been up 5-0. They were killing that game for about 30 minutes, and all of a sudden, 4-on-4. Here go the Golden Knights, 2-1. Then you have a shorthanded goal that you allow. It's 2-2, and that's when I fell asleep. And I wake up, baby is crying. I look at my phone.
Tears of joy.
It is 3
Wyatt Johnston.
I'm like, oh my God, what happened? Did the Stars win? Did they lose? I'm heating up a bottle. Oh my God, Wyatt Johnston scored. The Stars won. So I missed this thing. I had to go back and watch it as I'm feeding baby Eliza. I tried so hard to fight through that, but that's a 9:50 start time after we've been doing 8.5 hours of the draft. I was not built for that. I'm starting to show my age, but thank God. I mean, one thing the Stars need to do a better job of, they got to get their face-offs up percentage winning. They usually do that well.
Pretty good with that, aren't they?
Vegas killed them in the Western Conference Final with that. Vegas is killing them with that in this series. But it just shows you the small margins the Stars have here. The second you make a mistake, it seems like the Golden Knights are ready to pounce on you and they capitalize on it. The Stars, on the other hand, they have not had that luxury. But yeah, they're now alive in the series. If they find a way to equalize it tonight, we're going to be feeling real good.
But this dude, Wyatt Johnston, I mean, my gosh, that shot, like that, the angle of that shot, I don't know how he makes it in there. Like that was ridiculous.
He had a similar game winner against the Kraken in the opening round. I think, I don't know, it might have been second round series, but I think they opened with the Wild and then went Kraken.
Yeah.
But yeah, he had a similar top shelf, just kind of
ridiculous,
elevated it and found it underneath the bar there. Yeah.
Everything about him is awesome, though. I mean, he's played every game for the Stars over the last 2 seasons. It's 56 goals and 50 assists. And then it seems like he takes his game to the next level come postseason time. It's like, what more do you want from this dude? He's incredible, and that's Wyatt #1. Then yesterday, Ranger victory. Here's home run #1 for our second favorite Wyatt of the day.
3-2 again. Langford swings it to high drive, deep right center field. Fairchild back. He's at the wall. That ball is off the wall at the 374 sign. And Karam's toward the right field corner. Heim has scored. Langford around third. He is digging for the plate. No throw to the plate. He slides in with an inside the park home run. How about that? His first major league home run is an inside the Parker. And the Rangers lead 4-0.
I wonder what odds were like. Wyatt Langford Bangford's first home run inside the park variety.
Oh, my God.
You know what? There were no odds because nobody thought that was going to happen.
No, nobody thought that was going to happen. Nobody thought his first home run would take maybe as long as it has to this point. But what an epic way to tally your first one.
I was worried, though, on the relay. Did you see how they lined that thing up?
Yeah.
Elliott de Cruz. Like I'm thinking, okay, here comes a throw.
I thought it was play of the plate.
Here comes a throw from the outfield grass. It's going to be a laser shot, and it never materialized.
Didn't
that
matter.
way. No, it didn't, but the way that
what's the total time on that? Has there ever been a faster?
Okay, I wondered because I was doing the show with Will Chambers yesterday for BetQL, and Will was like, De La Cruz has one inside the Parker where it was like sub 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we kind of timed it up unofficially ourselves, and it was like right at 15 seconds. So unofficially, I clocked them.
Wait.
Hey, you should be proud of me, man. I'm pulling out the stopwatch and putting my Scout's eye on. I mean, come on. I think I nailed
Did
it.
you do it on your phone?
Yeah, I did.
I know. I'm just saying.
I think he's got a stopwatch.
No. I've seen a scout time on the phone before. I've seen that actually. But no, the fact that you were able to do it.
15 seconds, my dude.
I was worried that the relay, that guy was going to get over there and get that ball. And seriously, I mean, we've seen him make throws where it's just like.
Yeah, he's got a cannon.
Blows the glove off the guy.
He's got a hose.
Okay, Bobby Witt Jr. went 14-3, but Byron Buxton has a 13-9 and a 14-1 back in 16 and 17. Then the old Royal D. Gordon went 14-2 back in 2015. So there have been some faster ones. I think you got to be thinking about it out of the box. Not that's probably a double. I'm going to cruise into second here. You got to be thinking I'm digging something out, and then it turns into something else.
Right. Yeah. You got to go immediate bat hit ball, and then you turn the jets on, and it's no looking back. But nobody's done it with that Langford build. I mean, he's got way too much muscle to be able to move that fast.
Yeah. The other day though, he had a sure triple and fell down.
I know that.
He turned the base. I was like, oh, please don't do that again.
Only the second and third best plays of the weekend, though. Abby, who I've lost faith in the ability to kick it hard because she's like her daddy and has chicken legs, rips a banger from outside the box about 30 yards into the wind.
Nice.
Far post upper 90 for the game.
Whoa. We won 2-1.
Wow, that's great.
Filthy.
Proud dad.
Okay, so move over Wyatt Johnston. We have a new game winner in town.
Langford.
Gosh, that's fantastic. What a feeling. Like I've never gotten to experience the walk-off game-winning moment in any type of situation. Like that's pretty incredible right there. What an awesome feeling.
I was a role player.
Neither did me and Wolchuk either.
Yeah. That's
World
surprising,
Series.
man.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Yeah, we don't need to relive that nightmare. In fact, let's not bring up old nightmares. Let's bring up Wolchuk's favorite.
Relive it. I mean,
Wolchuk's favorite moment of the weekend. Take it away, Draft Show.
All right, here's the Cowboys selection.
With the 73rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Cooper Beebe, guard, Kansas State.
Look at you.
Let's go.
Actually, I'm very happy with it. If you're going to put his tail at center,
Heck
I'm very
yes.
happy.
I'm so happy for you, Zach. Genuinely, I'm so happy for you.
Dude, I love this
You
guy.
have a child and Cooper Beebe in the same month.
Gosh.
It has been a heck of a run here. Wolchuk's on a bit of a heater. He missed out on his guy Graham Barton in round one, but if you told him in that moment, hey, you're going to get Guyton and Beebe out of this thing, I think he goes full torque and he's all smiles.
Pants are flying off, man. Cooper Beebe's just an absolute stud. I mean, getting to interview him afterwards, I'm like, Cooper, I know you're pumped. I can't be as pumped as you. You just got drafted, but I am so thrilled that you're a Dallas Cowboy. That's my favorite pick of the draft, man. Cooper Beebe is a monster. And this team needed some grit. They needed some toughness. They needed some physicality. He is all of that and more.
Do you think he's a year one starter?
I think he should be your starting center. But I do know Brock Hoffman has some
a lot of
support.
love.
A lot of love. So they're going to have him compete. But to me, I don't know how you keep Cooper Beebe off the field.
I think my favorite comp to this point on Beebe came from Cowboys Due Diligence on Twitter, who says, my guy Cooper Beebe is built like Blastoise.
He is built like, I said thick as a bowl of oatmeal.
Yeah, which is
Blastoise is good.
Yeah, you painted the picture beautifully, and then I went and saw him like, yeah, this dude he's everything you want here. Just looks like a physical dude. What was his line? What's his favorite thing to do on the field?
I dirt people.
Like the dirt people, just 6 feet under, but built like Blastoise for sure. If you Google up the Pokemon guy, that is exactly who you just have as your new center of the future. Very, very exciting. Congratulations to the entire Wolchuk family. I know it's a big moment for everyone. Huge moment for the Lewan family. family. You guys are familiar with Taylor Lewan?
Yeah. Was he slamming beers at a playoff game?
He was slamming beers alongside his daughter, who was too young to be drinking alcohol. So she was chugging at the same time on the Jumbotron at the Nashville Predators game over the weekend. Dad is chugging a beer, typical pint size, while daughter is hammering home her water bottle.
I love that.
And so they're both doing sort of a chug-off situation, but you can tell that was not her first rodeo. We know it was not his first rodeo. And that's about as good as it gets from a father-daughter bonding experience there. At a postseason game, hockey environment, hockey vibes, chug vibes.
That's awesome.
And they both executed it to perfection. So salute to them. And probably...
Golly, I love that, man. What a girl dad moment for the ages.
I know.
Captured on the Jumbotron.
I know, in front of everybody.
Dad assisting it.
Rocking the lip ferret there like a total stud. Lewan's a beast, dude.
There's a saying that the first daughter is the spitting image of dad. Do you notice that first daughter's more like you than the others?
Personality-wise, or personality-wise, probably not quite as much. She's a little bit more badass than me. My second one is a little bit more me, but I was the second born in my family, so I don't know what the correlation is there. So my first one is just she's all over the place, and if you can't find her, she's probably up in a tree somewhere at 4 years old. She's a climbing machine, just all over the place. So pretty fantastic there. I haven't confirmed that Chris Brown is the reason for this, but over the weekend, the rapper Quavo had a concert in Bridgeport, Connecticut, that would look to be in a venue where you were expecting a large mass of human beings, and the photos reveal that almost practically no one showed up. And Quavo's in the middle of a beef right now with Chris Brown, and people are alleging that Chris Brown just bought all the tickets in the arena so that nobody would be there for their performance. Dude. So it's like... This is allegedly, but it does seem like congratulations to Chris Brown with the alleged petty move of the weekend.
That's 3D chess.
Yeah.
Man. Although I might enjoy the night off if I'm Quavo.
Right but the thing is, there was like 100 people there. You still got to put on a show.
You still got to do the show.
That sucks.
We got to run. We got to see what Will McClay said about the selections. Plus, what the experts, how do they grade the Cowboys draft? That's coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing here. Before we do anything else, if you want or need a new vehicle, call our friends at D&M, 972 or 817-35 lease, or go to dmautoleasing.com. And as soon as you talk to somebody, ask them to put you on the
Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening. And we'll get through a lot right here as we sit in the wake of the draft. Was it a good Cowboys draft? What are the experts saying? What did Will McClay say? And how are they going to use Zeke in 2024? Those stories and more right here in the C-Note. General at your service. There's Broadus. You have Lucius Alexander. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Will McClay on the offensive lineman says this is one of the stronger O-line drafts we've seen in a long time, and we're going to block out the sun on the left side of the line and have a strong side there. Okay, so you have Smith, you have Guyton, and you have Beebe he's planning on. How much of an improvement is this going to be, like size and athleticism-wise, guys?
Size-wise, huge. I mean, I think Cooper Beebe is such a bigger, more physical center prospect than what you had with Tyler Biotish. Athletically, we know Tyron was a freak athlete, but at this stage in his career, I mean, Tyler Guyton could be one of the more freak tackle prospects we've seen over the course of the last decade. So Guyton, I think it's tough, right? We got to kind of wait and see. Are there some learning curves there with him? Of course, he's transitioning from the right to the left side. One thing of note, though, and we got to talk about this with some of the scouts, Brian, on day 3, he did have the blindside protection of Dylan Gabriel at Oklahoma, who was a left-handed quarterback.
Yeah.
So he is used to that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think the guy that's really more plug and play is Beebe. Just because of the number of snaps he's played in his career. You know, we were watching him last year thinking he was going to come out, and then he went back to play with his brother, right? Is what he wanted to do at Kansas State.
Wow.
So he's added some more games to his resume there. But, man, I mean, this guy is like he's like an old school offensive lineman from like when I was watching football growing up as a kid. You know, the old Rich Sauls, guys like that from the Rams, these big barreled guys, big barrel-chested guys that get real close, kind of push, shove, but his size, the mass, and all that he's hard to deal with.
Because 6'4", 335 pounds?
322 is what he was.
Wide. Okay.
Yeah.
Still, that's a monster. Tyler Smith, Martin, and him on the interior?
Yeah,
they're ballers.
You would think that being that big that he would struggle as a second-level player. No.
But he doesn't.
No,
so
not
is he
at
just
all.
available because there were so many other good linemen available?
He was the first guard on my board, and I think people were focusing on all these offensive tackles.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they were focusing. Maybe they were thinking that some of these offensive tackles are going to be guards. We heard that a bunch in the pre-draft prospect. Oh, well, he's a much better Morgan from Arizona. He's a good tackle, but a much better guard. Latham, Alabama. Good tackle, much better guard. Yeah, I think there were some people that are probably projecting guys, and this guy was a pure guard. And I think people lost track of him along the way, to be honest with you.
So how difficult to move to center?
It's something he's played all the spots, but it's man, I do say this. If he doesn't work out as a center, I know he could play guard. But the fact that now center's a whole different ball of wax where snap, step, go. You know,
Right.
It's a little bit different from hand on the ground, fire off, and then go. Now you got to make sure you got the snap. You got to make sure the shotgun snap. That's what we're doing all nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to say it's going to be one of those things where it's like, oh, this is a smooth transition, until we see him. It's kind of like Barton from watching him at Duke. Everybody's like, he's a center. You have to go back to like his first year in college to watch him play center. Everything else was tackle or guard.
And what about all the cerebral portions of playing center as well?
That was with Biotish. That was an issue his first couple of seasons.
It's tough.
Where Travis Frederick came in and immediately was like hand on ball, kneeling and pointing to and sliding guys and all that. And Dak his first year is like, okay, Trav, whatever you got, here we go. And so now you got a veteran quarterback that'll help, but yeah, you have to have a center that, he's going to be with the except. We'll see what happens at left tackle, but that's a veteran offensive line he's going to be in the middle of.
That's true. Yeah. Awesome analysis here of the Cowboys draft picks. Mike McCarthy on BB. I don't recall another lineman in a draft that has dropped as many defenders on the ground as Cooper. Everybody we talks to thinks it's a no-brainer for him to go in there and play full-time. He has played center in his college career, and I just think he is an excellent fit. Greg Ellis on the end in the second round said he reminds me of me. Do you guys think that is a good comparison? And what do you think of Marshawn Kneeland, right?
Yes. I feel like, go ahead, Zach. If you want
I mean, when it comes to reminding Greg Ellis of Kneeland, I'd love you to speak on that because you're a guy that scouted Greg Ellis.
Yeah, I did. And this guy's not Greg Ellis, okay? And I'm just going to tell you this in a way. Greg Ellis, there's some stiffness to both their games, as a pass rusher. The thing that made Greg Ellis different was his ability to get to the edge and then get around the corner. Kneeland, I think, is a much better run defender than what Greg Ellis was. But as far as where Kneeland is going to have to work is as a pass rusher. Capable? Sure. But against the run, really good. Greg Ellis, though, for all his stiffness in the way he played, his ability to come off the ball, get to the edge, and then get to the quarterback is a lot different than where Marshawn Kneeland is right now.
Sounds like you're going to use Kneeland mostly for running situations.
This is if you told me that Dallas is sick of being not good on the edge in the run game, and this guy's the reason, or this guy can help him with that, they drafted the right guy.
So if you're getting run on, you have Tank in the game, you have Kneeland in the game. Where's Micah? And what's your look like now?
Well, that's that. The problem is we need to see what's happening at that one technique.
Yeah, Mozzie.
There's the more. I hope that Mozzie recovers. I worry about Mozzie. I worry about him a lot. And it's not because I don't think Zimmer can help him and all these guys can. The weight, we'll see. How are things with everything else? The emotional side of the game, the preparation, all those things. How is that going to change for him? Because it wasn't very good this year. And that was a problem for him.
Yeah, for Kneeland, I think the comp that I did like was Tank. And to me, I don't think he has necessarily as much bend even as Tank did coming out of Boise State. But what he does have is the hand fighting. I mean, he does a really good job of hand fakes to set up linemen on his rush. That's something that not a lot of defensive linemen always have when they come to the NFL level.
Yeah, he is really good on that first step. And then after that, it's like, okay, you got a lot of ground. You covered ground here. Now you got to get around the corner. This is not a bendy guy.
This is terrific analysis, though, of the Cowboys draft class and what it means for the roster, what they have in mind. Let's go to what they said about the linebacker, Liufau?
Yeah. Maris
Liufau. Okay, linebacker that can rush, can play stack, can play on special teams, said McClay, adding that multiplicity into our defense is what Mike Zimmer wanted from that position. You can see those things from the guy, and he did it at Notre Dame. We feel like it fits in the defensive side. When you're watching this guy, whether it's highlights or tape, I don't know if you guys agree that it's not like anything's really flying off the screen. Is this a versatility play, like a linebacker that can help you with everything?
He's a traditional off-ball linebacker, and they can use him on the edge some as well. There is physicality. There is a sense of urgency. He's got size. He's got functional strength. What you like to see in your linebackers. I think he might be maxed out size-wise. He's 6'2", 234. I think that's what the kind of player he is. But he is a good-looking kid. He's got patience. He's got discipline. I think he diagnoses plays well and stuff like that. There's some times where, like you say, he will run to the ball, make a tackle, make another tackle, and then maybe the fourth one, it's a miss. Maybe he threw his body in there and the guy bounced off him a little bit. But when you start to talk about does a great job of a guy getting after the football, this guy can do all that.
Good blitzer as well. He times that really well. He's good. I mean, he's a guy that
he covers really well too.
He didn't allow a single touchdown, and I mean his pass coverage grades were really, really good. He projects if he hits where they want him to go, he'll be wearing the green dot and making all the calls here in a couple of years.
Cool, intangible guy. Okay, let's go to what the draft experts said about your Dallas Cowboys. What kind of a grade would you give it overall?
It's a B. Maybe it's somewhere between. Yeah, I think it was a pretty solid for what they did. I would have given it a B plus, maybe even A, if they would have found a way to grab that running back in the third round. I understand the linebacker. They don't want to go through that again. They don't want to go through what they went through last year with all the problems they had at running back. But to me, I would have maybe taken my shot at grabbing a runner, and then maybe fourth, fifth round, maybe looking at that linebacker room.
How long is it going to take round one to step in there, Guyton, and be able to be a good player?
Man, we always talk about plug and plays. I like BB as far as being ready to go more than I like the tackle. I think there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve for that kid.
Do you think it's possible some of the guys on the roster already could beat him out of camp?
Don't know that. I mean, I really don't, because, like I said, I mean, it's Matt Willetsko and guys that have been here a while just haven't done anything. Ball, Willetsko.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you Ball is not, and Willetsko probably can't stay healthy. Maybe Awesome Richards. I'm intrigued to see what Awesome Richards looks like.
I say no because I don't know what Awesome Richards really is. Yeah. I know what he was at North Carolina this time last year. You know, I had hope for that. But I don't know right now because they chose not to play him, and probably because he wasn't ready.
Done a great job of adding competition to that room is the main thing.
Somebody's got to play, though.
Guyton's going to be. I think Guyton and BB both start.
Milk Hyper gives you a B-, saying Nealon and BB have the talent to step in and play significant snaps, and he likes Kalen Carson, an underrated corner. Yeah. For four-year starter at Wake Forest.
He's a tough kid, and that's why I mentioned him in Krusty's Corner, because I felt like that he's got that. I love what Al Harris does with these corners and how this kid's already super competitive. He's long, he's tough, he'll tackle. He's got the ability to knock passes down. Zach's right. He's got to get better at catching the ball. Don't knock them all down. Catch a few of those along the way.
Mel said not taking a running back in place of Liufau, particularly with several good ones available, is what kept him from a higher grade. Is that the same with you?
Yeah, I feel like, they don't give a damn what Mel and I think, but that's my thought right there.
Chad Reuter, NFL.com, goes A-.
Let's go.
Chad must have liked Nealon more. That's what he must have done.
I mean, Dane Brugler loved Nealon. He had Nealon as a first-round player, and we love Dane. We trust what Dane has to say. I mean, we all see these guys a little bit differently. I think getting him at 56, I'm okay with it. But that was probably the one pick when they made it. I was like, all right, we'll see how this one pans out.
I had him more at 87 on my board than 56.
I would have loved
myself.
that.
Yeah, he liked Nealon and BB, excellent values, and said Liufau should be a solid addition in the middle of the Cowboys defense. And then he also liked Carson and the wide receivers. Flournoy?
Yeah, Flournoy.
Yeah, it's a cool name. Chris DePrasso, CBS.com, gives the lowest grade that we'll see in this story. You can read in the morning news.
C+.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the Cowboys are doing. I do know they stood by their word and attempted to rebuild the O-line. I commend that. I love BB in round 2 and Thomas in round 7. Guyton's very much a project who doesn't quite play to his workout. Nealon's another Y-type who never came close to dominating in the MAC. Liufau plays with his hair on fire. I like that. Minimal coverage chops beyond following crossers, and he misses tackles at too high a rate for my liking. Flournoy can be a gem of this class. Sounds like the way he described it was a little bit better than a C+, but he ends up coming with a C+ there in the end. A lot of it's going to come down to how good Liufau is compared to those linebackers. I mean, you really put yourself out there when you have a need like that, when you have nothing in the linebacker room and you desperately need to run the ball. If Liufau can do everything that his traits say he can, though, you're going to feel great about that.
They absolutely love the kid. I mean, it was so evident in talking to the scouts and the coaches about him. They absolutely love that pick.
So, get a runner next year. You're not going to win it this year. How about you keep building and then get a runner right when you think you're going to go win the championship, because you need that runner his rookie year, his second year, and his third year to be fresh, okay? And don't give him 400 touches in any of those seasons. And now you have a chance of him actually making it to the end of his rookie contract being dang good. But I don't think you should be adding a high-profile rookie running back to a team that's not ready to go. You're just going to put a bunch of touches on a guy who's, when you arrive in January, you want fresh and young at that position when it's time to contend. Okay, what's the deal here with Zeke? How might the Cowboys use him in 2024? Do you think he's going to start, Brian?
I don't think he's going to be the featured guy. I don't. And I think that they're going to figure out a role for him. I know there were some discussions. People were throwing numbers at me of like he's not a good blocker anymore and all that. I think the one thing that I've always been able to see with Ezekiel was that ability to blitz pick up and have awareness to there.
Yeah, 100%.
And when you start to talk about goal line carries, short yardage carries, I think that's what he's going to be limited to. I think that's what you need to find a role for him catching the football, though, too. There was a time when you throw him a screen, a swing, and it was a positive play. So I think that maybe you need to do a bit more of that. But I don't see him being the featured guy here. I think they're going to find another option there, or somebody else is going to step up and be the featured guy, and he's going to do a lot of the stuntman, dirty work stuff that you maybe want him, maybe you need him to do.
903 says Maris looks and plays like a bigger Troy Polamalu.
Because of the hair?
The hair.
Yeah.
Got a lot of hair.
Yeah.
I believe that's the only thing that I would correlate to Troy Polamalu's game.
Yeah,
that's one of the most legendary instinctual football players you've ever seen at any level ever.
Him and Luke Kuechly were probably two of the most I've ever seen when it came to that, being able to read as quickly as they do. But Maris is, like I said, to me, it was they have a plan. And I think this is Paul Gunther. This is Mike Zimmer's like lieutenant, senior defensive assistant guy who's been a defensive coordinator. He's convinced them and the scouts and stuff that, hey, you do not have a linebacker like this guy, and we needed to go get one.
Thank you, guys. Sounds like we're going to get better at offensive line and run defense, exactly what this team needed to do. And I don't know if they executed it. We'll find out in the coming seasons, but I like where their thoughts and their hearts were at here when it came to their objectives. Todd Archer writes, in fact, the Cowboys will ask Ezekiel Elliott to be the type of back he was with the Patriots last season, and affected part of the running game, along with Stevenson. He led the Patriots in rushing with 642 yards. Jerry was asked after day 2 of the draft if Zeke could still be a starter. He quickly answered yes, noting how Zeke ended last season in New England.
It was 3 yards a carry, though, I think is where he was at.
Yeah, he scored 5 touchdowns, but he was on 3.1 per carry. So, yes, he is back, and until further notice, he is probably the most likely guy to have the highest touches, even though it'd still be by committee.
Oh, yeah. Like I say, it's a group of guys that do have experience, you know, but you've got a couple of them that can't stay healthy, and you got a guy in Zeke that's, like I say, I don't, if he was, it would make a lot of sense if they would have drafted somebody in the 3rd and then brought him in as well. Now, if you're splitting times, especially like a guy like Bucky Irving from Oregon, who was drafted. If Bucky Irving and Zeke, now Zeke doesn't have to be the primary guy. I still don't think he's going to be the primary guy. I think they figure it out.
Well, CY is going to be our primary guy. We'll talk with the Rangers GM next here in the G-Bag Nation.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my life.
Download the Odyssey app and listen all day wherever you are to The Fan.
Wooly Bully back with you to tell you about Prize Picks. You've got to be playing it by now. You've heard Eric and me talk about it. It's the #1 fantasy sports.
Dallas or MrElectricFortWorth.com.
We're Mr. Electric. We have the power to make things better.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Mexican Bar Company and Knife Steakhouse.
Indulge in a premier culinary experience at Knife Steakhouse in Plano. Helmed by Michelin star awarded chef John Tissar. Voted the best steakhouse in Dallas. Knife serves lunch and dinner 7 days a week with incredible cuts of steak, exceptional cocktails, and intimate moody ambience. For reservations, visit knifeplano.com.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now to talk with Chris Young, the Rangers general manager. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. The Chris Young Show is brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. And a good afternoon, CY. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you guys?
We're doing awesome. How you feeling about winning a series against a good Reds team? Where are we at today?
Yeah, it was a really good series. They're a very good team. They're a young team. They're talented, and they're exciting. I mean, they can really cause some different problems, especially offensively. And when they get on base, they run wild, and it was a challenge for us. But to come out of that series with 2 wins, I thought was very good, especially given really where we've been as a team, and certainly not playing our best baseball, but still playing well. But I think there's room for improvement. I'm excited to see where things go as the calendar flips to May here, and maybe the schedule. I'm not going to say it lightens up, but it certainly we're playing some games that I think we should feel pretty good about our chances of winning series.
Right on, and I know there's been a lot of talk about how the offense could be better, but you got to be overall pleased with the pitching that you could win a game 2-1 and then 4-3 yesterday.
Yeah, it's a great point. Boach and I were talking about this a little bit in terms of I'm not sure if we win these games last year, just given the state of the bullpen. And our bullpen has been fantastic. I mean, I think there have been multiple games recently where the bullpen's come in and thrown 3+ innings of scoreless baseball, which has allowed us to win the game. And I can't say enough about those guys. Obviously, Kirby Yates, David Robertson, Jake Latz has been phenomenal, now pitching in some leverage roles. We've got Josh Sforz back. Jose Leclerc looked very good this week. So there's some exciting things happening there, and certainly the surprise from Cole Winn. He's been wonderful. I'd like to keep that momentum going with our bullpen. I think our starters have done a solid job. I still think there's room for improvement there. And, sometimes we need to win with our pitching. We can't rely on our offense. Obviously, they've done something. They've had some big games, but I think there's room for improvement there. But the offense is going to get going at some point. When it does, if we can click with our bullpen, our offense, and our starting pitching, we'll be in very good shape.
Well, speaking of the starting pitching, CY, how about Dane Dunning? I mean, we used to think of Dane as kind of a ground ball pitcher. He strikes out 10 batters on just 69 pitches in that win yesterday. What have you seen in Dane and how he's been able to improve his game?
Well, exactly that. I mean, I think yesterday was the best he's pitched this year. It was fun to see. And it was really good, I think, for Dane to see that his pitch efficiency, his pitch count efficiency was really important to him getting deep in the game. And he doesn't have to throw a lot of pitches to get strikeouts. I mean, strikeouts are a byproduct of making really good pitches. And I think sometimes Dane gets in trouble where he gets in pitchers' counts and then he doesn't quite put the hitter away. And next thing you know, it's back to a hitter's count or a 3-2 count. And so I think for Dane yesterday, he did a great job of getting ahead, staying ahead, and then finishing the hitter, which is really one of our pitching mantras: get ahead, stay ahead, and finish. And he did a great job of that yesterday. He made one good pitch after the next, and that allowed him to, one, go deep in the game, which is super important for our bullpen, and then two, to rack up the strikeout total.
CY here with you in the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Okay, I did want to ask you about the offense. At what point would you consider maybe something needs to be changed, or do you just have faith in who the players are going to be, and if we take 4 months to get there, then so be it?
Well, I do have faith in it, and I don't think it's going to take 4 months. So obviously at some point, if we're not clicking or scoring runs at the levels that we expect, then certainly we will tinker with lineup or personnel. But I have such a high level of confidence in this group, and given their track record and what they did last year. And, you look at them, really, Adolis had sort of a slow start to spring training. Corey Seager obviously missed most of spring training. Josh Young missed most of spring training, and now we're missing Josh again. And then Nate Lowe missed a lot of spring training. Langford and Carter are going through their first full major league seasons. There's some explanation as to some of the performances thus far, and I don't think we haven't clicked as a group yet, but I know it's in there. These are super talented players, and their talent didn't just disappear over the offseason. So it's in there. It's going to come back, and when it gets rolling, when it builds momentum, look out, because I know how good these guys are, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. But it's just a matter of time, I believe. And so there's no panic here. There's no worry. We're not looking at any changes at this point. We're really just considering how to help these guys, put them in the best positions to succeed, and get some momentum going, because once it starts, I think it's going to keep going for a long time.
Yeah, see why I wanted to ask you about Seager, and man, just everything you hear about the guy is how hard he works, how prepared he is. Is the struggle for him right now his health?
Well, I don't think it's health from a structural standpoint. I mean, the surgery that he had medically, he is fine. Everything is structurally intact and fine. But with any surgery, I mean, first of all, he didn't get a normal off season because he was nursing the injury, and he wasn't able to train the way he wanted. When he went through his period of rest after the World Series and then got into his workouts, he realized this thing's still really bothering me. At that point, we had to get more medical answers, and surgery was the recommendation. And so really it kind of wiped out Corey's off season. So then he gets into spring training, he's recovering from surgery, and Corey, I mean, to his credit, it's just amazing how hard he worked to be ready and out on the field for opening day. And, what we're seeing now, I think, is a function of, the off season and then combined with the surgery. And, I've had my fair share of surgeries. I know that it takes a long time. And the fact that Corey's out there, I'm more than anything grateful to him for pushing himself to even be out there right now, because even when he's not going well, he's Corey Seager, and everybody on the other team knows that Corey Seager can change the game with one swing of the bat. And beyond that, his defense, I think, has been phenomenal. He's played a great shortstop, and he sets a really good example for the rest of the players in terms of playing through pain, playing when you're not perfect, when you're not feeling great at the plate, but showing up, going through your routine, and setting an example for everybody. So he's such a leader in so many ways, and I love him. And he's going to get going at some point. And but man, it's really impressive that he's even out there to begin with.
Chris Young with us here on The Fan. Would love to get your vantage point and just how exciting it was seeing the Langford inside the Parker.
Well, it was awesome. I saw the ball off the bat. I knew it was going to the gap, and thought this has a chance at a triple. And as soon as it caromed off the wall and took that kind of 90-degree angle off the wall and went towards the right field corner, I knew this is inside the Parker. It was going to be really tough to retrieve the ball and then relay it home and throw him out as fast as he is. So. And in fact, it actually brought back memories. I probably shouldn't say this, but in the 2007 All-Star game, I gave up an inside the park home run to Ichiro in a very similar fashion. It was in San Francisco, but the ball took a carom off the right field wall and shot into the right field corner, just like Langford's did. And with Ichiro running, I knew at the time this is definitely an inside the Parker. So that was my first thought, and it was almost identical in terms of the way Wyatt got it. So really cool to see him get it. I'm glad he's on the board now. My expectation is there are going to be a lot more that go over the fence than inside the Parkers.
I'll tell you, I think the most impressive thing about Langford is his ability to stay calm in the box, where he's been dealt a tough card here with strikes being called outside of the zone. His ability to not get frustrated, not be disrespectful to the ump, very, very impressive, because that is not my reaction every time that happens from my couch.
Well, it's a very unique maturity at his age to have that perspective and to be able to handle the emotion of getting a bad call. That said, I always talk about our pitchers and our hitters that it's hard to complain about a bad call when, occasionally you chase the pitch over your head or in the dirt as well. So umpires make mistakes just like our pitchers and hitters make mistakes, and it's part of the game, and how you deal with it really defines who you are and, how you can keep your focus, and certainly speaks to the maturity of Wyatt that he's able to do so.
Hey, Chris, I know the series is over with the Reds, and just from my scouting background, how do you describe a player like Elliott de la Cruz? How do you put his scouting report in? How would you talk about him as a player?
Well, the first word that comes to mind is dynamic, because I think he can change the game in so many ways. And I saw him make a defensive play in the hole at shortstop, throw across his body. It was a heck of a play to really change the game in one of the games. He can hit for power. He can hit for average. He can get on base. He can change the game with his legs. He's great defensively. I mean, he's the full package from my perspective. And I guess the other thing that stands out, which I think really rubs off on teammates, is it looks like he plays with such joy and passion. Mm-hmm. It looks like he's having so much fun out there. And I think that rubs off on guys. It brings an energy to the team that makes everybody around them better. So to me, that's a tool that you can't quite measure, but it has a huge impact on his teammates. And there's no mistake to me as to why the Cincinnati Reds have turned the corner as an organization after promoting De La Cruz. He's just that type of player, and ultimately, as I describe him, he's just so dynamic. It's really, really fun to watch.
How many more starts from Scherzer before he's coming up?
Well, Max will dictate that in terms of how he pitches and how he recovers and how he feels. So we'd rather get it right on the front end. We don't want to push him to where he's coming up fatigued or rusty. We want to make sure he goes through what we'll call his normal spring training and gets enough reps and recovers and is ready to go, because when you step on a big league field, it's hard, and there are no excuses. When you get out there, you got to perform, and so Max knows that. He's very aware of his body, how he's feeling, and when he tells us he's ready. But I think we can certainly anticipate at least 3 more rehab starts.
See why I wonder how you weigh what to do in the plan for Zeke Duran moving forward. He was in the lineup yesterday against the lefty. I know playing time and just getting at bats. Is there any thought to maybe putting him at AAA to just let him get everyday playing time again, or are you comfortable with where he is right now?
Well, honestly, this is something that we have to discuss internally, because we want all of our players to be the best versions of themselves. And right now, Zeke is not going as well as we've seen him, and we've got to find a way to get him going. He's a big part of our team. And, I think that all things are on the table at this point in terms of the best way to get him going. And it's really hard as a young player to not get consistent reps and to only get pinch hits off the bench. And, I think there is some thought that Zeke needs some regular playing time. How we achieve that, whether it's at the big leagues or AAA, is still a discussion. But he's an important piece of our team and our success, and we need him going at his best if we're going to get back to where we went last year.
See why I just retweeted this video of Ichiro taking you off the wall there in that All-Star game. Looked like he opened up and tried to give you a home run swing on that one.
Yeah, I think he did. I mean, I think he had really good numbers off me at that point. I think he was licking his lips when he saw me coming in, knowing that he could do some damage. And so, and of course I knew the history as well, that I hadn't gotten him out, I don't think, in my career. So
no way.
And of course, not only does he hit it off the wall, but it just has to take a bounce that goes the complete opposite direction of King Griffey Jr., who was playing right field. And I knew the second I saw King Griffey Jr. running one way and the ball going the other, I thought, oh, this is trouble.
I mean, how would you describe the look on your face as you're walking back to the dugout? Like, this is unbelievable, this guy.
Just some guys have your number, and there's nothing you can do about it. If he doesn't hit it over the wall, he hits it off the wall and still gets a homer. So it's just one of those things you tip your cap and just you go on to the next hitter.
Well, you're a freaking champion, and we thank you so much for your insights and your dedication to this baseball team and joining us every week, man. It's been awesome. So give them hell out there. We'll be pulling for you.
No, I love it, guys. We got a lot of good baseball left ahead of us, and certainly appreciate the support, and looking forward to talking to you next week.
There he goes, Chris Young, Rangers GM, right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Yes, sir. Okay, we got a step aside. We're coming back with Wolchuk's Top 10. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Yeah, we had National Superhero Day yesterday. Who is your superhero? But we got the top 10 best superheroes of all time. That's next.
We just chatted with a champion there, and you can feel like a champion, too, when you go to Platinum Ford for that brand-new Ford car, truck, or SUV. Gilchrist Automotive, Platinum Ford in Terrell between
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Yeah, Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius, and thanks to CY for joining us. His weekly show brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. Man, I keep catching a glimpse of that Edwards dunk last night, just punching out the Suns.
Oh, bro. I got the sound for Around the Rim.
Legendary.
Ian Eagle lost his mind for a second.
Here's Woolchuck with that top 10. You're Wooly Bully.
Thank you, sir. It was National Superhero Day yesterday. Who is your favorite superhero? I've got America's favorite top 10 best superheroes of all time. 877-881-1053. I'd like to shout out, just to put a bow on it, my draft superhero, a.k.a. Brian Broaddus. Got to watch growing up the draft show. Had a beautiful, beautiful love for the NFL draft, and I was like, man, maybe one day I could get onto that damn show. And then it became a reality. Thanks to Brian Broaddus for allowing me. And I didn't even know that I'd get to host it all 3 days. Was I nervous on day one? You're damn right.
That's what I was going to ask you.
I was.
You didn't seem like you were anxious or nervous.
You got to fake it till you make it, Brian. Eric and I do that better than anybody.
But our guys, too, though, Peyton and little Medford did a great job with with helping us
Little
out
Red.
there. Little Red.
Little Red, dude.
No, but it did. I mean, you guys, everyone made it easy. I mean, Tim giving me all the information I needed. Of course, Beam running things in the back. Jazzy running things. But, I mean, the team that we have is awesome. Shout out to Bobby as well for his work and Nick Harris and Aisha. But, yeah, it ended up being an awesome 3 days. And
you moved it around pretty good.
I was trying.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you have to do. You have to move it around a little bit. You just can't let it sit there.
You guys know my gridiron superhero will always be Emmitt Smith, but my Capes Crusader and my number one superhero personally is Batman, and always will be. That would be my number one. We got a couple of texts in for Batman as well. I can't wait till we get to one current superhero.
So you like
on the
your
list.
superheroes to lack actual superpowers, but be rich and good in martial arts.
Yeah, just an ultimate badass with a belt that anything that I need, I can find a way to make it happen, right? I think that maybe I liked him because I thought it was possible. Like an average dude could, well, not really an average guy because he is, like you said, rich, but somebody with the ability of those things could be a superhero without getting bit by a spider or
he's the everyman
injected
superhero.
with some kind of weird, mutation.
I mean, you could suggest that his lead engineer guy, Inventor Man, was more responsible, but whatever the case, when it was showtime, he made it happen.
He did.
Yeah, a hell of a zip liner, too.
Yes. He did everything. Superman is a badass. Lucius, when it comes to superheroes,
I'm right there with you, bro. Batman is my guy, followed by, it's from the Dick Tracy show situation, but not Dick Tracy. There's a gangster on there called Flat Top. That's my dude.
Okay.
That's my dude.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I like bad guys. I do.
Dude, I do too. And I also feel like Batman had the best villains, which is why I probably liked Batman as well. I mean, the Joker, the Riddler, the Mad Hatter. I mean,
Mr.
you go down the
Freeze.
list. Mr. Freeze was badass, dude. Of course,
loved it.
Catwoman, Poison Ivy, Harley Quinn. Some sex appeal in there as well. Yeah, Batman had it going on. We got the Hulk, the Punisher, Green Lantern, Thor, Deadpool being texted in.
Deadpool's awesome.
Yeah. Some of the honorable mentions, we've got Hawkeye from the most recent Avengers. We've got Punisher, Doctor Strange, Green Arrow, Daredevil. Although, gosh, that movie with Ben Affleck did not age well, but I still think Daredevil, the show's badass. Green Lantern, and then Wonder Woman. Your honorable mention.
No mention of Wolverine, huh?
Well, Wolverine's going to be high.
Yeah.
Got to be.
Yeah,
Wolverine's
that's a top
an absolute badass. There's one specific superhero I'm ready to get Gavin's reaction because I remember this from last year, and it was an all-timer. 10 is Thor. 9, we've got Deadpool. And I think Ryan Reynolds has made Deadpool now
Fast riser.
relevant. Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny.
And
It's
I can't
different.
wait.
It's
Yeah,
edgy.
no doubt. And the new movie coming out is going to be awesome with him and Wolverine. 8 is Flash.
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Flash is actually kind of cool, man. I mean,
Yeah,
we all like
pretty
to just run fast. I feel like that's just a dream for all of us. Like, we just want to be fast. And Flash, the fastest. 7 is Hulk.
Cowboys would have passed on him in the third round, though.
Yep, probably. Didn't bring the juice. 6 is Captain America. 5 is Wolverine. I felt like Wolverine should have been a top 3.
Is Captain America's main thing his shield? Does he throw? Is that what he does? Is that how he fights
He's also
people?
super strong.
Is he? So he could battle
like a frisbee or something.
That's what I'm saying. He could battle, but the shield is the main thing for him doing stuff, right?
Yeah. It's absolutely badass, the shield.
He's weaponized that shield.
214, I couldn't disagree with you more, man. But I understand why you would be hating on Batman because of the rivalry, and your favorite superhero is Superman. I think Superman is lame as hell. So, I mean, we can just agree to disagree on that.
Okay, but
and Batman kicked Superman's ass in the comics. So spare me with that.
I think that was a misprint.
Maybe, but come on. All you got to do.
Do you think it could really happen? Do you think Batman could really take Superman?
And it's over. Yeah, because he's smarter. He's the world's greatest detective. He'll outsmart Superman, and that's exactly what he did. He found a way to get some kryptonite. I
think he looked pretty good against humans, and we extrapolated that out into he could take Superman. But nobody was really buying it other than you Batman super fans.
Yeah, that's fine with
Batman
me.
stands.
I'll wear my Batman undies and I'll stand away over here, Gavin. You ain't talking me off.
Superman more powerful, right?
Superman's 100% more powerful. Yes,
well,
he's a cheat code.
Why like Batman? I mean, he's got nothing but a utility belt, right?
Root for the underdog, and just
he's got some really cool
extreme
toys.
Intelligence.
Yeah,
I mean, Batman is really smart.
I saw some video of Batman and Robin, that sidecar thing from the '60s. They had no control over that.
Bam, pow!
That was an accident waiting to happen. Seriously, they interviewed Adam West.
Yeah.
And he's like,
"Who's the man?"
I can honestly tell you, we were filming these things, and we were supposed to stop, and next thing I know, I'm into a ditch. Like
hazardous.
Bruce Ward, who was Robin, like hang on. He didn't know where he was going. They disconnect the cart, and he'd just go off, and they wouldn't even know. Like, okay, good luck. Like, seriously, there was some craziness.
I did love that.
For Robin.
That vehicle was sweet.
Robin,
yeah, it was.
Robin did. He took some abuse from Batman.
Yeah. Well,
don't you think?
Definitely.
I think he kind of liked it though.
I think that he might.
Always like how they always the new Batman.
He's a bit of a submissive.
The new Batman never climbs the wall, right? Like the old Batman, him and Bruce Wayne.
He's just going to use.
And then they stop.
They use something up and then go ahead and.
That's where the belt comes in handy.
See, like the old Batman him and Robin would go up the side of a building with like bat rope or whatever, and then they'd stop and talk to whoever the star was that day. You know, it's like some celebrity would like look out the window and like, "Hey, what are you doing there, crime fighter man?" You know, and it would be like a little monologue, and then they'd keep climbing. It's actually pretty funny.
Batman does not go hide, 817. He's never hiding, okay? Batman will stand there and get his ass kicked, just like he did against Bane, and then he'll come back for more, all right? So you bleep off with that. Number 4 is Superman.
Yeah.
Number 3 is Iron Man. Iron Man is also pretty damn cool.
Iron Man is
that
cool.
fits the Batman mold, right? Like, all right, here we go.
He gets beat up.
Millionaire that's just smart as hell. And there's nobody better than Robert Downey Jr. to have played that character.
For sure. Have there been others?
That fits so good. No, and there never should be. Like Wolverine, we're thinking about recasting here soon. Oh. That's going to be an issue. Number 2 is Spider-Man. That's Gavin's favorite.
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Does whatever.
And then number 1, of course, Batman. Because Batman is number 1. Spare me with your other opinions. I do not care about them.
You need a Robin.
Shoo.
Spider-Man's a lot better now that the Spider-Verse is open, so you can be introduced to new personalities other than pathetic smitten loser, you know?
Isn't your favorite scene in cinematic history the upside down kiss with Mary Jane?
It is, dude.
You got a poster of it, I heard.
That's right. Okay.
Who's the guy that ran the newspaper? Jameson.
J.K. Simmons.
I liked him, man. He was always yelling.
Jameson.
Dude,
get out there and get some pictures.
Secretly jacked.
He's like, whoa.
Yeah. He didn't care about journalism at all.
Man, he's like, what? We'll run that. Oh, get some pictures of Spider-Man. What's your problem there, young man? You know, he was always.
I loved his character in the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man.
Always
He was great,
man. Always.
An edition of Football's Finest is coming up next. Where are you taking that, Chief?
Got some sounds from the draft weekend, the ugly truth about our new or old RB1, and we continue to make fun of Broadus' bestie next year in the nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
EDU. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We have the Expressway coming up in 20 minutes. LA Live with Lucius Alexander's coming up at 5:40. What a huge weekend. It's time now for an edition of The Finest. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Zeke is back. And got a funny situation in regards to old Sean Payton there in Denver. But let's sit on the Zeke thing for just a second here. The Cowboys obviously go about the draft, and they come away with it without drafting a running back. A little bit perturbing, but they build up the offensive line, and now Zeke returns. I was surprised to see it was a one-year deal, $3 million, $2 million guaranteed. So it's not like the bottom of the barrel league minimum dollar amount that we were all sort of expecting, but that's the Cowboys once again having too much respect for Zeke. They don't want to do the thing where they are sort of giving him an embarrassment of a contract, I guess, disrespecting him. So he gets $2 million guaranteed, and then he could end up getting $3 million based on some incentives or whatever. So was expecting vet minimum, not going to be the case now. And with the dead money still from his huge contract from a few years ago, Zeke will now be on the books for $9 million in 2024. So that's the financials of it, and that's a little bit surprising, I would say. But when you go through some of the actual numbers on him, and shout out to Lori Horish on Twitter, who's knocking this out of the park, giving us some details. So what is the version of Zeke? I mean, you heard Jerry talk about like Zeke really got going the latter half of the season, ended the season strong in New England. The last 5 games were 72 carries for 213 yards. That's a 2.96 yards per carry average. So those are just sort of the basic numbers. When you dive into it a little bit more, you will see Ezekiel Elliott averaged 7th worst rush yards over expectation per carry in the NFL last season. He had 1 broken tackle for every 37 attempts. He averaged 3.5 yards per carry on the season, which is good for 6th worst in the league. And then he had the 3 touchdowns as well on the ground.
It's an embarrassment, just out of principle, the fact that they've been so tight with their cap and had to move on from Tyron Smith to do anything above league minimum for Ezekiel Elliott is just another in a string of embarrassments. And I know it's only an additional $1 million, but any amount when you've had to do what they've done is too much.
I would definitely agree with you. Also saw the yards after contact per attempt here for Zeke over the last 5 years is just trending down and down and down. In 2019, it was over 3 yards per carry after contact. And now this past season, it was about 2.5 yards per carry after contact. And then the most interesting one here, because we all view Zeke as a short yardage guy. Like when you need a yard or you need inches, to convert the first down or the touchdown, that would sort of be the sweet spot for him. But in short yardage situations last year, you'll see on 3rd and 4th down with 2 yards or less to go, Zeke had a success rate of about 55%, and it was 9 attempts for 1.7 yards per carry. Whereas Tony Pollard, we had issues with him in short yardage last year, if we remember. He had a success rate almost 20% higher than Zeke in those same situations. He had 15 attempts, and he averaged almost double the yards per carry. Yeah. Or actually over double, because it was 3.8 yards per carry there on 3rd and 4th down opportunities with 2 or less yards to go.
It's amazing how Zeke can still deliver the power shot. And that gives you the idea that, hey, maybe he's a physical between the tackles runner, but you still have to be very quick and decisive and change course. And he just has to gather himself because of how, slow-footed and old he is. And it's been this way really with Zeke since like year 3 or year 4. I know his super fans, want to support him and they want to, believe in him. And I get it. The rookie year that he had was just unbelievable. And it left an impression upon me. But that was 8 years ago. The man's 29 years old now. If you couldn't see it like, 3 or 4 years ago, I understand. But he's significantly worse than even that. And if you still see it now, you're like amongst the most biased sports fans. You just have like permanent Homer goggles. And it's kind of an embarrassment, even though I guess I'm happy for the players because they like Zeke. I'm happy that, Zeke is going to be making that locker room a brighter place for them to go through work while they're essentially punting on a season. But no, if you believe Zeke is still good, then I think you're a massive homer. There's no other way around it than the Cowboys are putting a player out there to sell naive fans on the idea that Zeke is back.
You have a story from Albert Breer where he's talking about Sean Payton and the pursuit of Bo Nix. One of the things that sold him and the Broncos on Bo Nix was asking him at one point during the process, I assume at the combine, what's in your backpack? And the response was, Bo Nix reaches inside. He grabbed a roll of tape that he explained he'd need for his ankles if at any point he was going to be training. He also pulled out a spare pair of football cleats and a lacrosse ball that he said he'd use for rolling out his back. And what wasn't in the bag was just as significant. Everything was football related. All of it. And that's the moment that they were sold on Bo Nix being the ultimate football guy. Football. And we know that's exactly what we want out of any player in football, and especially quarterback. Just live it, breathe it, eat it, everything football. But they ignore some of the things that I would say matters most. What matters more, your quarterback having football things in his backpack, or your quarterback only converting 28%, third lowest in all of college football, of third and long pass attempts past the sticks?
Yeah. I would rather have football skills than the football backpack. I think the football backpack would be like nice icing on the cake.
I'm like, the percentage of third and long pass attempts that went past the sticks for Bo Nix,
he's a check down,
28%.
Yeah, there wasn't a quarterback in college football who had more passes to his first read than Bo Nix. And when you watch him play, I'm like, this is a first read quarterback. Now, best thing they might have done is draft his buddy Troy Franklin, who was his number 1 wide receiver at Oregon. So they'll get to pair together. But
that screen game's going to work.
Yeah, I could be so wrong about Bo Nix, but I just was befuddled as to the love affair here with him and the Broncos.
For reference, like Jaden Daniels was 70%. 70% of the time on third and long, he's passing beyond the sticks. He's actually efforting to get the first down. How often do we watch a quarterback on third and long or third and whatever throwing short of the sticks?
It's the most annoying play in football. Like, I need 6 yards. Don't throw it 4 yards. And make sure you run your route past the 6-yard marker if that's the case.
A little bit frustrating. Now, one of the guys that fell in the draft a little bit, not like crazy, but could have been a first-round pick, goes late in the second. That's Texas Longhorn wide receiver A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah.
And he ends up going to Indianapolis with the Colts. Leading up to the draft, especially in the week leading up to it, there were anonymous reports about him and some of the things that teams were concerned about with him. And one of those things is, like, I guess he's like type 1 diabetic. So you have the blood sugar issues, and if you're not on top of that, all of a sudden you're walking around hangry.
Yep.
And then you're just a different version of yourself, which we can all relate to.
Yeah, you don't be hangry.
That was one of those things. But there were a handful of anonymous reports about the character of this dude. He slides in the draft, and the general manager of the Colts, Chris Ballard, he gets to the microphone after selecting him, and he had to call some people out.
I mean, I read some of the that was said on TV. I mean, just the typical, excuse my language, our typical league, unnamed sources, bad interview. That's such bull. I mean, it is. It's bull. Like, put your name on it. We tear these young men down. These are 21, 22 young men. And if people out there can tell me they're perfect in their lives, it's crap. it's crap. This is a good kid. And, for those reports to come out, like, I said it last year, it's bull. I'm sorry. I apologize for the language. I don't, but I do.
Besides, we have character concerns with our owner. You think we give a crap?
He's a man. He's 60. That one. I don't know. I don't know if he's calling out the media or if he's calling out people within the NFL, because that's where these anonymous. That's where this stuff is coming from. So are you sort of talking to the media, but you're actually projecting your anger to everybody inside your own building and every other building out there? Because that's where these.
I can tell you where the bad interview rumor came from. I heard about that one. I mean, I got a buddy in Pittsburgh that told me he had an interview with the Steelers. Steelers, I guess, I don't know what's going on with George Pickens there, but him and Adonai Mitchell played together with Georgia, and in his interview with the Steelers, he said, I taught George Pickens everything I know. And that's basically all the Steelers needed to hear. They were like, bye-bye, Adonai Mitchell, you're off our board, because we want nothing like George Pickens. So, I don't know, maybe it circulates. Maybe that was just one instance. There were other things, but that was where one of the quote-unquote bad interviews came from in the draft process.
One of my favorite potential stats of the day is the idea of what could be happening in Buffalo, because Buffalo ends up with the son of Frank Gore Jr., out of Southern Miss, to be an undrafted free agent running back. We'll see if he can make that roster. If he receives a single handoff from Josh Allen, then Josh Allen will be the first quarterback in NFL history to give the ball to a father-son duo over the course of his career, because Frank Gore at one point made a stop in Buffalo and had like 160-plus carries for the Bills. So Josh Allen has a very unique opportunity here to be the first of its kind, handing the ball off to a dad and then handing the ball off some years later to dad's son. So that's something pretty cool. I know we had the father-son moment of Jeremiah Trotter, your guy that you drafted years ago in Filth. He ended up being a really dang good player. Now his son, member of the Eagles.
Right, and they traded up in the 5th round to grab him, too.
They did.
Yep.
Now, here is some sound. We played this guy. He was a G-Bag of the day. I think he was a champ for, at one point or another over the course of the offseason here after his pro day. Xavier Legette out of South Carolina. He stays in the Carolinas with the Carolina Panthers, final pick of the first round. He's super excited. Listen to this voice, man. He'd been number 1 overall pick if it was a voice draft.
You woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh, no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got drafted. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
What was that feeling like when you got the call? Because I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited my whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't going to crack. I was trying to be tough guy. But, man, I was really over excited.
I mean, that is just
his voice is.
You got any more?
That is legendary. I need to pull some more. I can listen to that dude talk all day. Is that? I don't know if I guess he's from South Carolina. I don't know how common that particular dialect is over there, but it sounds right. It sounds like he was born of the swamp. Like he's right there. That sounds like one of your Baton Rouge guys.
No, he
to
does.
The highest extent.
Thibodeau, down there. Yeah, he does. He sounds like a Louisiana kid, but no, he's a South Carolina kid. He is.
He's a legit player.
He's a legit player. Absolutely legit player.
Carolina's trying to put some talent around their guy over there, Bryce Young. But that was a fun one. He seems like a sweet guy with just the most epic. Like, I don't know if that voice. Thank God he's a receiver. I don't know if that voice could be a quarterback. Like, can you rattle off plays and everybody understand you in the huddle?
It would take some getting used to.
It absolutely would.
Yeah, that's a pretty thick accent right there. Sounds awesome though.
Does sound awesome.
Incredible.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
An edition of The Finest is in the books once again. Was that the second or third time we've heard from? Is it Legette? Legette.
Yeah, he was a G-Bag of the Day guy a couple of weeks ago for that accent, surprising everybody.
That's an instant soundbite crowd pleaser in the locker room. Every media man's going to be looking to talk with him. It is time to hit the expressway. We'll take you commercial free to the top. LA Live with Lucius Alexander's coming up at 5:40, and we're back with everything that's been breaking in the world of sport. We got to talk about the disappointments and the excitement over the weekend, and I believe Chief has a rim sesh coming up here in about 14 minutes for you as well right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat Frankels before we do that, though, because every day here in North Texas, we have over 500 automobile collisions.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Berkey's or visit us at berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now to hit the expressway. We take you commercial free to the top. LA Live with Lucius Alexander's coming up in about 17 minutes. I believe the Chief has a rim sesh coming up here in about 7-8 minutes. We'll get the very latest on basketball. Segment here is brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. And the expressway is brought to you by the on-time experts. All right, buddies. By the way, Stars just announced the Hockey Hawk rushing into the studio moments ago to let us